Chapter 1. Becoming a Fish. The cerulean sky stretched above, utterly serene, while thick layers of white clouds amassed in the heavens. The sun hung at the horizon, casting down brilliant and searing rays of light. Beneath the sky lay a profound ocean, its azure waters extending into the distance, as the sea breeze swept past, bringing with it the briny scent of the sea. Above the ocean, a magnificent island emerged, and in the distance, a two-masted sailboat glided across the waters, its billowing sails propelling the grand vessel further and further away. Not far from the two-masted ship, beneath the surface of the sea, a pair of eyes fixated upon the vessel. It was a fish, measuring approximately 30 centimeters in length. Its oval-shaped body was somewhat flattened. Its head was enormous, featuring a pronounced jaw and a gaping mouth lined with sharp teeth. Smooth opercula adorned its head, slightly concave above, while its body was covered in rounded scales. It boasted a dorsal fin, a pair of massive pectoral fins, a pair of pelvic fins, and a caudal fin that was elongated with a distinct indentation in the middle, creating a cleft that seemed to sever the tail. At that moment, the fish had half of its head protruding above the ocean's surface, gazing at the receding, three-masted ship, ultimately voicing a question. What on earth has transpired? Just a moment ago, it was a 21-year-old university student named Xia Qiu, reclining on a bed in rest, and now it had transformed into a fish in the sea? How could this be? Why had it metamorphosed into a fish? Xia Qiu was utterly perplexed, grappling with the enigma of what had occurred. According to the activities prior to its fainting spell while lying on the bed, it should have transformed into a tadpole, should it not? Curiosity stirred within Xia Qiu about its current whereabouts. Moments ago, it had observed a sailing vessel powered by sails, which boasted a grandly arched bow, two masts, a wooden structure, and horizontal sails, with 3 cannon ports visible on one side of the hull. Such a sailing ship was a rarity, as modern vessels were predominantly racing yachts or small leisure boats, with most hulls constructed from metal, rendering wooden sailing ships a scarce sight. Furthermore, large wooden sailing ships, aside from a few antiquated replicas used for commemorative purposes by certain nations, were seldom encountered, primarily custom-made for private collections or leisurely excursions. Among large wooden sailing vessels, 3-masted ships far outnumbered their 2-masted counterparts, and most sailing ships featured pointed bows rather than broad ones. Moreover, the 2-masted ship's main mast displayed only 2 sails, while the secondary mast had merely 1, indicating an insufficient number of sails. In relation to the sails, the hull seemed disproportionately vast, unable to harness enough wind power for propulsion, thus necessitating assistance from ocean currents for navigation. Additionally, the hull's contours appeared excessively rounded, creating considerable wave resistance and impeding forward movement. Such a vessel had never existed before, nor would it in the future, making safe navigation upon the sea an impossibility. It was rather peculiar. Xia Qiu yearned to discern its current location, but found no immediate answers, requiring further observation. It glanced around, submerging beneath the water's surface to survey its surroundings. The ocean was deep and still, with only the sunlight filtering down from above, while the encompassing waters exuded an air of desolation. Xia Qiu struggled to accept the reality of its transformation into a fish, yet there was no recourse. Survival necessitated action, and the foremost duty was to seek nourishment. With a flick of its body, the fish propelled itself toward the nearest island. Approaching the island, Xia Qiu gradually descended toward the ocean floor, where the water was shallow, less than 10 meters deep. The seabed was composed of white sand, dotted with rocks worn by the sea, along with sea stars partially concealed within the sediment. The diet of most marine fish typically consisted of algae, plankton, marine worms, small fish, shrimp, mollusks, and the like. However, Xia Qiu was acutely aware of its teeth, not the pharyngeal teeth, but rather the teeth of its jaws. Many fish possess teeth, including tiger fish, pike, barracuda, sharks, rays, eels, snakehead fish, viper fish, arowana, and piranhas. Most of them were carnivorous, preying upon fish, shrimp, and mollusks. Xia Qiu observed its wide mouth and numerous teeth, leading it to conclude that it was likely a carnivorous species, thus focusing on small fish and shrimp as potential prey. There, Xia Qiu approached the seabed and immediately spotted a shrimp lurking beneath the sand, most of its body concealed within the sediment. With a swift twist of its body, the fish accelerated toward the shrimp, opening its gaping maw and sinking its sharp teeth into the concealed crustacean. Sand flowed through the gaps between its teeth as Xia Qiu disregarded the shrimp's desperate wriggling, closing its formidable jaws to crush the shrimp's exoskeleton and sever its body. The shrimp measured about 15 to 17 centimeters, roughly half the length of Xia Qiu's body, necessitating that it be thoroughly crushed for consumption. As Xia Qiu tore into the shrimp, it ceased its struggles, and a gaping hole appeared where it had been bitten, allowing the succulent flesh to be swallowed whole. Xia Qiu continued to bite down, gradually consuming the shrimp, leaving only its head, tail, and remnants of its pincers. Yet, hunger still gnawed at Xia Qiu. Though the sensation of hunger had significantly subsided, it had not yet reached satiety, prompting it to seek out more sustenance. Another shrimp concealed beneath the sand caught its attention, and with a flick of its body, it surged toward the prey, capturing it in its jaws and swimming upward. As the sand trickled from between its teeth, Xia Qiu swallowed this shrimp as well. This time, a sense of fullness enveloped Xia Qiu. Satiated, Xia Qiu felt immense satisfaction, though was somewhat astonished by its capacity for consumption, having devoured 2 shrimp in one sitting. Each shrimp, measuring approximately 15 to 17 centimeters, weighed around 30 grams. Thus, 2 shrimp totaled 60 grams, and after accounting for the heads and tails, approximately half of that weight remained around 30 grams. Such a weight was considerable for a fish of Xia Qiu's size. By pressing its body against the sand, leaving an imprint, and observing its length and shape, Xia Qiu deduced that it measured approximately 30 centimeters. Depending on the species, such a length would correspond to a weight ranging from 350 to 600 grams, likely placing Xia Qiu's weight at around 500 grams. The daily food intake of fish varies significantly depending on their size and species. Smaller fish proportionally consume a larger amount relative to their weight, while the ratio decreases with increasing size. For instance, the feeding ratio for carp ranges from 1/15th to 1/30th of their body weight. Among sharks, warm-blood white sharks consume approximately 1.6% of their body weight daily, while cold-blooded blue sharks and sandbar sharks consume merely 0.4 to 0.6%. In the case of whales, blue whales consume 25 tons daily, roughly 2 to 3% of their body weight. Adult sperm whales consume over a ton of food each day, amounting to around 3% of their weight. With an estimated weight of 500 grams, Xia Qiu's daily food intake would be approximately 1/20th of its body weight, or 25 grams. However, this intake was meant to be spread over the course of a day, ideally divided into 2 to 3 meals, with intervals of at least 4 hours between them. This meant that Xia Qiu, being of such size, should consume a maximum of 15 grams at a time. Yet, it had just ingested 30 grams, a quantity that seemed excessive, though it did not experience an overwhelming sensation of fullness. It was somewhat strange. Perhaps a bit of movement would expedite digestion. Xia Qiu thought to itself as it began to swim slowly toward the distance. However, after swimming a few meters, Xia Qiu suddenly felt a wave of heat envelop its body, a surge of warmth radiating outward, accompanied by a sense of bloating and discomfort. What was happening? Perplexed, Xia Qiu quickened its pace, but the warmth intensified, and the sensation of bloating became increasingly pronounced. Reluctantly, it halted and concealed itself within the sand, enduring the discomfort as it awaited relief. Crack, crack, crack. Xia Qiu could even hear the faint sounds of its bones creaking. What on earth was happening? Had it consumed something unsuitable? Baffled, Xia Qiu could only pray to endure this crisis. Half an hour later, the discomfort subsided. Plop, plop. Xia Qiu expelled waste. So soon? The digestive cycle of fish varies. The fastest can excrete waste within about 2 hours, while the average digestion time for adult fish can reach 5 to 9 hours. Yet here was Xia Qiu, expelling waste merely half an hour later. Hunger. Suddenly, Xia Qiu felt a wave of hunger wash over it. Hunger so soon? Xia Qiu sensed something was amiss. The amount it had consumed was nearly 2 to 3 times the normal range. The heat and discomfort were unsettling. The digestion rate was alarmingly swift. Feeling hungry again within half an hour necessitated further feeding. If only one of these issues had arisen, it could be dismissed as coincidence, but the convergence of all these anomalies left Xia Qiu feeling concerned. Was there something wrong with its body? Or was there another cause? Xia Qiu remained uncertain, but the gnawing hunger compelled it to seek nourishment once more. Chapter 2. Speculation. Crack, crack, crack. After devouring 3 sea shrimp, Xia Qiu felt a sensation of fullness in his abdomen and swiftly swam to the side, burrowing into a sand pile beneath a protruding rock, concealing himself in the shadows. In the next moment, a familiar warmth enveloped him once more. Half an hour later, he began to excrete, and an hour after that, hunger returned. Emerging from mud, Xia Qiu assessed the trail he had left behind, measuring 40 centimeters in length. It had been 2 days since he had crossed over to the body of the fish, and during this short span, his body length had increased by 10 centimeters. Moreover, his weight had risen by at least 300 grams. Such a rate of growth was extraordinarily astonishing. His daily food intake approached his body weight. With an astonishingly rapid digestion rate after one meal, he would require sustenance again within an hour. The remarkable speed of growth and food conversion left him astounded, as he found himself gaining weight with each feeding. This phenomenon surpassed his understanding. What on earth was happening? Xia Qiu's questions lingered unanswered in his mind, compelling him to bury these thoughts and seek further nourishment. As he swam towards the distance, preparing to catch more sea shrimp, a school of fish approached, numbering around a dozen. These fish boasted large heads, protruding jaws, and flattened bodies, adorned with scales along their backs. The coloration near the scales was a yellow-brown, while their bellies shone a golden hue. They resembled the renowned yellow croaker. Xia Qiu was no stranger to yellow croakers. They, along with the small yellow croaker and ribbonfish, were among the 3 major seafood delicacies in China. In his hometown of Zhoushan, the Zhoushan yellow croaker was particularly famous nationwide. Historically, Zhoushan yellow croakers were the preferred offerings for fishermen during sea sacrifices and were also favored delicacies for entertaining esteemed guests. The flesh of Zhoushan yellow croakers is tender, rich in protein, high in calcium, and packed with various trace elements and vitamins, making it exceptionally nutritious. These fish are best when steamed, and if fried, ample oil is required to prevent them from disintegrating. Xia Qiu was surprised to find yellow croakers here. They typically inhabit the southern Yellow Sea, East China Sea, and South China Sea. Could it be that he was still within the waters of Huaxia? If so, this would help him pinpoint his location. A glimmer of hope flickered within Xia Qiu. Although knowing his whereabouts wouldn't enable him to return to his previous life, it nonetheless offered a semblance of comfort. Gazing at the yellow croaker swimming by, he decided to change his diet and sample these fish. With keen focus, Xia Qiu fixed his gaze on their forms, undulating his body as he charged towards the school. Splash! Sensing Xia Qiu's approach, the yellow croakers quickened their pace, darting away into the distance. Yet Xia Qiu was swifter, relentlessly closing the gap between them. Splash! As he drew near, the yellow croakers scattered, fleeing in all directions. A particular one, Xia Qiu zeroed in on the yellow croaker closest to him. This fish measured approximately 20 centimeters in length and weighed around 250 grams, enough to satiate his hunger. In an instant, Xia Qiu caught up, but the fish swerved away. However, just as it turned, Xia Qiu surged forward, snapping at its side with remarkable speed. Crack! The fish's side erupted in a spray of crimson mist, and Xia Qiu consumed a sizable morsel of flesh. The yellow croaker was instantly dispatched, its body slowly descending. Xia Qiu followed closely behind, voraciously gnawing at the fish's side, devouring the flesh on both sides, and tearing away its abdominal fat. When he finished, only the fish head, tail, and some remnants of flesh remained on the sandy ground. He felt quite full. A sensation of fullness enveloped Xia Qiu's abdomen, leaving him somewhat bloated. He had consumed roughly 100 grams of fish flesh, a weight that felt excessive for him. Yet, with his formidable digestive capabilities, he would soon convert it into nutrients for growth. Xia Qiu swam to a nearby spot, burying himself in the mud to remain still. This would slow his digestion and alleviate the pain following the surge of warmth. Crack, crack, crack. This time, the warmth was more intense, spreading throughout his body, causing his bones to emit faint sounds. The unusual noises from his bones had only occurred after his initial consumption of sea shrimp, and the evolutionary shift was more pronounced than subsequent experiences. Could it be due to the change in diet? Each time he tried a new food, the evolutionary impact seemed to far exceed that of subsequent feedings. Xia Qiu shook his head, enduring the discomfort as he awaited the warmth to subside. At that moment, he noticed a group of smaller fish swimming near the carcass of the yellow croaker. The smallest among them measured merely 10 centimeters, while the largest reached around 20 centimeters, exhibiting a cylindrical shape with a dull yellow back and a lighter-colored belly that transitioned to a silvery gray near the tail. They possessed sharp snouts and relatively large eyes. They swam in a school, drawn to the yellow croaker's remains, eagerly consuming the leftover flesh. Sand-dwelling fish. Xia Qiu recognized these fish as resembling sand-dwelling fish, which feed on plankton, pelagic crustaceans, and marine worms, inhabiting the seafloor near coastal areas. Sand-dwelling fish can be found in significant numbers across various national waters, with most located along the southern coast in Huaxia. Considering the yellow croaker, could it be that he was situated in the South China Sea? Xia Qiu formulated a hypothesis, planning to observe further. He remained submerged in the mud, indifferent to the sand-dwelling fish as they swam past, disappearing into the distance. Once the warmth subsided, Xia Qiu gradually emerged, swimming toward the ocean surface. He continued to explore the nearby waters. Pop! Xia Qiu's head broke through the surface, and he gazed into the distance. He discovered that his vision was exceptional. Unlike most fish that could only perceive nearby surroundings, he could see far-off sights with clarity and adjust his focus at will. Furthermore, his perception of color remained rich and vibrant, without significant deviation from before. Most importantly, his field of vision was vastly expanded, enabling him to take in the scenery on both sides. The first two aspects contrasted sharply with most fish, yet Xia Qiu had grown accustomed to his differences. As he looked toward the horizon, he spotted an island to his right, its shoreline characterized by a small sandy slope adorned with verdant vegetation. One particular plant dominated the landscape, reaching heights of 4 to 8 meters, with leaves lush and umbrella-like in shape. Sea mango. This plant thrived in coastal wetlands, riverbanks, and sandy areas of islands. Moreover, it thrives in warm and humid climates, predominantly flourishing in tropical regions. The yellow croaker, the sand borer, and the sea mango. Am I truly situated in the coastal waters of the South China Sea? While pondering this during the summer and autumn, a vessel gradually emerged from the opposite side of the island. This ship, a grand wooden sailing ship, boasted 3 masts and 8 sails, with 2 rows of cannons adorning its sides. On the horizontal sail of the first mast and the uppermost sail of the second mast, a particular design was etched. A seagull, clutching a balance, graced the canvas. Beneath the design on the upper sail, an English word was inscribed, Marine. Upon witnessing this emblem, I stood transfixed. Is this not the insignia of the Navy from One Piece? This is a naval ship. How could it possibly be here? I have not heard of any replicas made to a 1-to-1 scale of a naval vessel, even if such a thing existed. How could it navigate the seas and weave through the islands? Where on earth am I? Chapter 3. The World upon sighting that naval warship. I felt an unsettling sense of peculiarity. A 3-masted sailing warship powered by sails has become obsolete in modern times, rendering it incapable of serving as an authentic war vessel, relegated instead to mere models. Yet, I have never encountered a 1-to-1 scale model of a naval warship, nor would anyone be inclined to craft such a thing. More critically, a replica model could never navigate the seas nor traverse the islands. Xia Qiu sensed something amiss and immediately swam towards the warship. The sailing vessel maintained a speed of approximately 7 to 10 knots, and having just departed from the harbor, it was not moving swiftly, veering to the left of Xia Qiu. Consequently, he angled his swim towards the ship, exerting all his strength to propel himself at maximum speed. He drew closer. As Xia Qiu emerged 10 meters from the warship, he gazed upon the deck where numerous figures appeared. These figures donned white hats adorned with green naval lettering. They were clad in sleeveless white naval uniforms, embellished with blue stripes at the collars, complemented by blue neckerchiefs. However, from Xia Qiu's vantage point, the lower halves of their attire remained obscured. Indeed, their appearance bore a striking resemblance to the naval soldiers depicted in the world of One Piece. In an enigmatic turn of events, Xia Qiu endeavored to approach the vessel, only to discover that, in her perception, the ship resembled the sea itself, rather than a mere boat. The sea tower stone, as installed by Dr. Bank at the ship's hull, allowed the marine entities to perceive the warship as an extension of the ocean, thereby preventing any assaults and facilitating passage through the windless zones. The utility of the sea tower stone is extensive. It does not solely affect the marine entities, but also influences ordinary fish, rendering them susceptible to the dominion of the sea kings. Indeed, the sea tower stone exists. Xia Qiu's heart was filled with astonishment as she observed the battleship slowly receding into the distance. After lingering for a few moments, it immediately submerged beneath the surface, gliding toward the harbor. Upon entering the harbor, Xia Qiu was greeted by the sight of several sailing vessels moored within. These sailboats were not larger than the naval warships, and some appeared rather old and dilapidated, yet they were unmistakably wooden sailing ships. Indeed, they served as a means of transportation, akin to the vessels she had first encountered upon her arrival in this world. These ships were not mere relics for commemoration or collection. They were genuinely functional modes of transit. As Xia Qiu discerned 2 figures busily engaged on one of the sailboats, he cautiously approached, concealing himself beneath the surface of the water, and listened intently. Fish possess an exceptional sense of hearing, despite the absence of external ears. They are equipped with inner ears that can perceive vibrations in the air to distinguish sounds. Some fish are capable of detecting sound vibrations from several kilometers away, and they can even identify their own kind through auditory cues. The frequency at which fish perceive sound largely aligns with that of humans, though a minority exhibit significant variations. As summer draws close to autumn, the sailboat is immediately graced by the voices of 2 individuals. At last, we are rid of these ruffians who, under the guise of maintaining law and order, extort a hefty sum from us each month as a security fee. Yet, when faced with the plundering of pirates, they are always tardy in their response. Each time, they arrive only after the marauders have wreaked havoc, vanquishing the pirates and subsequently claiming the spoils for themselves. These naval forces are more insatiable than the very pirates they pursue. However, it would be remiss to overlook their presence, with the Navy around. Pirates are less likely to strike and seldom resort to murder. The Navy does have its merits. Have you perused today's newspaper? The celestial dragons are visiting the Kingdom of Goa. The Kingdom of Goa? It is the most enchanting country in the East China Sea. I yearn for the day when I can journey there. As Xia Qiu listened to the conversation between the two individuals, her heart was profoundly shaken. The sheer volume of information conveyed in their words left her momentarily unable to fully process it. Firstly, there was the language. They spoke in Japanese, a tongue she had mastered during her 4 years of study in Sakurajima, including her preparatory school, now approaching her 3rd year. Secondly, the content of their dialogue was equally striking, revolving around the existence of both the Navy and pirates in this world. Just moments ago, the Navy had departed after receiving a security fee, indicating that the warship that had just left was not merely a model or a cosplay, but a genuine naval vessel. Moreover, they mentioned the Kingdom of Goa and the Celestial Dragons. The Kingdom of Goa is a significant location within the world of One Piece, where the likes of Sabo, Luffy, and Ace were raised. The term Celestial Dragons refers to the aristocracy of this universe. The Navy, adorned with the insignia of seagulls and scales, along with its unique warships and sea stone, alongside the Kingdom of Goa and the Celestial Dragons, are all distinctive elements of the One Piece realm. These pieces of evidence undeniably confirm that she had indeed entered the world of One Piece. Furthermore, as a fish, her consumption rate, digestion speed, and growth rate far exceeded the standards of her original world. However, in a realm teeming with colossal sea beasts and oceanic creatures stretching 1,000 meters long, such growth rates were not particularly remarkable. She had truly arrived in the world of One Piece. Xia Qiu was utterly astonished, unable to fathom how he had found himself in the world of One Piece. However, compared to the bewildering notion of transforming into a fish, entering the realm of pirates was not so difficult to accept. Through the dialogue between the two, it became evident that the Celestial Dragons were visiting the Goa Kingdom. The only occasion he recalled regarding the Celestial Dragons' visit to Goa Kingdom was when Sabo departed from there. That year, Sabo was 10 years old, Ace was also 10, and Luffy was 7, which corresponds to the year 1510 of the Sea Circle calendar. Yet, whether the Celestial Dragons had visited Goa Kingdom at any other time remains uncertain. Given the grandeur of that welcoming ceremony and the significance the Goa Kingdom placed on the Celestial Dragons, it is likely that it was a singular event. Of course, to ascertain whether that was indeed the case, further investigation would be necessary. Xia Qiu found himself in a world that stirred a myriad of emotions within him. Transformed into a fish, he had inexplicably entered the realm of One Piece. Although One Piece was his favorite manga and he harbored a profound admiration for this vibrant world, he felt that if he were to traverse into such a universe, he should at least be endowed with a more distinguished identity, perhaps as the adopted son of Garp, an apprentice in a dojo, or the heir of a wealthy family. Yet, becoming a mere fish posed an unsettling dilemma. While he possessed the potential for evolution and strengthening, the question lingered, to what extent could he truly grow in power? It was crucial to remember that when Luffy set sail, he had effortlessly defeated a sea king. Moreover, the colossal sea beast, far larger than the Going Merry, stood no chance against Luffy's might. Even the nearshore sea kings were dispatched with ease by Rayleigh. In the world of One Piece, sea kings often served merely as a backdrop, unless one were to summon a sea king capable of dragging the Noah's Ark, which exceeds 5,000 meters in length. They would rarely contend with the highest echelons of strength. However, to transform into such formidable beings seemed a daunting prospect, fraught with uncertainty regarding the time required and the dangers that lay ahead. Xia Qiu yearns for adventure, aspires to become the Pirate King, seeks to join Luffy on daring quests, desires to engage in battles with formidable foes, dreams of orchestrating grand endeavors, wishes to journey to Raftel, longs to uncover the treasure left behind by Roger, and aims to become the strongest in the world. However, the challenges seem insurmountable. I am not the protagonist like Luffy. Perhaps it is best to abandon such dreams and simply lead a humble life. In the transition from summer to autumn, a series of bubbles emerged and gradually sank to the ocean floor. Chapter 4. Growth. Sunlight cascaded down, illuminating the tranquil seabed and rendering everything before my eyes remarkably vivid. Small fish darted through the coral reefs, while shrimp took refuge beneath the sediment. Jellyfish glided gracefully in groups, and schools of fish swam leisurely into the distance. The scenery here was breathtakingly beautiful, vibrant and resplendent in myriad colors. Amidst the sand, a solitary crab moved its limbs cautiously, scuttling sideways towards the horizon. Suddenly, sensing an impending threat, the crab hastened its pace towards a nearby rock. In the distance, a dark shadow approached, revealing itself to be a colossal fish. This fish, measuring approximately 1 meter in length, boasted a robust physique, a sizable head, and massive pectoral fins, propelling itself swiftly towards the crab. Realizing the imminent danger, the crab had no time to seek refuge beneath the rock. It instinctively curled into a tight ball, lying motionless on the sand, hoping to evade detection. Yet, in the next instant, with a resounding snap, the formidable fish lunged forward, opening its gaping maw to capture the crab in one swift bite before ascending. Its jaws clamping shut, rows of razor-sharp teeth crushed the crab's shell, swallowing it whole. After satiating its hunger, the fish did not linger but instead set its sights on a large yellow croaker in the distance, which was frantically attempting to escape. However, the yellow croaker stood no chance against the fish's speed. Drawing closer, the fish surged forward, closing in on the yellow croaker with remarkable velocity. With a decisive snap, the fish struck the midsection of the yellow croaker, shattering its body and consuming it, leaving only the head and tail behind. Now thoroughly satiated, the large fish exhaled a stream of bubbles as it leisurely swam towards the harbor. This fish was named Xia Qiu, after a fortnight of voracious consumption and evolution. Xia Qiu had grown to over 1 meter in length, weighing more than 50 pounds, and its physique had undergone significant transformation. Originally possessing a single dorsal fin, a new fin had emerged near its tail, seamlessly connecting with the caudal fin. Moreover, Xia Qiu had replaced its teeth twice, with each new set becoming longer, sturdier, and sharper, along with the emergence of 2 additional rows of teeth within, now equipped with 3 rows of formidable teeth and immense biting power. Even the toughest crab shells were no match for it. Xia Qiu had undeniably become the undisputed ruler of the waters near the island. In addition to its physical prowess, Xia Qiu's appetite had surged dramatically. It now consumed at least 1 pound of food per meal, with its maximum intake reaching up to 3 pounds. A single pound of food was typically consumed within approximately an hour, while a 3-pound feast required no less than 3 hours, if not more, for digestion. During the transition from summer to autumn, consuming a greater quantity at once allows one to acquire more time for action. During the summer and autumn, Xia Qiu dedicates this period to exploring the information of the world around him. His means of inquiry are limited to observation and listening, while his view of the ocean is constrained. He spends the majority of his time eavesdropping on the conversations of the island's inhabitants, fishermen setting sail and children frolicking by the shore. Most of these exchanges are trivial, however. A select few pieces of information lead Xia Qiu to ascertain that he indeed resides in the world of One Piece, specifically in the East Blue. He has thoroughly surveyed the small island, noting that to the south lies the sea where he arrived. To the east is the harbor. To the north are jagged cliffs and the vast ocean, while the west is bordered by a shallow reef. The island stretches approximately 4 kilometers from east to west and 1 kilometer from north to south, encompassing an area of 4 square kilometers, which is not particularly large. On this island exists a village named Nera Village, which boasts a modest population. The village chief, named Kalido, is a portly middle-aged man who has visited the harbor once and earned the respect of many fishermen. The village thrives on salt production, with numerous salt pans dotting the landscape, while only a handful of fishermen venture out to catch fish. Both salt and marine products are regularly acquired by cargo ships that arrive daily for procurement and supply transportation. Beyond the occasional names mentioned by the fishermen, acquiring additional information proves to be quite challenging. The summer and autumn have simultaneously confirmed that the present time is indeed the year 1510 of the sea circle calendar, drawing near to the year's end. In this year, Luffy and Usopp are 7, Sabo and Ace are 10, while Sanji and Zoro are 9, and Nami is 8. This year marks the moment when Luffy inadvertently consumed the gum-gum fruit, and when Shanks lost his arm to a sea king while rescuing Luffy. It is the year Luffy vowed to become a pirate, receiving the straw hat from Shanks. Upon learning of this, Garp took him from Fusha village to Mount Kalbo, where he entrusted him to the bandit leader, Dayton, leading him to meet Ace and Sabo, thus forging a profound friendship. 6 months later, still within this year, or before March of the following year, Sabo set sail, encountering the celestial dragons while visiting the Goa kingdom, where he was attacked by cannon fire. Sabo was rescued by Dragon and subsequently joined the Revolutionary Army. In this year, Redleg Zeph led the Cook pirates to the Grand Line, returning to the East Blue a year later. Moreover, this year also marks the beginning of Xia Qiu's journey into the world of One Piece, transforming into a fish. Xia Qiu understands that this year holds great significance. Luffy's vow to become a pirate indirectly influences the tumultuous changes that will unfold in the future. However, it bears no relevance to him. What Xia Qiu currently values is merely to satisfy her hunger and to live a better life. As summer and autumn approached the harbor, they swam towards the depths of the sea, moving away from the port. The water grew increasingly deeper, and while summer and autumn could sense the rising pressure, their immense size rendered them largely unaffected by it. As summer transitioned into autumn, it wasn't long before a shipwreck emerged before me. This was a sizable, double-masted fishing vessel, measuring approximately 12 meters in length with an expansive hold. At that moment, the mast of the fishing boat lay shattered, the keel fractured. Yet it had not completely split into 2 halves. The hull was breached, revealing a gaping hole. Xia Qiu entered the cabin through the large opening, his immense figure exerting tremendous pressure. Instantly, small fish were startled awake, darting in all directions through the gaps of the cabin. Xia Qiu descended slowly, unperturbed, aligning its form with the sandy depths, ultimately coming to rest. This was the refuge discovered by Xia Qiu, despite its formidable size. There were no adversaries in the waters surrounding the island. Nevertheless, Xia Qiu yearned for a sanctuary, a place to repose when not foraging. Furthermore, should a powerful foe emerge, this location could serve as a concealed haven and sanctuary. Xia Qiu concealed himself in the shadows beneath the cabin wall, patiently awaiting the depletion of sustenance within his body. The currents of warmth coursed through him. Compared to Xuexin's current physique, this heat facilitated an evolution within his form that rendered the sensation of growth's pain obsolete. However, it wasn't long before Xia Qiu sensed an unusual itch upon the surface of his body. What could it be? As the summer and autumn seasons drifted into a state of bewilderment, the increasingly intense sensation of itchiness became unbearable. What exactly transpired? Note: Luffy acquired the fruit at the age of 7 and subsequently met Ace and Sabo, remaining 7 until Sabo departed. In the first chapter, Luffy consumed the fruit. Shanks lost his arm, and shortly thereafter, it was stated that Luffy would set sail 10 years later. In a flashback, after Sabo's departure, 7 years passed before Ace set out to sea, followed by another 3 years until Luffy embarked on his journey, totaling a decade. Both events occurred when Luffy was 7, essentially within the same year. Luffy celebrates his birthday in May, but considering Sabo's birthday falls in March, the latest possible date for Sabo's departure would be in March 1511. Some comments on this chapter suggest that Luffy and Sabo spent a considerable amount of time together. However, the reality is that their time together was less than a year, likely between 6 to 10 months. Chapter 5. Transformation. The sensation of itchiness intensified to an unbearable degree, prompting Summer and Autumn to rise slowly, leaning against the ship's cabin, engaging in delicate friction. As summer transitioned into autumn, the sensation of itchiness diminished significantly. However, with the friction, certain elements began to shed from the body. What are these elements? Xia Qiu abruptly halted her actions and gazed into the darkness, yet the obscurity rendered her vision ineffective. Consequently, she exited the cabin and sought out a rock, resuming her friction. With each rub, scales began to shed, cascading down like fallen leaves. Xia Qiu ceased his movements, gazing at the scales strewn upon the ground, gray, tinged with yellow, and mottled with brownish-yellow hues. Even as he halted, the scales continued to shed slowly. What could be the cause of this? The loss of scales is certainly not a benign occurrence. Scales serve a plethora of vital functions. They act as a protective barrier for the body, preventing moisture loss, and can also be employed for camouflage while safeguarding against microorganisms and infections. Furthermore, scales diminish friction and resistance, rendering it difficult for predators to grasp the body. Fish scales exhibit a myriad of shapes, classified into shield scales, hard scales, round scales, and ctenoid scales. His own scales were round scales, a variant of bony scales. To his astonishment, they had begun to fall away. Most fish do not shed their scales throughout their lives. Rather, the scales grow gradually alongside the fish, developing concentric rings of varying widths. By examining the number of these rings, one can discern the age of the fish. When scales are lost, it may be due to their inherent fragility, but more often it is a consequence of parasites and bacteria. Could there be parasites and bacteria within his own body? The persistent itching heightened Xia Qiu's anxiety. Yet he could only resign himself to the unfolding events. He retreated into the cabin, awaiting with cautious anticipation. As the scales continued to fall, nearly 2 hours later, a considerable patch of scales lay scattered on the floor, with almost half of them having succumbed to the process. As Xia Qiu inadvertently brushed against the sill of the cabin and the ground, he experienced a heightened sense of awareness, accompanied by a slight pang of pain. This was unacceptable. Without the protective armor of scales, his body would become vulnerable. Yet, at that moment, Xia Qiu sensed a prickling sensation on his skin, a localized pain reminiscent of a needle's sting. As the summer and autumn seasons converge, a sense of tension envelopes me. What is this torment that I endure? The pain intensifies, expanding its reach. It initially resides near the tail, then spreads, ultimately encompassing a significant portion of my body. Each area aflame with a prickling sensation. It feels as though a multitude of needles is incessantly piercing through me, inflicting immense agony. Could this be the consequence of scale shedding? Yet, in the next moment, the pain escalates once more, as if something is penetrating my skin, gradually manifesting. What could this be? As summer transitions into autumn, a gradual sensation of warmth envelopes the body, beginning at the tail and slowly developing a profound sense of fullness. Xia Qiu hurriedly emerged from the cabin, stepping onto the sandy ground, enduring the discomfort caused by the gritty particles against her skin. She then swayed her body, bending it into a graceful arc. As she contorted to a certain extent, Xia Qiu beheld the sight near her tail, new scales. She had grown new scales. Although such shedding of scales is relatively uncommon, it is not unheard of among various fish on Earth. In the realm of One Piece, however, it is far from extraordinary. As Xia Qiu observed the new scales, he noted that their shape bore a resemblance to the shed circular scales, yet the edges were adorned with serrated protrusions. These were the ctenoid scales. Originally possessing circular scales, he had now transformed into one with ctenoid scales. Both ctenoid and circular scales are bony, unique to bony fishes. However, ctenoid scales are more commonly found among higher-order fish, such as the Perciformes. Fish with ctenoid scales tend to be larger in size, some even reaching lengths exceeding 2 meters. A notable example of this transformation is the herring, which exhibits circular scales during its juvenile stage and transitions to ctenoid scales as an adult. His own ctenoid scales had also undergone a change in coloration. Previously a pale gray, the area near the belly had taken on a yellow hue, while the section closer to the back appeared brownish yellow. Now, the scales gleamed with a silvery sheen, the scales themselves being silver, with the edges turning white, shimmering brilliantly and presenting a most pleasing aesthetic. Realizing that his scales were merely undergoing regeneration, Xia Qiu felt a sense of relief. It was merely a change of scales, not the result of illness, parasites, or any other affliction. Xia Qiu let out a sigh of relief and quietly awaited in the cabin, feeling as though the pain had somewhat diminished. However, at that moment, a sensation of hunger washed over him. So soon? He had consumed a considerable amount this time, enough to sustain him for over 3 hours, yet now, less than 2 hours had passed, and he was already feeling famished. In the late summer and early autumn, one must venture out of the cabin in search of sustenance. Snap. In the summer and autumn, it consumed 2 or 3 sea shrimps. Now, it devours them without the need to expel the heads, tails, or claws, crushing them entirely before they vanish into its belly, amidst the shoals of sand-dwelling fish. In a moment of discovery, Xia Qiu stumbled upon a school of sand-dwelling fish, prompting an immediate and frantic dispersal among the creatures. However, Xia Qiu's speed was unparalleled, allowing him to swiftly seize one of the fish. With a single, decisive bite, his 3 rows of razor-sharp teeth severed the fish's body, consuming the majority of it while leaving only the head behind. The sound of the feast echoed splash, 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 as summer and autumn relentlessly pursue the schools of fish. They often manage to catch up with those that attempt to flee in the opposite direction, devouring them whole. Before long, this group of sand-dwelling fish had consumed a significant portion, amounting to 7 or 8 individuals. Yet, this was insufficient. Subsequently, it continued its search, its body gliding close to the seabed, seeking out marine shrimp and crabs. After feasting on 2 crabs and several shrimp, Xia Qiu feasted upon 2 solitary fish, satiating his hunger before leisurely returning to the cabin. The scales continued to shed, gradually giving way to new growth. In this process of regeneration, Xia Qiu's digestive speed significantly increased, compelling him to continue his pursuit of prey. Thus, 2 days passed in this manner. As summer transitions into autumn, all the round scales shed, replaced by a more compact and lustrous layer of ribbed scales that shimmer with a silvery sheen. During this process of molting, the form of the creature also undergoes a transformation, becoming increasingly rounded. As the summer and autumn approached, one leaned against a raised plank of the boat, suddenly shifting one's body, which resulted in a swift withdrawal. With a sharp crack, the plank fractured and was flung away, yet the body experienced no pain. The scales grew even more resilient, and the physique became robust and powerful. One had become stronger. As summer transitions to autumn, a palpable transformation within the body is felt, filling the heart with immense joy. Becoming stronger renders the act of survival considerably more effortless. In the transition from summer to autumn, one does not aspire to possess the formidable strength akin to that of the Sea King, yet possessing the ability to safeguard oneself is essential. Currently, in proximity to the islands, I find myself devoid of adversaries. The fish in these waters predominantly measure between 20 and 30 centimeters, with the longest reaching a mere 50 centimeters, which is considered relatively substantial. In the present day, Xia Qiu measures over a meter in length, adorned with resilient scales and a robust physique, complemented by formidable pectoral fins that grant it remarkable speed. Its jaws are lined with 3 rows of sharp teeth, capable of cracking even the hard shells of crabs. Within this marine territory, Xia Qiu reigns as an invincible entity. Yet, upon venturing slightly deeper into the ocean, still within the coastal expanse, one can encounter even larger fish, some measuring over 2 to 3 meters in length. The mere shadow of these colossal beings sends Xia Qiu retreating, extinguishing its desire for exploration. Constrained by the depths of the water, these giants prefer the high-pressure zones and seldom approach Xia Qiu's domain. However, a lingering fear haunts Xia Qiu. What if one day, by chance, they discover it? Thus, Xia Qiu recognizes that it must continue to grow stronger. Chapter 6. Injuries at the ocean floor. Xia Qiu gaped wide, swallowing a pomfret whole. It glanced around, noting that all the fish had vanished, yet its belly still craved sustenance. After 2 weeks of growth, Xia Qiu now approaches 2 meters in length and weighs approximately 200 pounds, its appearance having undergone a significant transformation. Firstly, its body has taken on a spindle shape, remarkably robust, and cloaked in silvery scales. Secondly, its head has become exceedingly large, reminiscent of a catfish, but not flattened. The top is rounded, with a slight protrusion at the center forming a vertical line. Furthermore, its mouth has developed a wide gape, capable of achieving astonishing angles. The teeth within have been replaced with 2 sets, now longer, thicker, and sharper, arranged in 4 layers. Additionally, Xia Qiu has grown a pair of whiskers near its mouth, each approximately 30 centimeters long. These whiskers serve vital functions, acting as tools for gauging length and assessing whether it can navigate through certain spaces. They also sense ocean currents and provide tactile feedback when touching objects, greatly aiding in nocturnal hunting. Moreover, Xia Qiu's dorsal fins have undergone transformation, They have thickened and sprouted sturdy spines. The first dorsal fin takes on a vertical triangular shape, with hard spines protruding from the front. The second dorsal fin is elongated, rectangular in form, and adorned with 4 to 5 hard spines that enhance its structure, causing the fin to undulate like waves, culminating in a distinctly pointed apex. The development of these spines enhances Xia Qiu's vertical stability in the water and affords it a measure of defensive capability. Simultaneously, Xia Qiu's appetite has become astonishing. It consumes approximately 7 to 8 pounds in a single feeding, with the potential to reach 12 pounds at most, requiring several meals daily, exceeding half its body weight in food. Those fish that subsist solely on smaller fish, plankton, crustaceans, marine worms, and algae can no longer satiate Xia Qiu's growing hunger. In the summer and autumn, one must inevitably expand their hunting grounds, venturing into more distant regions to pursue larger marine fish. Whoosh! As summer transitions into autumn, the waters extend into the distance, growing increasingly profound, while the light in the ocean's depths fades into obscurity. Surrounding fish exhibit a remarkable increase in size, with numerous specimens measuring between 50 and 60 centimeters in length. Could they be bass? Xia Qiu had fixed her gaze upon a distant fish, measuring approximately 60 centimeters in length. Its body was laterally compressed, with a pronounced dorsal profile and a somewhat pointed head, complemented by a large mouth. The surface was adorned with minute tenoid scales, while the operculum exhibited serrated edges. Renowned for its fierce temperament, this predator feasted upon fish and shrimp alike. The striped base can grow to about 1 meter in length, with weights exceeding 20 pounds. The fish before her, however, measured 60 centimeters and weighed roughly 8 pounds. Indeed, it was the one. In an instant, Xia Qiu surged forth, racing towards the distant base. With a splash, the base sensed Xia Qiu's approach, its massive form emanating an aura of intimidation. Despite its fierce temperament, the base opted for flight. In a swift motion, it undulated its body and swam away into the depths. However, it had barely traveled a short distance when Xia Qiu's formidable figure closed in, accelerating once more to snap at its tail. With a crunch, the enormous head engulfed a significant portion of the base, its 4 rows of sharp teeth clamping down, leaving a gaping wound in its wake. A splatter erupted as the rear half of the base burst forth in a cloud of crimson mist, lifeless and irrevocably defeated. Undeterred, Xia Qiu continued to gnaw, consuming the entirety of the fish's body, save for its head, and then set out in search of additional sustenance. In the late summer and early autumn, one plans to indulge in a greater quantity of food to maximize their intake, thereby prolonging the digestive process. However, at this moment, a throng of fish approaches, glistening with silver. These fish are not particularly long, measuring only 30 to 40 centimeters, with slender bodies and relatively large heads, their mouths wide and shimmering. There are numerous individuals, nearly 30 or 40, representing the largest school of fish that Xia Qiu has ever encountered. He gradually lowers his form, patiently biding his time, intending to launch an attack once they draw nearer. As these fish swim closer, some begin to feast upon the remnants of the fallen bass. A few descend to gnaw at the bones below. Yet, a greater number of fish surge towards Xia Qiu. Xia Qiu momentarily hesitated, her form swaying as she contemplated retreat. Yet, in the blink of an eye, she found herself encircled by these fish. In the next instant, they gaped their mouths wide, lunging towards her. Within their jaws lay sharp teeth. This is troubling. Although these fish are diminutive, their teeth are razor-sharp, and their numbers are overwhelming, capable of attacking creatures far larger than themselves. It is no wonder they thrive in this region. Faced with such foes, Xia Qiu hastened her retreat. Yet a few still managed to bite her. A faint sound echoed as their teeth failed to penetrate her scales. Moreover, Xia Qiu's body is relatively robust. Their gaping mouths are incapable of engulfing her, resorting only to piercing her flesh with their teeth, shielded by her smooth, hard scales. They are utterly incapable of inflicting any harm upon her. There is no threat. As summer and autumn ceased their retreat, they opened wide their jaws and seized a fish. With a crunch, the fish was swiftly crushed and swallowed whole. Xia Qiu had devoured 2 or 3 fish in succession, yet the remaining fish did not flee. Instead, they continued their assault. It was futile. You are utterly incapable of breaching my defenses. Just as Xia Qiu was lost in such thoughts, an unexpected surge of pain suddenly coursed through. The fish's whiskers during late summer and autumn, near the tail fin and dorsal fin, as well as the pectoral fins and abdomen, have begun to experience a sensation of pain. These areas lack the protective scales or are inherently fragile. Damn it. Xia Qiu felt a surge of anger, yet she understood that lingering on the matter would yield no benefit. Thus, she twisted her body, attempting to dislodge the fish that clung to her. However, a portion remained, particularly on her abdomen. Resolutely, Xia Qiu lowered herself, dragging her body across the sandy ground, determined to expel them all. With a sudden thud, she succeeded. In the summer and autumn, the fish's tail swayed, striking against 2 fish and sending them flying before dashing into the distance. The smaller fish pursued, yet could not match the speed of the summer and autumn, trailing further behind. Before long, summer and autumn returned to the sunken ship, injured. A segment of its whiskers had been bitten off, its belly and pectoral fins were wounded, as well as the connection between its tail fin and body. Cursed fate. to be injured on the ocean floor. One could only wonder how long the healing process would take. Moreover, the abundance of marine microorganisms posed a risk of infection. However, at that moment, the food within Summer and Autumn began to digest, transforming into a torrent of warmth that coursed throughout its body. Accompanying this surge of heat, a tingling sensation emerged at the sites of injury, indicating a process of healing. Its wounds were mending. In just an hour, as the sustenance was consumed, Summer and Autumn's whiskers had returned to their original state. Its regenerative abilities were remarkably potent. As long as there was ample nourishment, its body could mend its injuries. However, the healing process would require additional energy, thus accelerating the onset of hunger. Xia Qiu discerned this fact and utterly relinquished his worries. Chapter 7. Shark hunting. In the vast expanse of the ocean, sunlight cascaded down, illuminating the waters before him. The brilliance of the sea gradually diminished with depth. Closer to the seabed, the light became muted, and the area visible shrank significantly. Just a dozen meters away lay an abyss of profound darkness. This region remained within the nearshore zone, yet the size and length of the fish had markedly increased. Many solitary fish exceeded 1 meter in length, boasting sharp teeth and formidable physiques. Meanwhile, schools of fish numbered over 50, sometimes reaching 100 or 200. Most of them were adorned with vicious teeth. And even fish measuring 3 to 4 meters in length would be reduced to mere skeletons when surrounded by these predators. Suddenly, the surrounding fish scattered in terror. A figure darted forth, seizing a massive pomfret approximately 1 meter long. With a single bite, a substantial portion of its body vanished. It voraciously tore into the pomfret's flesh. This was a Galiocerdo cuvier, commonly known as the tiger shark, measuring over 3 meters in length and possessing a robust, spindle-shaped body. As it gnawed at the pomfret, its layers of razor-sharp teeth emanated a menacing aura. In mere moments, it devoured most of the pomfret, leaving only its large head and shattered bones behind. The pomfret weighed around 22 pounds, with the consumed portion accounting for about 14 to 15 pounds. For a tiger shark nearing 3.5 meters in length and weighing close to 800 pounds, this pomfret was hardly sufficient. It slowly ascended, intent on continuing its hunt. However, at that moment, the pomfret's head gradually fell. With a soft thud, the head landed on a massive, jet-black stone, emitting a faint sound as it rolled onto the adjacent sand. Yet, in that instant, the black stone stirred, transforming into a shadow that surged upward. With a thunderous splash, its immense body broke through the water, lunging toward the shark. Noticing the disturbance in the water, the shark immediately recognized its adversary, observing its larger size without a hint of fear. Instead, it charged forward, carving an arc through the water to evade the blackfish's head, maneuvering toward its flank. The blackfish attempted to adjust its position but was sluggish, allowing the tiger shark to close in to within 5 meters. In the next moment, the tiger shark darted like a sword, aiming for the blackfish's underbelly. What did size matter? The tiger shark had encountered much larger prey. As long as it targeted the vital areas, it could easily dispatch its opponent. As the tiger shark swiftly approached, it opened its massive jaws, poised to strike. But at that instant, the blackfish's enormous body suddenly twisted, its powerful tail arcing out. With a resounding impact, the tail struck the shark's upper jaw, causing it to falter momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, the blackfish surged forward, slicing through the water and barreling toward the shark's side. Such speed was a stark contrast to its previous sluggishness. Just as the tiger shark regained its balance, the blackfish reached its flank, opening its jaws wide to clamp down on its body. With a crunch, the blackfish's massive jaws closed around the tiger shark's side. The shark was bitten, its body instinctively writhing, yet the movement, combined with the blackfish's teeth and body sway, resulted in a significant chunk being torn away from its side. In an instant, a substantial portion of the shark vanished, the bitten section exploding into a cloud of blood mist that dispersed in the ocean. As the blood cloud rose, the tiger shark flipped over, lifeless. The blackfish swallowed the morsel, opened its jaws wide, and lunged forward once more, tearing off another piece of flesh to consume. The tiger shark's carcass began its descent to the ocean floor, with the blackfish in pursuit, eager to capture it. However, in the next moment, the blackfish abruptly sensed danger, retreating swiftly, having distanced itself by 4 or 5 meters. A swarm of deep blue fish surged forth, numbering 200 to 300, swiftly enveloping the shark's remains. The sounds of gnawing filled the water as the tiger shark's body disappeared at a visibly accelerated pace. These fish were entirely purple, averaging 20 to 30 centimeters in length, yet possessed sharp teeth and wide mouths. While a portion of the purple fish feasted on the tiger shark's remains, another group, numbering 70 to 80, converged on the blackfish, encircling it and commencing their assault. Yet, the blackfish's scales proved impervious to their attacks. Some of the fish targeted the blackfish's abdomen, the connection of its tail fin, and its eyes. The scales on the blackfish's abdomen remained thick, effectively thwarting their attempts to bite. When the purple fish attacked its eyes, the blackfish lowered its eyelids, shielding itself from their onslaught. As the purple fish aimed for its whiskers, they were met with a gaping maw. One by one, the purple fish were crushed and consumed, vanishing before the blackfish. With a single bite, the blackfish devoured 5 to 6 purple fish, causing more than 20 to disappear in an instant. Meanwhile, The other purple fish that had been attacking the tiger shark had completely consumed its body and were now heading toward the black fish like a swirling purple vortex. Realizing the impending danger, the black fish hastily retreated, transforming into a shadow as it vanished from sight. Though a few purple fish pursued, they quickly fell behind after swimming 100 meters. The black fish continued its journey until the waters brightened, eventually entering a trench where it submerged, concealing itself within. These purple fish were indeed perilous, the black fish pondered, as it was an evolved version of Xia Qiu. At this juncture, Xia Qiu's length approached 4 meters. Weighing over 1,200 pounds, its head was massive, with a prominently elevated forehead that was exceedingly hard. The upper and lower jaws protruded, forming a wide fissure filled with 6 layers of teeth. The front teeth were sharp while the rear ones were flat. 6 whiskers, the longest nearing 70 centimeters, extended from either side of its mouth, enhancing its sensitivity and control. Its eyes had developed eyelids, capable of closing, and were remarkably resilient, capable of withstanding the bites of certain fish. In the transition from summer to autumn, the physique becomes more robust, evolving from a flattened and oval shape to a spindle form, with the lower portion adorned with black scales. The scales undergo 2 further transformations. As they descend into deeper waters, the illumination diminishes, causing the scales to shift from a silvery hue to a dark gray, ultimately culminating in a complete metamorphosis into black. Although the scales retain their comb-like structure, they have grown significantly larger, each one comparable in size to an adult's palm, exhibiting remarkable hardness. The dorsal fin of Xia Qiu has become more robust, with prominent, hardened spines that possess formidable offensive capabilities. The pectoral fins resemble scythes, while the caudal fin takes on a broom-like shape, harmonizing with its spindle-shaped body to provide immense propulsion. At present, Xia Qiu boasts considerable strength. As long as it encounters fish that do not surpass it in size, there is no cause for fear. Even sharks approaching 5 meters in length can fall prey to Xia Qiu. However, the sole concern for Xia Qiu lies with the smaller, yet numerous schools of fish. If the school comprises fewer than 100, there is little to worry about. Even if it sustains some injuries, recovery can be swift. Yet, when faced with schools of 200 to 300, retreat becomes imperative. For instance, the recently encountered purple fish, unique to the world of One Piece, exhibits high aggressions. While Xia Qiu can contend with 60 or 70, it must flee from 200 to 300. In these waters, despite the myriad dangers, as long as Xia Qiu remains cautious, it is unlikely to encounter life-threatening peril. Nonetheless, a sense of monotony has begun to creep in. After 1.5 months in this realm, Xia Qiu has grown from a mere 30 centimeters to an impressive 4 meters. The pace of this growth is astonishing, surpassing even the other marine creatures it has observed. Xia Qiu has become oblivious to the pace of her evolution, having fully embraced her identity as a fish. Yet, the most frequent activity she engages in each day is traversing from shallower waters to deeper depths to hunt, only to return afterward to digest and rest. Perpetually caught in this monotonous cycle, this existence, devoid of any glimmer of hope, stifles any semblance of interest in the continuation of life. Xia Qiu yearns to communicate with others, to behold the world and experience its resplendent scenery. Within Xia Qiu's heart, a burgeoning desire for adventure slowly takes root. However, the fear of danger extinguishes these aspirations. It is not yet strong enough. In the gentle transition from summer to autumn, the great creature submerged itself into the depths of the ocean, lowering its eyelids to commence a period of rest. Chapter 8. The capture. As dawn broke, the sun gradually ascended in the distance, casting its radiant light and shattering the night's hold. The village of Naval began to bustle with life. Wisps of smoke spiraled upwards as villagers embarked on their daily toil. A seagull, burdened with a satchel, glided down from the sky, alighting upon a rock on the island, tilting its neck to emit a call. Upon hearing the call, many villagers emerged from their homes, approaching the bird to exchange coins for a newspaper. "Mother, I'm going out to play." A young boy, around 8 or 9 years old, swiftly finished his breakfast, slamming his bowl down onto the table before standing up and calling out to his mother, who was busily engaged nearby. She, a gentlewoman, looked at him with care and cautioned, "Eli, you may go out to play, but do not run about carelessly. The Navy is coming today to collect the security fee, so keep your distance from the village chief's residence and avoid any confrontation with the Navy. If you see them, keep your distance." "I understand," Eli replied, nodding earnestly. The woman continued, "And be sure not to approach the seaside. A gigantic fish has been spotted near the island. Be cautious." "Can I go to the beach?" Eli lifted his gaze to his mother, eager to ask. "I want to collect seashells." Shaking her head, she replied, "No, it's too dangerous." "Fine," Eli relented, nodding before dashing out of the house towards the village's edge. There stood a sturdy tree, its lush green canopy resembling a splendid crown. Eli settled beneath the tree, patiently awaiting the arrival of his friends. Soon enough, a little girl approached. "Leah." Eli waved at her. "Eli." Leah beamed, revealing her toothless grin. "Is Angelo not here yet? I don't know what he is up to." Eli responded, a hint of annoyance in his tone. "He should be here soon." After a considerable wait, a figure finally appeared in the distance, running towards them. "Angelo, you're so slow," Eli exclaimed, slightly irritated. "The Navy is coming to the village today. And it took a lot of convincing for my father to let me come out to play, said Angelo, who was somewhat shorter and sported a bowl haircut. Appearing a bit dull-witted, Leah waved her hand dismissively. It's all right, let us just go play. What are we playing today? Angelo inquired, looking at the duo. I originally wanted to go to the beach to collect seashells, but my mother said there's a giant fish there, so we can't, Eli lamented. My father warned me too. He said the fish is 6 or 7 meters long, capable of capsizing small boats, and told me to stay away from the seaside. Leah added, Don't worry, Angelo assured them with a grin. My father told me that the Navy is coming, and he will ask them to deal with it. That's wonderful. Eli exclaimed, his spirits lifted. Lieutenant Crummy, this is the security fee for today. The village chief cautiously handed a cloth bag to a man in a Navy uniform. Very well, Lieutenant Crummy replied, inspecting the contents of the bag filled with berries. Nodding in satisfaction. Our naval unit, Division 154, will continue to protect Gnarl Village. After a yawn, he added, It's getting late. We should be on our way. However, the village chief interjected, Lieutenant Crummy, we're facing some troubles in Gnarl Village, and we hope the Navy can assist us. Troubles? Crummy turned his gaze towards the chief, inquiring, Were you attacked by pirates? We did not receive any information from you. No, the chief quickly clarified, It's a fish. A fish? Crummy frowned. What is there to worry about? This fish is enormous, at least over 6 meters long, wandering near the island, and now everyone is afraid to approach the sea. The chief explained. I see, Crummy nodded. Just one fish? We can help you eliminate it. That would be a great relief. The chief expressed his gratitude promptly. Yet Crummy scoffed. Dealing with such a fish will require cannon fire, and it may necessitate the personal intervention of the major. Our resources are quite stretched. I understand. The chief quickly produced another bag filled with berries, slightly smaller yet bulging. Leave it to us. Crummy accepted the bag, signaling to the soldiers to return to the warship. Major Berlioz, this is the situation. Crummy handed both bags to the man seated behind a desk. Eliminating a fish? What a troublesome task. This amount is utterly insufficient. Major Berlioz, a robust man, scrutinized the compensation for dealing with the fish, expressing his dissatisfaction. Crummy hastily replied. The village is impoverished. This is the most they can offer. Then let us assist them. Berlioz finally conceded, taking the 2 bags. The colonel is still waiting for the security fees at the Manro town base. We must return by tomorrow at the latest. You will be in charge of this operation, leading the sailors to eliminate the fish, and you may utilize the cannons. Yes, sir, Crummy promptly agreed, exiting the room and closing the door behind him, his expression darkening. I am responsible, but the sailors will execute the task. Even if we deploy cannons, ultimately, the base will foot the bill. Yet, the reward will be pocketed solely by you, without even a thought of sharing. Such occurrences have transpired many times before. Greed, seeking glory, recklessness, and a foul temper, all these traits I find loathsome in my superior. With a grim countenance, Crummy stepped out onto the deck, commanding 4 sailors to procure freshly slaughtered pigs and cattle from the village, while instructing them to gather large fishing hooks, nets, bows, crossbows, and harpoons. Subsequently, all sailors commenced their preparations for the capture operation. As evening descended, the magnificent creature glided into the harbor, immediately catching the scent of blood. What is this? Xia Qiu followed the scent of blood towards the harbor, where a formidable naval warship loomed, its massive hull exuding an oppressive aura. Nearby, in the water, a lamb floated, its body stained with remnants of blood, releasing a gruesome aroma into the air. What could this mean? The moment Xia Qiu caught sight of the lamb, a spark ignited in her eyes. She realized that her culinary fortunes might finally take a turn for the better. As the summer and autumn approached the lamb, they opened their mouths, poised to take a bite. Yet, just as they were about to close their jaws, they retracted their bodies, revealing a wide grin, accompanied by silent mockery. Did they think I would fall for such a ruse? A naval warship loomed nearby, with the lamb ensnared by an iron chain and encircled by a fishing net. This was clearly a trap set to ensnare prey. In this expansive sea, the only creature worth such elaborate efforts was none other than myself. There was no way I would be ensnared. Chapter 9. Breaking the waves. Evening had descended, yet the elusive fish had yet to appear. Was there truly danger lurking, or were the villagers merely spinning tales? On the warship, a sailor stationed at the rail could not contain his thoughts. Karume shook his head and replied, No, they paid a handsome reward for this fish. It cannot be a fabrication. A reward? Another sailor's eyes sparkled with excitement, a hint of joy gracing his face. For these sailors, whose salaries were modest at best, such extra earnings could greatly enhance their livelihood. Karume nodded in agreement. The reward is approximately 300,000 berries and has already been entrusted to Colonel Bulleo. Colonel Bulleo? One sailor sighed, shaking his head. It seems we shall receive nothing. Indeed, with the colonel holding it, there is no way we can claim any portion, another sailor added, unable to restrain his disappointment. Silence. Lieutenant Karume, overhearing their conversation, stifled a smirk, but maintained a stern expression as he chastised. Do not speak ill of the colonel behind his back. Yes, the sailors quickly acquiesced, but their expressions betrayed their dissatisfaction. What is that? At that moment, a sailor peering into the sea suddenly shouted, Lieutenant Kurume and several sailors rushed to the rail, gazing downwards to behold a massive shadow slowly approaching in the water. How enormous! A sailor exclaimed, astonished at the size of the fish lurking in such depths, wondering how it had grown so large. What shall we do? Another sailor looked to Lieutenant Kurume for guidance. Remain silent and wait for it to bite, Kurume instructed briskly. Once it takes the bait, swiftly reel in the net. And ready the crossbows and harpoons. The sailors aboard the ship prepared themselves, aiming 2 crossbows and 2 harpoons at the approaching dark fish. The colossal creature inched closer to the bait, mouth agape, ready to devour the hook. It's hooked. One sailor whispered in excitement. Prepare. Lieutenant Kurume raised his hand. The others awaiting his command to unleash their assault upon the fish. Yet, at that moment, the dark fish suddenly retreated, closing its mouth. Huh? The crew was momentarily stunned, puzzled as to why it had chosen to withdraw at the last moment. Lieutenant, what should we do? A soldier inquired cautiously. Wait, Kurume clung to hope. Fixated on the dark fish, wishing for it to return. But as he observed the creature turning away, he could not afford to delay any longer, shouting, act now. At his command, the net swiftly closed in from 3 sides, attempting to ensnare the fish. 4 sailors simultaneously released their arrows from the crossbows and harpoons aimed at the dark fish. You cannot escape. Kurume gritted his teeth, but in the blink of an eye, the dark fish executed a swift maneuver, swimming toward the ship, evading the tightening net. Its agile movements allowed it to dodge both the short and long arrows. Yet, it was still struck. With a thud, neither the crossbows nor the harpoons inflicted any harm upon it. The dark fish glided alongside the ship, diving deeper into the ocean, evading capture. Lieutenant Kurume's expression darkened, his teeth clenched in frustration. Prepare the cannons. But in the next instant, a sailor shouted, it's swimming toward the bow. We cannot reach it with the cannons. Defeated, Kurume struck his fist against the deck, his expression tinged with bitterness. The fish had evaded the bait, expertly revealing the only escape from the net, and neither the harpoons nor the crossbows had inflicted any damage. It had deftly avoided the cannon fire as well. In the harbor, maneuvering the ship into position was nearly impossible. They could not launch an attack against it. This fish was far too clever. Damn it. After all the effort to lure it here, are we to simply let it slip away? At that moment, a voice rang out, a pack of fools. Unable to capture a mere fish. As the voice echoed, a towering figure emerged not far away, bare-chested, with robust muscles radiating strength, wielding a harpoon in each hand. Colonel Boyeo. Upon seeing the figure, Kurume could not help but exclaim, leave it to me. I shall slay it, declared Colonel Boyeo as he stepped forward, gripping his harpoons tightly, leaping into the sea. Colonel Boyeo intends to dive in? A sailor pondered, wide-eyed. Will he succeed? Another sailor expressed his apprehension. Underwater. A sharp sting pierced through summer and autumn as the arrow struck. Though they did not breach the scales, the impact was enough to elicit a sensation of pain. As summer and autumn clung to the vessel's hull, they descended into the depths, evading the encroaching fishing nets. Upon reaching the seabed, they contemplated their departure. Yet a thought crossed their minds. The naval warships boasted formidable cannons. Should they attempt to maneuver sideways, they would undoubtedly be struck by cannon fire. It would be prudent to take a detour. Xia Qiu swiftly made her way to the bow of the ship, intending to take a detour before departing. Whoosh! As the summer and autumn journeyed to the bow of the boat, they turned their orientation, swaying their bodies as they glided towards the horizon. Yet, at that moment, a sudden splash echoed, resonating through the air. What was that sound? Xia Qiu glanced back and noticed a figure rapidly approaching. What could this be? As Xia Qiu beheld the figure approaching, he discerned a silhouette wielding a spear, gliding across the water's surface in pursuit of him. Was this assailant intent on hunting him in the depths of the sea? Yet, how could he possibly attempt to ensnare him without recognizing the magnitude of his own form? This indicated a clear understanding of his size, yet he still dared to plunge into the water for the hunt. Caution was imperative. Xia Qiu hurriedly swam towards the distance, gracefully undulating through the water. However, her turn delayed her escape, allowing the man to swiftly close the distance, matching her speed and appearing above her on the water's surface. His shadow loomed ominously over her, instilling a sense of foreboding. At that moment, the man above suddenly plunged into the ocean, propelling himself with a powerful kick, accelerating once more as he lunged towards Xia Qiu. Xia Qiu swayed gracefully, propelling himself towards the horizon, quickening his pace. At such velocity, beneath the surface, his pursuers were utterly unable to keep up. However, just as Xia Qiu surpassed his opponent's position, the owner of the silhouette raised an arm, and with a swift motion, hurled a harpoon with vicious intent. Whoosh! The harpoon sliced through the water between them, crashing into Xia Qiu's tail. Thud! It penetrated the junction where his caudal fin met his body, 5 iron tips piercing through his scales, burrowing over 2 inches deep. A searing pain surged through him, causing Xia Qiu to falter momentarily. In the next instant, the adversary gripped the harpoon lodged in Xia Qiu's form, propelled himself forward with a powerful kick, and raised his right arm, brandishing another harpoon, ready to strike once more. This time, the target was Xia Qiu's back. Sensing the imminent danger, Xia Qiu hastily attempted to evade by twisting his massive form. Yet his size hampered his agility. Thud! The harpoon grazed his body, but one of its barbed tips found its mark, piercing through his scales and leaving a crimson streak along his side. Once again, he was struck. Xia Qiu gritted his teeth, his eyes turning a fiery red. There was no escape. With his tail fin injured, he could not shake off his pursuer. If the assailant continued to strike, his combat capability would dwindle further. How much strength would remain then? He could not allow himself to be worn down. Thus, he resolved to fight. He would slay his adversary and then depart. As Xia Qiu gritted his teeth and turned, he initiated his counterattack. Chapter 10. Underwater Skirmish. In the profound expanse of the ocean, Xia Qiu's colossal form began to retaliate. He swung his powerful tail, contorting his body while enduring the pain, and opened his gaping maw. With a swift pivot, he lunged to bite the man clinging to him. Yet, in that fleeting moment of Xia Qiu's turn, the man reacted swiftly, slipping and rolling down Xia Qiu's massive frame. He evaded the attack, pressing closely against Xia Qiu's body. His harpoon poised to strike with ferocity. Alarmed, Xia Qiu sensed the shift in water pressure as he turned, quickly realizing the man's intentions. He shut his mouth instantly, his body rotating and twisting violently. Thud. The harpoon pierced Xia Qiu's form, but as he spun, the force of his movement deflected the weapon, causing it to bounce off his smooth scales. Nevertheless, the sharp tip of the harpoon grazed Xia Qiu's scales, leaving a trail of crimson pain. Once again, Xia Qiu found himself injured, with pain following in quick succession. Yet, rather than succumbing to the agony, he became even more ferocious. As Xia Qiu turned to bite at his opponent, Colonel Berlioz, wielding a harpoon, deftly pivoted around Xia Qiu's form, evading the assault. Damn it! The figure of Xia Qiu was excessively elongated, measuring 6 meters in length. Utilizing its own body as a foundation, the opponent deftly evaded to the side, propelled by the currents generated from its own movement. Following this maneuver, Colonel Berlioz's harpoon was thrust forth once more. With a piercing sound, the harpoon penetrated Xia Qiu's form, plunging deep within. Ah! As Xia Qiu let out a painful cry. Writhing in agony, Berlioz relentlessly pressed down on the harpoon, carving a deep gash into its flesh with every movement of Xia Qiu. Curse it! Xia Qiu was engulfed in excruciating pain, consumed by fury and a desire to retaliate. Yet, Berlioz circled around Xia Qiu's form, relentlessly launching attacks that left a series of crimson marks upon his body. This agony only fueled Xia Qiu's rage, though a flicker of trepidation stirred within him. What course of action should he take? In that moment, Xia Qiu realized a crucial insight. His audacity to plunge into the depths of the ocean to confront himself stemmed from a profound confidence that he could overcome his own nature, at the very least. He would not cower before marine creatures of similar size. Indeed, this assertion held true. The sheer force could breach his protective scales. And while their speed fell short of his, their ability to entangle him during his moments of stillness proved to be a formidable tactic. The timing of their assaults was executed with remarkable precision, leveraging his agility to evade and strike at his flanks. He possessed a wealth of experience, having repeatedly subdued and wounded himself in the heat of battle. In a mere span of 30 seconds, he had marked his own body with numerous wounds. So, how should he respond to this relentless adversary? What advantages did he possess over marine creatures of comparable size? In a fleeting moment of late summer and early autumn, he realized that he was, in essence, not a mere fish, ungoverned by desire. Just as before, he effortlessly discerned their bait and traps, evading subsequent assaults. Had he been like other fish, he would likely have succumbed by now. His strengths lay in the essence of the human soul, his powers of observation, contemplation, and adaptability. More significantly, it was his belief that he was but a fish that defined his unique qualities. Xia Qiu understood that succumbing to anger was not an option. She needed to remain composed and carefully contemplate her strategies. Although she found herself at a disadvantage, her adversary could not deliver a fatal blow. Such injuries, even after 3 or 5 minutes, would only serve to wound her further. However, could her opponent endure for 3 minutes? In the water, continuous exertion would significantly deplete one's oxygen reserves. Even in the world of One Piece, where physical strength has remarkable limits, the necessity for breath remains ever present. Xia Qiu could not fathom that he might ultimately exhaust himself to death. Therefore, after the struggle, he would undoubtedly alter his strategy, targeting his own vital points in an attempt to deliver a fatal blow to himself. As she contemplated the transition from summer to autumn, several strategies began to form in her mind. Boom. As Xia Qiu twisted its body once more, it opened its enormous maw, lunging at Berlioz. However, Berlioz swiftly submerged, maneuvering along Xia Qiu's form and evading the bite. Positioning itself beside Xia Qiu, Berlioz raised its spear, aiming fiercely at Xia Qiu's body, and thrust forward with great force. In that fleeting moment, Xia Qiu abruptly reversed its movement. Berlioz, caught off guard, turned its body, unable to bite back, merely flailing in a futile struggle. Yet, accompanying Xia Qiu's maneuver, its massive pectoral fin struck Berlioz with tremendous force. Berlioz momentarily paused, instinctively raising its left arm to shield itself. With a resounding thud, the impact hit Berlioz like a shield bash. The force was immense, causing Berlioz to stagger back, unable to fathom that a fish could wield such power with its fin. In that instant, as Xia Qiu surged forward, its tail lashed out ferociously. Though Berlioz intended to pursue Xia Qiu, the sudden onslaught of water pressure compelled it to raise both arms defensively. The sheer force collided with Berlioz, propelling its body sideways by several feet, leaving its arms numb yet uninjured. Such strength was insufficient to harm it. However, Xia Qiu had already darted away, widening the gap between them. Has it fled? Belial observed this turn of events with a hint of regret, gripping its spear tightly as it aimed to ascend to the surface. Yet, at that moment, Xia Qiu circled in the water, rapidly ascending toward the ocean's surface. What was its purpose? Belial was puzzled, but in an instant, Xia Qiu reached the vicinity of the surface. Blocking Belial's path, its head lowered, fixated intently on Belial. Belial attempted to swim upwards, but Xia Qiu obstructed its ascent. Trapped, Belial's expression darkened. It had not anticipated such cunning from its opponent, who directly impeded its rise. Belial shifted left and right, yet Xia Qiu mirrored its movements, lingering near the surface, always keeping its head trained on Belial. As Belial slightly ascended, the black fish opened its gaping maw, its menacing teeth aimed directly at it. This was a tactic to force Belial to exhaust its oxygen reserves underwater. Belial's countenance soured. It had been submerged for a considerable duration, nearing its limit. If it did not ascend soon, the depletion of oxygen would rapidly diminish its stamina, ultimately leading to suffocation before it could even be attacked. Time was of the essence. Clenching its teeth, Belial gripped the spear and charged at the black fish. As Belial surged forward, Xia Qiu opened its bloody jaws, snapping at Belial. With a powerful kick, Belial propelled itself sideways, evading Xia Qiu's bite. Success. As long as it avoided the initial strike, it could draw closer and seize the opportunity to attack or surface. However, in the next moment, Xia Qiu lunged forward, slightly tilting its body, its enormous pectoral fin coming crashing toward Belial. The fin collided with Belial's left arm, sending it reeling. In that instant, Xia Qiu pressed on, its tail swinging back to strike Belial. Belial was struck directly, exhaling a stream of bubbles as its strength waned. Yet, it held its breath, seizing the chance to kick towards the surface. Just as Belial broke the surface, Xia Qiu pivoted and seized its leg. The sharp teeth clamped down, severing Belial's calf and causing blood to gush forth. Ah! Belial cried out, gripping the spear and thrusting downward with all its might. The spear pierced Xia Qiu's forehead, but encountered a formidable bulge. The protrusion had grown from 1 meter long, now resembling a rounded mass. Belial's spear merely breached the surface skin, halted by bone. Xia Qiu continued its assault, engulfing Belial's thigh along with its abdomen. No, please, save me. Belial screamed as it felt the encroaching jaws. Yet, in the next instant, the razor-sharp teeth closed tightly. With a crunch, everything below Belial's waist vanished, consumed by Xia Qiu. Blood clouded the water as Belial's body froze in place. However, the hunt was far from over. Xia Qiu devoured Belial's lower half, continuing to feast until Belial's upper body was swallowed whole. As the sound of bones shattering echoed and brain matter spilled over Xia Qiu's tongue, it paused momentarily. It had consumed a human. What's a human itself? Xia Qiu felt a wave of guilt wash over it. Yet, that sentiment was fleeting. Its gaze hardened. I am no longer human. I am a fish. If you seek to kill me, how could I remain passive? You have wounded me, and I shall shatter you and consume you whole. Xia Qiu let out a cold snort, revealing its formidable teeth as it opened its mouth wide, then gracefully swam away into the distance. In that fleeting moment, the sounds of arrows and water guns pierced the water, striking Xia Qiu. The arrows hit their mark, yet were deflected by its scales, and even when occasionally piercing its flesh, they failed to penetrate its robust musculature. For now, it remains impossible to vanquish you. As summer transitioned into autumn, a sense of determination enveloped the scene. As the figure of Colonel Belial descended slowly, envisioning the distant expanse of the ocean. It had been quite some time since Colonel Belial had submerged into the depths. At the bow of the ship, a sailor gazed downward, fixated on a fleeting white shadow that appeared diminutive against the backdrop of an imposing dark silhouette. There was no need for concern. Colonel Belial held the advantage. Although reluctant to acknowledge it, Krum understood the formidable prowess of Belial, who had previously hunted down tiger sharks measuring 7 to 8 meters in length. If ensnared by Belial, the dark fish would stand no chance of escape, as evidenced by the bloodshed. However, at that moment, the dark fish abruptly separated from the white shadow, seeking to flee. The sailor shouted loudly. Yet, in a sudden maneuver, the dark fish swam upwards, obstructing Belial's ascent. What is this? Krum squinted, discerning the fish's intention to impede Belial. Such cunning. Colonel Belial had been submerged for nearly a minute. If this delay continued, he would struggle to endure. Lieutenant, shall we assist Colonel Belial? One of the sailors inquired, raising his crossbow. There is no need, Krum replied, narrowing his eyes and shaking his head. You have attempted this before. Our crossbows and harpoons cannot harm him. We must observe and have faith in Colonel Belial. Understood. The sailors lowered their weapons, awaiting the outcome. Before long, Colonel Belial burst forth from the water, eliciting expressions of joy among the sailors, quickly followed by a cry of anguish. Colonel! A sailor shouted, raising his harpoon towards the depths. Other sailors readied their crossbows. What are you doing? Krum forcefully pushed down the sailor's harpoon, exclaiming, Colonel Belial is above. What if you hit him? Krum's words instilled caution among them. Yet, in the next moment, the dark fish dragged Belial back into the depths, swallowing him entirely. Witnessing this scene, Krum secretly chuckled but loudly proclaimed, Colonel Belial has been slain by the dark fish. Attack, avenge him. With Kroom's command, the crossbows were loosed, striking the dark fish. However, it remained unscathed, leisurely retreating. As the dark fish swam away, Kroom's expression turned somber. Colonel Belial has been killed by the dark fish. Yet, in the unseen recesses of his mind, a smile crept upon Kroom's lips. Chapter 11. Contemplation. How painful. As summer transitioned into autumn, the body drifted towards the horizon. The agony from the wounds felt painfully vivid after the cessation of battle. Such formidable strength. Unexpectedly, neither summer nor autumn anticipated the formidable prowess of their opponent, who could engage in combat underwater and gain the upper hand for a considerable duration, although his strength did not surpass their own. He possessed the ability to pierce through their scales and flesh beneath the surface, wielding power that far exceeded that of an ordinary individual. His speed while swimming was astonishingly swift, far surpassing that of an average person. Even a moment's lapse in their vigilance would see him swiftly closing the distance. His combat experience was extensive, as he adeptly maneuvered his body, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. One could assert that if they were merely a fish, devoid of a human spirit, they would undoubtedly meet their demise at his hands. Moreover, it is crucial to recognize that his strength in underwater combat was somewhat diminished. He was indeed powerful, with physical attributes that transcended the limits of humanity in a previous life. However, one must consider the high potential of human capability within the world of One Piece. For instance, at the tender age of 9, Zoro demonstrated the ability to lift a 1,000-pound stone with both hands while performing squats, completing an astonishing 583 repetitions and continuing thereafter. Similarly, the combatant Buji from the Black Cat Pirates, unaffected by hypnosis, could create fissures in the ground, and upon being hypnotized, could unleash his full potential to shatter cliffs and hurl boulders. Even Clock, pursued by Mihawk and criticized for relying solely on his equipment and perceived weakness, could still single-handedly launch a small battleship into the air. The physical prowess within the world of One Piece is often overshadowed by the abilities derived from devil fruits, haki, and swordsmanship, yet their might remains undeniably formidable. This is merely the scenario prior to entering the Grand Line. Upon arrival, one's strength could undergo a drastic transformation, presenting an entirely different landscape. One must not be complacent. The adversary they faced was merely a lieutenant commander within a branch, yet they found themselves in such dire straits. In any given branch, a lieutenant commander cannot assume command. Only a colonel may oversee a branch. Even so, the strength of a branch colonel pales in comparison to that of headquarters and division colonels. Within the hierarchy of the Navy, pirates, and sea races, one finds themselves relatively weak. Therefore, heightened caution is imperative moving forward. Xia Qiu contemplated as he swam towards the distance, intending to find a secluded spot to digest the vanquished foes he had consumed and subsequently mend his injuries. However, he had not ventured far when a surge of heat began to manifest. Initially subtle and scarcely distinguishable from prior experiences, this warmth soon intensified, gradually enveloping his entire being. As the heat reached its zenith, it encompassed his entire form, its extent surpassing all imagination. Moreover, the warmth transformed into a searing blaze, coursing through him as if it were intent on incinerating his very essence. This transformation left Xia Qiu in a state of perplexity. The heat was more abundant and more intense than anything he had previously encountered. Yet, curiously, this increase in warmth did not elicit the familiar discomfort associated with skeletal growth. It appeared that he was not accelerating in his development amidst this fervent energy. This deviation from his previously observed patterns was indeed puzzling. Xia Qiu attributes the variations in evolutionary energy inherent in the human body to differences that remain indistinguishable. Meanwhile, under the influence of the heat flow, a sensation of itchiness arises at the site of one's wound, signifying the process of healing. As summer and autumn drift into the distance, the scent of blood emanating from the waters continuously lures sea fish closer. Splash. In the late summer and early autumn, it opened its maw wide, consuming all the marine fish in its path, and continued its journey towards the distant wreck, where the blood had already ceased to flow. As summer and autumn have just arrived, the nearby sea fish scatter in all directions. Xia Qiu slowly swims to the side of the sunken ship, resting against it on the sea floor. Given Xia Qiu's size, it can no longer enter the cabin and must find refuge outside. As summer and autumn lay in stillness, they awaited the dissipation of the heat wave. An hour later, the warmth gradually receded. Whoosh! Summer and autumn burst forth from the depression, swaying their forms as they propelled themselves forward, an immense force suddenly manifesting within their being. In the transition from summer to autumn, one can sense the immense power that emanates from the undulations of their own body. Suddenly, Xia Qiu surged downstream, swaying its tail against the stones by the sunken ship. With a thud, the stone was forcefully dislodged, spinning across the sandy terrain. The power intensified. After traversing several rounds during the summer and autumn, I have observed a remarkable increase in my speed. My physique remains unchanged, yet both my strength and velocity have notably augmented. This extraordinary transformation can be attributed to my dietary choices, specifically the consumption of human flesh during the summer and autumn. Is the efficacy of human flesh truly so profound? By consuming an individual weighing approximately 200 pounds, the energy I have acquired surpasses any previous dietary alterations I have experienced. What implications does this hold? Does the evolutionary energy inherent in humans vastly exceed that of oceanic fish? Or are these two forms of energy fundamentally distinct? Perhaps it is the formidable strength of the individual consumed that has precipitated such an outcome. Furthermore, why does this evolutionary energy not facilitate my growth, but rather enhance my strength? There are numerous issues in the late summer and autumn, yet they remain unverified. However, if they could be ascertained, as summer transitioned into autumn, a bold idea flickered in Xia Qiu's mind, yet he swiftly buried it deep within. Did Colonel Belio perish at the hands of a fish? A man donned in naval attire inquired unexpectedly from behind a table in the town of Manro. Standing before him, Crumai bowed his head and replied, "I apologize, Colonel Lido. It was our inability to capture the black fish that led Colonel Belio to confront it in the sea, ultimately resulting in his demise." "You could not possibly capture a creature that even Belio could not subdue," Lido remarked, furrowing his brow. "I shall report Belio's death and strive to secure a burial for him under the pretense of his sacrifice and duty. As for you," Crumai interjected hastily, "my failure is inexcusable. I humbly request that you relieve me of my duties, yet I still aspire to serve in the Navy. Please allow me to start anew as a soldier." "No need for that." Lido shook his head and continued, "Belio is your superior. You must heed his commands. This matter does not concern you." Crumai raised his voice, "But I am at fault for not stopping him. I know his character. How could you interfere with his actions?" Colonel Lido regarded Crumai thoughtfully. "I understand you were close to him, and his loss weighs heavily upon you. Nevertheless, our division still requires personnel to collect the security fees. You previously served Belio. Henceforth, I shall promote you to major, and you will be responsible for the collection of these fees." Crumai hesitated, his expression uncertain. Seeing his demeanor, Lido exclaimed, "You are a Navy soldier. Such indecisiveness is unbecoming. What are you pondering?" "I understand," Crumai replied earnestly. "I shall fulfill my duties diligently." Lido nodded. "You will oversee the collection of security fees next month. I will file the necessary information with the Eastern Sea Division. Do your best." "Yes," Crumai straightened his posture. "You may leave." Lido waved him off. "I take my leave." Crumai turned and exited the room, gently closing the door behind him, a smile gracing his lips. He had been promoted from captain to major, a position he viewed as merely a stepping stone. With a year of dedicated service, attaining the rank of lieutenant colonel would be a natural progression. With a sense of pride, Crumai strode into the distance, vowing to himself that one day he would ascend to the rank of colonel, then transfer to headquarters, ultimately achieving the status of general. Chapter 12. Pirates. As time passed into February of the year 1511 in the sea calendar, the tropical region remained warm. The sun shone brightly, enveloping everyone in a comforting warmth. Even in short-sleeved shirts, there was no chill. On the beach, Eli, Angelo, and Leah played together. Angelo and Leah sat constructing sandcastles, while Eli collected shells and starfish in a basket nearby. A month and a half had elapsed since the Navy's attempt to capture the black fish, which had ended in failure and the death of a colonel. However, the black fish had vanished without a trace. After a month of observation, the villagers of Nar felt reassured and returned to the seaside. "I've gathered so many," Eli exclaimed, returning to the pair with his basket, a broad smile on his face. "So many? May I have one?" Leah asked, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the shells. "Of course," Eli replied, stealing a glance at the little girl, his face flushing. "Can I have one too?" Angelo chimed in. Eli immediately scoffed. "You can collect your own." "Fine," Angelo murmured, feeling puzzled by Eli's sudden change in demeanor towards him compared to Leah. Just then, Leah appeared transfixed, gazing into the distance, muttering, "The sea, pirates." "Huh." Eli and Angelo turned to look, spotting a pirate ship adorned with a Jolly Roger approaching from afar. "It's pirates." "Run," Eli shouted, discarding his basket and sprinting towards the village. Leah and Angelo followed closely behind, racing back to spread the news throughout the community. Behind the pirate ship, a massive black fish slowly emerged from the depths, its eyes fixated on the approaching vessel. The pirate ship, with its peculiar design featuring a pig-like figurehead and two masts, was significantly larger than an ordinary brigantine. Observing the direction of the pirate ship, the black fish paused for a moment in silent tribute to Nar village. This black fish was none other than Xia Qiu, now measuring approximately 15 meters in length and weighing around 35 tons. In merely a month and a half, he had grown from a mere 2 tons to 35, a remarkable feat. Such rapid growth, however, did not surpass Xia Qiu's expectations. In his previous life, a blue whale from a mere 7 meters at birth could reach 15 meters in just 8 months. In the world of One Piece, with increased intake, faster digestion, and higher conversion efficiency, Xia Qiu's growth was significantly expedited, taking only 1.5 months. Now, Xia Qiu possessed a colossal head with a pronounced bump on his forehead, composed of hard bone, perfect for ramming foes. His enormous maw housed 7 layers of sharp teeth. The front teeth were serrated, while the rear were molars, facilitating the efficient crushing of food. 8 long whiskers adorned his mouth, the longest measuring about 4 meters, roughly the thickness of a thigh. His eyes were immense, with thick eyelids that, when closed, could withstand even the sharpest of his teeth. The summer and autumn bodies are immense and robust, their spindle-shaped forms resembling a colossal battering ram. In the late summer and early autumn, the fish's fins have grown remarkably large. The dorsal fin remains unchanged, yet the pectoral, pelvic, and caudal fins have developed formidable spines. The pectoral and pelvic fins now exhibit a single robust spine along their anterior edges, providing enhanced protection and increased striking power. As for the caudal fin, it is similarly divided by several spines, while also being interconnected. The scales of Xia Qiu undergo a remarkable transformation and grow larger, with the largest scales reaching the size of a wash basin and possessing extraordinary thickness. Due to its immense size after this metamorphosis, Xia Qiu can no longer venture too close to the islands. This explains why the villagers of Naluo rarely glimpsed Xia Qiu during this period. As Xia Qiu gazed at the distant pirate ship, a hint of sanguinary intent flickered in his eyes. His mouth widened in a sinister grin, revealing menacing teeth that glinted ominously in the sunlight. These were pirates, marauders of wealth and takers of lives. Though within this narrative, some pirates pursued strength and coveted treasures, and certain formidable brigands even safeguarded villages under their flag, it must be acknowledged that many were ruthless scoundrels, indifferent to the sanctity of life. Being merely a fish, he had consumed humans, thus rarely empathizing with their plight. He harbored a disdain for the malevolence of pirates, yet he did not embrace an overly righteous stance. Nevertheless, Xia Qiu fixated upon the pirate ship as his target, contemplating methods of assault. The evolutionary energy derived from human flesh was both unique and potent, capable of augmenting his strength without altering his size. This would enable him to possess combat prowess that far exceeded his physical dimensions and weight. To validate the effects of human flesh, he would need to prey upon humanity. However, constrained by his size, he could not approach Gnarl village and was reluctant to harm the innocent indiscriminately. Thus, the pirate ship before him presented an optimal opportunity. The vessel had drifted closer to the shallows, yet the depths here were limited, preventing them from reaching the island shore. Consequently, they lowered 2 small boats, and a dozen pirates leapt aboard, rowing toward the isle. As the small boats surged onto the beach, the pirates disembarked, brandishing firearms and cutlasses, charging toward the village. The waters were shallow enough. The position where the pirate ship had anchored was still a considerable distance from the seabed, allowing him to approach undetected. As summer gradually descended, it approached the pirate ship, drawing closer until it paused and continued its descent, waiting in silence. The villagers of Gnarl, forewarned by the children, had made preparations. All the men gathered, armed with harpoons, spears, fishing guns, crossbows, and shotguns, aimed at the pirates before them. "What shall we do, chief?" The second-in-command stood, looking somewhat troubled at the sight of the 30 or so armed men. Their numbers and equipment could certainly pose a challenge. "Do you think you can deter us with just your numbers?" The pirate captain, wielding a massive spiked club, suddenly swung horizontally. With a crack, a tree, thick enough to be embraced by a single person, was severed in 2, crashing heavily to the ground and sending up a cloud of dust. The villagers of Gnarl watched this scene with worried expressions. However, the village chief stepped forward and declared, "Our village is under the jurisdiction of the Navy's 154th Division. We have already notified them via Din Din Mushi, and they must be on their way." The pirate captain's eyes narrowed at this revelation. An island under naval jurisdiction was indeed a formidable prospect. He scoffed, "So you expect us to leave empty-handed?" The village chief immediately responded, "If you agree to depart, we are willing to provide your crew with food, water, and a reward." "Very well." The captain pondered for a moment. If they insisted on fighting, their side would undoubtedly suffer losses, and any harm inflicted on the villagers would attract the Navy's pursuit. Bullying a village was one thing, but facing a naval base, even if it were just a warship, would be beyond their capacity. A reward was a favorable outcome. The pirate captain accepted the deal, and the village chief provided them with several cattle and sheep, along with fresh water. They dispatched crew members to transfer the goods to their ship, then, under the watchful eyes of the villagers, slowly retreated, boarding their small boats and setting sail for the pirate ship. In the distance, upon seeing the 2 small boats returning, the impatient Xia Qiu transformed into a shadow and charged toward their direction. Chapter 13. Evolution and Reinforcement. 12 pirates rowed 2 small boats toward their ship, laden with some goods. "Captain Muir, this haul is rather meager. It falls far short of our expectations," the first mate said, frowning. "Enough," replied Muir, the captain of the pirate crew. "This village is too fortified, armed as they are, and with the protection of the Navy." Muir shook his head and continued, "More importantly, we have sustained no injuries. There is no need to engage in a fight." Muir, tall and muscular, was not a brute. Rather, his ability to lead such a crew stemmed from his considerable intelligence. The 2 small boats drew closer to the pirate ship. Yet, just a few meters away, someone on board suddenly shouted, "Fish! A huge fish!" "Fish?" Muir paused, glancing into the distance as a massive shadow swiftly approached. Not good. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Muir seized his spiked club and shouted, "Everyone, be cautious. Arm yourselves. Prepare the cannons on the other ship and aim in that direction." Upon hearing Muir's command, the crew on both the small boats and the pirate ship sprang into action. But it was already too late. Boom. Xia Qiu and Qiu had long since marked their targets. They surged forth from the distance, transforming into a fleeting shadow that collided with Moore's small vessel in an instant. With a resounding crack, the enormous horns of their heads, combined with tremendous force, shattered the little boat into countless fragments that filled the sky. 6 pirates were cast into the sea, struggling to regain their balance amidst the waves. Damn it! Moore hastily steadied himself, extending his hand to grip a piece of the sailboard, his makeshift weapon poised as he remained vigilant against the encroaching shadow. Yet, in the next moment, rather than continuing their assault, Xia Qiu altered their course. Boom! Another small boat was obliterated, sending its occupants tumbling into the water. Crack, crack. In a swift and ferocious motion, Xia Qiu opened its gaping maw and seized a young pirate, whose robust physique was no match for the creature's immense jaws. The unfortunate youth was rendered utterly defenseless as the entirety of his lower body, up to his chest, was engulfed. With a resounding crunch, Xia Qiu's colossal mouth closed. The sound of shattering bones echoing through the air as blood gushed forth, and the flesh was devoured whole. In an instant, only the collarbone, neck, and head of the pirate remained. Xia Qiu once again took a decisive bite, devouring the pirate's head along with it. What a colossal sea creature! Captain Muir's expression darkened upon witnessing its immense size. This fish measured no less than 15 meters, surpassing that of a small vessel. And its formidable head adorned with sharp teeth instilled a sense of dread. The other pirates, upon beholding Xia Qiu's figure, dared not to attack. Instead, they scattered in terror, making their way towards the pirate ship. A crunch echoed in the air. Xia Qiu once again sank its teeth into a pirate, swallowing him whole. Do not flee. Let us vanquish him together. The leader, Muir, witnessed this scene and seized his spiked club, striking fiercely at Xia Qiu while shouting, "Fire the cannons from the pirate ship. We can slay it." A resounding thud echoed as the club struck Xia Qiu, causing its scales to cave in. Perceiving the assault from behind, Xia Qiu momentarily faltered, then turned to lock its gaze upon Muir. He was the one issuing commands, the leader of the pirate crew. His strength was formidable, rivaling that of a naval officer Xia Qiu had once slain. It was evident that he was the captain of this pirate band. He must be eliminated. The gaze of Xia Qiu sent a shiver down Muir's spine. The fish's eyes conveyed a sense of its thoughts, slaughter, consumption. It transmitted its murderous intent back to Muir. Do not panic. There lies a chance for victory. Gritting his teeth, Muir brandished his wolf fang club once more and launched an attack against Xia Qiu. Moreover, under Muir's persuasion, several pirates seized their blades and firearms, aiming them at Xia Qiu. Bang, bang. Bullets and long blades struck Xia Qiu. There was some pain. The areas impacted by the bullets felt a sharp sting, albeit limited in scope. The other blades that slashed did not inflict significant pain, failing to breach even a single scale, with one notable exception. To his left, a man wrapped in a turban wielded a longsword that sliced through Muir's scales, inflicting injury upon him. This adversary was formidable as well. Xia Qiu recalled his presence, swiftly dispatching 2 pirates in succession. He suddenly dove downwards, gliding towards the ocean's depths, before veering towards the pirate ship. Boom, boom, boom. The cannons aboard the pirate vessel erupted with thunderous roars, unleashing projectiles that struck the water's surface. With a resounding thud, one cannonball struck Xia Qiu's form, its force diminished by the water, leaving a residual impact weaker than the previous blow he had received from the esteemed Langueolist. As summer and autumn approached, the pirate ship found itself unable to strike due to the peculiarities of its hull. In the course of this close encounter, 2 pirates attempting to flee were ensnared within its grasp. Subsequently, the vessel lingered alongside the pirate ship, awaiting their inevitable return. You will eventually return to the pirate ship. Once you do, your demise is assured. The pirates, endeavoring to escape, found themselves unable to reach him. The pirate ship continued its retreat into the distance. Yet the vessel remained steadfastly aligned with its side, rendering any cannon fire ineffective. As for thrown weapons, they posed no threat whatsoever. Cursed be this fate. Captain Muir, observing the actions of the vessel, sought refuge in a position impervious to the ship's cannon fire. He fortified this location, knowing that any approach by his comrades would result in their assault. Boss, what shall we do? The first mate inquired anxiously, glancing at the distant shadow of the black fish. This fish is quite cunning, Muir replied with a scoff, before continuing. Let us distance ourselves from the pirate ship and head towards the island, where the waters are shallower, rendering it impossible for him to follow. Furthermore, should he dare to pursue us, the pirate ship can provide cannon support. Understood. The first mate signaled, and the remaining pirates, alongside Muir, set their course towards the island. As Xia Qiu witnessed this scene, a sense of surprise washed over him, yet he refrained from pursuing. He understood the intentions of these individuals. Remaining still, he quietly concealed himself while meticulously observing. A gentle warmth began to manifest within him, gradually spreading throughout his being. It was faint, indeed. The thermal energy generated this time was feeble. The heat provided by the 4 individuals paled in comparison to that of the slain naval officer. Their contribution was scarcely more than that of consuming marine fish. It became evident that humans varied significantly. The naval soldiers' formidable strength translated into a greater release of heat, whereas these pirates, being relatively weak, produced far less. Thus, it appeared that the thermal energy humans could provide was intrinsically linked to their strength. Ordinary individuals offered minimal assistance. It was essential to consume the essence of the stronger among them. Naturally, the energy derived from humans differed from that obtained from marine fish. The energy from marine fish facilitated bodily evolution and growth. Partaking in such sustenance would lead to an increase in size and the development of unique organs. Conversely, the energy from humans contributed to physical strength, bestowing greater power upon the consumer. The two sources of energy were distinctly different. In the transition from summer to autumn, a profound contemplation arises regarding the distinct forms of power that exist between humans and fish. Most fish and marine creatures gauge strength based on their size and anatomical features. A larger body typically signifies greater power, while some fish possess sharp teeth, pointed spines, or remarkable speed, which also contribute to their might. Such attributes are inherently linked to their physical structure and evolutionary adaptations. Conversely, the correlation between strength and size in humans is not directly proportional. Individuals can possess formidable strength within a constrained range of height and weight. Even those who may appear frail can surpass the strength of seemingly more robust individuals. Ordinary people, at times, can exhibit strength that exceeds that of giants. In the realm of One Piece, human strength can continuously augment even within a fixed range of body size among the same species, rather than fluctuating with changes in physique. Even giants, though naturally endowed with substantial size and strength, display significant disparities in power among individuals of the same stature. This duality of evolutionary energy can be likened to vertical and horizontal differences. Thus, the protagonist, Xia Qiu, distinguishes between two types of energy. The energy from sea fish, which facilitates growth and evolution, is termed evolutionary energy, while the energy derived from humans is referred to as enhancement energy. Perhaps it is these two forms of energy that allow the beings within the One Piece universe, both human and animal, to transcend the limitations observed among Earth's inhabitants. Humans wield greater strength, while beasts exhibit colossal forms. Regardless of the type of power, it is essential for one's survival. Hence, how could Xia Qiu allow their targeted adversary to escape? With this thought in mind, Xia Qiu flicked their tail, transforming into a shadow that surged toward the fleeing enemy. Chapter 14. The Hunt. Boom, boom, boom. Cannonballs erupted from the artillery, soaring toward the ocean's surface, sending sprays of water skyward and forming towering columns. Beneath the waves, a colossal figure swam into the distance, with projectiles landing around it. Only a few struck true, however, cloaked by layers of seawater. The force of the impacts against Xia Qiu's body was sufficiently mitigated by their robust scales and musculature. They're coming, they're coming. As Muir and his companions swam a short distance, they spotted the dark fish approaching. A pirate, stricken with fear, exclaimed, "Lord Muir, what shall we do?" "Keep swimming." Muir gritted his teeth and propelled himself toward the horizon. Yet, how could their swimming speed compare to that of Xia Qiu? Boom. As Xia Qiu suddenly approached the water's surface, she set her sights on a pirate, her body slightly angled, and opened her gaping maw to bite down. No, help. Faced with Xia Qiu's monstrous jaws, the pirate froze in terror, floating on the surface while shouting loudly. Crack. The pirate was caught in Xia Qiu's grasp, his body severed and swallowed whole. She then lifted her head and devoured him entirely. Xia Qiu pursued once more, charging towards them. Run. Witnessing this scene, Muir gritted his teeth and swam away, the first mate closely following. The other pirates scrambled in a frantic attempt to reach the island. Yet, they were too slow compared to Muir and the first mate's speed. They gradually fell behind. Boom. They could distinctly feel the pressure closing in behind them, the massive black fish drawing nearer. Muir, save me. One pirate could not help but cry out. Save you? What a joke. If I save you, what becomes of me? If you were devoured, you might buy me some time. With that thought in mind, Muir pretended not to hear the desperate cry for help and surged towards the distance. It's here. The pirate sensed the colossal form looming behind him, despair etched across his face. I'm done for. Just as he thought this, Xia Qiu's immense body collided with him. Crack. His spine and ribs shattered upon impact, sending him flying. Yet, Xia Qiu did not halt. She barreled forward, scattering all pirates in her path. He's not dead. One pirate saw Xia Qiu swim past him in pursuit and felt a momentary relief. But in the next instant, a cannonball struck directly above him. Thud. The massive projectile smashed into his skull, obliterating it, leaving him lifeless. How can he be so fast? Muir felt the fierce presence closing in behind him, and his expression darkened. Why did he not prey upon these pirates? Captain, he's coming for us. The first mate shouted. Then you stay back and hold him off. Muir commanded loudly. The first mate was taken aback. He had not expected his usually loyal leader, who always led the charge and had once saved his life, to utter such words. Gritting his teeth, the first mate gripped his long knife and turned to confront Xia Qiu. Tiger's bite. The first mate swung his right hand, cleaving forward with the long knife, resembling a fierce tiger ready to strike. Clang. The blade struck Xia Qiu's forehead, slicing through her scales and hitting bone, leaving only a mark. Boom. In the next moment, Xia Qiu, fueled by immense power, struck back, colliding into his body. The first mate felt as if a ship had rammed into him, his body trembling as he realized several bones had broken, and the long knife slipped from his grasp. Then, Xia Qiu opened her gaping maw and bit down on him. Crack. The first mate's body was crushed, her 7 rows of sharp teeth turning him into a mere pulp. As Xia Qiu engulfed his prey, he pursued Mua with the intent to devour him. Suddenly, a cannonball struck Xia Qiu, causing a momentary halt in his movement, accompanied by a sharp pain from the significant injury inflicted. Yet, despite the agony, Xia Qiu persevered, swiftly closing the distance to Muer's back. Prepare to meet your end. Aware of his impending doom, Muer turned around, his right fist raised, ready to deliver a powerful blow to Xia Qiu's head. Having discarded his mace to swim faster, he was left with no choice but to rely solely on his fists. The impact resonated with a dull thud as Muer's fist connected with Xia Qiu's skull. Is that all you've got? In the next instant, Muer's upper body vanished into the cavernous maw of Xia Qiu. In the late summer and autumn, the two individuals consumed Muer, but instead of returning to devour other pirates, they turned around, circled, and swam away into the distance. A warm current had already emerged. Quite intense, and they bore injuries as well. It was time to find a place to recuperate. As summer and autumn pondered, the distance they traveled grew ever greater. Captain Muir and First Mate Vanny had both met their demise. Aboard the Porcupine Pirate Crew's vessel, a group of pirates stood in stunned silence, gazing into the distance. They could scarcely comprehend that their captain, First Mate, and several of their comrades had been attacked by a mere sea creature, resulting in such a tragic loss of life. What shall we do? One pirate asked, confusion evident in his voice. With their leader and strongest warriors gone, the remaining crew felt lost and uncertain. The second mate is still in the water. We must rescue him and leave this place at once. Another pirate shouted. They sprang into action, retrieving their fallen comrade from the sea before hastily turning the ship around, fleeing without a moment's hesitation. Meanwhile, on the island, the residents of Naval village stood by the shore, their expressions a mix of astonishment and intrigue as they observed the distant scene. Who could have imagined that the pirates who had just plundered their resources would meet such a dire fate at the hands of a sea fish? Witnessing the pirates' frantic retreat brought a sense of satisfaction to the villagers. Is this karma? One villager mused, noting the familiar appearance of the fish. Though it has grown significantly larger, it resembles the one from some time ago. Has it not left our waters? A burly man voiced his concern. A creature of that size in our vicinity is not a good omen, another villager remarked. The fish has grown so large that, due to the constraints of depth and pressure, it should find it difficult to approach the island. It is most likely to be found near the harbor, where food is limited. An elderly man, a former fisherman with a wealth of experience, explained to the crowd. It should not come near the island. However, a young man interjected, if it does not approach the island, what of its potential to attack merchant vessels? A merchant ship is far too large for it to threaten. Another countered. The young man persisted, but what if it continues to grow? In just a month and a half, it has increased from 7 to 15 or 16 meters. If it continues to grow, can fishing boats, merchant vessels, and cargo ships withstand its wrath? It is uncertain if the fish will attack ships. Yet it was clear that it initiated an assault on the pirates, intent on devouring them. It is hard to say whether it might target nearby merchant ships in the future. If fishing boats cease operations and there are no merchant ships to procure salt and deliver supplies, Naval village will face a grave crisis. One villager urged. We must report this to the Navy. Not long ago, they hunted that fish in this area due to the death of Colonel Belio. The village chief nodded in agreement, stating, the message about the pirate invasion has already been relayed to Manro Town via transponder snail. They are on their way. Once they arrive, we shall request their assistance in eliminating the fish. Chapter 15. Distress Naval Village? A naval warship cut through the ocean as Commander Crome set down the transponder snail as receiver. He had just received word that Naval Village was under attack by pirates and was ordered to proceed to their aid. Crome was no stranger to Naval Village. It was near the island where the fish that killed Colonel Belio had been sighted. Had it not been for Naval Village's plea, Belio would not have perished. His death had elevated Crome to the rank of major, making him a senior officer at Base 154. Following Colonel Lito's instructions, Crewmate had arrived near Naval Village to search for the fish, only to find it had vanished. Turn the ship around. Head for Naval Village. Crewmate commanded, summoning a sailor to relay his orders. The warship sped towards Naval Village. After a while, a vessel appeared on the horizon, moving laterally in the distance. Major. A pirate ship. The lookout quickly reported to Crewmate. Rushing out of the cabin, Crewmate seized his telescope and focused on the distant ship. Recognizing the pirate flag emblazoned with the pig's head. Is this the crew that attacked Naval Village? What a fortuitous encounter, Crewmate thought. Recalling that Captain Muir was also among the wanted list, with a bounty of 500,000. With a warship at his disposal, dealing with them should prove manageable. Crewmate's eyes gleamed with determination as he issued the command, prepare to engage the pirates. Aye. The sailors sprang into action. However, as they drew closer, the pirate ship hastily hoisted its sails and attempted to flee. They think they can escape. Pursue them, Crewmate shouted, as the warship accelerated towards the pirate vessel. The warship's speed quickly closed the gap, and upon nearing the pirates, Crewmate ordered the cannons to fire. Boom, boom, boom. The Porcupine pirate cruise ship was struck, splintering wood and resulting in the immediate death of 3 or 4 pirates. We surrender. We surrender. The Porcupine pirates raised their flag in a desperate plea, waving it frantically. So soon? They dare not retaliate? Crewmate frowned, contemplating his next move. Continue the assault. Prepare the sharpshooters. Aye. The order was relayed, and the cannons fired again, shattering the pirate ship's mast. As they closed in, the sharpshooters raised their rifles, aiming at the pirate vessel and pulling their triggers. Bullets flew, claiming more pirate lives, while the remaining crew scrambled for cover below deck. Prepared to board. Crewmate unsheathed his rapier, twirling it expertly in his hand as he leaped onto the pirate ship. The naval warship grazed the pirate vessel, colliding with it. Attack. Crewmate bellowed, instructing his men to spare no pirate, but to encircle the captain and strong fighters, leaving their capture to him and the lieutenant, while ensuring their own safety. Aye. The sailors surged onto the pirate ship, instigating a fierce battle. Lieutenant, come with me. We must locate the pirate captain and his most formidable crew members, Crewmate instructed, his tone cool as he gestured to a man armed with a pistol. They can only be dealt with by us. Beside him, another officer in naval attire wielded 2 pistols, his expression brimming with excitement. Yes, Major Crewmate. The lieutenant admired Crewmate's bravery, recognizing him as an exemplary leader who led from the front. Yet Crewmate understood that his 2 directives had merely delayed their advance, allowing the naval soldiers, outnumbering the pirates 2 or 3 to 1, a significant advantage in the ensuing conflict. Even if the pirate captain appeared, surrounded by naval soldiers, Crewmate would be able to engage effectively with support at hand. With his rapier in hand, Crewmate leaped onto the pirate ship, charging forward and swiftly dispatching a pirate with a single thrust. Major, we have spotted the pirate captain, a sailor called from a distance. Crewmate turned to see several sailors encircling a single man, while 2 of their own lay on the ground, clutching their chests. Is that not Muir? Crewmate observed that the individual's appearance did not match that of the notorious pirate leader depicted on the wanted poster, and instantly concluded that he was not the captain of the pirates. Leave this to me, Crewmate declared, brandishing his ornate sword as he charged forward. In but a few swift moves, the pirate lay lifeless, a fatal wound to his throat rendering him utterly defeated. Too weak, Crewmate remarked, shaking his head as he continued to await the arrival of the naval commander. However, as the skirmish concluded and all the pirates were slain, no formidable opponent emerged. What could be the reason for this? Crewmate pondered, concealing his confusion within. He had vanquished an entire pirate crew, a considerable achievement indeed. He gestured to his comrades, instructing, clear the battlefield and secure the pirate vessel. We shall proceed to Naval village and return to tow the pirate ship afterward. This vessel, with a bit of restoration, can serve splendidly as a merchant ship. Selling it would yield substantial wealth, albeit most would go to the base and Colonel Leto. Nevertheless, I shall receive a reward and assist the base with its payroll issues. Surely, I will earn recognition. Crewmate felt he had taken another step closer to realizing his aspirations. With that thought in mind, he left a portion of his men behind and boarded the warship, setting sail for Naval village. Upon arriving, Crewmate presented some of the plundered goods to the village chief. There is far too much here, the chief exclaimed, eyes wide at the sight of the bounty, berries and treasures that far exceeded the protection fee he had previously paid. Is it too much? Consider it compensation. Crewmate replied with a smile. Thank you, esteemed Navy officer. The chief hastily expressed his gratitude, astonished that after offering a portion of his funds, he received so much more in return. Indeed, you are far superior to Colonel Barrio, the chief mused inwardly. While it was Crewmate who had previously negotiated with the village, Barrio was the one truly in charge, with Crewmate merely attaching Barrio's name to his own. Now, Crewmate's actions had fostered a sense of gratitude in the chief. The chief, looking at Crewmate, presented a portion of the treasures, saying, Major, we were only robbed of these. The remainder should be returned to you. Is that so? Crewmate nodded, unable to suppress a smile. How could you dare accept more than what is owed? It will ultimately come back to me, and I have justification to accept it. In that case, we shall take our leave, Crewmate said, pocketing the treasures and preparing to depart. Major, wait a moment. The chief called out from behind, wishing to bring another matter to Crewmate's attention. What is it? Crewmate turned to face him. The chief pushed forward the remaining treasures, stating, the pirates who came to pillage were ambushed by a massive black fish on their way back, and most of them perished. Most of them perished? Crewmate raised an eyebrow. No wonder the porcupine pirate crew lacked any strong figures. Wait, a blackfish? Crewmate could not help but inquire, are you referring to the one that killed Colonel Barrio? It should be, it looked the same, the chief replied, a tremor in his voice. Now it has grown to 15 meters. So large? Crewmate squinted. In just a month and a half, it had grown from 7 meters to 15. Such rapid growth could rival that of sea beasts and sea kings. That fish is exceedingly clever. Setting traps would likely prove futile. In underwater combat, I am no match for Barrio, let alone the now mature blackfish. It seems the only option is to have Colonel Leto intervene personally. Crewmate looked at the chief, stating, I will report this to the base, elevate the alert status, classify it as a sea beast, and request naval support. In the East Sea, there are indeed sea beasts and sea kings that sometimes threaten the safety of merchant and fishing vessels as well as the inhabitants. In this world, maritime navigation is the primary mode of transport. Should it be jeopardized, islands may face dire shortages. Hence, the Navy must respond to these creatures that endanger human life, categorizing them into 2 threat levels, sea beasts and sea kings. If they disrupt the daily lives of residents, upon request, measures will be taken for their capture or removal. If removal is impossible, they will be driven away. Since I cannot handle this myself, it will be left to Colonel Leto. Crummy resolved. Organizing matters before departing Gnarl Village aboard the warship. Meanwhile, in the distant waters, Xia Qiu lay in the trench. Small fish nibbling at the remnants of food lodged between his teeth. The enhanced energy bestowed by powerful humans was immense. To grow stronger, he needed not only to increase in size but also to harness the strength of formidable humans. Yet, where could he find such individuals? Chapter 16. The Trap in the Depths of the Ocean. A multitude of shimmering silver fish glided gracefully with the current, numbering in the thousands. These fish, with their streamlined, spindle-shaped bodies, gleamed in a silvery hue. On the posterior halves of their dorsal and ventral sides, near the caudal fin, they were adorned with bony spines. They possessed mouths through which seawater flowed in, only to exit through their gills. The tuna, a species renowned for its prolific reproductive capabilities, can yield up to 5 million eggs in a single year from a female weighing 50 kilograms. Furthermore, their spawning period is notably prolonged, and their growth rate is rapid. Tuna exhibit a diverse diet and inhabit a variety of oceanic regions, ranking among the most abundant marine fish species. They are also among the few creatures of the sea that, despite their formidable dentition, display minimal aggression. Upon observing them, summer and autumn surge forth, defying the ocean currents as they advance towards them. Splash. The arrival of late summer and autumn has scattered these tuna, yet despite their overwhelming numbers, a dozen or so were still devoured by the season. These fish, consumed by the changing time, prompted a relentless pursuit of the surrounding tunas. With each gulp, several tunas were taken in. However, the tuna speed proved to be formidable. Their brachial musculature has atrophied, necessitating constant swimming to facilitate the flow of fresh water over their gill covers, thereby supplying oxygen. Consequently, they are perpetually in motion, averaging speeds between 30 to 40 kilometers per hour, with peaks reaching as high as 160 kilometers. Amidst their rapid movement, the tuna's body temperature rises significantly, surpassing that of the surrounding waters. Moreover, their feeding volumes are substantial, with a single meal constituting approximately 18% of their body weight. These tunas accelerated towards the distance, and after consuming a particularly large school, they languidly withdrew. Over 100 tunas were more than sufficient. Recently, Xia Qiu has discovered the migratory paths of tuna schools, capturing dozens of these magnificent fish and consuming thousands of them. Although the quantity consumed does not satiate his hunger, it is ample for his evolution. Crackle, crackle, crackle. On the back and abdomen of late summer and early autumn, sharp spines are developing, resembling equilateral triangular shapes. These spines possess remarkable hardness, akin to the spines found on the posterior regions of certain tuna species. In his inaugural encounter with tuna, Xia Qiu sensed subtle transformations within his body. After attacking several schools of tuna, he discovered the emergence of spines. These spines proved to be immensely advantageous, providing him with additional avenues for assault. Presently, Xia Qiu's primary methods of attack included his teeth, headbutts, the hardened spines of his fins, and the strikes of his tail. Yet, this was insufficient. His body and abdomen remained vulnerable areas. Should he develop spines in these regions, his offensive capabilities would be significantly enhanced. Imagine if Xia Qiu, while swimming, launched an assault on other formidable fish. His spines could inflict wounds upon their flesh, leaving marks around their bodies. Furthermore, if he encountered a creature akin to Berlioz, who encircled him and targeted his abdomen, he too could retaliate from that vulnerable area. Thus, during the ensuing days, Xia Qiu relentlessly pursued tuna. It was at this juncture that he realized, upon consuming certain species of marine fish, he could also cultivate corresponding organs. This presented a remarkably advantageous strategy, allowing him to selectively target specific marine species. Yet, he felt it was still insufficient, still too diminutive. Xia Qiu is quite dissatisfied with the current size of the fish bones and thus intends to continue his pursuit, eagerly awaiting the next school of tuna. As summer and autumn gradually drift away into the distance, they begin to capture other marine fish. At present, the summer and autumn have reached a length of 18 meters and a weight approaching 50 tons. Such dimensions render it a behemoth. Its appearance bears little difference from when it measured 15 meters. However, the horns atop its head have grown significantly larger, and its body has become even more resilient. Xia Qiu was exceedingly cautious, venturing only slightly into the ocean to ensure he could secure sufficient sustenance. Consequently, within the realm he could explore, there were virtually no natural predators. Occasionally, there were a few sea creatures exceeding 20 meters in length, yet they posed no threat to Xia Qiu. After consuming human flesh, Xia Qiu's physique became remarkably robust. In terms of size, he possessed overwhelming combat prowess. However, this was still insufficient. His strength remained inadequate. He needed to continue his journey of becoming even more formidable. As Xia Qiu pondered, she suddenly sensed a peculiar taste in the seawater. What could it be? As summer transitions into autumn, the aroma wafts through the air, igniting an insatiable hunger within, a profound desire to indulge in delectable sustenance. What could this enticing essence be? As Xia Qiu pondered, she gazed into the distance, sensing that the aroma wafted from that direction. This particular fragrance, As summer transitions into autumn, his appetite within grows increasingly insatiable, compelling him to exercise restraint over his desires. He decides to take a look. As Xia Qiu contemplated, he swayed his body and swam towards his intended destination. Colonel Lido, that cunning sea fish, remained in uncertainty as to whether it could be lured here. On board the naval warship, Crumb gazed into the profound ocean, where countless fish swirled around, colliding with the surrounding waters, even causing a rhythmic thumping against the hull. This bait was specifically crafted for marine creatures, whether fish or sea beasts. Even the formidable sea kings would be drawn to it. Beside Crumb, a robust man clad in naval attire remarked, "As long as he is nearby, we can entice him here. When the moment comes, I shall take him down myself." Crumb quickly responded, with Colonel Lido at the helm. This sea fish poses little threat. The sturdy man was none other than Colonel Lido himself. He smiled softly and replied, "Crumb, I shall bestow upon you the credit for its demise. Should we succeed, it will also reflect well upon me, and I do not wish to claim undue recognition." Crumb hastily affirmed, "I dare not assume any credit that does not belong to me." Lido waved his hand dismissively, stating, "The accolades shall be yours. This fish has been classified as a threatening sea beast. Slaying it will surely elevate you to the rank of lieutenant colonel." Though Xia Qiu was still a mere fish and not yet a sea beast, he possessed immense potential for growth and posed a significant threat. In just a month and a half, he had grown from 7 meters to 15. He had already slain Lieutenant Colonel Berlioz and endangered the safety of a small village. Consequently, upon receiving this information, Lido reported the security concerns, embellishing the details, while the villagers also conveyed their fears. Thus, the East Sea branch of the Navy classified this fish as a target for elimination, designating it as a sea beast. Eliminating it would not only resolve their troubles but also yield substantial military merit. Although Crumb was still a major, he had already accrued a notable record of achievements. Just half a month prior, he had dismantled the Porcupine pirate crew, slaying its leader, Muir, which constituted a significant victory. However, such an accomplishment was still insufficient for a promotion to lieutenant colonel. Yet, should he vanquish another sea beast, he would be well on his way. Upon hearing this, Crumb's expression brightened with excitement as he eagerly proclaimed, "Colonel Lido, my current strength is still lacking. I fear it may not suffice." "Strength is of little consequence." Colonel Lido interjected, casting a knowing glance at him. "What matters most is your capability to act, to serve my interests. I shall devote myself entirely, loyal to your command." Crumb instantly affirmed. "Excellent." Lido nodded, thoroughly pleased with Crumb's response. His desire was to cultivate Crumb's loyalty. Lido's willingness to assist Crumb. Without coveting the accolades for the defeat of the Porcupine pirates and intending to allocate the forthcoming credit for slaying the sea fish to Crumb, stemmed from Crumb's remarkable efficacy. Berlioz's demise had not hindered the collection of security fees at the branch base. Rather, several villages had expressed their gratitude towards Crumb, and even his subordinates praised him profusely. Moreover, he had not only vanquished the Porcupine pirate crew, but had also brought back their ship, repaired it, and sold it for a considerable profit. The treasures plundered by the pirates were returned to the base, with Lido acquiring a substantial portion himself. Crumb was an exemplary subordinate, whose responsibilities warranted a lieutenant colonel's rank. With Berlioz's death, the 154th base was in need of such an officer. As for whether Crumb's advancement might pose a threat to him, Lido deemed it inconsequential. He had engaged Crumb in combat and found him no match for his prowess, limited to the capabilities of a mere major. The ability to slay Muir, with a bounty of 5 million, was likely due to the heinous actions of the Porcupine pirates rather than Muir's inherent strength, augmented by the might of the warship. Crumb, with his current abilities, was ill-equipped to handle the dangers faced by the 154th base. In the face of such a stark disparity in strength, Lido remained unconcerned about Crumb's potential promotion. He gazed at the water's surface, awaiting the arrival of the elusive sea fish. Chapter 17. Pursued as Xia Qiu swam. The scent of the sea intensified, an insatiable impulse coursing through his veins, impossible to suppress. Xia Qiu sensed something amiss, an impulse surged within him, surpassing even his desire for sustenance, dominating his very being. This heightened his alertness. Not only that, but he observed fish in the vicinity swimming towards that direction. Surely, something was drawing him and the other fish in. This allure was evidently something widely utilized on fish. Why was this so? Was it fishing? At that moment, Xia Qiu noticed that the fish being lured appeared rather peculiar. Most bore sharp teeth and were substantial in size, measuring at least 70 centimeters, all belonging to carnivorous species. Smaller fish, as well as those that fed on planktonic crustaceans, largely remained behind. Among all the fish, some of the larger specimens hesitated in place. The majority of the toothy fish were attracted, the smaller ones stayed put, and some exhibited indecision. Thus, the scent evidently targeted certain species of fish, specifically avoiding the smaller ones, indicating its effectiveness on the larger fish. The fact that some fish were drawn in while others hesitated suggested that a particular element affected specific types. Therefore, this scent seemed distinctly tailored to certain marine fish, which, at least in terms of size, excluded the smaller ones. It was akin to a method of capture. What exactly was transpiring? Moreover, the direction pointed towards Nar village. Were the villagers of Nar behind this? As summer transitioned into autumn, an unsettling intuition compelled me to decelerate, inching closer to the surface, casting my gaze into the distance. What could that be? In the late summer and early autumn, Xia Qiu observed a vast expanse of sea in the distance, where a colossal naval warship emerged. Schools of fish congregated nearby, in close proximity to the vessel. It was evident that the Navy was engaged in such activities, enticing marine fish to this location. The absence of fishing nets indicated that they were not engaged in the act of fishing. Rather, they were in pursuit of specific species of fish. In the twilight of summer and autumn, she recalled the incident from 2 months prior, when she had assaulted a naval officer, after which the naval warship lingered in the vicinity for an extended period. Was it in pursuit of her? This possibility could not be dismissed, regardless of its veracity. She was acutely aware that these objects were strategically placed by the Navy, and approaching them further would be futile. As for consuming the fish lured by the bait, who could ascertain whether their flavor harbored any peculiarities? As Xia Qiu contemplated this, he turned and swam towards the distance, intending to depart from this section of the sea. However, he remained oblivious to the seagull that circled incessantly above him. "Colonel, there's a seagull overhead, tracing a figure-8 pattern. It may have spotted prey," Cromai remarked, peering through his binoculars at Colonel Lido. "Is it approaching?" Colonel Lido inquired, taking the binoculars to gaze at the sky, where the seagull continued its aerial dance. This particular species of seagull had been specially bred by the Navy, akin to messenger birds and telephone bugs, unique creatures in the world of the Pirate King. Such seagulls could be utilized to detect enemy presence, be it pirate ships, marine life, or sea kings. They traced different patterns based on their targets, allowing for identification through their markings. Judging by this pattern, it appears to be a large sea fish, measuring at least 10 meters in length. Considering its altitude, it might also be a sea beast, or even a sea king. But why is it moving away? Colonel Lido pondered, observing the trajectory of the seagull's flight with some confusion. It should be approaching. Why is it retreating? Cromai could not help but inquire. "Impossible," Colonel Lido instinctively replied, though he soon furrowed his brow and added, "I recall that during your capture, it not only evaded the traps, but also dodged the direction of the cannons. Evading traps is one thing, but if it can also avoid cannon fire, that would be rather extraordinary." Cromai nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, it evaded the cannon fire and even sealed off the surface of the sea, preventing Major Berlioz from surfacing for air. It is certainly possible it detected our traps." Colonel Lido acknowledged this with a nod, asserting, "Its departure confirms its awareness. Set sail, we shall pursue the sea fish." With Colonel Lido's command, the sailors began to hoist the sails and set forth. The naval warship navigated towards Xia Qiu's direction, in hot pursuit of him. As Xia Qiu drifted toward the horizon, he did not veer directly away from the naval warship, for such a course would lead him too deeply into the vast ocean. He intended to take a detour, navigating to the side of the island to evade the naval vessel. After traveling a short distance, Xia Qiu suddenly sensed something amiss: the undulation of the sea. The senses of smell and sight in the late summer and early autumn are remarkably acute, complemented by a peripheral nervous system that enables the body to detect the flow of water nearby. He sensed the current of water moving behind him. Quickly, he turned to glance back, and through the layers of water, he discerned a massive naval warship not far away. Had it pursued him? Upon witnessing this scene, Xia Qiu was taken aback, pondering whether it was mere coincidence or a revelation of her own self. Xia Qiu immediately submerged, turning to swim in a different direction. Had they not followed? After swimming for a while, Xia Qiu realized that the naval warship was no longer in pursuit, and a sense of relief washed over him. He adjusted his course. In the next moment, the naval warship altered its position and resumed its chase after Xia Qiu. Xia Qiu was uncertain how they had discovered his presence and pursued him. However, if the target was indeed himself, he had no intention of remaining passive. Rather than choosing to flee, he swam towards the naval warship. To hastily accelerate away could provoke the naval forces to open fire. The artillery of the warship was formidable, and Xia Qiu was unwilling to withstand such a confrontation. Furthermore, he entertained another thought. If he were to reach a location beyond the range of their cannons, might a powerful adversary descend from the warship to hunt him down? He required the flesh of formidable humans to enhance his own strength. Even the naval officer from before could aid in his fortification. Though stronger than him, he was no match for Xia Qiu now. Over the course of nearly 2 months, he had grown from 7 meters to 18 meters, evolving certain organs that aided him in underwater combat. Not only that, but after consuming that naval officer and a pirate, he had undergone 2 enhancements, resulting in a more robust physique. He had grown larger and stronger. If he were to face that naval officer again, Xia Qiu believed the adversary would struggle to inflict even a single wound upon him. Xia Qiu believed that even if they were a notch above the Navy, they possessed ample odds of victory. Furthermore, in the vast expanse of the ocean, human combat capabilities would be significantly diminished. Thus, there was no reason for concern. As Xia Qiu contemplated, he swam towards the naval warship, using the vessel to obscure his form, patiently awaiting the impending encounter. Colonel Lido, likened to a formidable black fish, surged towards the warship. Observing the approaching shadow, crewmate exclaimed in alarm, "Why is it advancing so boldly? Could it be intent on ramming the ship?" Colonel Leto furrowed his brow, perplexed by the creature's actions. Crewmate speculated, might it be attracted by the lure left by the ship, having been at a distance before? It has now drawn near. That is plausible, Leto conceded. If it approaches, prepare to strike. Bring me the weaponry and equipment. With that, Leto shed his garments, revealing a robust torso. A sailor promptly handed him a spear with a sharp tip, a pair of goggles, and a round fruit. Grasping the spear, Leto donned the goggles, inhaled deeply, and bit into the fruit. Then he leaped into the sea, propelling himself towards the black fish. The hunter, Leto. Crewmate observed Leto's dive into the water and remarked, Colonel Leto's shark spear has claimed countless sharks. This sea creature's fate is sealed. Chapter 18. The fierce battle. Leto propelled himself off the seafloor, shooting upwards like a released arrow towards the surface. With a splash, he plunged into the water, aiming directly at Xia Qiu's head, gripping the shark spear tightly, his muscular arms tensing as he thrust downward towards Xia Qiu. A resounding impact echoed as Leto's spear struck Xia Qiu, but it failed to pierce the head directly, instead grazing the side and leaving a trail of blood, shattering scales, and etching a deep mark upon its bones. In the next instant, Xia Qiu's massive pectoral fin surged towards him. The force of the fin struck Leto, akin to a battering ram, sending him flying. In the split second as he was airborne, Xia Qiu had already anticipated Leto's attack, pivoting to unleash another strike with its fin. This accounted for why Leto had only grazed the side of Xia Qiu's head. The tremendous force of the blow jarred Leto's body, forcing a gasp from his lungs, expelling air in a rush. The pressure on his chest was immediate and suffocating. Damn it, it can attack with its fin. Leto had not anticipated such a tactic. Urgently, he bit down on the fruit, gently squeezing to release oxygen, which filled his lungs and alleviated the sensation of asphyxiation. This device was designed to store oxygen, providing enough for 3 breaths, allowing one to remain submerged for a time. Yet, just as he inhaled the precious air, the numbness in his body had not entirely dissipated. And in that moment, Xia Qiu twisted once more, its immense fin coming at him again in a spiraling motion. The colossal fin surged forward, targeting Leto anew. However, this time, with the shark spear in hand, Leto hastily gripped it, raising it defensively before him. The enormous pectoral fin of Xia Qiu struck the barrel of the stingray spear. With a resounding thud, waves rippled through the surrounding water, propelling Leto more than a foot away. The spear in his hand quivered uncontrollably. What immense power! Such was the thought shared by both Leto and Xia Qiu. To his astonishment, Xia Qiu found that the opponent was capable of deflecting his strike, causing him to stumble backward. Yet the long spear became ensnared in his pectoral fin, showcasing an immense force. Xia Qiu should not be underestimated. With a swift twist of its head, it lunged towards its opponent's upper body. Its massive maw, lined with rows of teeth as sharp as blades, resembled a whirlwind of daggers sweeping toward the adversary. In the face of this onslaught, Leto felt a chilling sensation enveloping his body, as if he had stepped into the threshold of the underworld. An overwhelming sense of dread consumed him. He could not escape. Death loomed. His heart raced in trepidation. Yet in that fleeting moment of hesitation, Leto suddenly crouched low, allowing his body to slide downward. However, Xia Qiu's speed was too formidable for him to evade entirely. Thus, Leto gripped the lower end of this, thrusting it forward while pressing down on its upper portion. He retracted his head and leaned back, bracing himself against the impending force. Bang! In the fleeting moment that Xia Qiu lunged forward, the stingray spear transformed into a ramp, upon which Xia Qiu collided, transmitting an immense force onto Leto. Leto's upper body was already inclined backward, and since Xia Qiu's assault targeted precisely that upper region, coupled with his downward momentum, it resulted in the majority of his physique being positioned beneath Xia Qiu's jaw. As the summer and autumn currents surged forth, Leto deftly deflected them with his stingray spear, simultaneously redirecting the force downwards. With a soft grunt, Leto's body relaxed instantaneously, allowing him to be swept downstream and evade the reach of summer and autumn's jaws. Positioning himself beneath them, feeling a tingling in his arms, Leto recognized the formidable strength of his opponent, understanding that a direct confrontation would be exceedingly challenging. However, rather than attempting to flee, he propelled himself forward, aiming for the underbelly of summer and autumn, to evade their teeth and avoid being struck. Utilizing his own body as a shield seemed the wisest course of action. With this strategy in mind, Leto maneuvered beneath summer and autumn's abdomen, maintaining a prudent distance while gripping the stingray spear tightly, ready to thrust it fiercely. Just then, summer and autumn unexpectedly pivoted, their body rotating 180 degrees in the water. As they spun, their side collided directly with Leto. He found the encounter quite peculiar, having seen many sharks, some exceeding 20 meters in length. He noted that aside from their teeth and tails, they rarely employed other means of attack. If he timed his actions well, defeating this creature should not be overly difficult. Yet this particular fish not only wielded its fins but also utilized its entire body. With a sharp thrust, Leto's spear pierced summer and autumn, carving a gash through their scales, blood billowing forth into the water. However, in turn, summer and autumn struck Leto, sending him careening sideways. At the moment of impact, Leto relaxed his body, anchoring the spear with his right hand, and with a sudden surge of strength in his arms. He kicked his legs in the direction of the current, propelling himself away with haste. Despite his efforts, he was still struck. Albeit only a small portion of his body grazed, significantly diminishing the force of the blow as he was pushed back a short distance. In the very instant of collision, Summer and Autumn executed a swift roll, gliding away from Leto. Were they attempting to escape? Leto steadied himself, preparing to pursue. Yet at that moment, Summer and Autumn lashed their powerful tail in his direction, the immense force aimed squarely at him. In a moment of panic, Leto froze, curling his body, raising his arms, and tucking his legs in a desperate attempt to shield himself. The tail struck with tremendous force, sending him soaring through the water, bubbles erupting in his wake. The pain was excruciating. Leto felt a sharp ache in his arms and legs, struggling to catch his breath. He quickly bit down on a piece of fruit, allowing oxygen to flood back into his system. Meanwhile, Summer and Autumn had turned back, charging towards him with their jaws agape, ready to strike. Faced with this onslaught, Leto hastily kicked his legs and swam to the side. As Xia Qiu brushed past Leto, he snapped at nothing but air. Just when Leto believed he had narrowly escaped, a mocking expression appeared on Xia Qiu's face as he missed the bite, subtly shifting his body upwards. With a resounding thud, the pectoral fin collided with Leto. The front section of the fin, robust and spiny, was as resilient as bone, and combined with the force of the impact, it wielded tremendous power. Leto raised his arm defensively, but it met the fin with a sickening crunch. His arm shattered upon impact, sending his body careening backward. Yet, Xia Qiu's momentum did not falter. He continued to advance, and in the split second that he passed, his powerful tail swept through. Leto struggled to regain his balance, but just as he steadied himself, the tail struck him. The impact felt like a shield crashing into him, forcing the air from his lungs. He was compelled to bite down on the fruit once more, releasing a burst of oxygen. This marked his third attempt. The fruit could only provide oxygen 3 times, and now it had exhausted its supply. But that was of little consequence. In the distance, a colossal sea creature had altered its course and was charging toward him. In his prime, he would have been no match for such a beast. Now, with one arm incapacitated, how could he possibly prevail? Despair seeped into Leto's heart. He had never anticipated that a mere sea fish could possess such strength. Its defenses were formidable. His attacks could easily penetrate the body of a 20-meter-long shark. Yet they merely grazed its scales. The creatures might far surpass any other shark he had encountered, and it exhibited uncanny evasiveness, skillfully dodging his direct assaults. Moreover, it utilized its pectoral fins, body, and tail to counterattack, demonstrating an intelligence that made the encounter feel akin to battling a human. The terror of it all overwhelmed Leto. Regret washed over him for engaging in combat beneath the waves, having foolishly underestimated a creature less than 20 meters in length. Damn it! Clenching his teeth, he gazed at the approaching Leviathan and raised his spear with his left hand. With a clang, Leto's killing spear struck Xia Qiu's upper jaw. A crack resonated as Xia Qiu's jawbone shattered under the combined forces of their collision. However, the immense force also caused Leto to lose his grip on the spear, sending it flying from his hands. As Summer and Autumn clashed, the formidable Leto was struck down by a decisive bite from Xia Qiu. A sharp crack echoed, and blood gushed forth as Leto's body was instantaneously shattered, consumed whole by Xia Qiu. This individual surpassed both the Navy and the pirates, undoubtedly possessing an immense reservoir of heat. Contemplating this, Xia Qiu began to swim towards the horizon. Surely, Colonel Leto would emerge victorious. On the battleship, Crummy leaned against the ship's railing, his body tilting forward as he intently scrutinized the surface of the water, a sense of tension enveloping him. The battle had raged on for some time. By the measure of breath, they had likely needed to resurface at least once or twice. Based on past experiences, Colonel Leto should have secured his victory by now. Yet, the struggle continued. Suddenly, Crummy fixed his gaze upon the sea, aware of the distance separating him from its surface, where both fish and man remained submerged. All he could discern were immense shadows and fleeting glimpses of another form. With a thunderous roar, the colossal black fish veered away, pausing briefly before swimming into the distance. What was happening? Crummy's eyes widened. The black fish had departed, and Colonel Leto's figure had vanished. If the colonel were still alive, how could he have allowed the fish to escape? Had the colonel perished? Crummy's body trembled slightly as he shouted, "Colonel Leto." There was no reply. Only the slow emergence of blood, the colonel's shadow absent from the depths. Had Colonel Leto been defeated? Slain by the blackfish? Crummy's heart sank with his demise. His own aspirations for promotion were dashed. Fire! Fire! Aim for the sea creature and eliminate it. Crummy bellowed, his face contorted with rage, veins bulging. Seeing his distress, the others quickly relayed orders, preparing the cannons and aiming at the designated target. Boom, boom, boom. The cannons roared, shells launched into the air. Yet the sea creature dove deeper, its shadow fading into the abyss. Pursue, pursue, Crummy shouted. However, a lieutenant beside him remarked, "The direction it has taken is against the current and wind. We cannot catch up. Even if we did, we would be unable to inflict any damage." Damn it. Crummy slammed his fist against the ship's railing, splintering wood and slicing his palm. His expression was one of profound displeasure. Colonel Leto had actually perished. He had no desire for Leto's demise, unlike Colonel Berlioz, who was driven by greed and suppression. With Leto gone, an opportunity arose for him. But Leto's rank far surpassed his own, rendering him unworthy of succession. He had also promised himself that after vanquishing the sea creature, he would ensure the credit was directed towards him, thus facilitating his own ascent. Damn it. Crummy loathed the fish with an intensity that left him powerless. Without Colonel Leto, they stood no chance against the sea creature. Colonel Leto? As summer and autumn gracefully drift towards the horizon, a sudden call resounds from above. The individual, named Leto, astonishingly holds the rank of colonel. In the world of One Piece, the title of colonel within the Navy signifies a prestigious position, being the highest rank beneath that of a rear admiral. Xia Qiu never anticipated that she had consumed a naval colonel. Yet, her heart remained unfulfilled. This naval warship was evidently on a mission to capture her, specifically targeting the colonel responsible for maintaining order in the village. The strength of the naval branch colonel was woefully inadequate, falling vastly short when compared to that of the headquarters colonel. Just how weak was he? Colonel Monka of the 153rd Naval Branch Base was swiftly defeated with a single blow by Zoro, who had been bound for 3 days. In his time as a colonel, Smoker had apprehended Luffy in Logetown, intending to execute him, only to have Dragon intervene. The former headquarters colonel, Tina, had captured Fokurii. Colonel T-Pin could cleave pirate ships in two and slice sea kings effortlessly. Colonel Shun, a user of the Stitch fruit, had once erased Zoro as Snowwalk. Additionally, there were Barrygood, Shilingiru, and Kobe, who possessed the advanced observation haki. Even the former Sergeant Dashki was not inferior to Monka, despite the 6 ranks separating them. The disparity in strength between branch and headquarters colonels is monumental, akin to the difference between life and death by a mere finger. The time it took her to eliminate a branch colonel revealed her own inadequacies. She realized the pressing need to enhance her own strength. Xia Qiu pondered as she swam through the chaos of gunfire, intending to find a tranquil spot to digest her meal. However, after traversing a considerable distance, a colossal shadow abruptly emerged before her, swiftly approaching. Xia Qiu was momentarily taken aback, halting her movements and gradually retreating. As the distance diminished, she discerned the creature's features more clearly. It was a colossal sea fish, measuring no less than 30 meters in length, its massive form resembling that of a small vessel, hurtling towards her at an alarming speed. Could it be? Her fortune seemed exceedingly unfortunate. As Xia Qiu beheld the imposing size of the creature before her, a wave of panic surged within her. Chapter 19. The coelacanth, the fish that appeared before her, possessed an enormous head, its slightly ajar mouth lined with sharp, menacing teeth. Its surface was adorned with circular scales, a deep blue-black hue, marred by faint traces of mud and wounds, giving it a rather unkempt appearance. The most striking feature of this fish was its fins. It boasted pectoral fins, pelvic fins, and a uniquely shaped caudal fin. The caudal fin, in addition to its central lobe, extended 2 short lobes above and below, known as the upper and lower lobes. In stark contrast to contemporary fish, the junction where the fins connect to the body was covered in scales, resembling a robust limb. It resembled a stout thigh, with the fins emerging from its end. Judging by its appearance, this fish appeared to belong to the class of lobe-finned fish, specifically the coelacanth. The class of lobe-finned fish, which emerged hundreds of millions of years ago, has been suggested by certain studies to be the evolutionary precursor of amphibians from one of its lineages, the Sarcopterygians. Another lineage, known as the coelacanth, has existed on Earth for approximately 360 million years. It was initially believed that they had gone extinct 100 million years ago. Yet they were rediscovered after 1938. Xia Qiu had not anticipated encountering a coelacanth, and even more astonishing was its colossal size. The largest coelacanth on Earth measures merely 1.5 meters, yet this one reached an astounding 30 meters. The disparity between itself and this magnificent creature was staggering. This coelacanth weighed over 150 tons, potentially even reaching 200 tons. In contrast, Xia Qiu measured 18 meters in length and weighed approximately 50 tons. The weight difference approached a remarkable fourfold, with its immense form surpassing his own stature. Such a fish should not exist in these waters. However, Xia Qiu considered the possibility of a lure. Perhaps the coelacanth had been drawn here by it. At that moment, it had locked onto him and was launching an aggressive attack. A wave of panic surged within Xia Qiu as he confronted the enormous fish, far larger than himself. It was impossible not to feel apprehensive. Upon catching sight of it, he promptly turned to flee. He was unaware of the creature's capabilities, yet its sheer size commanded respect. Moreover, he bore wounds on his skull, jaw, and throughout his body. Most critically, the heat within him was intensifying to an overwhelming degree, comparable to the combined might of the Navy and pirates from before. Undoubtedly, his body would suffer the consequences. He made his escape. Xia Qiu turned abruptly, swimming towards the distant sea. However, his sudden movement drew the fish closer, narrowing the distance between them to a mere 10 meters or so. He accelerated. Xia Qiu exerted all her strength to twist her body and flapped her fins, swiftly swimming towards the distance. How rapid! As summer and autumn traversed a considerable distance, they discovered that the other party remained closely tethered behind. Though of a colossal stature, their speed was in no way inferior to that of themselves. Xia Qiu felt no apprehension. As long as he reached the shallow waters, he would escape his pursuer. However, at that moment, a surge of heat coursed through his body, swiftly followed by the onset of pain. This discomfort was a manifestation of the process of bodily enhancement, as his muscles, bones, scales, and fins underwent transformation. Moreover, during the rapid motion, the sensation intensified, and although it was bearable, his speed was adversely affected. He was drawing closer. As summer transitioned into autumn, she sensed the surging waters behind her, the entity drawing ever closer with alarming swiftness. Escape seemed impossible. Xia Qiu feels that if she cannot reach the shallow waters, she will be caught up by her pursuer. What should she do? As Xia Qiu's expression darkened, Colonel Leto posed little threat to him. However, he was unexpectedly pursued by a fish. There was no choice but to engage in battle. If you wish to take my life, then I shall end yours. Yet, the adversary was considerably larger and not lacking in speed. A direct confrontation was not an option. Careful consideration of a strategy was imperative. As Xia Qiu's gaze turned cold, he continued to swim forward, his speed diminishing slightly. The spiny fish rapidly approached. And when it was merely 2 meters away from Xia Qiu, it opened its gaping maw and lunged forward. Its enormous mouth was nearly the size of Xia Qiu's head, capable of ending his life in a single bite. However, at that crucial moment, Xia Qiu's body suddenly accelerated and veered to the right. With a sharp snap, the spiny fish missed its target and surged ahead for a short distance. Xia Qiu skillfully evaded its attack, executing a minor turn to face the fish's side, propelling himself toward it. The spiny fish, having failed its strike, locked onto Xia Qiu and attempted to pivot. Yet, its inertia carried it forward, slowing its response. And given its massive, spindle-shaped form, its height-to-length ratio hindered its agility in turning. In contrast, Xia Qiu's movements remained compact as he glided along the spiny fish's body. Just as the creature managed to twist its head, Xia Qiu was already at its flank, ready to bite. This experience echoed his encounters with the Navy, where he had discovered that attacking the side of such colossal sea creatures was invariably advantageous, although the moment of turning posed a risk. This was the only effective method to contend with such a fish. Xia Qiu sank her teeth into the flesh of her opponent's fish, clenching tightly. The sharp sound of teeth clashing against scales resonated, akin to the harsh clang of a spike meeting an iron plate. How unyielding! Xia Qiu felt as though he had bitten into an iron plate. The opponent's scales were exceedingly tough. With a sharp crunch, however, Xia Qiu's biting force ascended to a new level. After a brief stalemate, his teeth sank into the fish's flesh. Yet, an immense resistance was felt as his teeth penetrated and constrained by the opponent's size. As well as the limitations of his own maxilla and mandible, he could only grasp a small fragment. The damage inflicted was minimal. At last, Xia Qiu has truly experienced the sensation of being assailed by Colonel Leto. Despite exerting all his strength in the attack, he could merely breach the surface, making it arduous to inflict any fatal damage. The assault from Xia Qiu inflicted a pang of agony upon the spiny fish, whose gaze turned fierce as it pivoted to counterattack. Yet, in the fleeting moment of its turn, Xia Qiu deftly dove beneath its form. Snap! The spiny fish's jaws closed on emptiness, while Xia Qiu positioned itself below, launching a decisive bite at the fish's abdomen. Crunch! The teeth of Xia Qiu pierced through the scales, delving deeper. The belly of the garfish remained enshrouded in scales, exhibiting remarkable defensive capabilities. However, the area of its abdomen was relatively small, lacking the expansive surface of its sides. Xia Qiu found it impossible to engulf the fish whole, resorting instead to biting down with the outermost row of teeth. Yet, the abdomen was entirely within reach, allowing Xia Qiu to employ multiple rows of teeth. With a decisive snap, a sizable chunk of the garfish's belly was bitten off, the wound both larger and deeper than before. The garfish quivered in response, twisting its body and redirecting its head towards Xia Qiu, who was swimming upward and veering away. A sharp rush of teeth grazed Xia Qiu's tail, leaving a gash that narrowly avoided a more grievous bite. A twinge of pain coursed through its body, and the internal heat surged to its peak, diminishing Xia Qiu's control over its movements. As Xia Qiu evaded the desolation of the coelacanth, he circled around to its side and sank his teeth into it, tearing away another piece of flesh. The coelacanth twisted its body incessantly, attempting to strike at Xia Qiu. Yet, each time it lunged, Xia Qiu deftly sidestepped its assault by mere inches. With each of Xia Qiu's ferocious bites, the coelacanth's injuries worsened, its blood staining the surrounding waters. Suddenly, the coelacanth charged at Xia Qiu once more, but he evaded effortlessly. The creature's agility had significantly diminished due to its injuries. However, instead of halting after its failed attack, the coelacanth swam away towards the distance. Fleeing? There was no way he would allow that to happen. Xia Qiu was momentarily taken aback, and then, regaining composure, swiftly pursued. His speed slightly enhanced given the injured state of the. As summer swiftly approaches autumn, it is at this moment that the barracuda suddenly writhes its body, turning its head to reveal its gaping maw, ready to strike at Xia Qiu. He has fallen into a trap. Instead of fleeing, he aims to create distance, evading its entanglement, and seizing the opportunity to launch a counterattack while being pursued. However, having charged directly ahead, he finds himself unable to escape the range of its assault. Faced with the menacing jaws, Xia Qiu laments his own carelessness. With no chance of evasion, What should he do? Chapter 20. Determination if evasion is futile. Then there is no choice but to confront it head-on. Staring into the abyss of the creature's massive mouth, Xia Qiu's gaze turns steely. He does not flinch. Instead, he intensifies his strength, slightly ascending the current, and charges forward. Bang! The massive frontal bone of Xia Qiu collided with the upper jaw of the spiny fish. A crisp crack echoed. In the clash between Xia Qiu and the bone of the air spiny fish, a fissure emerged, while the upper jaw of the fish shattered completely. Despite its large physique and immense strength, the creature, in a sudden turn to attack, had not amassed sufficient force. Furthermore, it opened its mouth, channeling its power into the act of biting. In contrast, Xia Qiu surged forward, colliding with tremendous force. In the transition from summer to autumn, the forehead's bony protrusion has undergone several evolutions, evolving into a formidable horn. Conversely, the opponent's maxilla remains comparatively fragile. In an instant, Xia Qiu shattered the opponent's maxilla. Halting their offensive, the two fish momentarily paused, suspended in time. Enduring the pain, Xia Qiu swiftly activated his movement, executing a somersault that sent his body plummeting, akin to an aircraft's barrel roll. He then surged forward, positioning himself beneath the spiny fish, and seized its pectoral fin with his jaws. The sound of tearing flesh echoed as he severed the fin from the left side, swallowing it whole. By dismantling your fin, how can you possibly escape? Yet at that moment, Xia Qiu discerned that within the connection between the spiny fish's fin and its body lay a hard bone. Crack! As Xia Qiu crushed the pectoral fin, the coelacanth attempted to retaliate, yet its body tilted slightly, rendering it incapable of stabilizing itself. In a swift maneuver, Xia Qiu executed another flip, positioning itself on the opposite side of the coelacanth, and with a decisive bite, severed the remaining pectoral fin. With the complete absence of its pectoral fins, the fish's body lost its equilibrium. The significance of the pectoral fins is immense. They provide propulsion, facilitate balance during turns in conjunction with other fins, and offer support to the head. The coelacanth endeavored to rotate its body, but it swayed uncertainly, unable to maintain its form, let alone launch an attack on Xia Qiu. Crack! In a ferocious display, Xia Qiu sank his teeth into the belly of the oppa, tearing into the flesh bite by bite. The oppa quivered, desperately attempting to evade Xia Qiu's relentless assault, yet to no avail. The blood flowed increasingly, and in the blink of an eye, a gaping wound appeared in the oppa's abdomen. With a resounding thud, the oppa lost its balance and rolled sideways, plummeting into the depths of the water. Upon impact, its massive body collided with the seabed, stirring up a cloud of silt. Meanwhile, Xia Qiu nestled beside the carcass, voraciously consuming the remains, indulging in a meal that easily exceeded 1 ton, with a maximum capacity of devouring 2 tons in a single sitting. The weight of the naval officer was far too insignificant to satiate his hunger. As Xia Qiu gorged on large quantities of fish, the flesh of the spiny fish was hollowed out, leaving a sense of satiety resonating within. That would suffice. Xia Qiu ceased her feeding and cast a glance at the empty-spined fish, a hint of derision glimmering in her eyes. You wish to hunt me? You shall find yourself as my prey instead. Xia Qiu chuckled coldly as she swam away into the distance. When her figure vanished from sight, the surrounding fish gradually approached, gathering around the carcass of the empty-spined fish to feast upon it. How painful. Xia Qiu lay on the ocean floor, acutely aware of the transformative warmth coursing through her body, a painful convulsion overtaking her. If it were merely the amplification of energy, she could endure it. However, the evolutionary energy bestowed upon her by the spiny fish was equally formidable. When these two forces converged, the agony intensified, making Xia Qiu feel as though her body were being torn asunder. The injured areas, particularly her head, were engulfed in an overwhelming sensation of torment. Xia Qiu understood that such changes would ultimately empower her, and she gritted her teeth, enduring the hardship. After 2 hours, the wave of heat finally dissipated. As summer gradually transitions into autumn, I find myself perplexed by the lack of sensitivity in the movement of my pectoral and pelvic fins. What could be the cause of this? In the past, I effortlessly controlled my pectoral fins, and they would respond with fluidity. Now, it feels as though a part has extended between my pectoral fins and my body. In the transition from summer to autumn, the creature endeavored to fold its body, forming a semicircle. From its lateral perspective, it beheld its own pelvic fin. There, between the pelvic fin and the fish's body, a segment of muscle had developed, resembling limbs. It was robust, yet diminutive, adorned with layers of scales. What could this be? As Xia Qiu observed the transformation of his pectoral fins, he noted a striking resemblance to the pelvic fins of the coelacanth, albeit the latter being considerably more elongated. Had he consumed the coelacanth's pectoral fins and its flesh, resulting in his own growth? He felt no aversion towards this part of his body. The class Actinopterygii had ascended to terrestrial realms through such anatomical adaptations, evolving into amphibians. He pondered whether his continued growth might enable him to venture onto land. However, this seemed implausible. His size and weight were far too substantial for his fins to support his body, setting aside the challenge of locating additional coelacanth. Even a tenfold increase in size would not suffice to sustain such a mass. Furthermore, he was continually growing larger and heavier, and the rapidity of his growth posed increasing difficulties ahead. Relying solely on these newly developed, diminutive appendages for terrestrial locomotion was an unrealistic proposition. Yet, the emergence of muscle at the base of his fins had altered Xia Qiu's control over them. With muscular, bony structures, he could maneuver freely, oscillating them back and forth. Previously, he had to directly manipulate the fins, flapping them vertically, and to strike others, he needed to pivot and leverage his body's force. Now, however, he could directly control this segment of his anatomy to move the fins up and down, simultaneously executing a slapping motion, albeit with diminished power. As this part of his body remained too short and underdeveloped, Xia Qiu was dissatisfied with the length. He recalled having supported the loss of the pectoral fin of the empty spiny fish, as well as the pelvic fin, anal fin, and both the upper and lower lobes of the caudal fin. Xia Qiu hurriedly swam towards the location of the thorny fish, pondering whether that group of fish had left a path for her. Whoosh! As summer transitioned into autumn, the empty thorn fish found itself amidst a tumultuous gathering of fish engaged in fierce combat, drawn to this locale in search of sustenance. Some fish feasted upon the empty thorn fish, while others were lured by the chaos, launching their own assaults. Once the empty thorn fish had been completely devoured, the remaining fish turned upon one another in a frenzy of aggression. The arrival of summer and autumn awakened the fish, which swiftly scattered upon noticing the formidable presence. The largest among them approached 10 meters in length. Without its own kind, this vast expanse of ocean harbored few adversaries. Witnessing the panic of the fish, Xia Qiu felt a surge of power for the first time. He charged forward, sinking his teeth into the massive sea creature, shattering its rear half and devouring it whole. The upper portion of the fish continued to convulse, yet Xia Qiu harbored no intent to attack further. Instead, he descended gradually, seeking the fish's fins. Portions of the muscle at the base of the fins had been consumed, but the fins remained intact, with 2 of them preserved entirely. Xia Qiu immediately rushed over, gnawing through all the fish fins and swallowing them whole, including the tail fins, which were devoured as well. It was utterly unpalatable. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xia Qiu consumed the sea fish he had just severed, feeling a sense of fullness wash over him before departing from the location. His intentions extended beyond merely vacating the vicinity. He resolved to forsake the island of Nea village altogether. Having taken the lives of 2 naval officers, one of whom held the rank of colonel, the threat loomed large. With the death of the naval officer, they would undoubtedly come seeking retribution. The demise of the colonel only heightened the peril. What rank would the next pursuer hold? A brigadier general? A major general? Even if it were merely a colonel from headquarters, he would remain nothing more than a target for slaughter. It was imperative that he make his escape. In the autumn, Xia Qiu resolved to contemplate an escape route. Chapter 21. Voyage upon the vast and boundless sea. A merchant ship sailed towards the horizon. The sails billowed as they caught the wind, and the ship cleaved through the waves, leaving a trail of rippling water in its wake. Exhaustion washed over him. On the deck, a young boy sat, stretching his shoulders, his expression betraying his fatigue. Marcel, are you already tired after unloading so little? Beside him stood a middle-aged man, leaning against the ship's railing, a bottle of liquor in hand. Watching the boy with a smile, Uncle Joe's, Marcel sighed upon seeing the man. I never expected it to be so tiring. This is the work your father has always done, Joe's remarked, taking a swig from the bottle, his expression tinged with nostalgia. Now that he is gone, you are the only man left in the family. You must uphold the household. Upon hearing this, Marcel's gaze grew resolute as he clenched his fist. I will complete my duties diligently. That's a good lad, Joe said, ruffling Marcel's hair. Moreover, I shall train diligently with my sword, vanquishing those pirates to avenge my father. Marcel declared, his eyes ablaze with vengeance. Half a month prior, the merchant ship had been raided by a band of pirates, who, to assert their dominance, killed 2 men. One of whom was Marcel's father. With his father gone, Marcel's family lost its sole source of income. He had a younger brother and sister, the brother still an infant requiring their mother's care. Initially, their mother intended to look after the baby, but due to her poor health, the 16-year-old Marcel resolutely took to the merchant vessel as a dock worker to support the family. Though arduous, as a man, he felt it was his duty to shoulder this responsibility. The crew treated him kindly, even though he was the least efficient. He was compensated for each hour spent on the ship. The wage for dock workers was 4,000 baileys. Each voyage could cover 10 villages, allowing for 10 unloadings, yielding a minimum of 40,000 baileys. With 2 voyages a month, he could earn 80,000 baileys, enough to cover the family's expenses with careful budgeting. If he persevered for 2 or 3 years and mastered the tasks aboard, he could ascend from dock worker to helmsman, sailor, lookout, or bookkeeper. He might even catch some fish along the way to sell or consume. Marcel brimmed with aspirations for the future, confident in his path ahead. Turning to Uncle Joe's, he smiled and asked, could I perhaps have a sip of rum? Want a drink? You're too young. Rum is not for you yet, Joe's chuckled. Marcel, feeling slighted, retorted. But Uncle Joe's, I am working. Surely that qualifies me for a drink. Very well, just a little, Joe's conceded after a moment's thought, passing the bottle to Marcel. Marcel accepted the bottle, raised it to his lips, and gulped down a mouthful. Cough, cough, cough. He erupted into a fit of coughing, his face flushed. Ha! Joe's laughed heartily, waiting until Marcel had regained composure before saying, you drank too much. Rum is not like beer. It's much stronger. For your first time, You ought to take it easy. Marcel nodded, handing the bottle back to Joe's, shaking his head as he felt slightly dazed. A man at sea should be able to drink, he mused, rubbing his reddened face. Just then, a voice called from afar. Look, a fish is swimming alongside our ship. Caver, it's just a fish. We've seen countless types of fish. There's no need for such excitement. Joe shouted towards the distance. But this one is enormous. A burly man leaned over the opposite side of the rail, peering into the water. What kind of fish? We should catch it with a net. There's some space on the ship now to store it, and we could sell it. An elder called out loudly. Old John, you won't catch it. Caver laughed. Observing the fish. That one is nearly 20 meters long, far too large. 20 meters? Joes and Marcel rushed to the railing to look down. There. In the shadowy depths of the sea, a colossal fish trailed the merchant ship. This creature measured approximately 20 meters, its body entirely black, boasting a massive head and a robust physique. Its head was adorned with prominent horns, and the first dorsal fin jutted out like a scythe, with additional horns preceding it. How enormous! Marcel gasped, unable to contain his curiosity. Uncle Joe's, what kind of fish is this? Joe scrutinized it for a moment before replying. I have never seen one like it. It appears rather peculiar. Why is it following us? Marcel inquired with intrigue. Joe shrugged. It could be hiding behind the ship for protection, or perhaps the ship's movement stirs up the water, attracting it for feeding. Or it might simply find it entertaining. Any of these could be true. I see. Marcel nodded, gazing into the depths before suddenly placing his fingers to his lips and whistling. Below the surface, Xia Qiu heard the sharp whistle and slightly opened his eyelids. The fish accompanying the merchant vessel was none other than Xia Qiu himself. Having slain a naval colonel, he knew the Navy would hunt him in this area, and thus he chose to depart. The ocean was vast. As long as he left this region, the Navy would struggle to track him down. After searching in vain, they would likely forget about him. Yet, the method of departure required careful consideration. He could not blindly seek a direction, for the East Sea harbored sea beasts and sea kings. Even near the coast where formidable creatures lurked, he needed to locate the next island, as most surrounding waters were shallow, typically below 30 meters, with only a few areas reaching 100 meters. Of course, some islands had steep cliffs or vertical straits beneath their shallow waters, plunging to depths of several hundred meters. A harbor with depths exceeding 15 meters is considered a deep-water port, suitable for 8,000 TCU cargo ships. In shallower waters, larger fish tended to be scarce, particularly those exceeding 30 meters in length. Xia Qiu's combat capacity could manage fish ranging between 30 and 40 meters, which posed danger but was still within his reach. Thus, he sought the next island while evading sea kings and beasts, the optimal strategy being to follow in the wake of a ship. Naval Village hosted numerous merchant vessels and cargo ships traversing between islands, which could lead him to his next destination. In the transitional seasons of summer and autumn, there is no inclination towards the colossal cargo vessels that arrive weekly to transport salt. These ships, laden with salt, navigate towards companies and factories engaged in salt processing. Most of these establishments are located in quaint towns or larger islands. There is little necessity to venture to the larger islands, for they attract a greater concentration of formidable pirates and are often patrolled by naval forces. It is noteworthy that a naval base is stationed in the town, overseeing approximately 20 surrounding villages. Thus, the focus is directed towards smaller islands, necessitating merchant vessels capable of reaching these destinations. For instance, one such vessel is impressively large. Even after discharging a portion of its cargo, it remains deeply laden. Such a merchant ship undoubtedly engages in trade beyond a single village, proceeding to the next island in need of goods, with the islands being modest in size. Furthermore, these substantial vessels are likely equipped with defenses against sea kings and marine beasts, predominantly charting courses through regions devoid of such formidable creatures, thereby ensuring a fundamental level of safety. Xia Qiu paid no heed to the clamor aboard the merchant vessel. She closed her eyes, slowed her pace, and lagged behind slightly, then leisurely continued to follow the ship's course. Chapter 22. The onslaught. The merchant ship sailed towards the horizon, the waves shimmering beneath it, as schools of fish trailed in its wake. Suddenly, a seagull swooped down, plunging into the water to seize a fish, before soaring back into the sky. Famished, Xia Qiu felt an overwhelming hunger within, having departed from the harbor 2 hours prior, yet having traversed merely 12 or 13 nautical miles. The speed of the sailboat, typically around 6 to 7 knots, was significantly slower than his own swimming pace. Despite having eaten deliberately before departure, his digestion was swift, and he found himself in dire need of sustenance once more. As Xia Qiu gazed upon the surrounding marine life, he observed the fish swimming in tandem with himself and the merchant vessel. In the vast ocean, certain small fish tend to accompany ships and the formidable creatures of the deep, such as sharks and whales. The primary reason for this behavior lies in their ability to seek refuge in the imposing silhouettes of these larger beings, while also feasting on the remnants of flesh left from their predatory ventures. Many of these small fish are solitary or separated from their schools, often maintaining a distance before scattering. Meanwhile, the seagulls, drawn by the presence of the marine fish, frequently circle above the vessel, poised to pounce at the opportune moment. In the late summer and autumn, there exists a lack of interest in hunting them, as their size is too diminutive, insufficient even to fill the gaps between one's teeth. Xia Qiu dove directly downward. The depth was profound. The waters in this region were considerably deep, reaching at least several hundred meters. The only thing visible to him was an expanse of impenetrable darkness. In the late summer and autumn, one must follow the sea vessels, hence not descending too deeply into the depths there. In the summer and autumn, my gaze fixated on the distance. Where a school of fish was merrily gliding through the water, their elongated bodies shimmering in silvery hues. They congregated in unison, occasionally darting to the left and then to the right, and at times swirling around the currents, creating a mesmerizing whirlpool of silver. Xia Qiu dashed forward, mouth agape, taking a mighty bite. With a splash, the fish scattered in all directions, yet 7 or 8 were still caught in Xia Qiu's jaws, crushed and swallowed whole. It was far too little. These fish barely constituted a morsel. In the summer and autumn, there is no pursuit of fleeing fish, for it is likely that the energy expended in chasing them exceeds the energy they provide. In the summer and autumn, one scours the surroundings in pursuit of prey. Schools of fish abound, yet the majority are diminutive and lack significant worth for capture. As Xia Qiu glanced around at the surrounding sea, he continued his descent, the light around him beginning to fade. Upon reaching a depth of 100 meters, he swam forward, yet he remained acutely aware of the vessel above him. In the transition from summer to autumn, one possesses a lateral line nervous system and mechanosensory abilities, enabling the detection of vibrations generated by fish or other creatures in the water from distances of up to 600 meters. The substantial size of maritime vessels produces even greater vibrations during their passage, allowing this range to extend to 200 meters. Thus, one need not worry about merchant ships departing from their sensory reach. Both the lateral line nervous system and mechanosensory capabilities manifest after nourishment, representing an evolved trait. Many of these unique evolutionary adaptations stem from the prey one has encountered. Consequently, these two abilities have been significantly acquired through the consumption of sharks, with countless specimens contributing to the development of corresponding faculties throughout one's growth. Notably, the benefits derived from sharks extend beyond mere sensory perception. For instance, the transformation of one's dentition has led to the emergence of molars from initially sharp teeth after multiple shed cycles. Additionally, one's olfactory senses have experienced remarkable enhancement, evolving at an accelerated pace. The olfactory prowess of sharks is formidable, allowing them to detect blood at concentrations as minuscule as 1 part per million. In a vast expanse of 10,000 liters of seawater, a mere gram of amino acid can be discerned. Thus, one's own olfactory capacity is equally acute, facilitating the effortless identification of injured organisms. As Xia Qiu swam forward, the small fish that had been scattered upon his departure began to gather once more. After covering some distance, Xia Qiu suddenly noticed a colossal fish looming not far above him. As summer gradually yields to autumn, a target is set. This fish measures approximately 15 meters in length, exhibiting a slender and fusiform shape. Its body is adorned with black scales, and its head is slightly flattened, yet its mouth is exceedingly large, lined with dense rows of teeth. Excellent. Summer and autumn locked onto their target and immediately charged forward. The marine creature sensed their approach. Although it was merely 3 meters shorter than summer and autumn, the disparity in size between a 15-meter and an 18-meter fish could exceed 10 tons. Its elongated form weighed slightly less than summer and autumn did at 15 meters, approximately around 25 tons. Now, summer and autumn had already reached around 50 tons, showcasing a significant difference in their proportions. The arrival of late summer and autumn has imposed tremendous pressure on the sea fish, prompting it to flee almost instantaneously. Flee? Can you truly escape? As the summer and autumn seasons intertwine, the magnificent fish glides through the water, its enormous fins undulating gracefully. With an abundance of pectoral and pelvic fins compared to many other fish, it naturally exhibits a remarkable swiftness. Xia Qiu swiftly approached from behind, opening his mouth to take a bite. Whoosh! Yet in the next moment, the fish darted to the left, leaving Xia Qiu to miss his mark entirely. How agile it was! As summer and autumn converge once more, the distance diminishes, bringing me closer to my target. Suddenly, I dive down with fervor. The fish darts to the left, but as it pivots, I anticipate its move and swiftly turn my head to seize it in my jaws. With a decisive crunch, I capture the midsection of the fish, severing a significant portion of its body. The sea creature thrashes a few times before succumbing to stillness. Xia Qiu lunged forward, voraciously sinking her teeth into the flesh, devouring the blood and meat with fervor. This summer and autumn, I intend to indulge in a greater quantity of food, consuming nearly 3 tons, which will ensure that I remain satiated for a span of 2 hours without hunger. After the summer and autumn feasts, they ventured out to sea, catching up with the vessels. In his absence, a multitude of fish surged forth, surrounding the lone sea fish. The fish had returned. Marcel leaned over the ship's side, shouting into the distance. Is it true? It seems he has fallen in love with our ship. A voice echoed from afar. Marcel turned his gaze downwards, intrigued by the fish's behavior. From a young age, he had been aboard ships and had witnessed dolphins and whales following vessels. Yet most would part ways after a short distance. However, this particular fish had followed for 3 hours. What was its intention? Marcel's curiosity was piqued as he observed the sea fish with keen interest. At that moment, a voice suddenly resounded from the mast, announcing the approach of a pirate ship. Pirates? Anxiety rippled through the crew, yet their movements remained composed. They had all encountered pirates before. As long as they surrendered their treasures, pirates generally refrained from bloodshed. Kidnapping was unlikely, especially when there were no valuable targets aboard, and they were affiliated with a major trading company. Thus, they prepared methodically. Some alerted the captain. Others hoisted the sails, and some ready to steer clear. Yosef grabbed the telescope, peering into the distance, his eyes narrowing. What do you see? Which pirate crew is it? The captain inquired loudly as he emerged from the cabin. Yosef's face darkened as he replied, It is the Dominican pirate crew. At the mention of the crew, the countenances of all present fell, particularly Marcel, whose face contorted with rage and hatred. The Dominican pirate crew was responsible for the death of Marcel's father, merciless and avaricious. Encountering them boded ill. Chapter 23, The Hunt Captain. What should we do? Panic gripped the merchant vessel as the crew learned the identity of the approaching pirates. Should we flee? Yosef asked, fixating on the captain. The captain shook his head, replying, No, let us not repeat our previous mistake of attempting to escape, which led to 2 fatalities when Dominican boarded our ship. It is better not to provoke them. If they spotted the pirate crew early, the chances of evasion were considerable. Even if pursued, timely negotiations often prevented bloodshed. Should a murder occur, it would alert the Navy, and the likelihood of being labeled as wanted would rise, leading to increased bounty and active pursuit. However, if merely robbed, it often proved wiser to avoid confrontation. The trading company would simply file a report, and the pirates would not be overly concerned. Faced with the ferocious Dominican crew, the trading company chose not to flee. Let us surrender our goods. It appears we are destined to lose some wealth once more, Yosef lamented, then turned to Marcel, saying, Marcel, you should go into the cabin. I'm not afraid, Marcel declared loudly. This is not merely a question of fear, Yosef responded, rubbing his temples. You will be saddened upon seeing them. Marcel shook his head, resolutely stating, I will not be saddened again. I will remember their faces and one day avenge my parents. Very well, but keep your distance. Do not approach them too closely. Yosef sighed, offering a final admonition as he led Marcel away. The merchant ship lowered its sails, ceasing its attempts to escape. Before long, the Dominican pirate crew neared. Their pirates brandishing knives, their expressions fierce, emitting strange sounds. A resounding thud echoed as the pirate ship collided with the merchant vessel, and one by one, the pirates leapt aboard, culminating in an exceedingly corpulent man whose legs bent slightly as he jumped onto the deck. Thud. His body hit the deck with a dull thud. This was Dominican, the leader of the Dominican pirate crew, a stout figure with a menacing visage, clad in a waistcoat adorned with 3 knife scars across his chest. Wielding a massive cleaver in his right hand, followed closely by 2 companions. One was tall and lean, sporting a mohawk and possessing a grotesque horse-like face, with 2 katanas strapped at his waist. The other was robust, brandishing a musket. Their arrival commanded the attention of the surrounding pirates. Is it you? Dominican recognized the captain, raising an eyebrow and laughing heartily. What a coincidence. I encountered you half a month ago. Since you have experience, kindly hand over your cargo. Dominican, please. The frequency of these encounters is too short. Might you show some mercy and spare us? The captain implored, his face a mask of dismay. Last time you robbed us, and we all faced punishment from the trading company. If you take our wealth again, we shall truly be unable to endure. Dominican squinted. Are you suggesting we make this trip in vain? Certainly not, the captain quickly replied. Dominican, we hope you will leave our goods. We are willing to offer a reward for this retrieval. Enough of your prattle. The tall, lean man could not contain himself, drawing a knife and glaring at the captain. We want your money and your goods. Leo. Dominican patted him on the back, pausing for thought before continuing, it would not be wise to rob you multiple times. Hand over your money, and I shall let you go. Oh, and the alcohol. Give us the liquor you have on board. Of course, thank you, Dominican. The captain promptly ordered the crew to present their money to Dominican. Too little, Leo frowned, but Dominican waved him off. Never mind, they have it hard as well. Bring forth the liquor for Lord Dominican. The captain arranged for several crates of alcohol from the hold to be placed on deck. Very well, take it back. Dominican nodded at the liquor, signaling his pirates to carry it back to their ship. Now we shall take our leave, Dominican gestured. And the remaining pirates retreated to their vessel. Just as Dominican was about to depart, he turned and said softly, Little one, why do you glare at me so fiercely? As he spoke, the marksman raised his musket, aiming it at Marcel in the distance. Upon hearing this, Marcel froze, while Yosef swiftly shielded him. My apologies, Lord Dominican. He is but a child. I hope you can forgive us, the captain quickly interjected. Humph. Dominican snorted, waving his hand dismissively as he turned to board his ship. Leo and the marksman followed suit, and the pirate vessel began to move away. Marcel, the captain glared coldly at the young boy. You nearly met your end. Do you understand? Why yes, I'm sorry, Marcel murmured, his eyes glistening. Your actions could have endangered others. The captain spoke with a hint of anger, but soon recalled that his father had been killed by Dominic right before his eyes on this very ship. He sighed and said, Marcel, you must learn to control others. Never let hatred be exposed to your enemies. I understand, Marcel nodded, wiping his eyes with the back of his hand, while Jose rubbed his head beside him. The spoils from this venture are far too meager, Leo remarked discontentedly aboard the pirate ship. Captain, why did we let them go? The ship is heavily laden with valuable cargo. Why not seize it? The gunner chimed in. Let them go? Johnson, I did not let them go, Dominic scoffed. Leo's eyes brightened. What do you mean, Captain? Dominic elaborated. I ask you, what use is the cargo we seize? Most of it consists of everyday necessities. Far too abundant for our consumption, and we cannot sell it. Keeping it would only lead to waste. What purpose would it serve to steal it? Johnson pondered for a moment, responding, last time, we sold the cargo at a discount to a black market dealer in the Kingdom of Goa, and the return was minimal. So we must wait for them to convert it into money before we strike? Leo inquired eagerly. Dominic nodded, saying, we know the whereabouts of the Shanjin Merchant Association and their intended route. In 7 or 8 days, we shall ambush them and seize all their money. The captain is wise, Leo flattered. They truly believe the captain. What fools, Johnson chuckled. And another thing. Dominic's expression turned grave. Next time we encounter them, we must eliminate that little brat. I despise being regarded in such a manner. As Dominic spoke, a cruel smile crept across his lips. At that moment, a dark shadow surged from beneath the water. You are my prey. Remain here. A black fish approached the pirate ship, its enormous head crashing directly against the side of the vessel. A thunderous roar erupted as the wooden plank splintered, creating a substantial breach. As a note on detail modification, some readers inquired whether fish possess eyelids. Indeed, fish do not have eyelids. However, the protagonist does. Having developed eyelids in Chapter 7 primarily to shield against the attacks of smaller fish, a trait retained thereafter. Nevertheless, the inquiry prompted me to reconsider this aspect as it posed a potential issue. The protagonist would not have the environmental conditions to grow eyelids, nor would consuming fish lead to their development, rendering such growth unnecessary. If they were to evolve naturally due to inherent genetic traits, it would be redundant. Therefore, I have omitted the description of eyelids, substituting it with the concept of a nictitating membrane, which can retract to protect the eyes. This membrane is a feature of eyelids and is present in sharks, amphibians, and other animals, including humans. Sharks and amphibians, akin to kingfishers, can close this membrane horizontally. Of course, eyelids will eventually manifest, logically following the foundation of the nictitating membrane. Chapter 24. The shipwreck. What transpired? The sudden collision caused the ship to tremble slightly. And Dominic shouted, has the ship been struck by something? Leo moved aside, peering below, yet saw nothing. The ship is taking on water. Seawater is flooding the hold. A pirate shouted from the staircase. Old Johnson, where is the breach? What is the size, and can it be repaired? Dominic hurried over, anxious. Johnson examined the breach and responded, the hole is located on the starboard side of the fourth compartment and will not affect the overall buoyancy of the vessel. I will have the cargo moved to facilitate repairs. Additionally, we must halt the sails. We cannot proceed further. You handle it, Dominic urged swiftly, then shouted, lower the sails. The pirates sprang into action, some transporting cargo, others lowering the sails, while the shipwright took charge of the repairs. This pirate ship featured watertight compartments, effectively isolating the hull into sections. If one area took on water, it would not inundate the others, thereby maintaining buoyancy. Following the removal of the cargo, repairs could commence. Watertight compartments are a crucial feature in many vessels within the world of One Piece, safeguarding against marine threats. This technology is not overly modern. It was already present in ancient China during the Tang dynasty and became quite common in the Song dynasty. Watertight compartments not only prevent sinking from leaks, but also reinforce the hull, enhancing lateral strength and resistance to water pressure. Quite resilient. A figure in the distance swayed his head, feeling a twinge of pain. It was Xia Qiu. This ship was sturdier than he had anticipated. Upon spotting the pirate ship, Xia Qiu was consumed by a desire to devour the pirates within, yearning for an abundance of enhancement energy. However, the majority of them were aboard the vessel. And to satiate his appetite, he first needed to sink the ship. The vessel measured approximately 35 meters in length, boasting a robust hull that weighed around 100 tons, rendering direct destruction quite challenging. Yet, if he could target a section of the hull near the waterline and shatter it, allowing the seawater to flood in, success was still attainable. Xia Qiu, measuring 18 meters in length and weighing around 50 tons, had undergone 3 enhancements, granting him strength comparable to that of a sea creature exceeding 30 meters in length. It is noteworthy that in ancient times, incidents of blue whales capsizing sailing ships were not uncommon, as many wooden vessels have fallen victim to the might of these colossal creatures. Furthermore, Xia Qiu possessed formidable horns, enabling him to concentrate his power at a single point, thus shattering the ship's planks should not prove insurmountable. Seizing the opportunity, he charged forth, but to his dismay, the hull was more resilient than anticipated. Even as he accelerated towards it, he could only manage to create a hole the size of a basin. Observing the pirates, it was evident that this breach had not caused them significant distress. He resolved to try again. Xia Qiu swam from beneath the boat, gliding towards the distance, undulating gracefully as she accelerated once more. Splash! As summer and autumn morphed into a shadow, they surged towards the pirate ship. "Captain, what is that?" Leo inquired, furrowing his brow as he gazed at the distant surface of the water. "What?" Dominic turned to follow Leo's gaze, narrowing his eyes. Such a massive sea creature? Was it responsible for the earlier collision? As they spoke, summer and autumn approached, crashing once more with a resounding thud that shook the vessel violently. The protruding skull struck the side of the ship, splintering the planks and creating a gaping hole through which seawater poured in. Another collision. "Josen, what is the situation?" Dominic shouted. "The 19th compartment is damaged. I've instructed the crew to commence repairs, but we must jettison some cargo." Josen's head appeared at the stairwell, his expression grim. "Then let us discard some cargo," Dominic commanded loudly. "Captain, we cannot allow that beast to continue its assault," Leo interjected. "I am aware," Dominic replied. "Johnston, prepare the cannons to fire at the sea creature. Leo, take the others and attack with harpoons." "Understood," Leo affirmed as he and Johnston sprang into action. Dominic raised his telescope, scanning the water's surface, yet he saw no trace of the monstrous fish. What is happening? Why has the pirate crew halted? On the distant merchant vessel, the crew looked on in confusion. They seemed quite flustered, Yosef remarked, peering through his own telescope at the commotion on the ship. His brow furrowed. "They are still throwing cargo overboard. Is there a leak?" The captain raised an eyebrow, taking the telescope to investigate further. "The sails have been lowered. There must be a breach in the hull. Haha, they are experiencing a day of reckoning," Caver chuckled heartily. "Evil begets evil. I hope they drown here." Marcel clenched his fists. "Typically, there are watertight compartments, so ordinary leaks shouldn't pose a significant threat. Moreover, they have lifeboats. Even if the ship sinks, they should be fine," Yosef commented. "Yet we must remain cautious," the captain said, lowering the telescope. "If their pirate ship goes under, they may approach us to seize our vessel. We must steer clear of them." The crew promptly adjusted the helm to increase their distance, while Marcel seized Yosef's telescope to continue observing the scene. On the port side of the pirate ship, a pirate bellowed, prompting Dominic to rush to that side, peering into the distance. Suddenly, a tremendous shadow collided with the pirate ship. "Damn it, where's the gunner?" "Johnston, what are you doing?" "Fire at it," Dominic shouted in frustration. Leo and several pirates raised their harpoons, aiming at the water and pulling the triggers. The harpoon splashed into the sea, striking the black fish, yet it remained unscathed. Such feeble attacks could barely tickle it. Underwater, summer and autumn huffed disdainfully, diving deep and swimming away to prepare for a fourth assault. In the summer and autumn, 2 holes were struck in the starboard side of the ship, one at the front and the other at the rear. A hole was also made in the port side, offset from the one on the starboard. He intended to create yet another hole, thus resulting in 4 openings in total, confident that this would lead to the ship's demise. As Xia Qiu pivoted and created some distance, she continued her charge towards the ship. Bang, bang, bang. The thunderous sound of cannon fire erupted, with 3 projectiles launched, splashing into the water around Xia Qiu. The initial 3 cannonballs missed their mark, but 3 additional cannons swiftly recalibrated, taking aim at her. Once more, 3 shots rang out. Summer and autumn accelerated abruptly, evading 2 artillery shells, yet were struck by 1. However, the force of the shell was greatly diminished by the ocean's embrace, rendering it incapable of inflicting any harm upon summer and autumn. Whoosh! The speed of Xia Qiu did not diminish significantly as it charged directly towards the pirate ship. Damn it! The cannonballs failed to inflict any damage on him. Dominic, witnessing the shadow emerge unscathed, wore a grim expression and struck the ship's railing in frustration. The cannon fire rang out, yet Xia Qiu had already closed in on the vessel, crashing into it. A resounding boom echoed as the ship trembled violently, creating yet another breach. The seawater surged in, causing the pirate ship to gradually sink. With 4 breaches allowing water to flood in, the ship's weight increased, and the holes were staggered both fore and aft, compromising 4 compartments. There was no significant area left to provide adequate buoyancy. "Captain, 4 compartments are compromised. We cannot hold," Old Jorson shouted as he rushed to the deck. "Is there no way to repair it?" Dominic asked angrily. Old Jorson, his face troubled, replied, "Time is too short. With 4 breaches, the ship is descending too rapidly for us to withstand the water pressure and make repairs." "How long until the ship sinks?" Dominic inquired coldly. "At most 2 minutes, and that's assuming we can manage the 4 breaches," Old Jorson responded. "Damn it," Dominic's face contorted with rage as he shouted. "Deploy the lifeboats on the other side, abandon the ship." "But the 2 lifeboats can only accommodate 14 people," Leo interjected, "and the fish is still below." "Let 14 people go," Dominic retorted. "We'll use the remaining pirates and the ship as bait. We'll leave from the back and escape this place." "Understood," Leo nodded, organizing the crew to lower the lifeboats. "Captain, I'm Old Jorson." He looked at Dominic with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. "You're still useful." "You can leave with me," Dominic replied coldly. Old Jorson was the best shipwright, experienced and invaluable. If he left, there would come a time when he would need him again. "Thank you, Captain," Old Jorson expressed his gratitude. Dominic pointed to a pirate and instructed, "You go find Johnson. Reserve 2 spots for you and him." "Yes." The pirate, thrilled by the chance of survival, rushed towards the cabin in search of Johnson. Dominic gazed at the tilting pirate ship, his eyes fierce as he strode towards the position of the lifeboats. Chapter 25. Withering destruction. Dominic reached the edge of the ship, where Leo had already lowered the lifeboat. He jumped in and began directing the crew to bring water and provisions aboard. Meanwhile, a crowd had gathered at the ship's edge, anxiously awaiting Dominic's command. They knew the pirate vessel was on the brink of sinking, especially now that Dominic had ordered the lifeboats lowered, solidifying their fears. Remaining on the ship meant certain doom, and they hoped to follow their captain to safety in the lifeboats. Dominic ignored them, leaping down with old Jorson to await on the lifeboat. At that moment, Johnson was summoned, and the pirate who called for him joined the others in the lifeboat. However, a considerable number of people were also rushing out from the cabin, numbering more than a dozen. Rain, Joseph, Bell, come down, Dominic commanded, his eyes glinting as he pointed to the three. They were formidable fighters and some of Dominic's most trusted subordinates. Yes, Captain, they replied, excitement evident as they jumped down. Now there were 8 aboard, with room for 6 more. Captain, take me with you. I can help, one pirate shouted loudly. Captain Dominic, me too, take me. Another pirate clamored, attempting to surge forward. Dominic disregarded them, calling out, Corey, Dafer, Alan, you 3 come aboard. These 3 had just been moving provisions and were summoned by Dominic. Now there were 12 on the lifeboat, with room for 2 more. Dominic surveyed the remaining crowd, his expression wavering with uncertainty. At that moment, a figure climbed over the railing, preparing to jump into the lifeboat while shouting, the ship is sinking. I cannot stay aboard. The pirate's voice jolted everyone into action, and they frantically leaped towards the lifeboat. Bang! But just as the pirate was about to jump, a gunshot rang out. The pirate's body jolted, and with a shove from Dominic, he fell into the sea. Anyone who dares to jump will be shot, Johnson threatened, aiming his firearm at the remaining pirates. The gathered pirates stood frozen, unsure of how to proceed. Let's go. Dominic decided against filling the boat to capacity, waving his hand as the pirates began to row away from the sinking ship. What do we do now? The ship continued to descend, and all the pirates had gathered on the deck, staring at the sea in a state of panic. The ship was sinking. What were they to do? Take down the mast and the planks. Some pirates with experience began to chop at the mast and dismantle the deck, salvaging anything that could provide buoyancy in the water. Yet, even with these efforts, once the pirate ship fully sank, only a handful found floating debris. Some swam toward others, but as the items could not support too many, they began to fight amongst themselves, blood spilling everywhere. Meanwhile, Dominic and the other pirates had already set off in the lifeboat, rowing away towards the distance. They are fighting amongst themselves, Johnson frowned. This is advantageous. Their bloodshed will attract that sea creature, allowing us to escape. Leo smirked cruelly. Captain, where do we go next? Bell asked Dominic. The merchant ship is fleeing. We cannot catch them, Dominic replied, peering through a telescope at the distance, then furrowing his brow. Does anyone know of any nearby islands? There's a village less than 20 nautical miles from here. Old Jorson produced a compass, identifying the direction and pointing ahead. Then we shall head there, Dominic nodded. 20 nautical miles was not far, and they could reach it in half a day. However, at that moment, Rain stared blankly at the water's surface, muttering, what is that? Huh. The other pirates followed his pointing finger to the water, where a massive shadow surged towards them, less than 5 meters from the lifeboat. Bang! They had no time to react as the shadow collided with the ship. Crack! The lifeboat shattered, and those aboard were struck as if by a battering ram. Some were killed instantly, others coughed blood, while some suffered broken bones. Damn it, it's that fish! Dominic shouted from a distance. It's coming! It's coming! Old Jorson trembled in fear. Just wait for you to flee. In the summer and autumn. A glint of mockery flickered in her gaze. The choice to flee rather than confront me in battle reveals your awareness of your own inferiority and the fear that accompanies it. Xia Qiu harbored concerns about encountering formidable pirates. Although they had never laid eyes upon this particular pirate flag, it was not to be underestimated. Their decision to evade indicated a lack of capability to confront such formidable adversaries. Their strength could be discerned, revealing that it was unlikely to surpass that of individuals like Moore by a significant margin. Xia Qiu opened its cavernous maw and devoured a man whole, crushing him within its grasp before swallowing him into its belly. Run, run! Dominic shouted, witnessing another vessel shatter upon collision. We must leave this place. Help, help! Cried the pirate who had fallen into the water, trembling in terror as he beheld the gaping jaws before him. Yet, in the next moment, he too was consumed by Xia Qiu. Meanwhile, the crew aboard Dominic's ship rowed furiously, striving to escape into the distance. Do you think you can flee? Xia Qiu disregarded the remaining pirate corpses and charged directly towards another ship. They are coming! They are coming! Old Josen shouted. Johnson raised his musket, aiming at Xia Qiu. Bang! Bang! The bullet struck Xia Qiu's head above the water's surface, causing the scales to dent slightly, with some fine cracks appearing, yet they did not shatter the scales. Not to mention the thick, hard bones beneath. In the next moment, Xia Qiu had already closed in on the vessel, colliding forcefully. Die! Dominic and Leo leaped from either side, one wielding a machete and the other brandishing twin daggers, striking towards Xia Qiu's head. With a resounding sound, the 3 blades landed upon Xia Qiu's head, The machete left a slight indentation in the scales due to its tremendous force. However, the twin daggers merely left a pale mark, failing to even damage the scales. Too weak. Xia Qiu let out a cold snort and charged forward, colliding with the small boat. With a crash, the vessel shattered into pieces, sending Dominic and Leo flying into the air. They both spat out blood, the sound of their bones crackling resonating in the air. With a splash, Dominic plunged into the water, his body racked with pain, his arms numb and unable to move. He attempted to steady himself, but as he lifted his head, he beheld a massive maw descending upon him. "No, please," Dominic shouted in desperation. In the next moment, the enormous jaws engulfed him, sharp teeth clamping down, shattering his body and swallowing him whole. Chapter 26. Wails and laughter on the merchant ship. The captain issued commands to retreat, while the sailors maneuvered the vessel away. Intending to distance themselves, Marcel leaned over the ship's railing, peering through a telescope, eager to discern what had transpired. The distant sound of cannon fire echoed, and Marcel gasped, exclaiming, "They fired. They're firing at something." The captain gazed into the distance, his expression one of confusion. The merchant vessel gradually altered its course, slowly pulling away as the captain continued to observe the situation with the pirate crew. "We can't hold on any longer," the captain declared upon witnessing the pirate ship's descent, and at that moment, two small boats were lowered from the right side of the pirate vessel. "They are trying to escape," Marcel shouted. "Hurry, we must continue to retreat." The captain waved his hand dismissively, yet his gaze remained fixed on the horizon. It was Dominic, along with his crew. Marcel's eyes burned with hatred as he watched those boarding the small boats. He fervently wished for Dominic to sink along with the pirate ship, but it seemed increasingly unlikely. As the merchant ship distanced itself, the gap widened, while Dominic's two boats drew closer. The pirate ship continued to sink, becoming smaller in the distance, and the approaching small boats appeared as mere indistinct silhouettes. Just as Marcel lowered the telescope, intending to depart, a colossal shadow crashed into the small boat, splintering it into fragments. "What?" Marcel stared intently through the telescope, and next, he witnessed a gigantic fish rising from the depths, swallowing one of the pirates whole. "Is that a sea creature? Have they been attacked by a sea fish?" The captain, observing the scene, raised an eyebrow. As the sea creature consumed the pirate, Dominic, in his small boat, attempted to escape, his rotund figure distinctly visible. "Attack him! Attack him!" Marcel clenched his fists, muttering fervently. It was as if the sea creature had heard Marcel's thoughts as it surged toward Dominic, crashing into his boat. Dominic fell into the water, only to be pursued by Xia Qiu, who clamped down upon him. "He is dead. Dominic is dead. How wonderful!" Marcel shouted, his voice filled with exhilaration, tears of joy glistening at the corners of his eyes. The man who had slain his father was gone, and this filled Marcel with immense excitement. He longed for revenge, to personally take Dominic's life, yet he understood the reality of his own strength and how many years it might take to achieve that. Now, witnessing Dominic's death with his own eyes was enough. "Marcel, what are you saying? What has happened?" Marcel's words drew the attention of others, and Joe hurried over. Curiosity etched on his face. "Uncle Joe, look over there." Marcel pointed into the distance, handing the telescope to Joe, who took it and gazed out towards the horizon. After killing Dominic, Xia Qiu did not cease his pursuit. He locked onto a pirate wielding twin daggers, who lay on a plank, continually coughing up blood. And you. As summer and autumn circled around, they realigned their positions, charging towards one another. The individual before them was the prey of summer and autumn, possessing formidable strength, marking him as their secondary target. "No, please," Leo weakly cried out, yearning to flee, yet the shattered bones rendered him immobile. Accompanied by Leo's desperate shriek, summer and autumn crushed him and devoured him whole, before turning their gaze to the surroundings. The two strongest had been consumed. As Xia Qiu surveyed the surroundings, he noticed two pirates swimming away into the distance while three others lay sprawled on the deck, in a dire state, barely clinging to life. The remaining pirates had either succumbed to their own gluttony or had met their demise through collisions, plunging into the sea. "Devour them, and grant me the chance to escape from this wretched place," he thought. Johnson swiftly propelled himself towards the horizon, fervently praying for the fish of the sea to feast upon others, thus affording him an opportunity to survive. Upon seeing Xia Qiu charging towards him, he fired a shot and instinctively evaded, plunging into the depths of the ocean. He was the sole survivor among the 12 pirates, untouched and unscathed by Xia Qiu's onslaught. "You are remarkably swift. Your strength must be formidable," Xia Qiu mused. Yet, from a distance, he observed Johnson, who had lost a portion of his fellow pirate, and a glimmer of mockery danced in his eyes. "Was it not you who just provided me with that shot?" As Xia Qiu pondered, she hastened forward with great speed, drawing closer with urgency. "Why are you pursuing me?" she thought, a sense of dread engulfing her. Johnson sensed the looming figure approaching swiftly from behind, his face betraying despair. He turned and cried out, "Have mercy, I beg you, spare me." Yet, the response came in the form of a formidable maw, consuming him entirely. "I hope you can grant me some energy." Xia Qiu let out a disdainful snort, turning to devour the two pirates sprawled on the deck, disregarding the one sinking into the depths of the ocean. Instead, she swam towards the distant pirate ship, where 7 or 8 more pirates were still floating. Xia Qiu dashed towards them, unabashedly revealing their form. The sea fish approached, flee swiftly. The pirates were thrown into a frenzy, attempting to escape, Yet their efforts were in vain. 1, 2, 3. The summer and autumn devoured a multitude of pirates, consuming them entirely and revealing a look of satisfaction. 14 pirates in total. The man wielding a cutlass was stronger than the Moor I had previously ingested, yet slightly inferior to Colonel Bildo. The one brandishing twin blades possessed strength that rivaled Moor as well. Considering the others, it was indeed a bountiful harvest. The summer and autumn seasons opened their mouths, swimming towards the merchant ship, anticipating the emergence of warm currents to enhance their strength. Everything was devoured completely. Joe stared blankly into the distance, his expression vacant. The sea creature had annihilated the pirate crew, a sight he had never witnessed before. It was that sea fish. Marcel exclaimed excitedly. It's the same fish that has been following us. It attacked the Dominic pirate crew and killed Dominic. Truly impressive. Caver couldn't he help but marvel. I never imagined that it could sink a ship with a body length of less than 20 meters. It's coming this way, swimming towards us, Marcel announced, unable to contain his cheer. Quick, turn left 30 degrees and sail with the wind to escape it. The captain glanced at the small flag on the side of the ship. The wind direction was not aligned with the ship's course, deviating by 30 degrees. Although they could still harness some power, the wind was not at its peak. Why should we steer away from it? Marcel asked, puzzled. It may attack us next. Joe replied softly. But it has been following us for so long without attacking, Marcel said from a distance. It might not have been hungry until now. The captain expressed his concerns. Having consumed so many pirates, it is unlikely to spare us. We must leave at once. As the captain spoke, the vessel slightly adjusted its course, harnessing the strongest winds to accelerate away. Yet, despite the increase in speed, they still lagged behind the creature's swiftness. As the summer and autumn currents surged swiftly beneath the waves, they swiftly approached the merchant vessel. Be cautious of collisions, the captain shouted, yet in the next moment, the currents halted, rising upright and decelerating, trailing quietly behind the ship. The warm currents had emerged, necessitating a wait for the enhancement to conclude. Following the merchant vessel, they set course for the next island. Look, he did not attack us, exclaimed Marcel, as if receiving validation, his excitement palpable. He has no intention of harming us. Josiah, with a puzzled expression, queried, how strange, why does he not strike us, yet assaults the pirates who have plundered us? Haha. Could it be that he seeks vengeance for us? Boomed the burly caver, laughter echoing in his voice. Certainly, Marcel beamed, leaning over the ship's railing to gaze at the massive black fish, cupping his hands around his mouth as he called down, Mr. Sea Fish, thank you for avenging us. However, beneath the waves, summer and autumn heard the words and chuckled coldly within. Avenge you? My attack on the pirate crew has nothing to do with you. I merely seek sustenance. You are overthinking the matter. Suddenly, Xia Qiu turned sideways, and with a mighty flick of its enormous tail, a cascade of water soared through the air, drenching those aboard the vessel. The sound of splashing echoed as the salty sea spray enveloped the passengers, who exchanged glances at their now soaked garments. Laughter erupted, a joyous melody infused with mirth and goodwill. In that moment, Xia Qiu sensed that its actions held a deeper significance beyond mere feeding and slaughter. However, with a dismissive snort, it closed the nictitating membrane over its eyes, rolled them in exasperation, and gradually descended into the depths. How tedious these humans are. Chapter 27. Departure Farewell, Mr. Sea Fish. On the ship, Marcel stood, watching the distant silhouette of the black fish as it faded away, waving his hand in farewell. Beside him, Captain Joe Zechariah and others gazed at the vanishing creature, their expressions tinged with melancholy. Yet, Joe patted Marcel on the shoulder and said, the ship has reached port. We must begin unloading the cargo. Indeed. Marcel nodded emphatically and made his way to the unloading area to commence the task. With the vengeance for his father's death avenged, he felt invigorated. Yet a tinge of regret lingered within him, pondering when he might encounter the black fish once more. Nevertheless, he held on to the belief that they would reunite one day. In the depths of the sea, not far from the small island, Xia Qiu observed the merchant ship in the distance, snorted once more, and veered away towards the island's backside. After a day and night of navigation, the following morning, the merchant vessel arrived at the island, docking at the harbor to unload its cargo. Xia Qiu intends to use this island as her next refuge, thus steering clear of merchant ships and subsequently navigating around them to avoid any encounters. In the late summer and early autumn, we circumnavigated the island, primarily to explore the depths of the surrounding waters and assess the island's perimeter and area. This island is vast, significantly larger than Naval Village. It measures approximately 6 kilometers in length and around 2 kilometers in width, with a rough estimation of its area being 12 square kilometers, nearly 3 times that of Naval Village. To the east and west of the village, there are 2 inhabited settlements, divided by a mountain range and dense jungle. The elevation of these mountains does not compare to that of the island where Naval Village is situated. The waters are considerably deep, with both eastern and western settlements featuring deep water ports, where depths exceed 10 meters, accommodating vessels over 100 meters in length, suitable for this era. To the south, one can clearly see the mountains. However, the terrain along the coastline is relatively flat and uninhabited. Here, the water is even deeper, approximately 50 meters, resembling a sheer cliff that extends down to the seabed. Moreover, 500 meters offshore, the depths reach 100 meters. As summer and autumn encroach upon this region, They find themselves encircled by a formidable assembly of great white sharks, the longest of which measures an astonishing 9 meters, while the shortest hovers around 5 meters. Such dimensions surpass the average and maximum lengths of great whites found across the globe. It is no wonder that this area remains uninhabited. Few would dare approach with such a ferocious congregation of sharks lurking nearby. These predators exhibit no trepidation in the presence of the imposing figure of Xia Qiu. Having successfully hunted blue whales exceeding 30 meters in length, their initial instinct is to charge forth and attack, armed with razor-sharp teeth and formidable biting power. These sharks encounter scarce adversaries in these waters. Yet, against Xia Qiu, their might proves ineffective. The maximum biting force of these sharks can reach an astounding 1,600 pounds, while the lesser ones exert a force of around 800 to 900 pounds. Such strength is utterly insufficient to breach Xia Qiu's defenses, leaving only dinted impressions in their wake. Moreover, their jaws possess a limited capacity, rendering them incapable of fully engulfing Xia Qiu's body or delivering a vertical bite, thus preventing them from exerting their full biting potential. Xia Qiu's scales are smooth, causing the shark's teeth to slip and dissipate their force upon angled attacks. In this context, a biting force of 40% is already considerable. Consequently, their assaults result only in pale marks upon Xia Qiu's form. However, a cause for concern remains, the shark's relentless targeting of Xia Qiu's fins. The fins, adorned with hard spines and substantial in size, present an inviting challenge for the sharks, capable of leaving deep tooth impressions. With a few determined bites, they could potentially rend the fins asunder, ensuring that the threat remains ever present. As the opponent launched an assault, Xia Qiu swiftly initiated a counterattack. Bang! Xia Qiu swayed his body, his tail sweeping through the water, sending a shark flying. Subsequently, he opened his massive jaws and engulfed one shark, his teeth snapping shut, devouring the midsection whole. As for the head and tail, Xia Qiu had no intention of consuming them. Crunch, crunch. During the summer and autumn, one by one, they devoured the sharks, each meeting a grim fate. This group of sharks, numbering over a dozen, after losing 6 to their relentless appetite, scattered in panic, fleeing from the scene. In the pursuit of summer and autumn, one was caught and devoured, while the remaining sharks vanished without a trace, having fled at an astonishing speed. Xia Qiu ceased her relentless pursuit, gradually retracting her form, as a potent scent of blood pervaded the surroundings. After consuming shark flesh, Xia Qiu developed a broad olfactory membrane, acquiring a formidable sense of smell akin to that of a shark, enabling her to detect the scent of blood from great distances. However, unlike the shark, Xia Qiu does not succumb to a frenzy at the scent of blood. This enhanced olfaction is merely a means of perceiving prey. Even when the olfactory membrane detects blood and amino acids, it still discerns the type of scent to identify potential targets. Sharks do not go into a frenzy upon encountering blood. Rather, the information relayed by the blood signifies nourishment, prompting them to pursue it. Notably, human blood is not a preferred source of sustenance for sharks. They are far more inclined to seek the blood, bile, and amino acids from marine creatures. Consequently, sharks typically do not actively hunt humans, and their nature is not inherently aggressive. Aside from predation, they seldom initiate attacks. Instances of aggression generally arise when an individual, animal, or object inadvertently intrudes upon their habitat. In the documentary Shark Ocean, it is revealed that, on average, sharks claim the lives of 5 individuals annually, with occasional years witnessing a toll of 10. However, it is assured that the number of fatalities caused by shark encounters pales in comparison to those resulting from selfies, most of whom had previously exhibited aggressive behavior towards sharks. Sharks possess a rather timid nature. When confronted with unfamiliar beings or objects, they tend to exhibit fear and vigilance. At such moments, any action perceived as aggressive can be interpreted as a threat. Therefore, when encountering a shark, it is advisable to remain still, to disregard its presence, and to harbor no hostile intentions or obstruct its path. By doing so, the shark will sense no threat from you and will naturally swim past. Aside from the great white shark, other species, particularly smaller sharks, rarely attack humans unless provoked, misidentified due to poor visibility as seals or turtles, or obstructed in their path. Many diving enthusiasts aspire to encounter sharks. Rather than evading them, they often seek to capture photographs alongside these magnificent creatures. Indeed, numerous diving spots capitalizing on the opportunity to interact with sharks have emerged, making shark diving a coveted pursuit among divers. In the summer and autumn, there was an attempt to engage in shark diving. However, it was undertaken too late. The intrusion of humanity into this marine realm, accompanied by the cacophony of noise, compelled the sharks to retreat. It is indeed a lamentable circumstance. Thus, to encounter sharks, one must seize the opportunity promptly. Summer and autumn leisurely returned to the coastline, where the waters were sufficiently deep for free ingress and egress. Consequently, summer and autumn resolved to establish this place as a haven, periodically eliminating the larger marine fish in the vicinity to maintain a semblance of tranquility in the waters. Even during predation, apart from venturing into the depths of the ocean, they would also explore other maritime regions. This strategy would not only delineate a portion of territory to manage but also significantly minimize the likelihood of detection by humans. Following this, a prolonged period of growth could be anticipated. Therefore, enhancements had already positioned them ahead of similarly sized marine creatures. As long as they exercised caution and refrained from provoking stronger adversaries, they would encounter minimal peril. What remained was a methodical journey of development. Xia Qiu intended to linger here for as long as possible, seeking a life of ordinary tranquility devoid of threats. As the imposing gates of the Impel prison creaked open, a prisoner was escorted out by a naval warship. Outside the prison stood a colossal pirate ship, teeming with figures. The prisoner gazed upon the vessel that had come to claim him, as well as the silhouette standing upon it, his countenance darkening with despair. How could he have fallen to such depths? I cannot allow myself to descend to your level, he mused, as he slightly bent his legs and propelled himself forward. Akin to a cannonball, landing upon the pirate ship. Fixating on the leading figure, he cracked a smile, revealing a sinister grin. In the late summer and early autumn, one would never have imagined that in the near future, a recently released inmate from Impel Down would shatter the tranquility of Xia Qiu's life, turning it upside down. For a prolonged period, this individual had been Xia Qiu's most formidable adversary. Chapter 28. The naval officer. It appeared that the fish had departed. On the naval warship, several figures stood, with 3 at the forefront clad in naval officer uniforms. Among them was Major Crummy from Base 154. Accompanied by 2 others, one a robust man in the prime of life, adorned with a horned helmet and wielding a massive shark-slaying sword, exuding an imposing aura. The other, a lean man in his 40s, bore a long knife at his waist and wore an expression of calm detachment. It was this middle-aged naval officer who had just spoken. Colonel Lester, that fish has lingered here for nearly 4 months, traversing the surrounding waters. Now that only 7 days have passed, I believe it would be too simplistic for it to have left, Crummy stated urgently. Colonel Lester furrowed his brow and turned to the imposing figure beside him, inquiring. Major Bastille, what do you imply? We have searched for 4 days. I do not have the luxury to waste time here, Bastille replied coldly. It is merely a fish. Yet it managed to kill a colonel, and now I am compelled to intervene personally. Let us return. With that, Bastille turned and retreated to the ship's cabin. Then we shall head back. Colonel Lester signaled for the sailors to steer the warship back to base. Colonel, Crummy exclaimed anxiously, without Major Bastille, we stand no chance of capturing that fish. Yet the fish is indeed absent from these waters. After all, Major Bastille is a rear admiral. He cannot remain here indefinitely. Lester remarked, gazing into the distance. Suddenly, he posed a question. Have you ever heard of his name? Crummy replied softly, the fish slayer, Bastille. Colonel Leto once spoke highly of him. Leto served under Major Bastille before arriving at the Eastern Sea Base. Otherwise, Bastille would not have come here personally. Lester continued with a reflective gaze. For him, even the Sea Kings are merely prey on a cutting board. Countless Sea Kings have perished at his hands. A mere fish would hardly concern him. Indeed, the Rear Admiral's prowess is formidable, Crummy marveled. Lester nodded. Moreover, he has been placed on the list for promotion to Vice Admiral. Although he recently fell short in the Vice Admiral assessment compared to Rear Admiral Stalaberry. The Navy has arranged for Stalaberry's promotion. However, with sufficient merit, Bastille's ascension to Vice Admiral is inevitable, likely within 3 to 4 years. Stalaberry? Crummy queried. Unfamiliar with the name. Lester chuckled. He is a key aide to Vice Admiral Borsellino. Last year, he attacked the Sun Pirates, severely wounding their captain, Fisher Tiger, who subsequently succumbed to his injuries. The Sun Pirates? He injured their captain? Crummy's eyes widened in disbelief. Lester confirmed, 5 years ago. A certain Major Catter led a troop against the Sun Pirates, resulting in total annihilation. It is said that Fisher did not kill Catter, but his whereabouts remain unknown. A year ago, Stalaberry managed to inflict grave harm on Fisher, though some claim it was a treacherous act. Regardless, his strength and achievements are ample to warrant promotion to Vice Admiral. Crummy inquired. I recall that the current captain of the Sun Pirates is one of the 7 Warlords, who has recently made quite a stir. Indeed, Lester replied with a grin. Recently, G. Bay of the Sun Pirates became the captain and accepted the government's offer to join the 7 Warlords. The government sought to recruit him due to his qualifications and to foster harmony among races, alleviating animosity towards the fishmen. Curiously, Crummy asked, you mentioned Vice Admiral Borsellino? It seems. Yes, he was just promoted this year, becoming one of the 3 admirals, known as the Yellow Monkey, Lester elucidated. Stalaberry's promotion to Vice Admiral was also a result of strong recommendations from Admiral Borsellino. Now it makes sense, Crummy nodded, realizing the intricate connections involved. Lester regarded Crummy and said, I understand your desire for vengeance on behalf of Colonel Leto, however, without the fish in these waters. Locating it in the vast ocean is as challenging as finding an ant on an island. I comprehend, Crummy responded, his expression somber. Observing Crummy's demeanor, Lester couldn't help but nod, appreciating his loyalty. Despite his allegiance to a deceased superior, Crummy exhibited capability and deep loyalty. Having spent the last few days searching for the fish, sacrificing sleep for the cause, Colonel Lester intended to utilize his talents upon arriving at Base 154, planning to apply for Crummy's promotion to Lieutenant Colonel within a year. As summer and autumn traverse the ocean depths, they swim toward the direction distant from the island. Their colossal form detected by other sea creatures, which promptly scatter in fear. In the summer and autumn, they paid little heed to the small marine fish, as their diminutive size rendered them insufficient for sustenance. However, as the seasons progressed, numerous fish measuring 2 to 3 meters in length emerged in their vicinity, only to scatter in haste upon noticing their presence. These fish weighed approximately 2 to 300 pounds, consuming just 4 or 5 would satisfy their minimum dietary requirements. Yet, they refrained from hunting them. Their first intention was to cultivate a more harmonious environment, choosing not to prey within this marine expanse. Secondly, they recognized the necessity for these larger fish to continue their growth. While they themselves did not consume the smaller fish, these larger creatures would. By preying upon the smaller fish, they would mature further, eventually becoming a part of the food chain. Thus, the smaller fish could contribute to their sustenance without the need for direct pursuit. Consequently, they disregarded the larger fish and swam further into the distance. After progressing for a while, they encountered several fish measuring around 4 meters in length. Xia Qiu and his companions continued to regard them as provisions and pressed onward. It was not until they stumbled upon a fish measuring approximately 7 meters in length that Xia Qiu contemplated capturing it as prey. However, as Xia Qiu approached within a certain distance, the creature fled in panic. How could one allow it to escape? As summer and autumn swiftly followed one another, they hastened in pursuit of the fish, rapidly closing the distance between them. However, just as summer and autumn drew within 3 or 4 meters of their quarry, he sensed vibrations emanating from a distance. There were many, and they were of considerable size. A school of sharks? Xia Qiu furrowed her brow as she surfaced. Gazing into the distance, there, not far from her, a dozen dolphins leapt gracefully from the water, only to plunge back into the sea. Heading toward the opposite side of the island, their lithe bodies shimmered under the sunlight, exuding a sense of beauty as they danced through the waves, appearing both agile and vivacious. Upon witnessing them, Xia Qiu's eyes sparkled with delight. Chapter 29. The dolphins numbered around a dozen, the longest measuring approximately 7 meters, while the shorter ones exceeded 3 meters. Their size was remarkable. A 7-meter dolphin is considered quite large within the cetacean family. Apart from the orca and the false killer whale, few dolphins attain such dimensions. However, the dolphins before her had moderately elongated beaks and prominent foreheads, resembling bottlenose dolphins. In contrast, on Earth, bottlenose dolphins typically reach a maximum length of around 2.5 meters, making such a size impossible. Yet, in this world, there existed island whales larger than islands themselves, and monstrous creatures resembling goldfish capable of devouring entire islands, with the backs of elephants able to bear a nation. Seeing such dolphins did not astonish Xia Qiu. Dolphins are arguably the most intelligent creatures of the ocean, alongside cephalopods such as octopuses, squids, and cuttlefish. The cerebral mass of dolphins is substantial, featuring numerous deep cerebral folds and a well-developed network of neurons. Most importantly, they possess an exceptional sonar system. They can emit ultrasonic waves and utilize echolocation to pinpoint their targets. The sensitivity of their sonar is unparalleled. Dolphins are the most adept mammals in the order Cetacea when it comes to sonar acuity. They can detect a metal wire with a diameter of 0.2 millimeters and a nylon line of 1 millimeter from several meters away, distinguishing signals separated by just 200 microseconds and locating schools of fish hundreds of meters distant. Furthermore, their sonar exhibits remarkable discernment, enabling them to differentiate between various fish species and materials, and even to distinguish their own echo from that of human-generated sounds. Additionally, their sonar is capable of conveying emotional expressions, allowing for communication among themselves through this advanced system. What Xia Qiu desires is a sonar system. Her vision surpasses that of the fish in the sea, yet as her hunting range expands into deeper waters where light is scarce, it becomes increasingly difficult to discern her surroundings. However, possessing a sonar system would enable her to accurately detect prey and evade foes. Her sensitivity to vibrations requires a higher magnitude. The greater the tremor, the clearer her perception. Moreover, vibrations are easily obscured, limiting her detection range. She needs a more sophisticated detection system. The positioning and discrimination capabilities of a sonar system are precisely what Xia Qiu requires to capture them. Xia Qiu was struck by an idea and surged toward the distant dolphins. This group of dolphins had long since noticed Xia Qiu, yet they had not paid much heed, maintaining a certain distance. However, as Xia Qiu propelled toward them, their speed markedly intensified, and the dolphins sensed this change, quickening their pace. With a swift motion, they darted through the water, their streamlined bodies granting them remarkable velocity. Dolphins can reach speeds of 30 to 40 kilometers per hour, making them elusive to most sharks. Yet, Xia Qiu was not like the others. The body of the summer and autumn seasons harbors immense strength. Its fins and muscular build surpass those of other fish of comparable size. Consequently, it possesses remarkable speed, rivaling that of the swiftest sharks, such as the great white shark, achieving velocities of up to 45 kilometers per hour. Whoosh! The swift approach of late summer and autumn draws near to this pod of dolphins, continuously closing the distance. Hurry, hurry! As Xia Qiu approached the dolphins, they swiftly found themselves behind them. Faced with Xia Qiu's pursuit, the group of dolphins suddenly scattered, swimming off into the distance. Were they attempting to escape by dispersing? As summer and autumn continued their pursuit, it became apparent that the dolphins were not fleeing. Rather, after creating some distance, they maintained a steady separation, advancing in unison. Was this a strategy to allow oneself to attack a particular dolphin while enabling the others to escape? As Xia Qiu closed her nictitating membrane, she surged towards a dolphin that was swiftly gliding through the water. With all her might, she pursued it. However, just as she closed the gap to a mere 2 or 3 meters behind, she suddenly realized she was encircled by a pod of dolphins. Others had positioned themselves beside and behind her, enveloping her in their midst. What could this mean? Startled, Xia Qiu felt a jolt of apprehension as, in the next moment, the dolphins charged toward her. Were they attempting to collide with her? Did they mistake her for a shark? Although dolphins are generally smaller in size compared to sharks, they exhibit no fear of these predators. With the exception of the orca, other dolphin pods possess formidable strength when encountering sharks. Their swift agility allows them to evade most sharks, provided they are not great whites. Even when faced with a shark, they often rally together to confront it, effectively driving it away. Typically, sharks do not initiate attacks on dolphins, as such endeavors are fraught with risk, on the rare occasion that a shark does strike. If it manages to capture one, it will swiftly be repelled. However, if the dominant figure among dolphins, the orca, is present, it becomes a formidable adversary to sharks. In one-on-one or group confrontations, orcas are not outmatched by sharks. They possess immense power, razor-sharp teeth, and remarkable intelligence. When attacking a shark, an orca may overturn it, exposing its belly, potentially inducing a state of paralysis in the shark. Some orcas even target the heart of a shark, causing it to experience cardiac arrest. More intriguingly, orcas can employ a technique akin to martial arts, using their tails to agitate the water, creating a vortex that forces the shark to surface. Subsequently, they may rotate their bodies and strike down upon their foe with their tails, akin to a karate chop, capable of stunning the shark. Yet, she was not an ordinary shark. Her colossal size, formidable scales, and robust muscles rendered any attempt to displace her utterly futile. Regardless of summer and autumn, they bravely swim towards the horizon, biting into a dolphin. Crack! Xia Qiu swallowed the dolphin whole, crushing it within his jaws. In that fleeting moment of biting down, the remnants of the dolphin collided against Xia Qiu's body. Bang, 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 bang. In the midst of summer and autumn, a surge of force emanated from the upper right, while the dolphins on the left began to strike at the lower right. One ascended, the other descended, compelling themselves to flip over. Truly ingenious. The dolphins could communicate through their sonar system, strategizing with precision. Encirclement, crossing paths, and collision were all within their capabilities. Among them, the orcas could even serve as bait, propelling themselves onto the shallows to lure seals, allowing their fellow orcas to hunt. Under the impact of these assaults, Summer and Autumn's form swayed slightly. Although their strength was insufficient to topple him, it hindered his movements. Yet, at that moment, he pivoted in the direction of the dolphin's strike. With a thunderous crash, his massive body descended during their second collision, his pectoral fins accompanying the rotation with a resounding slap. With a powerful swipe, he executed a rotational strike. The dolphin on the left, which had been colliding beneath him, was crushed beneath his weight. Thud! His pectoral fin struck one dolphin, rendering it unconscious. Subsequently, he adjusted his position, snapping at the dolphin to his left. In the instant of turning, his robust tail swept across, striking 2 dolphins. Thud! Thud! The dolphins were sent flying. Meanwhile, Summer and Autumn's jaws had clamped down on one dolphin. Crunch! Crunch! As Xia Qiu savored the presence of the dolphins, their actions bore no significance whatsoever. Yet, in the next moment, 5 or 6 dolphins suddenly swam away into the distance, creating a considerable gap. Xia Qiu did not pursue them. The dolphins he had already downed were ample, sufficient for his sustenance. There was no need to chase after those dolphins any longer. Xia Qiu voraciously consumed the dolphins, swallowing them whole, their blood staining the surrounding waters crimson. After devouring 7 or 8 dolphins, Xia Qiu reached the pinnacle of its feeding capacity, estimated to require over 2 hours for complete digestion. As Summer and Autumn leisurely returned to their habitat, awaiting the commencement of evolution, a remarkable fish was observed. To the northwest of the island, upon a grand rock, sat a girl with short orange hair, holding a telescope, her gaze fixed upon the distant sea. She witnessed a massive black fish preying upon a dolphin before plunging into the depths, disappearing from sight. Lowering the telescope, she donned a look of perplexity. Is there such a large sea creature nearby? Its swimming speed is astonishing, and it is quite ferocious. It is neither a shark nor a whale. What species could it be? After pondering for a moment, she shook her head, glanced at the sky, and remarked, "It seems rain is imminent. It is time to return." Rising, she leapt from the rock, departing the seashore and sprinting towards home. Chapter 30. The waves on the western edge of the island. There lay a quaint village, within which stood a white-walled house adorned with yellow double doors. Beneath the eaves was a table, accompanied by several chairs. Behind the house sprawled a vast orange grove, now in full bloom with white flowers, presenting an exquisite sight against the slender leaves. The room facing the orange grove had its window ajar, revealing a writing desk upon which lay a collection of thick tomes. The spines of these books bore titles such as Encyclopedia of the Ocean, Waves and Currents, Comprehensive Guide to Marine Life, Tropical Cyclones of the East Sea, Cartographic Meteorological Observations. These volumes encompass subjects ranging from marine biology to oceanography, meteorology to cartography, featuring both popular science and specialized texts. Most of the books appeared somewhat worn, and their owner was merely a girl of 8 or 9 years. At that moment, she sat at the desk, pen and ruler in hand, diligently sketching upon a large sheet of paper. Once completed, the girl set the pen aside and gazed at the nautical chart before her, which depicted 2 islands amidst a vast expanse of sea. Alongside marked longitudes and latitudes, the islands bore contour lines, the ocean depths were indicated by bathymetric lines, and routes and substrate markers were meticulously detailed, including the depths of the harbor. "Are you drawing another nautical chart, Nami?" inquired a girl with blue hair, standing behind her and peering at the chart. "Yes, I just finished a nautical chart," Nami replied with a smile. "Impressive. I cannot even comprehend nautical charts, let alone create one," Nojiko remarked, studying the chart. "I merely replicated what was on the chart," Nami clarified. After all, to create a nautical chart for a region requires extensive data. Besides position and coordinates, one must consider the variations in currents and tides to delineate routes and anchorage. The ocean's depth and the seabed's topography must also be accurately represented alongside coastal characteristics, harbor depths, and navigational markers, such as distinguishing features of the islands and the locations of navigational aids like lighthouses. All of this necessitates field measurements. Thus, I have merely grasped the fundamental elements of charting. "That sounds tedious," Nojiko remarked, ruffling her hair. "Field measurements? Does that mean you will need to go out to sea?" Nami nodded, a smile gracing her face. "Indeed, creating new nautical charts requires field measurements. Otherwise, the discrepancies would be too significant. For instance, the nautical chart of our island contains considerable inaccuracies. I have identified at least 3. "Really?" Nojiko rested her chin in her hand, gazing at Nami. "So, do you plan to leave Cocoa West Village in the future?" "My dream is to traverse the world and chart every corner of it," Nami declared earnestly. "Travel the world? Does that mean venturing into perilous places?" Nojiko's eyes widened in surprise. "Of course," Nami affirmed with a firm nod. "However, my knowledge remains insufficient. Next, I intend to study water-level observations and navigation techniques. Once I master water-level observations, I can begin charting the waters surrounding our island." "Oh," Nojiko replied, her interest waning. "Nami, would you like to go out and play?" "No, I must continue my studies," Nami replied, opening a book before her and engrossing herself in its contents. "This is so dull," Nojiko yawned, climbing onto a nearby small bed. In the southern bay of the island, summer and autumn sought their prey within the sea. Having inhabited this maritime realm for nearly 2.5 months, the calendar had turned to May. During this span, summer and autumn had grown from 18 meters to 22 meters, their weight nearing 70 tons. This growth of 4 meters and an increase of 20 tons represented a significant slowdown compared to their previous growth rate. This deceleration led summer and autumn to formulate 2 hypotheses. The first conjecture was that they had entered the next phase of growth, resulting in a reduced growth rate. For instance, a blue whale grows from 7 meters at birth to 15 meters within 8 months, while reaching over 20 meters can take 2 years, typically not achieving full maturity until 8 to 10 years of age. It was possible that they had surpassed the juvenile phase and entered the subadult stage, thereby experiencing a slower growth rate. However, their growth trajectory differed from the biological life cycles within the world of One Piece, where such developmental constraints were unlikely. The second hypothesis pertained to a change in their physical strength. Having departed from Naval Village, they had consumed a naval colonel and 14 pirates, both in number and strength far exceeding previous encounters. This enhancement was substantial. Prior to leaving Naru Village, they had not fully digested the colonel yet could withstand the force of a 30-meter sea creature with their 18-meter frame. After consuming the colonel and the pirates, their strength had further amplified, rendering them vastly more robust than similarly sized fish. With increased physicality came heightened energy consumption. For example, 1 pound of muscle at rest expends 6 calories, whereas fat expends merely 2. Their newfound strength demanded considerable energy at all times. Initially, the energy intake had far surpassed their consumption, allowing ample energy to facilitate growth and evolution. However, now, the excessive energy expenditure meant that the evolutionary energy derived from consuming fish was increasingly devoted to sustaining their vitality, resulting in a marked deceleration of growth. Among these 2 hypotheses, summer and autumn leaned toward the latter, as it was more advantageous for them. Their objective was not merely to grow larger, which would only render them a target. Even the colossal island-eating creature could be defeated by the likes of Dory and Bragi with a single technique. The enormous sea kings of the calm belt were merely appetizers for vice-admirals. What they truly sought was formidable strength. As Xia Qiu contemplated, she swam gracefully in the distance, emitting ultrasonic waves to employ echolocation and identify other marine creatures. Having successfully evolved a sonar system after consuming dolphins, she possessed components such as a sound emitter, receiver, and analyzer. However, at that time, her abilities were relatively feeble, with both the range and sensitivity of her sonar falling short of her innate perception. Subsequently, after encountering 2 pods of dolphins and feasting upon them, Her sonar system had now become operational. Within a radius of 300 meters, she could discern the proximity, size, and shape of fish. Additionally, Xia Qiu could actively receive high-frequency waves to detect various aquatic organisms. Although she still could not rival the dolphins, this newfound ability was indeed a remarkable asset. Over there, in the northwest direction, approximately 200 to 230 meters away, lay a creature with a length of about 7 meters. In the transition from summer to autumn, a signal was captured, prompting a swift retreat into the distance. Chapter 31. Torrential rain time passed swiftly, and before long, it was October. A season characterized by crisp air and the ripening of oranges. In the orange grove, Nami and Nojiko stood beneath an orange tree, plucking the fruit and placing it into wooden baskets at their sides. I glanced at the quantity they had gathered. Not far off, a woman with crimson hair approached, a cigarette dangling from her lips and a basket slung over her shoulder. She set down her load and surveyed the baskets of the two girls. Nami, Nojiko, you two are quite industrious, she remarked. Aunt Belmere, your basket isn't as full as ours, Nojiko retorted, crossing her arms with a hint of pride as she glanced at the basket the woman had just set down. That's because you two are working together, Belmere said with a smile, folding her arms. But we're just children, and Aunt Belmere is an adult, Nami huffed from the side, suggesting that Belmere might be slacking off. I am not slacking, Belmere replied, casting a glance at them. All right, it's nearly noon. Please carry both baskets into the house. Sort the oranges, and pack them with fir needles to preserve them. Then I will prepare lunch, and once it's ready, we will eat. Both Nami and Nojiko exchanged reluctant glances. Go on, Belmere urged, patting their shoulders. Yes, they replied, nodding as they carried their baskets into the storage room for the oranges. However, upon placing their baskets down, they discovered an abundance of oranges already sorted and packed within. What is this? Nami gasped, exchanging wide-eyed looks with Nojiko, their faces flushing. It turned out that Aunt Belmere had been industrious after all, having already filled a basket and sorted the fruit. The two returned to the orange grove, feeling a bit sheepish about facing Belmere, only to find that she had already returned to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Let us take these back, they agreed, carrying the oranges back to the room, sorting them, and wrapping them in fir needles to preserve them for 1 to 2 months. Once they finished, the clock struck noon. Wiping the sweat from their brows, they entered the dining room to find a feast laid out before them. Grilled fish, tempura, and rice. Today's meal is quite sumptuous, Nami exclaimed, her eyes widening at the sight of the dishes. Typically, their meals consisted mainly of vegetables, with only occasional meat. Yet today, not only was there grilled fish, but there was also fried tempura. You two have worked hard, so of course, I wanted to treat you, Belmere said with a smile. Now, dig in. All right. Nami and Nojiko eagerly picked up their chopsticks and began to eat. Nojiko took a piece of fish and popped it into her mouth, her eyes lighting up as she quickly followed it with a mouthful of rice. Meanwhile, Nami savored a piece of tempura, savoring the crunch as she bit down. As they enjoyed their meal, Nojiko noticed Belmere only eating rice and couldn't help but ask, and Belmere, why aren't you eating? I'm trying to lose weight, so I can't indulge in these dishes, Belmere replied with a laugh, a grain of rice clinging to her lips. Seeing her smile, Nami felt a pang of sadness but said nothing, lowering her head to continue eating. After the meal, Nami and Nojiko helped to clear the table and tidy up. Adhering to the household rules, Belmere cooked, while Nami and Nojiko were responsible for cleaning. Once they finished, Belmere waved them off. Go rest, she said. And Belmere, when will we go back to pick oranges this afternoon? Nojiko inquired. You want any to this afternoon? Belmere smiled. I can manage on my own. There aren't many oranges left, and we must leave some on the trees. Okay, Nojiko nodded, and together with Nami, they returned to their shared bedroom. In their room, Nojiko climbed onto the upper bunk to take a nap, while Nami remained awake, retrieving a telescope, notebook, pen, ruler, an old device with a fan, and a watch from beneath the table. Nami, what are you planning to do? Nojiko asked curiously. I've acquired an anemometer, and I want to experiment with a new method of measuring wind speed, Nami said with a smile, stuffing the items into an old backpack. Did you buy that anemometer? How much did it cost? Nojiko asked, intrigued. I stole it, Nami confessed, sticking out her tongue. Don't tell Aunt Belmere. She'll scold me. I want tea. Nojiko nodded, then asked, when do you plan to return? I'm not sure, Nami replied. 2 ships are expected to arrive this afternoon, and I intend to observe their sails and sketch a diagram of the boundary layer effects. I'll wait until the ships dock, but I'll be back before dinner at the latest. Be careful and avoid any dangerous areas, Nojiko cautioned, resting her chin on her hand. I will, Nami assured her, shouldering her backpack and dashing out of the room. Nami, where are you going? Belmere's voice called from behind. To the seaside, Nami waved. Belmere sighed. Don't go into the water, and stay away from the south. There are schools of sharks there. I know, Nami shouted back, disappearing into the distance. Arriving at the western coastline, Nami reached the shore adjacent to the port, where a flag fluttered in the wind. She set out her pen, notebook, and ruler. The wind was brisk, causing her clothes to flap and her notebook to flip open, pages turning rapidly. Nami pressed down on her notebook, measuring the angle between the flag and her line of sight. and calculated a value by multiplying that angle by 1.6 and dividing by 4.33, she noted. This was the speed in kilometers per hour, 33 kilometers h, translating to approximately 9 ms. A level 5 wind. While not categorized as a strong wind, it was certainly noticeable. Eagerly, Nami retrieved her watch and anemometer. She positioned the anemometer on the side, where its fan began to spin immediately, adjusting her watch to the correct time. She then pressed the switch on the anemometer's counter when the second hand reached 12. The counter reset to 0 and began to measure anew. Nami focused intently on her watch, counting the seconds as they ticked by. Once the second hand completed a full rotation, she pressed the counter switch again. Using the rotations counted, she applied the curve formula to determine the distance the fan had turned, dividing by 60 seconds to find the speed, 9.7 ms. Unexpectedly, there was an increase of 0.7 ms. Nami recorded this result and then measured again using both the flag method and the anemometer, taking multiple averages. The flag method indicated a wind speed of 9.1 ms, while the anemometer measured 9.7 ms. The discrepancy between the two was 0.6 ms. A significant figure indeed. It seemed to be a matter of wind direction and the inherent inaccuracies of the flag method. Clearly, professional tools were required for precise wind speed measurement. Nami gazed at the anemometer, a smile gracing her lips. This was her first piece of equipment for venturing out to sea. She wandered to various locations, continuously measuring the wind speed, managing to confine her results within a certain range. However, as time passed, the wind strength increased, reaching up to 11 ms, which constituted a strong breeze, equivalent to a 4.6 on the Beaufort scale. The clouds loomed dark and low, and fish could be seen surfacing to breathe. Rain was imminent. Nami glanced at the sky and then at the sea, unable to restrain herself from exclaiming, "It's going to rain. Bring in the laundry." The clouds spoke for themselves, and the fish breaching the surface were a result of low pressure forcing dissolved oxygen out, compelling the fish to rise. Given the height of the clouds and the changing wind conditions, the rain would not be light. At the very least, they could expect winds of force 7 or higher, accompanied by a storm. Furthermore, Nami noticed in the distance a towering column of water shooting skyward, nearly 10 meters high. Was it a whale? Raising her binoculars, she discerned a gigantic head beneath the water column. When a whale surfaces to breathe, it expels carbon dioxide and other gases, creating an upward current that forms a waterspout. A 10-meter waterspout indicated that the whale submerged below the surface must be at least 30 meters long. What a colossal creature! As Nami observed the distant spout, it suddenly vanished with a thunderous crash, and the entire whale was upended. A dark shadow appeared beside the whale, seizing the blue whale in its grasp. Though this shadow was smaller than the blue whale stood no chance of resistance, attempting to flee but ultimately being overtaken and slowly slaughtered, disappearing beneath the waves. Soon after, blood began to seep out, staining the sea a deep crimson. That fish? Nami recalled a predatory fish she had encountered 8 months prior, which had mercilessly hunted dolphins, possessing formidable strength. It seemed that the creature that had just hunted the whale was the same one. Truly a vicious fish. Nami, glancing at the ominous sky, gathered her belongings, slinging her backpack over her shoulder, and ran toward home. As she dashed, she shouted, "It's going to rain. Bring in the laundry." With her cries, many villagers hastily retrieved their clothes from outside. Everyone in Cocoa West Village knew that although Nami was a mischievous little rascal who loved to pilfer, she had never misjudged the weather. Chapter 32, Confusion in Cocoa West Village. Nami and Nojiko huddled behind Belmir, while in front of them stood Sheriff Aiken and several villagers, armed with hunting rifles, confronting a group of pirates. Both sides remained locked in a standoff. The pirate captain, a young man with yellow hair, brandished a long knife at his waist and declared, "Hand over your money, and we guarantee our departure." Aiken scoffed, retorting, "Your demands are excessive." From behind the yellow-haired youth, a gaunt figure stepped forward, brandishing a rifle and aiming it at Aiken's head, warning, "If you refuse, we will kill you. You do well to lower your gun." Belmir aimed her weapon at the assailants, her eyes glinting with lethal intent. The pirates raised their weapons, but the villagers stood their ground. The yellow-haired youth squinted and asked, "Are you certain you wish to fight us? Shall we kill you first, and then take your money?" "We certainly do not desire such an outcome." Aiken sighed. "But your demands are simply too great. 200,000 berry is a burden for us." The youth grimaced. 100,000 will suffice. Your village has at least 200 residents. A maximum of 5,000 per person is hardly unreasonable, is it? Aiken replied, "But children and the elderly have no income. We can only muster 400,000 berry at most, though we could offer you some food and water." "400,000? Are you trying to insult us?" bellowed a rotund pirate. "Our village is impoverished. We can only provide this much." Aiken shrugged, his tone firm as he added, "That is the maximum we can offer. Beyond that, we cannot sustain ourselves." 500,000 berry, along with food and water, the yellow-haired captain huffed. "That is our bottom line." "Very well. 500,000 it is." Aiken nodded and promptly instructed his men to prepare the money, food, and water, transporting it to the shore while keeping a wary eye on the pirates. Although the pirates were displeased with the arrangement, they accepted the money, loading the provisions onto their ship before setting sail. As they departed, The villagers of Cocoa West Village exhaled in relief. They are gone. The pirate crew has left. Aiken, you truly are impressive. They chose to leave for 500,000 berry. The villagers gathered around Aiken, their faces reflecting relaxation. Aiken smiled. It mainly stems from the weakness of this pirate crew. Their captain is not even on the bounty list, and their ship carries merely 2 cannons and a dozen pirates. They are far too weak. If it had come to blows, we could have emerged victorious. Do not be modest. If it were not for your negotiations, they would not have backed down. Belmere chuckled, patting his shoulder. Indeed, Aiken, we owe you this one, echoed the surrounding villagers. It is my duty. Aiken blushed slightly, clearing his throat as he added, by the way, let us divide the 500,000 berry among ourselves. That would be 2,500 per person, all right? 2,500 per person? Belmere exclaimed. Are you saying I have to pay 7,500? That is excessive. Besides, we have 2 little rascals at home. Why should adults and children pay the same? At least half for the kids. Belmere, it's merely 2,500. You can't possibly lack that, a villager remarked. And if children only pay half, then the adult charges will rise. With 40 children, your household would still owe about 5,500, which is merely 2,000 berry less. Just the cost of a day's meals, another villager interjected. 2,000 is already far too much, Belmere huffed. Aiken coughed. I can cover part of it. Belmere only needs to contribute 5,000, and I will take care of the additional 2,500. Really? That is wonderful. Belmere beamed. Aiken, however, I cannot pay you right now. Could you cover me for the time being? I will repay you later. Will you repay the debt? Aiken asked, somewhat exasperated. Do not worry. I will repay it. Belmere laughed, leaning in closer to whisper, in other ways. No, do not speak nonsense. Aegean's face instantly flushed crimson as he gazed into the distance and remarked, however, if you find yourself short on funds for the time being, I can assist you with the payment. Thank you, Aegean, Belmere replied with a smile, wrapping her arms around Nami and Nojiko, guiding the 2 youngsters toward home. Aegean, you truly indulge Belmere, do you not? Have you perhaps fallen for her? Teased a nearby villager. Belmere has remained single, and she shares a close bond with you. Nami and Nojiko also think highly of you. Why do you not pursue her? Do not speak nonsense. I have no such feelings for her, Aegean retorted, shaking his head as he watched Belmere's figure. They are orphans, struggling to make ends meet. So I lend them a helping hand. So, you do not harbor any affection for Belmere? Not at all. Aegean's voice echoed as Belmere, from afar, raised an eyebrow. A fleeting smile gracing her lips, though her eyes betrayed a hint of regret. Let us be on our way. Aegean waved his hand, stating, please deliver the money to the security office by tomorrow. Understood. The villagers dispersed, making their way home. At that moment, a voice rang out, the ship. The ship is sinking. What? Everyone was drawn to the voice, following the direction in which the speaker pointed. They beheld the pirate ship slowly submerging into the ocean. The pirates aboard leaped into the water one by one. What is happening? Aegean's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the massive pirate vessel gradually disappear beneath the waves. How could it be sinking? A villager questioned, perplexed. Retribution. The sea is punishing them, another villager remarked, their face alight with joy as they observed the pirate ship's demise. In the distance, upon hearing the commotion, Nami broke free from Belmere's grasp and dashed to the front of the crowd, gazing toward the shoreline. The pirate ship continued to sink, and those who had jumped into the sea swam frantically toward the island. They appeared terrified. Is there something in the water? Aegean furrowed his brow in inquiry. In the next moment, a colossal shadow surged forth, seizing the last pirate and dragging him beneath the waves. As long as you possess the strength to swim, you cannot be devil fruit users. Thus, consuming you will not pose a problem. As summer and autumn contemplated, a pirate was devoured, and after satiating its hunger, it swam away into the depths of the ocean. Such a colossal fish managed to sink a pirate ship. The waters surrounding us harbored such a formidable creature, posing a significant threat. If this fish could demolish a pirate vessel, what would become of our fishing and merchant ships? What if it chose to attack? A concerned villager inquired. We can only pray it passes by, replied a fisherman. Fishermen should exercise caution and refrain from venturing out to sea for the time being. And everyone must avoid approaching it, Aegean urgently advised. The villagers left, weighed down by the peril brought by the giant fish. However, upon returning to her abode, Nami retrieved a notebook. Upon opening it, she discovered a page adorned with a drawing of a gigantic fish, strikingly similar to the one they had just encountered. She gazed at the illustration, her brow furrowed in thought. Had the fish's attack on the pirate ship been a mere coincidence? Nami recalled witnessing it capture dolphins over a year and 3 months ago, in February of the previous year, and had spotted it multiple times since. Based on the regions it frequented and the times of its appearances, it seemed to inhabit the waters surrounding the island. Despite having observed its ferocious feeding behavior, she had never seen it attack humans, not even the smaller fishing boats or fishermen gathering sea urchins and crabs. Just like today. When 3 or 4 fishing boats had set out to sea, it had chosen not to attack, nor had it harmed a single person. It felt as though it deliberately avoided humans. Yet now it had struck. Was it merely a random act, or had it begun to view humanity as prey? Nami was uncertain, but it was wise to exercise caution. Chapter 33. The arrival in the blink of an eye. 4 months had elapsed. And it was now July of the year 1512 in the Age of the Sea. In the seldom trodden southern reaches of the island, Xia Qiu lingered quietly beneath the waves. At this moment, Xia Qiu had been on the island for a year and 5 months, growing from nearly 18 meters to a formidable 30 meters in length. Its weight had surged from 50 tons to approximately 180 tons. With the increase in mass came a corresponding enhancement of strength. For months prior, its assault on a pirate ship had shattered the keel with a single blow, creating a significant fissure that led to the vessel's demise. Had it not been for its intention to lure the pirates into the water, a single strike could have obliterated the ship entirely. The sonar system of Xia Qiu has been significantly enhanced, allowing it to once again prey upon dolphins, thereby augmenting its sensitivity to levels nearly indistinguishable from that of its prey. In addition, Xia Qiu has also hunted several whales that ventured nearby, broadening its sonar frequency range and enabling it to emit lower frequency ultrasound waves, greatly extending its detection distance. Within a radius of 2,000 meters, Xia Qiu is capable of detecting objects over 20 meters in size. This advancement affords Xia Qiu a degree of protection against potential attacks from larger creatures, thereby rendering it somewhat safer. Over the span of more than a year, Xia Qiu has encountered no threats, leading a tranquil existence and gradually maturing. However, life has grown rather monotonous. The only activities available to it are the repetitive cycles of feeding and resting. There is no one with whom to converse, leaving it to endure a solitary existence. This isolation proves to be a profound torment for Xia Qiu. Were it not for the insatiable desire to feed constantly driving it forward, it would have long succumbed to despair. Hunger once again gnaws at it. Xia Qiu sighed, departing from his resting place, and swam towards the horizon. He emitted ultrasonic waves, probing the distant creatures. In the summer and autumn, the consumption of food amounts to approximately 3 tons per meal, necessitating fish that measure over 10 meters in length. Consequently, the summer and autumn seasons disregarded the fish around them, which measured only 7 to 8 meters, and continued to swim toward the distant horizon, 600 meters away. In the transition from summer to autumn, Xia Qiu identified a particular trajectory and discovered a fish measuring 12 meters in length, prompting an immediate charge towards the adversary. The summer and autumn seasons emit low-frequency ultrasonic waves, which can travel great distances, capable of detecting up to 2,000 meters. Xia Qiu relentlessly honed in on his target, closing the distance to a mere 50 meters. In the next moment, the fish darted away at an astonishing speed. Had he been detected? In the summer and autumn, it is speculated that the other party possesses a sense of perception, detecting the tremors caused by their arrival and evading in advance. However, mere awareness does not guarantee escape. The pace of summer and autumn accelerates once more, charging towards one another. As summer and autumn draw closer at a visibly swift pace, Xia Qiu finds it challenging to discern the figure of the other from a distance of 100 meters beneath the water's surface. It is only when they approach within 10 meters that Xia Qiu catches a vague glimpse of the other as silhouette, a whale shark. The whale shark, the largest of all sharks, is not a whale. It possesses 5 pairs of gills and 10 filter pads adorned with over 300 rows of teeth. Adult whale sharks typically measure between 9 and 12 meters in length, with some individuals exceeding 20 meters. Renowned for their gentle disposition, whale sharks rarely pose a threat to humans. In fact, they often turn to allow divers to assist in cleaning their bellies. Furthermore, whale sharks serve as compelling evidence that not all sharks are inclined to bite. Their primary feeding method is filter feeding, primarily consuming plankton, algae, krill, and various free-swimming organisms such as sardines, anchovies, tuna, and mackerel. This particular whale shark measures 12 meters and weighs approximately 4 tons. Ample enough to provide Xia Qiu with a hearty meal. As summer and autumn hastened towards him, drawing ever closer, just as they were about to seize him, a wave of sound emitted by Xia Qiu reverberated back, revealing another silhouette. This figure was at least 3 kilometers away from Xia Qiu, boasting a length of over 10 meters and an imposing stature. What could it be? Xia Qiu was startled, momentarily frozen in place, allowing the whale shark to escape from its mouth and swim away into the distance. It was immense. The echolocation revealed a size unprecedented in magnitude. Not only elongated, but also remarkably tall. Its height was at least half of its length. This was no mere fish. The proportions of fish could not possibly be so disproportionate. What on earth could it be? As Xia Qiu gradually approached the entity, the proximity allowed for a clearer perception. The creature measured at least 60 meters in length, with a height ranging from 30 to 40 meters. This colossal being instilled a sense of trepidation in Xia Qiu. It was overwhelmingly large, weighing at least 4 times more than himself. In the summer and autumn, it remains a mystery what that creature might be. Relying solely on its silhouette as I turned, I could ascertain its form, which bore resemblance to a seal. Is it a marine beast? Xia Qiu made a conjecture but refrained from advancing closer, fearing to disturb the other. Although Xia Qiu possessed formidable strength, far surpassing that of similarly sized creatures, he felt confident in confronting a sea fish measuring around 50 meters in length. However, this entity was different. It stretched to 60 meters, stood over 30 meters tall, and weighed at least 4 times his own mass. Such a colossal being, in sheer power, eclipsed him. relying solely on his consciousness. He could hardly hope to engage in combat. Yet, the crux of the matter was that confrontation was unnecessary. He did not possess a guarantee of victory. Nor could he expect to vanquish the foe without sustaining injuries. Moreover, the creature did not constitute a target for sustenance. Killing it would merely yield a fleeting meal, leaving its remains for other sea creatures to scavenge. With the looming danger and no incentive for conflict, Xia Qiu deemed it prudent to maintain distance. With this resolution in mind, he remained still, observing the creature's movements. After a brief pause, the colossal being turned and departed into the distance, vanishing beyond the limits of his detection. Xia Qiu exhaled, feeling the tension within her gradually dissipate. However, a sense of dread lingered. The location where the sea creature had just been was a mere 5 kilometers from her habitat, well within her usual range of activity. Had she not employed echolocation and encountered the creature, a fierce battle would have been inevitable. The depth of the waters here is considerable, capable of accommodating colossal marine beings. Thus it is prudent to remain vigilant against the possibility of such monsters reappearing in the future. As summer transitioned into autumn, a period of stillness enveloped the surroundings. And after a considerable wait, the moment to hunt finally arrived. In the East Sea, aboard a colossal pirate ship, several fishmen stood upon the deck. Among them, the leader, a fishman with a cerulean exterior and a serrated snout, gazed over the expanse of ocean before him, spreading his arms wide with a boisterous laugh, proclaiming, "We have finally arrived at the East Sea. Is this where we begin, Master Arlong?" Beside him, a robust fishman exhibited fervor in his eyes. "Indeed. It is from here that we shall commence," Arlong replied, revealing a menacing expression as he declared, "With the East Sea as our starting point, we will dominate this realm, subjugate humanity, and establish a formidable fishman empire. But we promised Jinbei that we would not harm humans," interjected a cephalopod fishman with 6 tentacles, unable to restrain himself. "Jinbei?" Arlong scoffed, his countenance darkening. "How could I heed the words of someone so willingly subservient to humans?" As he spoke, Arlong's grin widened into a sinister smile. "Moreover, I do not intend to harm humans. I shall merely return to them the suffering they have inflicted upon fishmen." Chapter 34. The Arlong Pirate Crew in the Golden October. The orange grove tended by Belmir yielded another bountiful harvest. Belmir was busy guiding Nami and Nojiko as they picked oranges and stored them carefully. However, a dilemma soon arose. This year's favorable weather resulted in an abundant orange yield, driving prices down and making sales increasingly difficult. Belmir felt a deep sense of frustration, constrained to economize in order to endure the year. "Done," she announced. Inside their home, Nami was bent over her desk, diligently crafting a map of the islands. After verifying the details multiple times, she felt a profound sense of satisfaction. This map, a culmination of over a year's worth of exploration, was comprehensive, surpassing any previously existing maps in their village. It meticulously detailed the depths of the ports, landmarks, and topographical features of nearby isles, enabling vessels to navigate effortlessly through these waters and reach the islands. "I'm heading to the bookstore for a while," Nami said, placing the map under the desk before informing Belmir, who was engrossed in a newspaper, then hurried out towards the distant bookstore. "Have you heard? Many villages have already been plundered by Arlong and his crew," voiced a concerned villager by the roadside. "They are vicious, having killed numerous people and destroyed several villages," lamented a middle-aged woman, shaking her head. "Let us hope they don't come here," an elderly man interjected, as Nami passed by the conversing villagers. She couldn't help but sigh. The Arlong pirate crew, a formidable band of marauders, had been wreaking havoc in the East Sea for several months, attacking 7 or 8 villages, seizing vast wealth, and spilling blood. "I hope they do not arrive here," Nami silently prayed as she crossed the road and entered the village bookstore. The bookstore, though modest in size, was filled with an abundance of books. 6 shelves adorned the walls, while the central table overflowed with literature. "Nami, it's you," the shopkeeper, a kind uncle, greeted her with a smile. "Feel free to read, but please do not damage the pages." He was aware of Nami's family's financial struggles and had never deterred her from perusing the books. "I'll be careful," Nami replied, flipping through several volumes until she stumbled upon one that caught her eye. Her gaze sparkled with desire as she picked up a book titled Navigation, which encompassed the art of seamanship. This tome was rich with knowledge, detailing navigation techniques, celestial positioning, and environmental cues to ascertain a ship's location. It covered hydrology, meteorology, and strategies to deal with extreme weather, as well as vessel maneuvering and port operations. Its thick pages promised an abundance of practical wisdom, igniting an insatiable yearning within Nami's heart. "I want this so badly," she thought, her eyes glimmering with longing as she considered the book. After a moment of hesitation, she glanced at the shopkeeper, who was engrossed in his newspaper, oblivious to her intentions. Seizing the opportunity, she clutched the book close to her chest and stealthily made her way towards the exit. "Nami, are you leaving so soon?" the shopkeeper inquired, surprised. "Yes. I have something to attend to at home," Nami replied, continuing towards the door. The shopkeeper nodded, but just as Nami turned the corner to exit, he caught sight of the book. "Nami, put that book back," he exclaimed, springing to his feet and calling after her. At the sound of his voice, Nami bolted. The shopkeeper, despite his age and physical limitations, rushed after her, shouting, "Nami, return the book, you little thief." At that moment, Aegeon happened to witness the scene and, fueled by anger, sprinted towards Nami, managing to capture her. "I'll take you to see your mother," he announced. Meanwhile, in the southern waters of the island, Xia Qiu was resting underwater after a recent meal, needing time to digest. The warmth generated from his food had diminished, and in comparison to his massive form, it barely sufficed to circulate warmth throughout his body. Over the past 3 months, he had grown from 30 meters to 32, gaining approximately 20 tons. Among his peers, he possessed unparalleled strength, easily hunting even 50-meter-long blue whales. Yet, the memory of the sea beast he had encountered left him with lingering doubts about his capabilities. Not to mention the sea kings. He knew he must continue to grow stronger. As Xia Qiu contemplated, a sudden and immense tremor erupted from the surface of the sea. As Xia Qiu opened her mouth, she emitted ultrasonic waves. Upon the return of the sound waves, she discerned that it was a colossal maritime vessel. This ship was immense, rivaled only by naval warships. Has the Navy arrived? As summer transitions into autumn, one gazes into the distance and observes a colossal pirate ship gliding towards the side of the island across the vast sea. It is indeed magnificent. Xia Qiu beheld a pirate ship of immense proportions for the first time, measuring no less than 60 meters in length. The vessel was broad, adorned with multiple masts, and featured both horizontal and vertical sails, with an overwhelming number of cannons lining its sides. Yet, in the next instant, Xia Qiu's gaze narrowed slightly. The ship's prow bore a jagged, menacing point, and upon the largest horizontal sail was intricately etched a design. It was the emblem of the Arlong pirates. The moment Xia Qiu recognized the sharp angles and the insignia, the identity of the ship's crew became clear. They were none other than the Arlong pirates, constructed by Arlong himself. Astonishingly, they had ventured into the East Sea to plunder this island. As Xia Qiu pondered, the timing seemed just about right. It was now the year 1512 in the Sea Circle calendar. Jinbei had ascended to the position of a warlord of the sea the previous year, while Arlong had also been released from Impel Down last year. Subsequently, he had fallen out with Jinbei and made his way to the East Sea. The Arlong pirates were entirely comprised of fishmen. As Xia Qiu contemplated their identities, a sudden wave of insatiable desire surged within them. The ocean's fish bestowed evolutionary energy while humanity contributed empowerment energy. What of the mermen and mermaids? Might they offer both forms of energy? Even if they only provided empowerment energy, their innate strength, tenfold that of humans, rendered them worthy of consumption. Yet, they were formidable opponents. Ordinary mermen could be contended with. But the cadre members were a different matter entirely. Setting aside the leader, Arlong, let us consider the 3 cadre members. The first, Sheba, an octopus merman, possessed 6 arms and was adept with a sword, mastering the 6-sword style. His immense power allowed him to lift and hurl entire walls with ease. Each of his 6 swords weighed an astounding 300 kilograms. He could also expel ink and was skilled in martial arts. The second, Crocodile, a cartilaginous merman, held a black belt in karate, having once struck Sanji underwater with such force that he sent him crashing against a distant cliff, shattering the rock upon impact. The third, Geo, a kissing fish merman, could unleash bubble attacks. The large bubbles he expelled could obliterate dozens of trees, while smaller ones could effortlessly sever trunks. Each of these 3 cadre members possessed unique strengths and formidable offensive capabilities. Moreover, they thrived in the depths of the sea, able to breathe and move freely. Unlike humans whose strength waned by half in aquatic environments. Undoubtedly, in terms of raw power, one's own strength surpassed theirs by many multiples. However, their agility and smaller physiques allowed them to evade attacks, akin to the evasive maneuvers of Captain Lido, striking from their vulnerable angles. With their might, they could inflict harm even in water, potentially leading to one's own demise. Thus, victory remained elusive. As Xia Qiu contemplated, he extinguished the thoughts of attacking them and gradually submerged beneath the water, waiting for their departure. They had merely come to plunder. Once their robbery was complete, they would retreat to their stronghold, the island where Coco Village was situated. It was inconceivable that Coco Village could be located here. The evil dragon pirates had ultimately seized control of over 20 villages. What were the odds of such a coincidence? As Xia Qiu contemplated, she quietly awaited their departure. However, as time gradually slipped away, by evening, the Long pirate crew still had not left. Could it be? A foreboding sense took root in Xia Qiu's heart. The following day, as the malevolent dragon pirate crew set sail, Xia Qiu exhaled in relief, believing they were departing. However, to her dismay, she soon realized that the pirate ship had not veered away from the island but was, in fact, approaching slowly. Xia Qiu hastily evaded, swimming towards the distance while simultaneously observing them. It was only when Xia Qiu witnessed the pirate ship anchoring at the southern coast, in a concave section of the shoreline, that he realized the island he inhabited was indeed the one where Coco West Village was located. The Arlong pirates had established their stronghold here for a lengthy duration of 8 years, commencing today. Moreover, considering the timeline, Nami's mother, Belmir, had already met her demise at the hands of Arlong, and Nami herself had been coerced into joining the Arlong pirates after Arlong discovered her charting the navigational maps. Subsequently, in a bid to protect her village, she aligned herself with Arlong's crew, becoming a member of the Arlong pirates. Enduring humiliation and hardship, She resorted to thievery and charting maps for the Arlong pirates, striving to amass funds to redeem her village. Yet, what awaited her was despair. It was only when she was rescued by Luffy and his companions, who vanquished Arlong, that she finally liberated herself from her tormenting fate. Xia Qiu was suddenly engulfed in a profound fury, wishing to annihilate every merman of the vile dragon pirate crew. This ire, however, was not directed towards Nami. Rather, it stemmed from the audacity of their ship's anchorage in the southern bay, an area that rightfully belonged to her. As the saying goes, trespassers on my territory shall meet their demise. A boundless murderous intent surged within Xia Qiu. Chapter 35, The Fishman. Xia Qiu has resolved to hunt down the members of the dragon pirates, not solely due to the encroachment upon his territory, but also because of the latent energy they possess, coupled with the fury that has ignited within his heart. Undoubtedly, he recognizes that he is not their match. A reckless charge would lead only to his demise. It is imperative to devise a strategic approach, eschewing instinctual actions. One must acknowledge that he is not merely a fish, but a fish endowed with the essence of a human soul. Thus, could he not be considered a fishman? Indeed, it holds true. To confront the dragon pirates, he is presently outmatched, particularly against Arlong and his 4 lieutenants, rendering him somewhat powerless. If he attempts to tackle an overwhelming number of fishmen at once, he may find himself in dire straits. Therefore, his foremost objective is to augment his strength. True power is paramount. With absolute strength, fear of them becomes obsolete. Secondly, he must dismantle the dragon pirates systematically. There is no need to confront the entire crew. If he can separate them, targeting isolated fishmen and squads led by individual lieutenants, he would stand a chance in battle. By defeating fishmen, he shall grow stronger, thriving through combat. Thirdly, he aims to draw the attention of the Navy towards the dragon pirates. He is aware that Captain Rat of the 16th Division is colluding with the Arlong pirates. Should he eliminate Captain Rat when he comes seeking Arlong, along with decimating the entire naval crew aboard the warship, the Navy would undoubtedly seek the identity of the perpetrator. At the very least, in the eyes of the division's records and the remaining sailors, Captain Rat would appear to have perished while pursuing Arlong. Upon Rat's demise, the news will reach higher echelons, including the East Blue Division in the Navy headquarters. They will ascertain that the Navy has vanished during contact with Arlong, thus making him their primary target. This scenario presents 2 pathways. The Navy may either launch an assault on Arlong or continue their investigation. Should they choose the latter, reinforcements will likely be dispatched to the 18th Division. Again, 2 options arise: to persist in tracking Arlong or to become complicit with him. Should they opt for complicity, Xia Qiu intends to make another move. As the Navy suffers continual losses, Arlong will garner increasing attention, and his bounty will soar, attracting formidable naval officers. Even if a colonel from the headquarters, like Smoker, were to arrive, the Arlong pirates would find themselves in a state of panic, even in the absence of headquarters personnel. Should a brigadier from the original narrative's 77th Division or other naval forces appear during conflict, Xia Qiu could launch a surprise assault from beneath the waves, aiming to eliminate a lieutenant amidst the chaos. From this day forth, you shall become a member of the dragon pirates, serving as our navigator, Arlong declared with a smile, gazing at Nami standing before him. You will reside here. My paradise is nearing completion, and I shall prepare a room for you. Whatever you require, I can provide. Nami's gaze shifted from the bustling fishmen and humans to her left arm, where a tattoo lay, her eyes filled with disdain, yet helplessness. She looked at Arlong, her voice trembling as she inquired, "You said that if I procure 100 million berries, I could redeem the village. Is that true?" Arlong nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed. Once you present 100 million berries, I shall restore the village to you." I will do it," Nami replied, taking a deep breath, her expression resolute. For the sake of saving her village, she was willing to resort to theft or deceit if necessary. "That is splendid news," Arlong responded, a broad grin spreading across his face. "How could I possibly let go of someone with such extraordinary navigational talent? You shall become an integral part of my empire." Crack. Crack. In the late summer and early autumn, he bit into a marine fish, his teeth clamping down and shattering it before swallowing it whole. Feeling a sense of fullness in his abdomen, he turned and swam towards the island. It has now been a month since the dreaded dragon pirate crew arrived at this location. At this moment, the southern bay, having been jointly constructed by both merfolk and humans, has risen to a magnificent 5-tiered tower, crowned with a colossal shark's maw, encircled by sturdy walls. The concave coastline, where Xia Qiu resided, was excavated to form a vast water basin. Outside the surrounding walls, 2 platforms were constructed, while pirate ships anchored to the right of the enclosure. This was Arlong Park, the stronghold of the Arlong pirates. In the ensuing days, they would convene here, radiating their influence over the neighboring seas, ultimately subjugating 20 villages. As summer and autumn gradually approached Arlong Park, they quietly lurked over 40 meters beneath the surface, more than 100 meters away from the pirate ship. At such a distance, they remained undetectable, yet within the limits of summer and autumn's vibrational perception. Should they draw nearer, summer and autumn would promptly depart, swimming towards the deep sea. However, at that moment, they sensed vibrations emanating from the surface. The pirate ship unfurled its sails and began to move slowly toward the horizon. Had the pirate ship set sail? As summer transitioned into autumn, one's eyes sparkled with intrigue. A mouth opened, releasing sound waves that, through the art of echolocation, revealed the pirate ship gradually setting sail from the harbor. What were their intentions? Were they preparing to assault other villages? Or perhaps to collect protection fees? As summer transitions into autumn, a glimmer of realization dawns upon them. If they were to depart, would not the remainder be mere trifles? However, it cannot be dismissed that along and the cadre may choose to stay. Even the presence of a single individual could usher in complications. As summer gradually transitions into autumn, it approaches languidly, arriving at the distant vicinity of a long park. The outer walls stand devoid of any entrance, while within, a substantial circular gate remains firmly closed. This circular portal is intended solely for outsiders, with a waterway beneath it permitting entry. As Xia Qiu gazed into the distance, a sudden joy surged within him. He observed two fishmen standing on the wooden dock where the pirate ship had previously been moored. These fishmen stood approximately 1.8 meters tall. One had short black hair and a notably corpulent frame, with full lips, while the other sported a mohawk and possessed a slender physique. It was evident that neither possessed significant combat prowess, and given that the pirate ship had just departed, it was likely they were merely the ones left behind to assist in untethering the vessel, not officers, but ordinary fishmen. They stood upon the wooden planks that served as a passage for disembarking, and Xia Qiu contemplated shattering this dock to send them plummeting into the depths, where he could feast upon them. As he entertained this thought, Xia Qiu gradually descended, gliding along the seabed, propelling himself toward the dock. It's truly unfortunate that Captain Arlong has gone to attack another village while we are left here to guard, the lean fishman lamented. I wish I could accompany Captain Arlong to hunt humans, the plump fishman expressed with a hint of longing. With the pirate ship gone, we should return, the lean fishman suggested, waving his hand in dismissal. However, at that moment, the plump fishman furrowed his brow, staring into the water with a dazed expression. What is that? He asked. The lean fishman turned to look, edging closer to the edge to peer down. To his astonishment, a dark shadow was swiftly approaching beneath the waves. What is this? The lean fishman exclaimed, taken aback by the size of the creature. Run! The plump fishman shouted, turning to flee. Yet, in the next instant, Xia Qiu crashed into the dock. With a resounding crash, the wooden plank splintered, collapsing dramatically as both fishmen found themselves with no ground beneath their feet, tumbling into the sea. In that fleeting moment of descent, Xia Qiu opened his cavernous maw, lunging forward with intent. Snap! Xia Qiu sank his teeth into the slender fishman, his jaws snapping shut as his sharp teeth pierced through the creature's flesh. A cry of agony escaped the slender fishman, only to be swiftly crushed and devoured whole. Damn it! The rotund fishman, having landed in the water behind his lean counterpart, took advantage of the moment while the latter was consumed. He swiftly turned, propelling himself away with a powerful kick of his legs, heading towards the distant shore. Seeking to escape? As Xia Qiu witnessed this scene, he swiftly pursued, instantly closing the gap. The moment he approached, the corpulent merman's expression shifted dramatically. In an unexpected surge, he propelled himself to the left, evading Xia Qiu's grasp. As summer and autumn intertwined, their bodies brushed against each other. Was salvation at hand? The corpulent fishman felt a surge of joy, with the distance to the shore. That massive fish would surely crash against the cliffs. Yet, in the next moment, the enormous fish collided with him, forcing him against the rocky wall. Boom! The wall shattered, and the rotund fishman found his bones crushed into a mere pulp. Meanwhile, summer and autumn's form had become parallel to the coastline. He had no intention of delivering a fatal bite, should he accelerate further. The force of impact at the moment he seized his prey would inevitably cause his head to strike the wall. Although his head was robust, adorned with formidable horns capable of breaching a wall, colliding with the cliff would surely inflict injury. Thus, as he neared the fishman, summer and autumn deftly redirected his course, swimming to the right while simultaneously executing a graceful drift. The overweight fishman veered left, narrowly evading the position of summer and autumn's head. However, he soon found himself struck by the colossal body that followed, resulting in countless shattered bones. With a soft thud, the fishman's lifeless form gradually descended to the ocean floor. Xia Qiu pivoted gracefully, seizing the corpulent fishman and swallowing him whole, before quietly gliding away into the distance. Xia Qiu is quite curious about the kind of energy that the fishman can provide. Chapter 36, Ambush. Summer and autumn launched an assault on the fishmen, departing from Arlong Park and sinking into the depths of the sea, awaiting in silence. At this moment, a surge of heat began to emanate from within summer, radiating outward to envelop the body. The intensity of this heat was considerable. If one were to assess it, it could be likened to the attack on the Porcupine Pirates, where Muir and the first mate were consumed. It was slightly greater than that experienced by Colonel Barrio, yet less than that of Colonel Leto. Such a surge of energy was indeed substantial. Remarkably, two seemingly ordinary fishmen, not particularly robust in appearance, yielded such an abundance of vitality. This phenomenon can be attributed to the formidable nature of the fishmen race. Their innate strength is tenfold that of humans, harboring within their bodies a far more potent energy. Their power manifests in a lateral expansion rather than vertical growth, resembling a form of enhanced energy. Although fishmen possess a stature greater than that of humans, such as Jinbi at 3 meters, Dragon at 2 meters and 60 centimeters, and the king of the new fishman pirates, who can reach 4 meters. They are nonetheless bound by a growth limit, within which their strength continually escalates. While they are indeed fishmen, the manner in which their strength increases bears a resemblance to that of humans. In the transitional period of late summer and early autumn, uncertainty loomed over the potential for growth energy, yet it was evident that the predominant force was one of reinforcement. This was deemed sufficient. 2 ordinary fishmen were capable of generating such energy that it exhilarated Xia Qiu. They were not particularly strong, merely tasked with guarding the area. One could only imagine the formidable energy possessed by the robust fishmen soldiers, the officers, and even Arlong himself. There remained a necessity to confront more fishmen soldiers and the officers of the Arlong pirate crew. Contemplating this, Xia Qiu observed the figures lurking beneath the sea, patiently awaiting the unfolding events. Time gradually slipped away, and before long, afternoon had arrived. Why had Ruijin and Peters not yet returned? At Arlong Park, Xiaba, adorned with 6 octopus arms, stood with 4 of his appendages crossed over his chest while the other 2 scratched his head, exhibiting signs of mild irritation. Had they grown lazy and wandered off elsewhere? As the second-in-command of Arlong Park, Xiaba possessed enough strength to handle most threats. Lance, Eddie, you 2 go search for them and bring them back. Xiaba directed towards the 2 fishmen standing at a distance. Understood, they responded promptly. Setting forth from Arlong Park towards the horizon. Lance, where should we begin our search? Eddie inquired curiously as he glanced at his companion. Lance replied with a smile. Ruijin is quite the drinker. After escorting Lord Arlong, they may have sneaked off for a drink. Let us first check the nearby woods. Eddie nodded in agreement, and they proceeded towards the distance. However, at that moment, Eddie's brow furrowed as he gazed towards the port. Where has the boardwalk gone? The entire structure was reduced to a mere remnant near the shore, with the rest vanished without a trace. Lance, perplexed, questioned, was it dismantled by someone? Or perhaps it was struck by something? The absence of the boardwalk would greatly inconvenience Captain Arlong and Lord Crocodile upon their arrival, and witnessing this scene would undoubtedly infuriate them. Eddie concurred, let us not concern ourselves with Ruijin and Peters for now. We should return and report this to Xiaba. Very well, Lance and Eddie agreed, making their way back to Arlong Park to relay the news to Xiaba, who frowned deeply upon hearing their account. Who would dare dismantle the boardwalk? Was it the villagers? Xiaba's expression darkened at the suggestion. There is no one else aside from them, Lance responded angrily. We must confront them. How could it possibly be them? A youthful voice chimed in from behind. It was Nami who approached them, prompting Xiaba to curiously inquire. Why do you say it wasn't the villagers? Nami scoffed. What motive would they have for such actions? You fishmen can't drown in the water. The destruction of the boardwalk would have no impact on you. Why would they provoke your wrath? Her reasoning struck a chord. Xiaba reflected, realizing Nami was correct. The villagers had no justification for such behavior. Lance, still puzzled, asked, then why has the boardwalk disappeared? Nami contemplated, it's likely that the structure was poorly constructed. Or perhaps it was damaged when the pirate ship departed, or even by Ruijin and Peters themselves. As she spoke, Nami turned to Lance, posing the question. Did you 2 go down to investigate? There should be fragments of the boardwalk below, from those pieces. We could deduce whether it was a collapse or an external force at play. No, Lance and Eddie shook their heads, with Eddie explaining, upon noticing the damage. We hurried to report it. Reporting to me necessitates thorough investigation. Truly inept. You are even less capable than Nami, Xiaba remarked dismissively. Why don't you 2 hurry and check it out? Yes, Lance and Eddie quickly replied, rushing outside. Xiaba, aren't you coming along? Nami asked, her eyes glimmering with curiosity. Just a simple investigation. Those 2 can manage, Xiaba replied, shaking his head. Indeed, Nami smiled and turned, ascending the staircase back to her room on the 5th floor, which was cluttered with thick piles of documents. Approaching her desk, Nami picked up a telescope and peered through the window towards the distant port, capturing the scene before her. Meanwhile, Lance and Eddie gradually came into view. Upon spotting them, a smile graced Nami's lips, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Is no one going down to investigate? As Xia Qiu returned to feast once more, he lay in wait beneath the water. The 2 fishmen had vanished without a trace. Should they not have sent someone to investigate? If repairs were to be made to the boardwalk, surely someone would descend. Once they arrived, he could launch a surprise attack, vanquishing them and devouring them whole. Thus, Xia Qiu remained concealed at the ocean's depths, patiently biding his time. However, as the afternoon wore on, despite venturing out to feed several times, no one appeared. Had they perhaps failed to notice? Xia Qiu was unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. With the majority of the evil dragon pirate crew having departed, it was indeed the perfect moment for her to strike. What she faced was merely a single officer. Even if it was an officer, under the cover of a surprise attack, he would hardly stand a chance against her. Even if she were to falter in combat, she could still make her escape towards the deep sea. Patience, just a little longer. Xia Qiu continued to wait, concealed beneath the distant cliffs, attuned to the tremors of the surrounding waters. With an incessant release of ultrasonic waves, it explored the depths of the nearby sea. Yet, at that moment, a series of splashes echoed, plop, plop. 2 vibrations surged forth, and Xia Qiu's echolocation pinpointed the presence of 2 figures. They had arrived. The summer and autumn seasons cracked open their jaws, revealing their fearsome teeth. Chapter 37, The Trap. Lance and Eddie approached the shore, gazing at the surface of the sea, and remarked, "There are planks floating on the water, along with logs and stakes scattered across the waves. Let us retrieve them." "All right." Eddie nodded, and the two found a suitable spot before leaping into the water together. Merfolk possess both lungs and gills. They breathe through their lungs on land and utilize their gills underwater. Their gills are situated differently, like Fisher, Jinbei, Hody, and Crocodile, whose gills are located on their shoulders. Arlong's gills are positioned on his neck, while the gills of the 8th Division captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Namor, are found near his temples. The gills of these two individuals are located close to the neck on their shoulders, allowing them to inhale water through their mouths, which flows out from their gill openings, absorbing dissolved oxygen that spreads throughout their bodies via the capillaries of the gill filaments. However, while retrieving items from the surface, there is no need to dive underwater, thus rendering the gills unnecessary. The two surfaced, their heads breaking the water as they swam towards the nearby debris. "This one," Lance exclaimed, retrieving a plank and inspecting it but finding nothing of significance. He tossed the plank onto the shore and swam towards another area. Eddie followed suit, both gathering numerous planks and placing them on the beach, collecting all the floating fragments in the vicinity. It appeared as though they had been struck by something. From a distance, Lance picked up a broken stake that seemed to have been shattered, not by tools but rather by some force. Holding the stake in several fragments, he swam back to the shore. Meanwhile, Eddie discovered a frame bound with oil rope, observing it closely. There are no signs of disassembly. It seems this was not crafted by humans. Lance chuckled. Could it really have been destroyed by a pirate ship? Eddie concurred. It's quite possible. At that moment, Eddie furrowed his brow, looking beneath Lance as he swam towards the shore, shouting, "Lance, be careful." Lance paused momentarily before sensing a sudden pressure. He swam toward the rock wall, attempting to escape quickly. Yet, in the next instant, a colossal maw erupted from the water, clamping down on him with a snap. Crunch. Lance was swallowed whole, his blood gradually dispersing, consumed by the great beast. The enormous head of the creature emerged above the surface. What a massive fish! Upon seeing the sea creature, Eddie immediately comprehended how the planks were destroyed and why Ruijin and Peters had gone missing. "Damn it," he muttered, wanting to flee. However, the monstrous fish now lay between him and the shore. Just moments ago, Lance, carrying the stake, had swum back, drawing nearer to the coast than Eddie, and was devoured by the creature, which now blocked Eddie's escape. There was no way out. Eddie bitterly smiled to himself, turning to swim towards the distance, hoping to create some space. Trying to escape? Xia Qiu would not allow him to escape. While they ventured to collect distant fragments, they opted to assault the merman that had ventured closer to the shore. This was the decision made by Xia Qiu. As Xia Qiu pursued the merman, he consistently positioned himself between the adversary and the coastline, simultaneously accelerating towards him. With a swift motion, Eddie plunged into the ocean, employing his gills to breathe as he continued to swim forward, his speed dramatically increasing. However, Xia Qiu surpassed him, closing the gap. Just as Xia Qiu caught up, Eddie abruptly shifted his form, propelling himself backward with a powerful kick, halting his advance and swimming in the opposite direction. He accelerated, not to flee, but to entice the sea fish to increase their speed and attack him. Then, he swam back, creating distance. His large physique rendered him cumbersome, making it difficult to halt or turn swiftly. As he maneuvered to the rear of the merman, swimming towards the shore, he pondered the likelihood of escape. Yet, as he swam backward, he suddenly realized that his opponent was charging forward with unrelenting force, showing no intention of stopping or turning to pursue him. Instead, he continued to surge ahead, and Eddie found himself at the tail of the enormous sea fish. A sense of foreboding washed over Eddie, and in the next instant, the massive tail struck him. With a resounding crash, he was hurled through the water, his bones fracturing, and he spewed a mouthful of blood. The pain was excruciating. Eddie continued to bleed, not succumbing to immediate death, but rendered powerless, slowly sinking in the water. Helplessly, he watched as the colossal sea fish approached, its gaping maw revealing menacing teeth, reminiscent of hell itself. "No, please," he wished to plead for mercy, but instead, he was inundated with the rushing water. In the following moment, Xia Qiu seized Eddie, consuming him whole. Excellent. 2 more mermen had entered his belly. These 2 were formidable, robust warriors, clearly capable of providing even greater energy. Was there a possibility of others entering the water? Would there be more than 4 mermen in total? Even if a higher-ranking officer were to descend, the chance of a successful ambush seemed bleak. As Xia Qiu pondered, he once again sank his body down, preparing for an ambush. Indeed, at the pinnacle of Arlong Park's tower, Nami set down her binoculars, her expression brimming with excitement. The sea fish exhibited aggression towards the fishmen and lay in wait right there. Nami's window faced the harbor when Arlong departed with his pirate crew. She had set aside her pen and paper to observe their departure through the binoculars. Only after the pirate ship had sailed did Nami retract her gaze. And just as she was about to lower the binoculars, she suddenly witnessed a distant boardwalk shatter as a sea fish devoured Ruijin and Peters. The massive horns and the dark, robust body of the fish allowed Nami to identify its nature. It was the very creature that hunted dolphins, blue whales, and pirates alike. Thus, Nami tricked the other two fishmen into heading into the water, where they were promptly consumed. Nami garnered two crucial pieces of information. The sea fish exhibited aggression towards fishmen in that area. With this realization, a cunning smile crept onto her lips as she dashed downstairs. Tap, tap, tap. Nami swiftly descended to the first floor. Her earlier smile vanished, replaced by an expression of panic. Xiao Ba, trouble is brewing, she exclaimed loudly. What is the matter? Xiao Ba, busy polishing his long knife, looked up with curiosity at Nami's frantic demeanor. Gasping for breath, Nami pointed towards the distance, saying, when I returned upstairs and surveyed the harbor, I discovered that Lance and Eddie had been attacked. What? Xiao Ba stood up, his demeanor shifting to one of vigilance. Nami nodded, stating, after they entered the water, they were attacked by sharks and disappeared beneath the surface. Sharks? Xiao Ba furrowed his brow, questioning, could sharks truly kill them? It was a school of sharks, and the largest among them exceeded 10 meters in length. Nami replied, looking him in the eye. You know well that prior to your arrival, no one inhabited this place. Precisely because of the presence of sharks, a school of sharks could indeed pose a significant threat to them. Having heard villagers' accounts during the construction of Arlong Park, Xiao Ba believed Nami's words. I will go check it out. Without hesitation, Xiao Ba set his knife aside and headed towards the harbor. Upon reaching the harbor, remnants of blood still lingered, and a crimson stain marred the sea surface. Did they truly fall victim to sharks? Xiao Ba's countenance darkened as he approached the water's edge, contemplating a dive to investigate. However, just as he was about to leap, a voice called from behind, Xiao Ba, do not go down. There are sharks below. Nami? Xiao Ba turned to see her rushing towards him, bent over and resting her hands on her knees, her youthful face etched with exhaustion. Nami? Seeing her exert herself to warn him, Xiao Ba felt a warmth in his heart and smiled, saying, fear not, they are merely sharks. Even sea beasts are no match for me. With that declaration, Xiao Ba leaped into the sea. Witnessing this, Nami's expression grew complex. Xiao Ba was the kindest of all the fishmen, always treating her well, even preparing meals for her as she disliked raw food. Yet, he was a member of the Arlong pirate crew, having personally slain villagers from Kokoyashi village and participated in numerous raids. His sins warranted the death penalty. Nami took a deep breath, her gaze turning resolute as she clasped her hands together in prayer, murmuring, sea fish, I implore you to ensure his demise. Meanwhile, beneath the waves, Xia Qiu's eyes sparkled. Another has arrived? Chapter 38. The struggle. Xiao Ba plunged into the ocean, his 6 arms undulating as he descended. His 6 limbs bore resemblance to octopus tentacles, devoid of joints yet adorned with suckers. At the end of each tentacle was a human-like hand, with spaces between the fingers. He moved cautiously, scanning his surroundings in search of the sharks, yet found nothing. Continuing downward, he reached the ocean floor, observing his surroundings. There was nothing, no sign of sharks. Have the sharks fled? Or is Nami deceiving me? Xiao Ba furrowed his brow. Just then, he sensed a disturbance. Vibrations grew closer, and he turned to see a figure enlarging in the distance. Is that a shark? Upon glimpsing the shadow, Xiao Ba instinctively assumed it was a shark. But as the shape approached, his eyes widened. How enormous! This was no mere shark of 10 meters. This creature surpassed 30 meters in length. Upon recognizing the entity, Xiao Ba's expression grew grave. It is him. Xia Qiu lay quietly beneath the sea, a considerable distance from the harbor, concealed behind a protruding rock that shielded a portion of his body. He remained close to the ocean floor, observing the waters beneath the distant port. From this vantage point, he ensured that he would be the first to notice any approaching enemies from the harbor, who, due to the rocky outcrop, would have their view partially obstructed and would initially be unaware of the scene behind the rock. Upon detecting the signal of the merman's descent, Xia Qiu paused briefly before charging forward. In that fleeting moment, he discerned the creature's form, 6 unmistakable octopus tentacles. It was none other than Xiao Ba, a cadre of the evil dragon pirates. His formidable strength enabled him to shift underwater boulders and stir currents to create whirlpools, causing ships to collide with the turbulent waters. He wielded 6 blades weighing 300 kilograms each, his power second only to Arlong within the evil dragon pirates. Although Xia Qiu's own strength far surpassed this level, he knew he had to summon all his energy, for Xiao Ba's might was sufficient to inflict harm upon him. Nevertheless, Xia Qiu did not falter and continued his advance. Caught off guard by the ambush, Xiao Ba found it exceedingly difficult to respond appropriately. Xia Qiu could not afford to let him escape. Boom. As summer and autumn transformed into a shadowy figure, it surged forward and opened its wide maw to bite at the opponent. Whoosh. As the summer and autumn approached him in a fleeting moment, Xiao Ba, with 6 dexterous arms and 2 agile legs, suddenly propelled himself forward, narrowly evading the attack from Xia Qiu. The immense body of the fish glided past Xiao Ba's side, prompting a cold snort from him as he turned to confront the fish. His 6 arms clenched into fists, launching a powerful strike known as the octopus fist. The 6 fists transformed into a flurry of shadows, hurtling towards Xia Qiu's form. However, in that instant when Xia Qiu missed, a swift response was initiated. He violently swerved to the left, crashing into Xiao Ba. Bang! Bang, bang, bang. Xiaoba's fist connected with Xia Qiu's body, producing a muffled thud that shattered the scales on Xia Qiu's form. Yet, the momentum of Xia Qiu's charge did not diminish significantly after being struck by Xiaoba's fists. His colossal body collided with Xiaoba. Boom. Xiaoba raised his 6 arms in defense, yet he was still struck, sent flying through the air. Such immense force. Xiaoba's expression grew serious as he stabilized himself. Aside from his arms sustaining some trauma, he suffered little else in harm. His arms, devoid of bones, bent and shielded him, absorbing some of the impact. Simultaneously, he curled his body, utilizing the force of Xia Qiu's assault. He made no resistance and was propelled far away. Yet the force upon him was not overwhelmingly significant. As summer turned to autumn, a mist strike led to an upward and leftward glide, accompanied by the undulating motion of the body as the tail fin lashed out. Again, upon witnessing the approaching tail fin, Xiaoba chose not to confront it head-on. Instead, with a powerful push of arms and legs reminiscent of an octopus, he deftly retreated a short distance. Splash! The tail fin narrowly grazed past Xiaoba. Yet, in that fleeting moment, he extended all 4 arms to grasp the tail fin, propelling himself forward to ascend upon the form of summer. As Xia Qiu felt the weight of his tail fin sinking once more, he sensed the familiar pressure. However, the tentacles of Little 8 were tightly entwined around his own tail, with 2 of them extending straight and adhering to the scales at the base. Despite the smoothness of the scales, the suckers latched on firmly, rendering any attempt to shake them off futile. Meanwhile, Little 8 began to ascend along Xia Qiu's body, pressing closely against him to evade bites and strikes. Just then, Little 8 suddenly noticed the rocky cliff before him magnifying in size. Xia Qiu charged directly towards the cliff, simultaneously thrashing its tail against the rock face. Damn it! As the towering wall loomed larger, Xiaoba had no choice but to release Xia Qiu, pressing 6 arms firmly against its body before propelling upward with a powerful thrust. In that moment, Xia Qiu executed a perfect downward flip, allowing Xiaoba to harness the force of Xia Qiu in conjunction with its own strength, narrowly evading the fish's massive form. Bang! The body of Xia Qiu collided with the cliff, causing the rocks to shatter instantly and tumbled downwards in a cascade. It hurt immensely as Xia Qiu felt the impact. A sharp pain emanated from the struck area where the scales had shattered, and his muscles sustained damage, rendering his body momentarily immobilized. It was a fortuitous opportunity. Xiaoba, witnessing this scene, swiftly adjusted his stance, 6 fists clenched tightly as his arms contracted to deliver a blow. The octopus strike unleashed, with 6 fists transforming into a myriad of shadowy punches aimed at the vulnerable spot on Xia Qiu's back. Thud, 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 thud. In an instant, Xia Qiu endured a barrage of over a dozen punches, resulting in the hard spines between his 2 dorsal fins fracturing, his skin tearing, and muscles ripping apart. Fortunately, this was the back, where the fish bones converged to form a formidable skeletal structure, shielding him from Xiaoba's onslaught. Splatter. 2 of Xiaoba's tentacled fists exploded upon impact, blood spewing forth, and even 2 fingers shattered. Xiaoba paused momentarily, sensing that he had struck against a sharp spine. Did he possess spines? These pointed protrusions were the result of Xia Qiu's consumption of tuna, yet due to his considerable size, the quantity of tuna he could eat was limited, resulting in only a few small spines nestled between his dorsal fins. In the midst of a fierce confrontation, Xia Qiu's broad back became a formidable barrier. Xiaoba, with his slight stature, unleashed a flurry of punches, striking twice yet managing to land only 2 blows upon the spiked surface, rendering his hands incapacitated. The remaining strikes met with Xia Qiu's back, breaking against it as if it were an impenetrable wall, sending shockwaves through Xiaoba's arms. Simultaneously, Xia Qiu's body plummeted rapidly. At the moment of impact, he regained control over his form, relaxing his body to descend gracefully, utilizing the force of the assault to accelerate his fall. Observing Xia Qiu's descent, Xiaoba chose not to pursue. Instead, he surveyed his injured hands, shook his arms to alleviate the strain, and swam upwards towards the surface. As summer and autumn approached the seabed, the figures of 2 individuals swayed gently, making their way into the distance. Both chose to pause their conflict, retreating from the battlefield. Chapter 39. Injury. Xiaoba plunged into the water, while Nami lay at the water's edge, her head peering over the shoreline, intently observing Xiaoba's silhouette. As she watched him dive, his form became increasingly indistinct in the depths, causing Nami's heart to tighten with anxiety. She was uncertain if the sea fish still lingered. Nami fervently prayed for the fish to appear and assault Xiaoba. However, after a while, there was no sign of it, only Xiaoba's fake shape. Just as Nami was about to succumb to disappointment, a shadow suddenly cut through the water in the distance, racing towards Xiaoba. It has arrived. Nami's eyes sparkled with hope, a smile gracing her lips, followed by the tumultuous waters and the frenzied clash of the 2. Defeat him, overcome him. Nami's prayers continued as her heart raced, anxiety gripping her. Moments passed, and soon a figure emerged, a head surfacing before Nami. Xiaoba. Upon seeing him, disappointment flooded Nami's heart, yet a smile remained on her face. Xiaoba disregarded her presence, grasping the edge of the shore, pulling himself from the water. blood trickling from his arm. Xiaoba, you're bleeding. Nami approached him, her voice laced with concern. Was it a shark that attacked you? That was no shark. Xiaoba retorted, fixing his dark gaze on her, his expression grim. It was a massive sea fish, nothing like the shark you described. But I saw the dorsal fin. The fin of a shark, Nami replied, shrinking back slightly, speaking cautiously. The dorsal fin? Xiaoba sighed, explaining, its first dorsal fin does resemble that of a shark. The first dorsal fin of that sea fish is sickle-shaped, strikingly similar to a shark's fin. I'm sorry, Xiaoba. Nami lowered her head, remorseful. I misjudged, otherwise. You wouldn't have gotten hurt. I thought there were sharks here, and seeing the fin, I assumed it was a shark that attacked you. You, Xiaoba. Hearing her words, could not bear to chastise her, waving his hand dismissively. Mistakes happen. There were indeed sharks here. I learned about them from the villagers. Given the fin's appearance, it's understandable to misinterpret. Furthermore, could Nami control the sea fish? Nami raised her head, tears glistening in her eyes as she looked at Xiaoba. But you're injured. I told you not to go down. I didn't expect that fish to be so formidable. Xiaoba scratched his head, recalling how Nami had implored him not to dive before he insisted on doing so, leading to the encounter with the sea fish. He had even reassured her that he could handle any sea creature. Yet, a single sea fish had left him wounded. Rest assured, Xiaoba placed a healthy hand on Nami's head, then raised his injured hand to shake it lightly. It's merely a hand injury, it will heal swiftly. That sea fish, however, has endured far worse from my punches. He is injured? Nami asked anxiously, quickly correcting herself. You didn't kill it, did you? Does that mean it can attack others in the future? Do not worry, Xiaoba replied with a smile. I will instruct the other fishermen to refrain from entering the water until Boss Arlong returns, and together with Crocodile, we will deal with it. Alone, it may escape. But with another, it will have no chance to flee. That sounds wise, it's too dangerous for you alone. Nami nodded in agreement with Xiaoba's words. Let us go, Xiaoba gestured, heading towards the distance. The doctor accompanied Boss Arlong, we shall seek him in the village. All right, I will join you, Nami hurriedly followed. Casting glances at Xiaoba's retreating figure, silently praying for the sea fish to depart and not return here. Xiaoba had already severely injured the sea fish. With Crocodile's assistance, dispatching it would be an uncomplicated task. Let us hurry and leave. As Xia Qiu contemplated the distant shores, a searing pain radiated from the wound on his back, as blood seeped forth, drifting further into the ocean's embrace. Moments ago, he had held his breath to launch an attack, managing to endure the agony. However, with each drop of blood lost, a profound heaviness enveloped his body. The injury was grave, akin to a gaping wound carved into his flesh, from which blood flowed incessantly. It was time to seek nourishment. As summer and autumn swiftly drift into the distance, they searched for sustenance. This time, he did not venture too far, deliberately opting for fish of a specific length 7 meters. In the summer and autumn, a base was firmly locked onto, and with a swift motion, it was seized and swallowed whole. Onward. The summer and autumn relentlessly assailed the fish, devouring them and transforming their essence into warmth. The wounds itch, signaling the commencement of healing as fresh flesh begins to emerge. Were it not for the ability to consume and mend the wounds, regenerating a new body, one might expect that even after recovery, a substantial scar would remain. As Xia Qiu continuously indulged in sustenance, his blood ceased to flow and began to heal gradually. After 2 meals, he slowly sank his body down, awaiting the warmth of recovery while reflecting on the recent battle. Xiaoba was formidable. Although his maximum strength could not rival Xia Qiu's, his speed of movement was remarkable. This agility was attributed to his 6 arms and 2 legs, allowing him to maneuver with the grace of an octopus, propelling himself forward with all 8 limbs in unison. Furthermore, the immense power in his limbs enabled him to achieve astonishing bursts of speed. In terms of strength, his might was considerable when he struck Xia Qiu. It was capable of damaging his scales and robust muscles. Even Colonel Lido, when utilizing the against him, could only manage to penetrate his scales, which was already commendable. The disparity was evident when Xia Qiu found himself gravely wounded after launching a surprise attack, and it was apparent that this gap was not insignificant, having occurred in merely 4 moves: teeth, body, tail, and impact. With just these 4 maneuvers to suppress him, he was subsequently struck by the opponent. Among these 4 attacks, the last 3 caught Xia Qiu somewhat off guard, yet they still failed to inflict damage. Had he anticipated such an offensive, narrowly avoiding the attack following his teeth strike could have been lethal. Every attempt Xia Qiu made to assault the opponent was met with evasion, as Xiaoba even attempted to counterattack. Truly impressive. This was merely Xiaoba unarmed. One must remember that he was a swordsman, capable of wielding 6 blades. Had the battle involved weaponry, Xia Qiu feared he might have already met his demise. Xia Qiu has established a standard for the capabilities of the cadre, recognizing that he is not yet a match for them. Therefore, he must temporarily retreat and continue to enhance his own strength. However, this enhancement is no longer merely about consuming food to increase size and weight. Through this battle, Xia Qiu has come to understand that his physique and the structure of his body are impediments. His offensive capabilities are limited to biting, striking, and charging. Should his opponent evade these attacks, it becomes exceedingly difficult for him to engage in combat. It is imperative that he develops a greater array of defensive and offensive strategies. For instance, he should strive to make his dorsal fin larger and more robust. Additionally, the spines inherited from the tuna are currently too short and small. They must be elongated and enlarged. Ideally, these spines should not be confined to a single row or solely located on the back and abdomen. Moreover, he requires various other abilities, such as the electric discharges of the electric eel, the fire of the firefish, the venomous spines of the stingray and poisonous fish, the hard spines and sharp teeth, the toxic tentacles of the jellyfish, and the color-changing abilities of squid and fish. These powers are rare and must be sought after gradually. Most importantly, if he can develop tentacles akin to those of the octopus, his combat prowess would double. He must arm himself and evolve to become stronger. Then, he shall return to vanquish his foes. Summer and autumn parted their lips, revealing a chilling smile. Chapter 40. Demands. A gigantic sea creature. Has it claimed the lives of 4 individuals? In Aolong Park, having returned after 7 days of maritime plundering, Aolong glared at Xiaoba upon hearing his words and inquired, "What were you doing?" Xiaoba scratched his head and replied, "I engaged in a battle with a sea fish, injuring it, but it managed to escape." "A sea fish? And you sustained injuries yourself?" Aolong glanced at the bandage on Xiaoba's hand, coldly stating, "Kelluobi, Xia, you two shall venture into the sea and hunt that fish." "Understood." Kelluobi and Xia, under Xiaoba's guidance, proceeded to the harbor to capture the sea creature. "Nami, why do you appear so anxious?" Aolong suddenly turned his gaze to Nami. Startled by his words, Nami looked at Aolong, hesitant to admit that her anxiety stemmed from the fear of Kelluobi and Xia slaying the sea fish. "You are of great utility to us. As long as you diligently fulfill your duties, I shall not cause you harm." Aolong narrowed his eyes, then added, "Thus, there is no need for concern." Upon hearing this, Nami exhaled, realizing Aolong assumed her fear was directed towards him. She quietly asserted, "I will perform my tasks well." Aolong nodded and asked, "How is the progress on the nautical chart I assigned you?" "It has been a month since I requested the currents of this area. Is it not yet complete?" Nami responded, "The current patterns here are exceedingly complex. Measuring them necessitates both the Lagrangian method and the Eulerian method. The Lagrangian method requires buoys, while the Eulerian method demands fixed-point monitoring. Both methods require extensive and periodic observation." "I do not comprehend what you are saying." Aolong stared blankly at Nami. She continued, "Due to the unpredictable nature of the currents here, the buoy method is best conducted alongside a small vessel, while fixed-point observations require specific locations at sea. However, with the sea fish present, even Xiaoba cannot prevail against it, and I dare not venture out without protection. The ship following current measurement also necessitates going out to sea, meaning you will have to face the sea fish." Aolong nodded, saying, "Very well, I will have Kelluobi and Xiaoba handle that." Furthermore, Nami interjected, "If you wish for me to measure the currents and meteorological changes in other sea areas, I must personally go to sea. There is a method known as ship following current measurement, where one follows the vessel to the sea to determine its absolute speed and direction relative to the seabed, as well as its speed and direction relative to the seawater, allowing for the calculation of the water's motion against the seabed." "What are you saying?" Aolong looked perplexed. Just as Nami was about to clarify, Aolong impatiently waved his hand, stating, "Are you implying that you need to go out to sea on a ship?" "Precisely." Nami nodded. Aolong regarded Nami and said, "Then when we next set sail on the Spabu, you may accompany us. But you are either raiding villages or collecting protection fees. I am not inclined to join you." Nami retorted with discontent. Hearing this, Aolong snorted and asked, "If you do not board our ship, how do you plan to reach the sea?" "A merchant ship or a cargo ship would suffice," Nami replied. "You need not worry that I will escape secretly." "Of course not." Aolong grinned ominously, stating, "If you dare to flee, I will eliminate your family, friends, and the villagers." Nami felt a surge of anger at his words but concealed her emotions, shrugging as she said, "So, Aolong, have you agreed to my request?" "But it will depend on your completion of the nautical chart," Aolong acquiesced, adding, "Moreover, you are still quite young. Venturing out to sea alone poses difficulties. I cannot allow a future cartographer to perish in the wild, so I will find someone to protect you." "Xiaoba," Nami exclaimed, repeating, "I wish for Xiaoba to protect me." If she had to choose someone, Nami preferred Xiaoba for his straightforward nature and simplicity, making him easy to deceive. "You and Xiaoba seem to have a close relationship," Aolong remarked, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Nami coldly replied, "Because Xiaoba is unlike you." "Unlike me? He is a feeble fellow, with formidable strength yet unwilling to strike against humans," Aolong scoffed. "If you must go to sea, let him accompany you." Nami nodded, satisfied with this outcome. She needed to set sail. Although fulfilling Aolong's task was essential, her primary goal was to amass 100 million berry to save her village. Relying solely on charting the seas would not suffice. She had to resort to stealing, deceiving, and robbing to achieve this. For the sake of her village, Nami was willing to do anything. Departing from Aolong, she trotted upstairs to her room, eagerly seizing her binoculars to gaze at the harbor. Xiaoba stood on the shore. Kelluobi floated on the water's surface, while Xia remained submerged. There were no signs of conflict for the time being. Nami prayed that the sea fish would not encounter them and would swim far away. Beneath the waves, summer and autumn glided through the profound ocean, closely hugging the seabed. Yet, their massive form was undeniably conspicuous, causing all nearby fish to scatter in alarm. Whoosh! As summer gracefully transitions into autumn, it hastens to catch up with a fish. This fish measures approximately 3 meters in length, exhibiting an elongated, laterally flattened form, with a slender, pointed tail and a sharply defined head. Most notably, it boasts spiny fins adorning its back. The spiny fish is typically constrained in size, rarely exceeding 1 meter, yet, in this extraordinary realm, it can attain a remarkable length of 3 meters. Xia Qiu swiftly surged forward, seizing the opponent in its grasp, crushing it before swallowing it whole. Subsequently, it continued to swim deeper into the distant waters. The spiny fish inhabits depths ranging from 200 to 3,500 meters beneath the sea. And in the current region where Xia Qiu resides, the depth is approximately 300 meters. In the transition from summer to autumn, Xia Qiu seeks octopuses, cuttlefish, and squids. All three belong to the phylum Mollusca, class Cephalopoda, and subclass Coleoidea. The octopus is categorized under the order Octopoda, while both cuttlefish and squids fall under the order Tithoidea, which includes suborders such as Cepioidea, Cepiolidea, and Egopsida. Typically, the term cuttlefish refers to those in the order Cepioidea, also known as inkfish, whereas squid pertains to the order Egopsida, commonly referred to as calamari. Both octopuses and cuttlefish are benthic creatures, accustomed to residing on the ocean floor. The octopus is a temperate mollusk, with stringent requirements for water temperature and salinity, while the cuttlefish thrives in the deep sea. During the breeding seasons of spring and summer, both octopuses and cuttlefish venture into coastal waters. In the fall and winter, as the juveniles mature to a certain extent, they migrate to deeper waters. On the other hand, squids predominantly inhabit the upper layers of shallow seas, capable of vertical movements up to several hundred meters, with most residing at depths of around 20 meters. However, they are generally smaller in size. Larger squids, such as the giant squid and the colossal squid, inhabit greater depths. As winter has now arrived, Xia Qiu finds it increasingly challenging to encounter octopuses and cuttlefish within the coastal range, as their numbers have dwindled to a pitiful extent. On rare occasions, a solitary specimen may be found, measuring less than 1 meter in length. Meanwhile, squids are also scarce and diminutive in size. Xia Qiu consumed copiously, yet did not develop any tentacles. The uncertainty of summer and autumn stems from either the insufficient quantity of food consumed, which fails to provide adequate evolutionary energy, or an inability to evolve tentacles. Thus, summer and autumn ventured into the deep sea, seeking to capture larger creatures such as squid or octopus. With mouth agape, he emitted ultrasonic waves, exploring the depths below and successfully ensnaring numerous fish. They were quite substantial. 3,000 meters away, Xia Qiu spotted a colossal sea fish, elongated in shape, measuring approximately 50 meters in length. It bore a resemblance to an eel or ribbon fish. Despite its considerable length, its weight was lighter than his own, and its combat prowess was significantly inferior. There was no necessity for Xia Qiu to engage in combat with him, even if he were to kill him. He could not consume the entirety, and it would only attract a greater number of marine fish. Thus, Xia Qiu took a detour and continued his descent. The water grew increasingly deeper, soon reaching approximately 400 meters. Suddenly, Xia Qiu detected a signal, at a depth of 400 meters below. There existed a creature whose returning sound waves indicated a soft physique, akin to the octopus he had previously consumed. Simultaneously, its length was around 20 meters, characterized by a massive head and numerous tentacles, undulating as it moved. This should be his intended target. As summer and autumn contemplated, they charged directly towards the adversary. Chapter 41, The Great King Octopus. Xia Qiu pursued the information that had been relayed back, chasing into the distance. The figure of the other party continued to descend, plummeting vertically, yet the speed of descent was not particularly swift. Xia Qiu exerted every ounce of strength to propel her body towards the opponent, rapidly closing the distance between them. Boom! The formidable figure of Xia Qiu bore an immense pressure, its colossal stature instilling a profound sense of dread in the adversary, extinguishing any desire to engage in battle. The opponent hastily retreated, yet Xia Qiu swiftly propelled itself forward, closing the distance with relentless determination. In no time, Xia Qiu found itself just behind the adversary. It was the Great King Squid. The target that Xia Qiu has set her sights on is a colossal giant squid, a member of the order Teuthida, commonly known as the squid. It possesses a slender, conical body and is equipped with 5 pairs of appendages. Among these, 4 pairs are relatively short, falling below the length of its body, classified as short arms. The remaining 2 appendages are remarkably elongated, serving as tentacles to capture prey. They can retract into a sac at their base, measuring approximately 3 times the length of the other appendages. This giant squid has a body length of around 10 meters, with its first pair of arms measuring 6 meters, while the lengths of the second to fourth arms range around 8 meters. The tentacles extend to nearly 20 meters. The combined length of its body and short arms approaches 20 meters, marking it as an indisputable behemoth. In the realm of Earth's marine life, the adult giant squid typically measures between 10 and 13 meters, with the longest specimens reaching approximately 20 meters. This particular giant squid, with its astonishing length of 20 meters, is indeed remarkable. It exhibits impressive speed. However, it pales in comparison to Xia Qiu, who is in hot pursuit, closing in from behind. Suddenly, the squid contracts its arms with a swift motion, propelling its body forward with remarkable agility, instantly appearing several meters away and increasing the distance between itself and Xia Qiu. Such speed. Observing the squid's movements, Xia Qiu exerts herself to the utmost, yet she finds it impossible to keep pace. The squid employs its mantle and soft cartilage to expel water from its siphon, combined with the force generated by its contracting appendages, achieving a velocity of 15 ms, translating to a speed of approximately 54 kilometers per hour. In contrast, Xia Qiu's maximum speed barely reaches 45 kilometers per hour, equivalent to 12.5 ms. However, the squid's endurance proves insufficient. After just a few bursts of speed, it begins to slow down drastically. Can you not run anymore? In a fervent pursuit during the late summer and autumn, it closed the gap once more, not opting for a stealthy attack from behind, but instead positioning itself alongside and sinking its teeth into the creature's flank. A crunch echoed. The giant squid of summer and autumn clamped down on its midsection, its sharp teeth piercing through the flesh, yet it did not succeed in delivering a fatal blow. In response, the squid wrapped its tentacles around the head of summer and autumn. 5 pairs of tentacles tightened their grip, preventing it from opening its mouth while simultaneously pulling downward, hoping to control its movements. The method employed by the colossal squid to prey on whales and sharks involves suffocating them before devouring them. Sharks possess gills, allowing them to breathe underwater. However, their respiration relies on continuous motion, drawing water into their mouths and expelling it through their gills, thereby absorbing dissolved oxygen. If they cease to swim, they risk asphyxiation and death. Thus, the squid aims to ensnare them, halting their movement to bring about their demise. In the case of whales, the squid similarly entangles them, preventing them from surfacing, ultimately leading to death. Of course, the success rate is quite low. When confronting sharks, it can only tackle those smaller than itself, which is a rare occurrence in varying marine habitats. Whales, particularly sperm whales, weigh at least 40 to 50 tons. Consequently, the giant squid is a significant predator of sperm whales. This particular giant squid endeavored to employ the same tactics to eliminate summer and autumn. The tentacles of the giant squid possess immense strength, not only from muscular contraction but also from the suction power of their suckers. The short tentacles have 2 rows of suckers, each approximately 10 centimeters in diameter, while the diameter of the tentacles ranges from 25 to 35 centimeters. The suckers on the longer tentacles can feature up to 4 rows, and in some areas, even 6, though they are smaller in diameter and less powerful. Its tentacles can grasp weights exceeding 10 to 20 times its own mass. However, they are incapable of restraining summer and autumn. Firstly, the sheer size is a factor. Summer and autumn measures 34 meters in length, surpassing the largest sperm whale, weighing over 200 tons. In contrast, a 20-meter giant squid weighs just over a ton, barely reaching 1.5 tons. Such weight is trivial when faced with summer and autumn. Its tentacles cannot obstruct the gills of summer and autumn. With its midsection clamped, the 6-meter-long short tentacles can only touch the gills at their ends, failing to completely block them, especially since summer and autumn possesses 4 layers of gills. Furthermore, it cannot restrain the mouth of summer and autumn with a slight exertion. Summer and autumn frees itself from the squid's grasp, opening wide to bite down once more. This time, it targeted the area near the giant squid's eyes, gradually tearing and grinding, reducing the flesh to mere shreds. After being bitten twice, the giant squid could no longer sustain itself and succumbed to death, though its tentacles continued to cling to summer and autumn's body, a reflexive instinct of the tentacle suckers. However, without the muscular contractions controlled by the giant squid, the grip was feeble. As summer and autumn shook its head, the tentacles slowly released their hold. Subsequently, summer and autumn feasted upon the squid's body, including the tentacles, consuming every last piece. As summer transitions into autumn, a sensation of fullness envelopes me. The weight is not particularly substantial, yet its volume is considerable. Just one is enough to evoke a sense of satiety. I ponder whether the singular entity is permissible. The cephalopods I typically consume, squids and octopuses, rarely exceed 5 or 6 meters in length. However, this specimen measures approximately 20 meters, and it is a colossal squid. I am uncertain whether it will enable me to develop tentacles. As summer and autumn intertwine, there arises an anticipation within, compelling one to swim back towards the origin. After traversing a distance, a wave of warmth emerges. It is here. This warmth is exceptionally intense, distinct from previous experiences, yet it is not overwhelming. Rather, it transforms into delicate currents of heat that envelop the entire body. These currents appear gradually and incessantly, only to be consumed in turn. One cannot help but wonder if this is permissible. As summer transitions into autumn, a silent prayer lingers in the air, yet the sweltering heat begins to wane, leaving the surface of the body unchanged. Has it all been in vain? Am I incapable of sprouting tendrils? Indeed, have I merely indulged in my own fanciful whims? Xia Qiu felt a tinge of disappointment. Tentacles could attack, ensnare, defend, and restrain. With tentacles, he need not worry about the vulnerabilities in his defense against enemy assaults. Yet, he could not grow them himself. As a chordate, he belonged to a different phylum than the octopus and squid, which were mollusks. How could he possibly evolve to possess such appendages? However, a moment later, Xia Qiu reconsidered. Xiaba, the octopus merman, was a hybrid, exhibiting both octopus and human traits, a fusion of chordates and mollusks. If he could do it, why not himself? At that instant, Xia Qiu felt a peculiar itch in his lower abdomen, spreading beneath his gills and between his pectoral fins. This area measured approximately 8 to 9 meters in length, with a width not exceeding the lateral edges of his abdomen, nestled between the pectoral and pelvic fins. Accompanying the itch, the scales in that region began to shed, replaced gradually by a nascent base. Yet, this emerging part of his body slightly protruded from the abdomen, the warmth dissipated, and no base had yet formed, leaving him far from extending any appendages. Nevertheless, the mere emergence of this base was significant, indicating that he could indeed grow appendages. What remained was the need for further evolutionary energy. Thus, he resolved to continue his hunting endeavors. Chapter 42. A delayed arrival time slipped by swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had elapsed. It was now June of the year 1513 in the sea calendar. The weather was oppressively hot, with the sun blazing fiercely. A merchant ship bobbed upon the waves, where Nami leaned against the railing, gazing intently at the waters below. In her left hand, she held a stopwatch, and in her right, a notebook with a pen tucked inside. Beside her stood a tall figure, nearly 2 meters in height, adorned with 6 tentacles, who was repeatedly casting a knotted rope into the sea. Nami calculated the rope's length based on its knots, subsequently determining the speed by dividing the length by the elapsed time. Is it done? Xiaba inquired, watching Nami with curiosity. Nami nodded, replying, I have calculated the current and its direction for this section of the sea, but I still need to observe the meteorological changes at intervals. Does that mean I want to be needed? Xiaba asked eagerly. Nami glanced at him and replied, For now, I can manage alone. Xiaba expressed his frustration. I truly don't understand why Captain Arlong insisted I accompany you. Nami shrugged. Perhaps it's because you are Captain Arlong's most trusted and formidable merman. Haha. You're absolutely right. Xiaba laughed heartily, wiping the sweat from his brow. It's too hot. I'm going to cool off in the water. Call me if you need anything. With that, he leapt into the ocean, securing himself to the ship's hull with his appendages as he swam alongside it. Once Xiaba departed, a palpable relief washed over the crew aboard the merchant ship. Many exhaled in unison. Numerous individuals harbored disdain for mermen, perceiving them as monstrosities. Yet, for ordinary folk, fear often eclipsed their hostility. Meanwhile, following Jean Bei's ascension to the Seven Warlords of the Sea 2 years prior, the world government began advocating for racial equality. Newspapers and broadcasts frequently discussed mermen, and in areas where mermen were less common, relations had somewhat improved. Thus, while they maintained their distance, they did not prevent mermen from boarding their vessels. What are you doing? After Xiaoba's departure, a figure approached Nami, looking at her with curiosity. Who are you? Nami turned to see a tall, robust young man smiling at her. I am Marcel, the first mate of this ship, he said, revealing a brilliant smile. I'm Nami, she replied, gesturing to the sea. I'm measuring the current S-speed. Are you a navigator? Marcel asked, his curiosity piqued. That's impressive. I've sailed for 2 years, and have only managed to chart fixed currents. It's nothing extraordinary, Nami dismissed modestly. Marcel then glanced downward, remarking, that was a merman. Wasn't he it? Yes, he is an octopus merman, Nami confirmed. Marcel chuckled. Is he your bodyguard? Sort of, Nami replied, hastily jotting notes in her notebook. I noticed he carries 6 swords, Marcel continued, amused. This is my first encounter with an octopus merman. Is it? Nami replied, her focus unwavering as she continued to write. Realizing she was preoccupied, Marcel added, I'm the first mate of the ship. If you need anything, feel free to come to me. First mate? Nami raised an eyebrow, surprised at his youthfulness for such a position. Marcel made his way to the ship's bow, grasping 2 enormous dumbbells, engaging in a training regimen. He performed various lifts with ease, showcasing considerable strength greater than that of some mermen. However, most merman soldiers surpassed his might. In contrast, Xiaoba wielded 6 300-kilogram swords and executed astonishing maneuvers, leaving Marcel far behind in comparison. Nami returned her gaze to the horizon, observing the shifting weather patterns. Beneath the deep, azure depths of the ocean, Xia Qiu was locked in a fierce battle with a school of sharks. He clamped down on the largest shark, delivering a fatal bite, then lashed out with his tail, sending another shark flying. As one shark lunged for his back, Xia Qiu charged forward, his robust dorsal fin colliding with the predator and sending it reeling. 2 sharks targeted his flank, yet their teeth could not breach his defenses. Meanwhile, 2 more sharks were ensnared by 3 of his tentacles, which constricted tightly, preventing them from swimming and depriving them of the oxygen they needed, leading them towards suffocation. Before long, 7 or 8 sharks lay lifeless at his feet, and the remaining sharks, frightened, turned to flee. Xia Qiu, however, continued to feast on the bounty of sharks before him. It was indeed beneficial. Xia Qiu is quite content with the functionality of its tentacles. After 6 months of predation, Xia Qiu has developed a total of 10 arms, symmetrically arranged in 2 columns on either side of its abdomen, forming 5 pairs. Among these, the first, second, third, and fifth pairs are classified as short arms, while the fourth pair serves as tentacular arms. Each short arm features 2 rows of suction cups, with each cup measuring approximately 6 centimeters in diameter, and the diameter of the short arms themselves extending to around 15 centimeters from the base. The first short arm measures a mere 5 meters in length, whereas the second, third, and fifth are each 7 meters long, while the length of the tentacular arms reaches an impressive 12 meters. Currently, Xia Qiu's overall length is approximately 35 meters, with a height of 6 meters and a width of 4 meters. The arms are positioned beneath the abdomen, providing protection for a 20-meter-long area, effectively safeguarding all lateral sides of the region occupied by the arms. This protective area is deemed sufficient. In terms of predatory capabilities, the strength of the arms is formidable, exhibiting a significant gripping force. Xia Qiu can effortlessly ensnare sharks measuring 7 to 8 meters in length. Within the subclass of cephalopods, octopuses tend to claim a larger number of shark fatalities, predominantly involving smaller octopuses and juvenile sharks. Employing an ambush strategy, they are adept at entangling their prey. However, as the size of both predator and prey increases, hunting becomes increasingly challenging. The larger body size of the squid typically inhabits deeper waters, while sharks seldom venture into such depths, thus hindering the possibility of ambush. In instances where ambush is not feasible, the squid's strength proves insufficient to restrain larger sharks, as these creatures possess the ability to sense vibrations, often initiating the attack themselves, leading to the demise of the squid. This predicament arises from the disparity in strength between the two species. The colossal squid, measuring between 10 to 13 meters, weighs approximately 300 kilograms, while a 20-meter giant squid weighs just over a ton. In contrast, a 7 to 8 meter shark exceeds 4 tons in weight. Consequently, large squids find it exceedingly difficult to mount a substantial counterattack against their larger shark counterparts, often being dragged along by the latter. Summer and autumn are distinct. His weight is substantial, ensuring that as long as the suction power of his limbs is sufficient, the target cannot escape his grasp. Thus, the efficacy of these limbs in his case surpasses that observed in an octopus. With these appendages, he is confident in his ability to confront a cadre single-handedly. After consuming sharks in the summer and autumn, the cephalopods retract their tentacles, with a portion of the arms being drawn into the sac at the base, while the tentacles themselves curl up. Consequently, it becomes quite challenging to discern any trace of the tentacles on the cephalopod's frontal surface during the summer and autumn. Xia Qiu swayed gracefully, propelling himself towards the direction from whence he came, arriving at the western port of the island, not far from the southern confines of a lone park. However, at that very moment, Xia Qiu suddenly sensed a tremendous vibration emanating from the surface of the sea. He opened his mouth to emit ultrasonic waves, and the returning echoes revealed that a colossal vessel was approaching. Xia Qiu swiftly ascended, casting her gaze upon the vessel. The pristine sails, adorned with intricate designs, caused her eyes to narrow. A naval warship. The Navy has arrived. The evil dragon pirate crew has been here for over 6 months, and this marks the Navy's first appearance. Are they here to launch an offensive against Arlong, or to forge an alliance? Regardless of their intentions, action on her part is imperative. In the transition from summer to autumn, the enormous naval warships glided towards the coast where the dragon pirates resided. Energy analysis. Evolutionary energy in the world of One Piece. The creatures are magnitudes larger than those on Earth. This phenomenon is attributed to an additional type of energy, termed evolutionary energy. The physical attributes and strength of certain formidable beings in this realm surpass those of humans on Earth by several times. Yet their size remains relatively unchanged, with giants being the exception. Hence, a second type of energy, referred to as enhancement energy, is posited to exist. However, there are also creatures that, while not significantly large, exhibit remarkable strength, such as the Kung Fu Dugong, betta fish, and the apes residing on Mihawk's Island, which also possess enhancement energy. Conversely, beings like giants, who vastly exceed human size, are endowed with a combination of evolutionary energy and some enhancement energy. Functions of energy. Evolutionary energy. This energy facilitates growth and evolution, enabling beings to transcend their size limitations. The protagonist, upon consuming certain organisms, can extract their biological characteristics and develop specific organs. The larger the protagonist's physique, the more energy is required to manifest additional organs. Evolutionary energy prioritizes growth before evolution. To develop specific body parts, one must consume creatures that possess abundant evolutionary energy related to those parts. Enhancement energy. This energy bolsters physical strength. Upon consumption, the strength of the body increases. The quantity of enhancement energy varies based on the inherent strength and physical robustness of the being, extending beyond humans to include unique organisms. Classification. Humans, excluding giants, possess enhancement energy. Giant organisms, endowed with evolutionary energy. Special organisms, possess enhancement energy. Giants possess substantial evolutionary energy along with varying amounts of enhancement energy. Fishmen, Ordinary fishmen possess considerable enhancement energy and a minor amount of evolutionary energy. Giant fishmen, endowed with significant evolutionary energy and enhancement energy. Query: can consuming humans allow one to grow hands and feet? Response: ordinary humans cannot transcend size limitations as they lack evolutionary energy. Query: why did the protagonist not evolve pincers after consuming shrimp? Response: those shrimp are standard sea shrimp, measuring between 10 to 30 centimeters, common on Earth, lacking evolutionary energy. Query: if one consumes a giant, can they grow hands and feet? Response: in principle, it is possible. However, the primary features involve other attributes such as the spine, warm-blooded viviparity, and lungs. The weight of a 30-meter giant is approximately 200 tons, necessitating the protagonist to weigh at least 10,000 tons to consume it. The intake amount is 1/50th of body weight, which decreases proportionately with increased weight. Thus, if the protagonist weighs over 10,000 tons, they may only develop minimal limbs from the giant's evolutionary energy. How many giants must be consumed to evolve complete limbs? The limbs alone would require the consumption of roughly 100 giants, and the limbs evolved would be proportionally small relative to the protagonist's size, making the prospect of growing hands and feet from giants impractical. Query: what is the evolutionary energy of fishmen? Response: ordinary fishmen, non-giant, possess evolutionary energy that allows them to surpass human genetic size limitations, reaching heights of 3 to 4 meters. However, the extent of their size increase is limited, resulting in a lesser amount of evolutionary energy. Chapter 43. Unforeseen circumstances. The colossal naval warship slowly approached the coastline where the dragon pirates were stationed. Boss, trouble is brewing. It's the Navy, exclaimed a fisherman, racing into Arlong Park, panic evident on his face. The Navy? Arlong's expression darkened. How did they find us here? Which branch? The number 16 is marked. It's the vessel from the 16th branch base, the fisherman replied hastily. Zhu raised an eyebrow, commenting, the 16th branch base? Aren't they responsible for this maritime region? I recall that both Reverse Mountain and Cocoa Village fall under their jurisdiction. Beside him, Crocodile queried, should we engage them, Arlong? Arlong waved his hand dismissively, not yet. They oversee this area. If we can bribe them, it could save us considerable trouble. After a moment's contemplation, he continued, let us send someone to negotiate. If they choose to ignore us, we can offer them 2 million berries, and subsequently, we can share a portion of our monthly earnings with them, 100,000 berries each month. If they refuse, we will eliminate them. Arlong glanced around, intending to select a negotiator, but at that instant, boom, boom, boom. The thunderous roar of cannons echoed as 3 cannonballs were unleashed towards their position. One cannonball struck the wall, shattering it, while another exploded upon impact with the water, sending a massive spray into the air. The third cannonball targeted Arlong, who opened his mouth and bit down on it. Crack. Arlong's teeth crushed the cannonball effortlessly. It appears they are not inclined to negotiate, then we shall eliminate them. He spat, discarding the remnants of the cannonball. As he spoke, a throng of fishmen rose, gathering around him. There's no need for so many, Arlong gestured. Crocodile, Zhu. Take 2 fishmen each. Do you believe you can defeat them? It will suffice for Zhu and me. Crocodile nodded calmly. Leave it to us. Zhu wore a mischievous grin. Let's go. Arlong waved them off as Crocodile and Zhu each chose 2 fishmen and leaped into the water. Zhu, the fastest, shot forth like an arrow, swiftly reaching the side of the ship. He surged upwards, emerging beside it, and unleashed a water cannon. Bang! A sailor was struck, a burst of blood erupting from his chest as he collapsed. Some sailors brandished their swords in defense, while others aimed their rifles at Zhu. Fire! Commanded a colonel clad in naval officer attire, gesturing with his hand. Bang! 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 Bullets erupted from the guns, yet Zhu deftly evaded them, dodging the gunfire. Nevertheless, the ensuing barrage forced him into a defensive position. Damn it, Zhu sensed the rising tension, but just then, a resounding crash reverberated as the ship trembled violently. The sailors staggered, and Zhu seized the opportunity to unleash several water cannons, knocking down several sailors. At that moment, 2 fishmen emerged from the depths, flanking the sailors with a fierce charge. Eliminate them. The colonel drew his sword and charged at Zhu, but he swiftly dodged the blade and countered with a water cannon. Bang! The colonel was struck, toppling backward and collapsing onto the deck, gravely injured. Too weak. With a soft snort, he continued to launch his assault. Meanwhile, beneath the surface, Kirby, accompanied by 2 other mermen, descended into the depths. With a forceful grip, Kirby clutched the ship's hull, his feet firmly planted on the vessel. And with a powerful heave, he tore away a section of the planking and swam towards the distance. The 2 accompanying mermen wielded chisels, striking the side of the ship with fervor. However, at that moment, Kirby's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted urgently for them to take cover. The 2 mermen paused momentarily, startled by his warning. One reacted swiftly, pushing off the hull and retreating rapidly. The other, a fraction slower, inadvertently saved his own life. A colossal shadow surged forth, initially aimed at the vessel but then suddenly veering, sinking its jaws into the merman who had distanced himself from the ship, engulfing him entirely. With a sickening crunch, he was reduced to mere pulp, while the creature, Summer Autumn, continued its relentless advance, gliding alongside the ship's hull. Upon spotting the immense black fish, Kirby was reminded of the creature that had slain 4 mermen 6 months prior, and he was taken aback by its sudden reappearance. Eliminate it, Kirby commanded, propelling himself towards the dark fish with a fierce kick. With a powerful thrust, he aimed to strike at Summer Autumn's underbelly. However, Summer Autumn had been utilizing echolocation to track Kirby's movements, capable of detecting each action with a time differential of up to 500 picoseconds. As Kirby closed the distance, Summer Autumn accelerated forward, deftly maneuvering its body to unleash a sweeping strike with its tail towards Kirby. The impact of the tail fin colliding with Kirby's foot sent waves of turbulence surging through the water. At the tail end of Summer and Autumn, 2 of the hard spines abruptly fractured, a consequence of Summer and Autumn shortening its attack range. Simultaneously, an excruciating pain radiated through Kirby's foot. Such immense power. Kirby winced as a sharp pain shot through his right foot, while the fish had already darted into the distance. "Boss, what shall we do?" inquired another fishman who had narrowly escaped. "Continue to damage the ship. If it dares to return, we shall eliminate it," Kirby declared vehemently, pressing closer to the ship's side, intent on wrecking its bottom. Before long, his eyes narrowed as he remarked, "It's coming. You hide beneath the ship." "Understood." The fishman promptly swam toward the bottom of the vessel, while Kirby braced himself for the impending charge. Boom. The Summer and Autumn bore down with tremendous force, charging directly towards Kirby, mouth agape in a menacing display. "Die." Kirby clasped his hands around his chest and swiftly spun upwards, narrowly evading the gaping maw of Summer and Autumn, while simultaneously delivering a powerful kick. With a fiery heel strike, Kirby's foot crashed directly onto the horn of Summer and Autumn. A thunderous boom echoed, and the immense shockwave sent the sea into a frenzied turmoil. A sharp crack reverberated through the air. The scales of late Summer and Autumn shattered, while the hardened bones of the horn displayed fractures, causing the colossal form to come to a standstill. With a thunderous crash, Kirby was propelled backward, his right foot sustaining a fracture. The force was overwhelming. Kirby's complexion darkened, astonished by the opponent's immense strength. His downward kick was met with a retaliatory force that he could scarcely endure. Furthermore, the opponent wielded a massive and exceptionally resilient horn that mitigated the impact. Otherwise, even with his considerable might, Kirby's kick could have inflicted injury upon the aquatic creature's head. The pain was excruciating. As Xia Qiu felt the sharp pain from the shattered horns, he did not relent, charging once more towards Kirby. Humph. Kirby narrowed his eyes. Despite his considerable strength, he was merely a fish and would not confront him directly. With a powerful thrust of his legs, Kirby propelled himself to the right, narrowly evading Xia Qiu's massive jaws that grazed past his head. Simultaneously, he launched himself forward, bending his arms, with the side-like fins aimed at Xia Qiu's lateral pectoral fin. The mermaid's martial arts, a wrist blade strike, intended to sever your pectoral fin. However, as Kirby dodged Xia Qiu, the latter had already begun to rotate left, exposing his abdomen to Kirby. Attempting to evade? Kirby's eyes narrowed at Xia Qiu's movement. He would slice open your belly. With a sinister grin, Kirby surged forward. But in the next moment, his eyes widened in shock. What was that? In an instant, Kirby plunged into Xia Qiu's tentacle zone, and the wrist blade struck true. Splatter. The 2 tentacles of Xia Qiu were severed, plummeting directly downward. However, Kirby's forward momentum came to an abrupt halt. The remaining 8 tentacles gradually converged, encircling and ensnaring him, binding his form. What did I just witness? After being ensnared, Kirby's expression was one of disbelief. Could it be that a fish possesses tentacles? Are you jesting with me? Chapter 44. The slaughter. Kirby found himself tightly bound by the tentacles, being propelled into the distance. He felt the immense constriction upon him, yet he remained unperturbed. Gradually, he exerted force with his arms and legs, prying the tentacles apart little by little. As summer transitioned into autumn, a palpable force enveloped him, and nature was unwilling to release its grip. Gradually, the appendages adjusted, entwining around his upper arms, forearms, as well as his thighs and calves. For pairs of these appendages constricted him tightly. He yearned to break free, yet his arms could only extend sideways, akin to a lateral raise, primarily engaging the deltoids and biceps. The lengthy lever arm made exertion rather challenging. Moreover, the entanglement of both the upper and lower arms left him with no space to generate force. The same applied to his legs. With the upper body being significantly narrower than the lower limbs, his thighs and calves were ensnared multiple times, rendering him powerless to exert strength. This effectively curtailed his capacity for resistance. Kirby found himself unable to simultaneously engage his arms and legs to exert strength. He first attempted to free his arms, and with great force, he managed to slightly loosen the grip of the appendages. However, that singular exertion had already drained his energy. During his struggle, Summer-Autumn briefly countered, allowing the pressure to ease before relaxing the tentacle muscles. As his strength waned, the muscles contracted once more. The appendages were incapable of performing overly complex maneuvers. Most actions relied on the contraction and relaxation of the tentacle muscles to facilitate movement. The most significant action the appendages could perform involved selectively tightening certain muscles while relaxing others, enabling a rapid crawl along the ground. Yet, given Summer-Autumn's weight, such an action was beyond reach. Xia Qiu exerted control over the muscles of his tentacles, causing Kirby's strength to diminish with each relentless contraction and relaxation. Curse it. Kirby found himself unable to extricate himself from the grip of the tentacles as Xia Qiu propelled him toward the ocean, descending into the depths. This was dire. Witnessing Xia Qiu's actions, a foreboding sense of dread surged within Kirby. If taken away, he would find himself devoid of any assistance. Furthermore, venturing into the abyss would tax him greatly, even if he could breathe underwater. With this thought in mind, Kirby summoned his strength once more to break free. Crack, crack, crack. This time, his force was immense and unwavering, gradually prying open Xia Qiu's grasp. The relentless pressure of late summer and autumn must bind him. Snap, snap, snap. As Xia Qiu tightened his grip on the tentacle surface of Kluobi, numerous fine cracks began to emerge, revealing signs of damage under his immense strength. The force was tremendous. Despite all the preparations he had made, he still found himself unable to withstand such overwhelming power. Nevertheless, Xia Qiu did not relent. He pressed forward, resolutely entangling himself further. Boom. The pace of late summer and early autumn is swift, exceeding 10 meters per second, rapidly widening the distance. Crack, crack, crack. The cracks on the tentacles of Xia Qiu continued to widen, and if this persisted, the tentacles would eventually break. Yet, Xia Qiu endured the agony, refusing to relinquish her grip, and instead swam further down into the depths. The water became increasingly profound, reaching 200 meters, then 300 meters. A sharp snap echoed through the silence. One of Xia Qiu's tentacles snapped, leaving only 3 to bind his upper body, which he was steadily prying apart. At that moment, however, Kirby's strength began to wane dramatically. Sensing this shift, Xia Qiu exhaled. It was time to reach his limits. He exerted himself to the utmost. Yet the need for breath and the constraints of his power made it clear he had reached his threshold. It was over. Kirby's expression darkened as he realized the immense energy he had expended left him unable to break free from his restraints, even with his full force. Meanwhile, Xia Qiu gradually constricted his arms, squeezing Kirby's form. The remaining strength Kirby could muster merely kept Xia Qiu's limbs at bay. After a brief interval, Kirby's power diminished once more, allowing Xia Qiu's limbs to advance further, causing Kirby's bones to creak under the pressure, while bruises began to mar the surface of his skin. Almost there. With this thought in mind, Xia Qiu surged toward the distance, where a massive rock lay on the ocean floor. Boom. As Xia Qiu propelled forward with Kirby towards the looming rock, a sudden realization dawned upon Kirby as he tilted his head back to behold the distant boulder. He comprehended Xia Qiu's intentions, a desire to collide with him fatally. No, this cannot be. Kirby thrashed desperately, yet he found himself ensnared by Xia Qiu's grip, unable to extricate himself. Helplessly, he witnessed the rock grow larger before him. With a resounding crash, Kirby's head struck the apex of the rock. A sharp crack resounded as the top of the stone shattered. Kirby's skull fractured, a ringing echoed in his ears, and his vision blurred into darkness. However, he had not sustained a fatal injury. His resilience was formidable, and this impact alone was insufficient to claim his life. Yet, Xia Qiu had released his tendrils, and his form surged towards Kirby. The latter, still reeling from overwhelming dizziness and the pain radiating from his head, found his surroundings a mere haze, rendering the scene indistinct. Nonetheless, he sensed himself being lowered, followed by an immense pressure bearing down upon him. It was coming. He had to evade. With this thought, Kirby felt the currents of water surge around him, and suddenly, he propelled himself sideways with a powerful kick. Boom. The body of Xia Qiu brushed against his, gliding past. Oh! Unexpectedly, it evaded him. Xia Qiu had not anticipated that he still possessed the strength, but in that fleeting moment of evasion, he detected the tilt of his body through sound waves, his form spinning. Bang! The colossal pectoral fin collided with Kirby's body. Kirby was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, Xia Qiu had already swung his body around, pursuing him relentlessly. Escape was imperative. He had to flee this place. Yet, Xia Qiu drew ever closer, his gaping maw poised to seize Kirby's form. No. Kirby, gasping for breath, turned around and raised his fist to strike backward. Bang! Kirby's fist connected with Xia Qiu's jaw, but the impact lacked considerable force. In the next instant, Xia Qiu had slightly angled himself, sinking his teeth into Kirby's flesh. The jaw snapping shut, shattering a significant portion of his body. Crack, crack, as summer transitioned into autumn. The creature engulfed Kirby's body within its maw and exhaled with a sense of relief. Victory had finally been attained. Although the initial stages of the battle presented certain challenges, it soon became apparent that it had gained a decisive advantage. The role of its tentacles proved to be substantial, engaging in direct confrontation without fear of the opponent. It remained wary of Kirby's reluctance to face it head-on, opting instead to evade and target its vulnerable spots. The tentacles served to provide protection, restrain, and bind the adversary, effectively compensating for its own shortcomings in combat. Before it lay formidable horns and teeth, flanked by pectoral fins, a dorsal fin adorned with hardened spines, a tail capable of striking, and tentacles beneath its body. It possessed no overt weaknesses. Yet, this was still insufficient. Firstly, the restraining force of the tentacles fell short. In the face of Kirby, 2 were severed, 1 was torn away, and others sustained injuries. When considering raw power, Kirby ranked just below Arlong within the Arlong Pirates and was not considered weak in the East Blue. The few capable of restraining him were primarily those who had yet to venture into the Grand Line, rendering the number of challengers who could break free from its tentacles quite limited. However, the ultimate objective remained Arlong, and this was not enough. Moreover, there existed numerous adversaries potentially stronger than Arlong. Currently within the East Blue, it was inevitable to encounter formidable foes in the future. Thus, the capabilities of the tentacles must be enhanced. Not only should they be elongated further, but their offensive power must also be augmented. For instance, the addition of hooks akin to those of the giant squid could prove advantageous. Should it possess such hooks in conjunction with the strength of its tentacles, it might have effortlessly obliterated Kruby in their recent encounter. Summer and autumn have already established their forthcoming objectives. However, the foremost task at hand is to assimilate the enhanced energy coursing within. Within their being, a surge of heat has emerged, a manifestation of the evolutionary energy birthed from their consumption of sharks. Prior to engaging with Kruby, they had just hunted a school of sharks, and upon satiating their hunger, they stumbled upon a naval warship. This energy is incessantly mending the wounds upon summer and autumn, those upon the skull, the tail fin, and the abdominal appendages. Just as this heat begins to wane, an even more formidable surge of warmth manifests within their core. It arrives. This torrent of energy is monumental. If the heat provided by the 14 members of the Dominica pirate crew is likened to a mere stream, this new force is akin to a vast river. Moreover, it is intensely scorching, surging towards every part of summer and autumn's body. Creak, creak. The body of Xia Qiu emitted a wondrous sound, as he felt an immense surge of heat unlike any he had experienced before, filling him with unrestrained joy. Though injured, he deemed the journey worthwhile. Chapter 45, Becoming Stronger. Boss Arlong, we have a grave situation. A panicked merman emerged from the pool in Arlong Park, rushing to Arlong's side. Leo has been killed by a sea fish, and Lord Crocodile has been captured. What? Arlong, who had been reclining and leisurely observing the distant battle, straightened his back immediately upon hearing this news. He leaned forward, demanding, "What are you saying? A sea fish can capture Crocodile?" It was a gigantic black sea fish. As soon as we entered the water, it attacked us, killed Leo, and snatched Lord Crocodile away. The merman, visibly shaken, recalled the terrifying moment, still gripped by fear. A black sea fish? Arlong pondered the description given by Little 8 6 months prior. Could it be that very creature? How could it have taken Crocodile? He questioned, bewildered. Even if Crocodile was ambushed, he should have been merely injured. How could he have been captured? It had tentacles. The fish was covered in tentacles on its abdomen. The merman exclaimed. Tentacles on its abdomen? Little 8 had not mentioned such details. Arlong furrowed his brow, then stood decisively, stating, "I must investigate." He approached the edge of the pool and leaped into the water. With a swift motion, Arlong propelled himself from the surface, his body shooting through the water like a torpedo. His back bore a curved, blade-like bone extending from his skull, reminiscent of a shark's dorsal fin. Arlong's speed was astonishing, surpassing even that of Geo, and after several bursts, he reached the vicinity of the warship. Indeed, both Crocodile and Leo were nowhere to be found. What is this? Arlong squinted, inhaling deeply as he followed the scent of blood. He ventured further away from the shore, arriving in a part of the sea where traces of blood lingered in the water. Crocodile had sustained significant injuries here, but where had he gone? Arlong sensed the pervasive scent of blood surrounding him, rendering it impossible to pinpoint a specific target. Have they fled? He mused, his brow furrowing as a dark cloud settled over his expression. That sea fish had previously been gravely wounded by Little 8 with nothing but a punch, and Crocodile's unarmed combat prowess surpassed even that of Little 8. How could Crocodile possibly have been slain? Wait, above the water. Geo fought alongside 2 mermen against the Navy, but with Crocodile's departure, the naval warship became stable, and the sailors unleashed their full might. The 2 mermen were already injured, while Geo struggled to evade attacks, finding it difficult to land a counterstrike. What is Crocodile doing? Geo, not particularly skilled in close combat, found it impossible to simply abandon the ship, especially since his water supply was limited. Suddenly, a sailor struck Geo on the shoulder. He quickly seized the sailor by the neck and twisted violently. With a snap, the sailor's vertebrae broke. Yet, in the next moment, Geo was stabbed again, grinding his teeth. Geo declared, "We must retreat." Splash, splash, splash. Geo and the 2 mermen leaped into the water, realizing Crocodile was absent, and they swam away from the ship towards Arlong Park. "Quickly, we must go. The colonel is injured. We need to return," shouted another officer accompanying the colonel, as the sailors redirected the ship, retreating from the battlefield. Underwater, Xia Qiu swam further away, yet he did not leave directly. Instead, he circled around the island, gradually distancing himself. Xia Qiu's action stemmed from a concern that the shark people and dolphin people among the fishmen might utilize the scent of blood, vibrations, and sound waves to ascertain their location. This is particularly true for Aaron. Once captured by him, escaping his lethal grasp becomes exceedingly difficult. Exercising caution is certainly prudent. As summer and autumn swim towards the horizon, the warmth of their bodies gradually dissipates with the passage of time. After the warmth has completely faded, they glide past a rocky seabed, maneuvering alongside a protruding stone, when suddenly, they flick their tail. With a resounding boom, the rock is struck by the tail and shatters, while the tail remains unscathed. This rock, though large and pockmarked from the relentless erosion of the sea, proves no match for their newfound strength. Their power has significantly increased. Although their weight has not changed considerably, their muscles have grown more robust, enhancing their strength. The force of their tail strikes and pectoral fin slaps has intensified, and their bite has become more powerful, resulting in an increased swimming speed and greater impact force. Their bones have become sturdier, and their scales have hardened. This enhancement has substantially elevated their combat capabilities. Most importantly, their strength has reached a critical threshold, enabling them not only to deliver powerful impacts but also to achieve a level of force that meets the standards of authority. Consequently, many of their attacks are no longer merely restraining but can inflict significant damage. After traversing the rocky terrain in the summer and autumn, he took refuge behind the stones and, after a brief interlude, ventured out once more to partake in sustenance. As summer and autumn incessantly consume sustenance, the severed tentacles begin to regenerate at an astonishing pace. This phenomenon is not solely attributed to their ability to mend injuries by devouring evolutionary energy, rather, it is also because, during the process of tentacle growth, they have ingested numerous octopuses. Many of these octopuses possess formidable regenerative capabilities, allowing their tentacles to detach in the face of formidable foes, thus ensuring their survival. Remarkably, by the following day, the tentacles can re-emerge anew. As summer transitions into autumn, the arms are gradually regrowing. It is likely that within a day's time, they will fully restore. Additionally, with the demise of a certain officer, the evil dragon pirate crew will undoubtedly become more vigilant against me. Thus, I must momentarily conceal myself, gradually bolster my strength, and arm myself to become even more formidable. Sooner or later, I shall devour every fishman of the evil dragon pirate crew. On board one of the merchant vessels of the Shining Golden Trading Company, Marcel stood at the bow, wielding a broad-bladed sword, striking forward. Clang! One of Xiaoba's hands, gripping a katana, effortlessly blocked the blow. Clang, clang, clang. Marcel swung his broadsword repeatedly at Xiaoba, yet each attack was deftly parried by Xiaoba's blade. The openings were far too numerous. Xiaoba smirked mockingly, seizing the opportunity to slash forward. Clang! Marcel withdrew his sword to defend, and the blades collided. With a thud, Marcel felt a tremendous force travel through the sword, causing him to kneel on the ground. You are far too weak, Xiaoba said, sheathing his katana and shaking his head, clearly dissatisfied with the spar. Your strength is overwhelming, Marcel admitted, sitting on the ground and wiping the sweat from his forehead. When his opponent struck, he found himself unable to withstand the blow. Furthermore, Xiaoba achieved this with merely one sword, focusing solely on defense, while Marcel had to exert himself to the utmost. If he were to wield 6 swords simultaneously, even 10 of them would be slaughtered. Our fishmen possess innate strength far superior to that of humans, Xiaoba declared proudly. But I will train diligently, Marcel replied, rubbing his wrist. I hope to become as strong as you one day. Is that so? Xiaoba laughed heartily. That is impossible, even in 100 years. You will not reach my level. I will prove you wrong, Marcel silently vowed as he observed Xiaoba's demeanor. He moved aside, taking up his broadsword, and began his training. He needed to strive harder, grow stronger, and eventually become a bounty hunter to hunt down pirates. Chapter 46, Damn It in the Evening. At the 16th Division base, a young major clad in a Navy uniform stood with a rat-like smile on his face. The colonel and lieutenant colonel had set out with sailors to hunt down the Arlong pirate crew, unaware of their terrifying nature. A friend within the headquarters had revealed that Arlong was a member of the Sun Pirates and had even been imprisoned and impelled down. Relying solely on the colonel would not suffice against the fishmen. Now that they have yet to return, they must have been completely annihilated, right? He chuckled to himself, thinking, I will inform the colonel about the Arlong pirate crew while feigning illness to remain at the Navy base. Once they are dead, with a little funding and connections within the headquarters, becoming a colonel will pose no challenge. Moreover, those who remain are all my trusted confidants. Once I ascend to the position of colonel, I will reach out to the Arlong pirate crew. There is no need to defeat them. I can simply collect a portion of their riches. As for the villagers' cries for help, they are of no concern to me. The young major reveled in his thoughts, a gleam of joy in his eyes. At that moment, a sailor called out, Report. The expedition team has returned. The colonel and several sailors are gravely injured and have been taken for treatment. What? The major, stunned, pondered, they have not been completely wiped out? Damn it. The plan has failed. The major's expression darkened. The following morning, the merchant ship arrived at a harbor, slowly coming to a halt. Goodbye, Nami, Xiaoba. Marcel waved from the ship as it reached the shore. Goodbye, Nami replied, while Xiaoba scoffed and said, Kid, you must train hard. Yes, Marcel nodded earnestly. As he watched the two depart, he began inspecting the ropes, sails, rudder, and other equipment. Each time the ship docked, a thorough check was necessary to prevent any issues. However, at that moment, a dockworker's voice rang out. Where's my money? Damn it, my wallet is missing. Another crew member echoed. My money's gone too. Marcel patted his waist only to discover his own pouch of coins had vanished without a trace. A thief? Yet, there were no unfamiliar faces disembarking. Marcel was puzzled as to how his wallet had disappeared but did not suspect Nami or Xiaoba. In his eyes, one was a navigator and the other an exceptional swordsman, incapable of such actions. Meanwhile, below deck, Nami and Xiaoba walked a distance away, retrieving the wallets, extracting the money, and discarding the wallets by the roadside. Our first income. Nami observed the money with a hint of guilt, but her expression soon turned calm as she tucked the coins into her pocket. The next afternoon, Captain, we found nothing. Several fishermen emerged from the water, drenched and disheartened. It has been a day, crocodile must be. Cho, standing aside, remarked. Damn it. Arlong stood with clenched fists. His expression grim. Crocodile was one of his prominent commanders, possessing formidable strength. He would rather sacrifice 10 fishmen than allow harm to come to Crocodile. To make matters worse, 5 other fishmen had also fallen victim. This was equivalent to a quarter of the evil dragon pirate crew's strength. Xiaoba was still absent. Arlong considered the danger of sending Cho alone to search for fish, realizing he needed at least 2 commanders. With his hands tied and burdened by the loss of his subordinates, he ordered the fishmen soldiers to search the sea. However, they found nothing. There were no fish in the waters surrounding the island. Let us wait for Xiaoba to return and then devise a plan, Arlong said, his face etched with concern. A month later, in the murky depths of the ocean, 2 colossal creatures engaged in battle. One was a massive black fish, approximately 35 meters in length. With a robust body and enormous fins, its abdomen adorned with 10 arms. The other was a gigantic squid, its length, including its arms and body, reaching 30 meters. At that moment, the black fish had latched onto the squid's head, while the squid's arms tightly ensnared the black fish. However, the black fish's tentacles were also encroaching, attempting to entangle the squid's limbs. This struggle was proving to be quite troublesome, as Xia Qiu sensed the entanglement of her arm with that of her opponent. She felt the sharp claws embedded into her limb. The colossal Architeuthis, known as the giant squid, stands as the largest invertebrate on Earth, surpassing even the giant octopus. However, the largest specimen of Architeuthis ever discovered measured merely 11 meters. Based on the identified body parts, including suckers and tentacles, it is hypothesized that these creatures can reach lengths exceeding 20 meters. Such titans, however, dwell in the profound depths of the ocean. Yet, the giant squid confronting Xia Qiu measured an astonishing 30 meters, with its arms alone extending 14 meters, excluding the tentacles. While the arms lacked suckers, they were equipped with claws capable of rotating 360 degrees, each claw exceeding 10 centimeters in length, piercing into Xia Qiu's arm and firmly anchoring itself within her flesh. Xia Qiu did not withdraw her arms and legs. Instead, she tightly entwined her opponent's limbs. The cephalopods of Xia Qiu possess immense strength, amplified by their consumption of crubi. This enhancement has rendered their muscles robust and their power formidable. Although Xia Qiu's limbs are relatively short, their strength is not significantly inferior to that of their opponent. However, the adversary's claws place Xia Qiu at a disadvantage in battle. Yet, Xia Qiu's objective lies in targeting the opponent's limbs, while the opponent's aim is directed towards Xia Qiu's body. Xia Qiu's limbs entwine around those of the adversary, gradually pulling them away from their own form. In that fleeting moment, Xia Qiu opens its mouth and strikes towards the other side. Crack. As Xia Qiu took another bite of the colossal giant squid, a substantial cavity emerged in its body. With that, the creature succumbed to its fatal bite. Its tentacles gradually lost their strength as Xia Qiu commenced the act of consumption. He devoured the entire giant squid, satiating his hunger while awaiting the onset of evolution. Slowly, he ascended to the water's surface, where the remnants of islands were no longer in sight. In pursuit of the giant squid, Xia Qiu had no choice but to delve deeper into the ocean, scouring the depths for nearly a month, yet only encountering this solitary specimen. Now, he found himself at least 10 nautical miles away from the nearest island. Summer and autumn shall not be hindered by distance from returning to the island. He has consumed numerous sharks and possesses their acute sense of smell, rendering him exceptionally sensitive to scents, enabling him to trace aromas back to the island. Factors such as water quality, salinity, and bottom topography can all serve as criteria for his navigation. Furthermore, whether in the village of Nar or in proximity to Cocoa West, summer and autumn have feasted upon tuna, whose cranial structure contains minute magnetic particles, allowing for a vague perception of magnetic field reactions, thus enabling him to ascertain his location based on these magnetic cues. Xia Qiu has no immediate plans to return to the vicinity of the island. He intends to remain in this area, continuing to capture squids and other fish that may aid in his evolution. As summer gracefully transitions into autumn, he suddenly detects the reflection of a sound wave. A colossal creature is gliding towards him, measuring over 50 meters in length, 30 meters in height, and several meters in width. It is a marine beast. Is it approaching him? As summer and autumn gradually turn away, swimming towards another direction, the other party continues to pursue me. Is the target myself? Do they wish to make me their prey? If so, they truly deserve their demise. In the summer and autumn, there was no attempt to retreat. Instead, they charged towards the direction of the sea beast. Chapter 47, The Sea Beast. In an instant, Xia Qiu closed his eyes, twisting his body as his enormous fins undulated, propelling him towards his opponent with remarkable speed. Simultaneously, a colossal figure advanced towards him with equal swiftness. Before long, the distance between them narrowed to a mere 100 meters. Both combatants were traveling at a velocity exceeding 50 kilometers per hour. meaning they would collide within a mere 5 seconds. The adversary lowered its head, presenting its formidable horns in Xia Qiu's direction. However, at that critical moment, Xia Qiu's body abruptly flipped to the right. Boom. The bodies of Xia and Qiu brushed against each other as they glided past. Xia Qiu opted for evasion. He would not engage in direct confrontation, for his sonar signals had detected the formidable, horn-like protrusions of bone atop the opponent's head. Should he collide with such formidable horns, the sheer force of their encounter could easily pierce through him. Furthermore, the adversary possessed immense strength. This sea beast, measuring a staggering 40 meters in length and towering over 10 meters in height, weighed no less than 300 tons. Its crashing power far surpassed his own. While his physical resilience was significant, the force of a collision stemmed from both acceleration and mass. Additionally, the beast's eyes were positioned directly in front, whereas Xia Qiu's vision was lateral, affording the creature a superior field of view. The beast's height also granted it the ability to maneuver its spine, allowing it to lower or elevate its massive body at will. Given its proficiency in frontal combat, Xia Qiu wisely chose not to recklessly charge forward. Thus, he resolved to evade, intending to circle around to the creature's rear for a surprise attack. As Summer and Autumn spun around twice, they glided past the left side of the opponent's body. Utilizing the momentum of the rotation, Summer and Autumn dissipated the forward thrust, advancing only a short distance before stabilizing their form. Then, they twisted their body and turned to pounce upon the adversary. At this moment, the sea beast had missed its target, charging away into the distance. After covering a considerable expanse, it attempted to pivot, but Summer and Autumn had already reached its tail. They aimed to bite down at the juncture where its tail fin met its body. By severing the tail fin, its balance would be disrupted, and the loss of propulsion would render it incapable of escape. However, just as Summer and Autumn were about to strike, the creature's tail suddenly arched upwards, sweeping towards their head. The tail of the sea beast resembled that of a whale, immense and powerful, as it swung directly towards Summer and Autumn's head. Xia Qiu swiftly closed his teeth, abruptly swung his head, and collided it against the tail fin. A resounding crash echoed as the tail fin met Xia Qiu's head with tremendous force, causing the tail fin to recoil while Xia Qiu's form came to a halt, only to sway slightly afterward, unscathed. The force of the tail fin's strike was insufficient to inflict any harm upon him. Were he to strike his own head, he would likely experience a momentary pause of several seconds. In the instant the tail fin rebounded, the sea creature's body pivoted. Its gaping maw aimed menacingly at the side of Xia Qiu's form. Here it comes. Xia Qiu did not evade. Instead, she moved gracefully with the momentum, her tail striking out. Just as her opponent's teeth were about to sink into her side, Xia Qiu's tail connected with the left side of their face. A resounding thwack echoed as their head was sent reeling to the side. At the cusp of late summer and autumn, a single blow could shatter a colossal stone. Had it not been for his round visage and the substantial muscle beneath, such a strike would undoubtedly have inflicted grave injury upon him. As the summer and autumn seasons turned, the creature intended to bite its opponent, only to suddenly discover that the adversary's body was tilting in the direction from which it had been struck. With a resounding crash, the colossal sea beast gradually sank, plunging towards the ocean floor. What could this possibly mean? Xia Qiu found herself perplexed, wondering how her opponent had been incapacitated. Had they been rendered unconscious by their own strike? A blow to the upper jaw could indeed induce a state of unconsciousness. How utterly feeble. As Xia Qiu gazed downward, he opened his eyelids to behold the figure plummeting beneath him. It was indeed the creature. This marine beast boasted a skin adorned in shades of green and pale azure, crowned with a pair of imposing horns and possessing a chest fin of extraordinary size, far exceeding its own. Its form was colossal, its surface cloaked in layers of scales. The manatee bellowed. It would later become the battle beast of the evil dragon pirate crew, one of their primary forces, aiding in their conquests. To encounter it now was unexpected. At this moment, the manatee still lacked a nose ring, and it was not seen near the Arlong pirate crew, indicating it had yet to be tamed. Its strength was rather feeble, easily dispatched by Sanji and Luffy in a mere instant. Within the evil dragon pirate crew, its prowess ranked below that of the officers. However, in the depths of the sea, its capacity to inflict damage upon immense marine creatures could rival that of an officer. Yet, to be rendered unconscious by a single blow was indeed pathetic. With such paltry strength, it dared to consider hunting me? If you wish to slay me, you must possess the resolve to become my prey. Xia Qiu, filled with determination, resolved to pursue and eliminate him. However, at that moment, the creature, Moo, suddenly flipped over. Its body lowered, tail fin swaying, and massive pectoral fins propelling it through the water as it shot off into the distance. Had it regained consciousness so swiftly? No. That was implausible. If it had been knocked unconscious, the process of awakening would not be so rapid. Was it feigning unconsciousness? It pretended to be incapacitated in order to distance itself, waiting for a moment of my inattention to make its escape. Truly cunning. Xia Qiu, deceived by him in such a manner, was infuriated to the point of grinding her teeth and immediately accelerated to pursue him. The speed of Xia Qiu is not much faster than that of Momo. Moreover, as Momo descended a few hundred meters, it suddenly surged forward, pulling Xia Qiu down a considerable distance. Xia Qiu pursued from behind, chasing for quite a distance before closing the gap to over 100 meters. What lies beyond? Xia Qiu discerned that the direction Mu Mu was headed towards was indeed the location of Coco West Village. Should he pursue, he would only be able to catch up when nearing the island. If two colossal beings were to engage in battle there, the commotion would be immense. Should the notorious dragon pirates be disturbed, it would be an endeavor fraught with peril. Perhaps it is best to let him go this time. As summer gradually transitions into autumn, Mo gazes at the distant horizon, where the figure of Xia Qiu drifts further away, before turning back toward the direction from whence he came. Aren't you going to pursue me? After swimming a considerable distance, Mo realizes that the fearsome black fish has ceased its chase, allowing him to exhale in relief. What a terrifying creature. Its strength is overwhelming. The lash of its tail stung painfully. Grateful that the pursuit is ended, he calms his heart and continues to swim toward the distance. At that moment, he spots a small boat gliding across the water, heading toward a nearby island. Is that a ship? Mo's eyes brighten with excitement. He contemplates attacking them and feasting on the individuals aboard. With this thought in mind, he slowly surfaces, revealing his menacing jaws to the figures on the boat. Meanwhile, on the small vessel, Xiaoba gazes at the island in the distance, letting out a sigh of relief. Beside him, Nami sits in the boat's cabin, unwrapping a cloth bag and counting the money within. 500,000 berries. Such earnings surpass even those from my home. If only we had possessed this much back then. Aunt Belmere might not have met her demise. Yet, she reflects that it is still insufficient. If she were to earn 500,000 berries in a month at sea, combined with Arlong's promise of 200,000 berries monthly, it would take her over a decade to accumulate 100 million berries. Furthermore, she realizes that she cannot venture out to sea every month. Next time, I must steal even more money, Nami resolves. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, a colossal figure bursts forth from the water, causing the small boat to tremble violently. Roar. It is a gigantic sea beast, opening its massive jaws to lunge at the two on the boat. You seek your own demise. Seeing the sea creature charge, Xiaoba leaps into the air with great force, propelling himself upward with 6 outstretched arms. Octopus balls. The sound of impacts resounds as Mo is struck directly, his face instantly swelling from the blow. Although not as powerful as the black fish, the creature is still formidable. Terrified, Mo turns and swims away into the distance. Xiaoba lands back on the boat, watching the sea beast retreat into the depths, an idea suddenly igniting in his mind. If I could tame this sea creature, it could serve as a significant asset in battle. Even a naval warship would be no match for it. And if another black fish were to appear nearby, we would have nothing to fear. Contemplating the immense benefits of capturing the sea beast, Xiaoba feels the feasibility of his plan growing stronger. Nami, wait here. I shall pursue it. He leaps into the ocean, chasing after Mo. Corrections and plot modifications ensue. Mo's predicament had encountered errors, which initially seemed cumbersome to amend. However, lying in bed, the oversight loomed large in his mind. After some contemplation, he devised a solution and worked throughout the night, finishing the revisions by 4:30 in the morning. The modifications include Chapter 34. When the Arlong pirates arrive at Coco Village, they raid the village, and Xia Qiu encounters Mo. After a battle, Xia Qiu injures Mo and forces him to flee. Chapter 46. 9 months later, Xia Qiu defeats the king of sour squid and, upon consuming it, discovers Mo sneaking back. Chapter 47. Xia Qiu catches up with Mo, battling him until a single tail strike renders him unconscious. Mo feigns death to escape, and upon pursuing him for a distance, Xia Qiu departs upon nearing Arlong's base, where Mo encounters Xiaoba, who questions his whereabouts. The narrative during this interval also details Mo's whereabouts. Other plot elements remain unchanged, and the protagonist's strength evolves more distinctly due to Mo's early involvement. Apologies for the inconveniences caused by these errors, and a heartfelt thanks to my friend Dao Sheng for pointing them out. Chapter 48. The Eve of War. Time flies, and 2 years have swiftly passed. In August of the year 1515 of the Sea Circle calendar, the weather is sweltering, with the sun scorching the earth and waves of heat rising. At the port of the 16th Division's base, 3 massive warships are anchored, surrounded by hundreds of sailors. Before them stand several men clad in naval officer uniforms, led by a robust figure who addresses the crowd. After our requests, we have finally received approval from headquarters to launch a joint attack on the Arlong pirates with the 77th and 19th Division bases. He pauses before continuing. The battle will be commanded by Brigadier General Brin from the 77th Division. I now invite Brigadier General Brin to present the operational plan. Brigadier General Brin acknowledges Colonel Kars of the 16th Division with a nod, stepping forward to outline the battle strategy. Meanwhile, the thoughts of those behind him vary. Colonel Kars clutches his chest, feeling a lingering pain from an injury sustained 2 years prior when he was struck by a fisherman's water cannon. After being rescued, it took him months to recover. He had since petitioned the naval headquarters to eliminate the Arlong pirates, only recently receiving approval. The nearby 77th and 19th Divisions would coordinate in the assault. Beside him, Lieutenant Colonel Crum exudes anticipation. The Arlong pirates are the most wanted criminals in the East Sea, and their defeat would undoubtedly yield high accolades, paving the way for his eventual ascension as colonel after the retirement of Colonel Lester. However, Colonel Lester experiences trepidation. Having learned of Arlong's connections through an old friend in the naval headquarters, Arlong is a member of the Sun Pirates, and his presence in the East Sea was one of the conditions for Jean Bay to become a warlord of the sea. Moreover, the inherent strength of fishmen makes it uncertain that the combined forces of the three bases could overpower them. Among them stands a resentful individual, sporting a rat-like visage, later known as Colonel Mouse, who is currently only a major, with Colonel Carse alive and a lieutenant colonel above him. He feels his aspirations of advancement slipping away. Set sail. Brigadier General Bryn commands with a wave of his hand, and all the sailors board the warships, which gradually set out toward the island of the Arlong pirates. Our objective this time is to conquer the village of Barnett Island, bringing it under our dominion to strengthen our empire. Arlong stands on the deck of the Shark's Spab, shouting loudly. Beside him are Xia Qiu, and a dozen fishmen. Xia steers the ship as they sail toward the horizon. At that moment, a colossal figure emerges beside the pirate ship. MOMO, return. This time, we shall not engage in battle at sea. Remain here to protect the base, Xia instructs, waving his hand at MOMO. Mumu tilted its head and gradually submerged, returning to Arlong Park. On the 5th level of Arlong Park, Nami gazed into the distance, letting out a sigh. The Arlong pirates had set sail once more, and this time it was uncertain which village would bear the brunt of their wrath. Moreover, that sea creature had vanished. It had been 2 years since it had appeared after slaying Crocodile. Perhaps it was for the best that it remained absent. For beneath the waves lurked the formidable sea beast Mumu from the Grand Line, which surely could not be a match for that fish. Nami hoped it would never venture this way. With that thought, she retracted her body and leaned over the table to draw a nautical chart. The Arlong pirates had embarked on their journey? Not far from Arlong Park, Sabo slowly emerged, gazing into the distance. The enormous Spab ship was sailing away into the horizon. This was the moment she had been waiting for. Summer and Autumn set their sights on the direction of the Spabu and pursued the maritime vessel. He had resolved to launch an assault on the Dragon pirate crew. It had been 2 years and 2 months since the demise of Kruby, and Summer had readied himself for battle against the Arlong pirates. During these 2 years, Summer had grown from 35 meters in length to 41 meters. Over the course of 26 months, he had increased by 6 meters, averaging a growth of slightly over 1 meter every 4 months, indicating a further deceleration in his growth rate. From 32 meters to 35 meters, it took 8 months, averaging just over 1 meter every 2 months. Previously, the growth rate was 1 meter per month. As one's own growth progresses, accompanied by an increase in stature, the pace of growth gradually slows down. However, this has its advantages. Rather than pursuing a massive physique, one can enhance lateral strength, resulting in greater combat effectiveness. The physical changes in Xia Qiu during the summer and autumn are not particularly pronounced, yet numerous transformations have occurred within. Firstly, the dorsal fin has grown immensely, curving like a scythe to reach a height of 4 meters, with a vertical elevation exceeding 3 meters. At its forefront, a thick layer of bony spine serves to protect the substantial fin, capable of shattering small vessels. Even the secondary dorsal fin has attained a height of 2 meters. The other fins, pectoral, pelvic, anal, and caudal, have also undergone significant enlargement. Additionally, the body has developed small, triangular spines along the back and the posterior part of the abdomen, 4 rows in total, each approximately 20 centimeters in length. Finally, the appendages, excluding the tentacles, have reached a remarkable length of 12 meters, with a diameter of 30 centimeters. Importantly, where the suction cups once were, formidable claws have emerged, each measuring 10 centimeters, enabling Xia Qiu to effortlessly strangle adversaries through the contraction of these appendages. Moreover, Xia Qiu has consumed 2 pirate crews, further augmenting his strength. Even prior to devouring Kruby, he possessed the capability to defeat him. Now, having consumed Kruby, his power has ascended to a new echelon. Following 2 years of evolution and minor enhancements, Xia Qiu feels sufficiently empowered to contend with Arlong. However, he does not intend to engage in direct combat. Arlong, alongside Chabwa and Zhu, along with numerous fishmen, presents a formidable challenge. Thus, Xia Qiu devises a strategy to ram fishing vessels in the deep sea, luring them into the water. While fishmen can breathe underwater, they cannot remain submerged indefinitely and will seek to reach nearby islands. Given their swimming prowess, traversing to the nearest islands should pose no difficulty. However, Xia Qiu plans to wait until they have swum a certain distance and expended some energy before launching his attack. He also intends to continuously harass them in the water, picking them off one by one. Consequently, he follows the Spaba ship at a distance. As the Spaba vessel sails further from Jimada Island, it ventures into the vast ocean, at least 20 nautical miles from the island. Observing their course, the nearest island lies at a minimum distance of 30 nautical miles. Over the past 2 years, Xia Qiu has navigated the waters surrounding Jimada Island, familiarizing himself with the nearby islands and estimating their distances. This distance is quite advantageous, ensuring that Arlong and his crew must swim 30 to 40 kilometers to reach any given island. Even if they manage to reach Jimada Island, it will take them at least an hour, during which they will expend considerable energy. Throughout this process, Xia Qiu will harass them, impede their feeding, and seize opportunities to eliminate them, all the while potentially facing other sea creatures that may attack. Once their stamina is sufficiently depleted, he will engage in direct confrontation, thereby enhancing his chances of victory. With this plan in mind, Xia Qiu gazes at the imposing Spaba ship and propels himself from the ocean floor, charging towards the pirate vessel. Chapter 49. The assault across the boundless ocean. The Spaba ship billows its sails and sails into the distance. How far are we from Bernat Island? Arlong inquires of Chabwa. Chabwa responds, we have almost departed from the Jumada Islands by 20 nautical miles and are approximately 60 nautical miles from Bernat Island. I recall a nearby island has been occupied, correct? Arlong questions with curiosity. Chabwa nods. Indeed, it is Mel Island, located 30 nautical miles from here, in the southeast direction along with Bernat Island. Ju chuckles, Captain Arlong, it was actually the villagers of Bernat Island who informed us of this place, as one villager wanted to avoid offering tribute for 3 months. Seems like Ju acquired this information while collecting tributes? How many people are in his household? Arlong asks, intrigued. Ju affirms, there are 4 members in total, 2 adults and 2 children. For 3 months, the tribute was only 120,000 berries. Arlong laughs. To sell an island for a mere 120,000 berries, humanity truly is a species that forgets ethics in the face of profit. Chabwa, slightly taken aback, interjects, I believe they did not act solely for money. They had no means to pay and would face death otherwise. Their actions were driven by the instinct for survival. Arlong pauses, contemplating Chabwa's blunt nature, and then stands, stating, I will rest in the cabin. Call me when we arrive. With that, Arlong heads towards the cabin. But at that moment, a thunderous crash jolts the ship, causing it to tilt violently. What happened? Arlong steadies himself. Chabwa steps forward, maintaining his balance, while Ju grips the railing to steady himself. However, some fishmen who failed to grab hold tumble to the deck. Captain Arlong, the ship's hull is leaking. One fishman cries out, rushing from the cabin. The ship is leaking? Arlong furrows his brow, urgently asking, what is the extent of the leak? The fishman replies, the port side of the 7th and 8th compartments has been breached. Can it be repaired? Arlong inquires. The fishman responds, Lord Kaneshilo has stated that with watertight compartments, it can still be repaired, and personnel have already been assigned to the task. Kaneshilo, the skilled carpenter of the Arlong pirates, is a crucial figure, his importance rivaling that of the officers. That is reassuring, Arlong remarks, relieved by Kaneshilo's assurance of repair. Although the ship sinking would not endanger the fishmen, it is a precious vessel that must not be allowed to sink easily. Then how did the leak occur? Arlong presses. The fishman explains, it seems we were struck. Struck? By a rock or a sea beast? Arlong queries, glancing at Ju, who stands by the railing. Ju, go check it out. Understood. Ju immediately dives overboard. With a splash, Ju plunges into the sea, scanning the area where the ship passed, finding neither rocks nor sea beasts. However, at that moment, he senses the water trembling. Ju descends slowly and glances around beneath the pirate ship, only to see a dark shadow rapidly enlarging on the other side of the vessel. What is that? As the shadow approaches, Ju realizes it is a massive sea fish, heading towards the rear of the ship on the right side. Ju quickly swims upward to breach the surface, but just as his head breaks through, a resounding crash reverberates as the pirate ship is struck yet again. With even greater force, the crew members are thrown about, and Arlong shouts, what is attacking us? In the water, there is a massive sea fish colliding with the ship. Ju calls out loudly, a sea fish? Arlong furrows his brow, questioning what sort of creature could inflict such damage on a vessel of this size. It's coming. Ju suddenly feels the pressure of the water intensifying, and as he looks down, he sees the shadow still advancing, flipping over and surfacing beneath him. Get up. The essence of Qiu lies not in brute strength, but in swift swimming and the formidable water cannon. Engaging in underwater combat with such a colossal sea creature would be futile. With a powerful thrust of his legs, Qiu propelled himself above the water's surface. Just then, a massive tentacle surged forth from the depths, aiming to strike him. Startled, Qiu instinctively raised his hands in defense. The impact was jarring. Though he was not knocked away by the force of the tentacle, instead, he found himself unable to ascend, plummeting back down. Multiple tentacles emerged from the ocean floor, targeting him. Do they wish to claim my life? Qiu scoffed, propelling himself backward off the ship's deck with a powerful push. The tentacles missed their mark entirely as Qiu leaped over the imposing figure of the sea creature, plunging into the ocean. As long as he submerged, he would be safe. Within the ocean's depths, unless faced with an immense sea king in a windless zone, neither fish nor beast could outsmart him. Yet, in the very moment he submerged, the sea creature twisted its body in a bewildering maneuver, its enormous jaws snapping open as it lunged towards Qiu. Instinctively, Qiu raised his fist, aiming a powerful blow at the creature's upper jaw. Many fish, when confronted by a shark, would attack rather than flee, for escape was futile. Targeting the shark's nose might yield a chance to deter it. However, Qiu's efforts were in vain. With a sickening crunch, he was caught in the creature's jaws, which then turned and swam away into the depths. A long tentacle, accompanied by the dark form of the sea creature, sent chills down a long spine. This was the very beast that had slain Kruby and had previously attacked numerous fishmen. For 2 years, it had remained elusive, and Along had assumed it had vanished or been frightened away. Yet, it chose this moment to strike. Damn it, Along seethed. diving into the sea in pursuit of the creature. It is that very beast. Xiaoba followed suit, closely trailing behind. Keep up with Lord Along. With splashes. Several fishmen soldiers plunged into the water. Along surged ahead, hands thrust back, legs propelling him through the water with explosive force. He was the first to chase after the sea creature, but its speed outmatched his, propelling it not only forward but also deeper into the abyss. After a considerable distance, Along noticed the gap between them widening, the scent of blood filling the water. He realized it was Qiu's blood, having been bitten by the sea creature. Qiu's fate seemed grim, yet Along continued his relentless pursuit, even as the distance grew ever greater. After several nautical miles, roughly 5,000 to 6,000 meters, the creature's form vanished from sight. He could track Qiu's blood, even the slightest trace of amino acids and iron. But the creature was simply too swift. Continuing this chase would only exhaust him. Frustrated, Along halted, surfacing to the water's surface, his expression one of seething fury. This was the very creature that had been assaulting the evil dragon pirates, responsible for the deaths of his second officer and the seventh fishman. Where's the sea creature? Xiaoba inquired as he approached Along. It has escaped. Along's face darkened as he glared at Xiaoba, exclaiming in anger, "You arrived too late. But you didn't catch it either," Xiaoba muttered under his breath. Along trembled with rage, waving his hand dismissively. Return to the ship. He led Xiaoba back the way they came, and after swimming for 2 nautical miles, they encountered the remaining fishmen soldiers, regrouping before heading towards the ship. However, the soldiers' pace was sluggish. The 2 nautical miles took Along 4 to 5 times longer than during his pursuit of the sea creature. As they neared the ship, Along was met with a sight that made his blood boil. The spabu had sunk significantly, leaving only the mast above water. Surrounding the vessel, blood filled the water as a massive sea creature feasted upon the fishmen, its tentacles ensnaring 2 of them, having just bitten another who attempted to flee. The surviving fishmen were few and far between. Along's heart surged with fury, his eyes blazing red. I will kill you. Chapter 50. Pursuit. Along never anticipated that the sea creature would return, slaughtering his remaining fishmen. Just a single fish, and yet it had outmaneuvered him. Enraged, Along charged at the beast. However, in the next instant, the creature accelerated away, casting a glance back at him. A blatant provocation that ignited Along's fury further, prompting an immediate pursuit. Xiaoba followed closely, but as they passed the spabu, cries for help from fellow fishmen reached their ears. Along recalled the creature's cunning maneuver and realized that pursuing it might lead to further disaster. If it were to return, the remaining soldiers could also fall victim. Do not pursue it. He struggled to suppress his anger, halting Xiaoba's advance and turning back, shouting, "Tend to the injured." Among the survivors, aside from Along and Xiaoba, there were nearly 10 others. For accompanied Along and Xiaoba, all 4 had survived, and 2 were wounded by Xia Qiu. Those consumed numbered 7 or 8. Thus, Along's pirate crew now consisted of merely 16 fishmen. Along's expression darkened, counting himself. There were only 12, for fishmen remained to guard the park, totaling 16, and with Nami and Momo, they barely reached 18. 2 of the 3 officers had been lost. The entire pirate crew had suffered a loss of half their fishmen, their strength diminished by 2/5. Damn it, Along's complexion turned grim. His once blue skin now tinged with a dark hue. Spotting Kaneshiro still alive, he inquired, "What transpired after I left?" "After you departed, it returned, ramming the ship twice more. Eventually, the vessel could no longer withstand the assaults, and we were forced to abandon ship," Kaneshiro replied anxiously. "For impacts? And it sank the ship?" Along questioned incredulously. Kaneshiro trembled as he explained, "Boss Along, the first 3 impacts breached 2 compartments each, while the 4th damaged 3. Distributed across 4 different locations, disrupting buoyancy." Along glared fiercely at Kaneshiro, demanding, "What were you doing? Why did you not make repairs? Such extensive damage would require a major overhaul, far beyond simple repairs." Kaneshiro lowered his head, his voice quaking as he replied, I failed." With a sudden splash, Aaron raised his hand as if to strike the boatman, yet he ultimately restrained himself. "What shall we do next, Boss Aaron?" Xiaoba inquired from the side. "What can we do?" Aaron retorted with a grunt. "The boat is damaged. We have no choice but to return." "And the sea fish?" Xiaoba pressed. "Are we simply to let it go? Can you catch it?" Aaron shot a glare at Xiaoba before continuing. "We will deal with the matter of the sea fish upon our return. We have ventured only 20 nautical miles. We must swim back." "Understood." Xiaoba and the other fishmen replied in unison. After tending to the wounded, they submerged themselves beneath the surface and swam together towards the distant horizon. "Are we heading back? Is it in the direction of Zameda Island?" In the expanse of the ocean, several hundred meters away from the dragon pirate crew, Xia Qiu utilized echolocation to discern their departure towards the island of Jumada. Thus, he pursued them. The endeavor proved to be more fortuitous than anticipated. He had not expected that after attacking the pirate ship, the one who emerged would be Qiu, presuming it to be a mere merman. Qiu's specialties lie in water cannons and agility. The power of his water cannon is formidable, capable of shattering scales upon impact. However, in terms of strength, he ranks as the weakest among all the officers. In the summer and autumn, he was effortlessly captured and slain, subsequently distancing himself from the vessels. Soon after, he discerned that someone was pursuing him from behind. Undoubtedly, the swiftest among them was Aaron, followed closely by the 8-armed creature, Xiaoba, along with other soldiers. In the late summer and early autumn, Xia Qiu led Arlong for several nautical miles, pulling him for a distance of 700 or 800 meters. Upon realizing that Arlong had come to a halt, Xia Qiu made a wide arc and returned to seek the fisherman near the vessel. Upon returning to the shore, however, he was astonished to find that the ship had not sunk. This 30-meter-long vessel, which Xia Qiu had previously shattered the keel of 3 years ago, when the evil dragon pirate ship had not yet reached the East China Sea, had sustained a significant crack from bow to stern. Now, Xia Qiu possessed the power to obliterate the ship entirely. Even with larger vessels, he could render them irreparable, allowing them to sink slowly. Yet, this particular ship, despite his 2 previous attempts, had remained afloat and operational. It was only after 2 additional collisions that he succeeded in sinking the vessel and casting the fisherman into the water. The ship's material was exceptional. Far sturdier than an ordinary pirate ship, truly deserving of its origin from the Grand Line. Had Arlong not pursued him, Xia Qiu feared he might have never found the opportunity to launch an attack. Fortunately, Arlong chose to chase him down and fell behind, granting Xia Qiu the chance to thoroughly dismantle the pirate ship and consume 7 or 8 fishermen. At this moment, Arlong returned to the vicinity of the ship. Relentlessly pursuing Xia Qiu chose to flee, intending to launch an attack when his adversaries had traveled a considerable distance and were utterly exhausted. Accompanied by Arlong, Xiaoba, and 10 soldiers, some of whom were injured, Xia Qiu felt a burgeoning confidence in his ability to vanquish them. However, he was reluctant to take unnecessary risks, unwilling to let any of them escape, and even less inclined to sustain significant injuries himself. A minor miscalculation could lead to his irrevocable downfall. Hence, Xia Qiu opted for the strategy with the highest probability of success. Moreover, it was crucial to note that he had consumed Jiao and a multitude of fishmen, which would provide an immense surge of strengthening energy, surpassing even that obtained from devouring Kruby. Once he digested this energy, his physical prowess would increase once more. Waiting until his opponents were further depleted of their strength would render his victory all the more assured. Yet, these were merely rationalizations. The fundamental reason was that Xia Qiu was an idealist, believing that the essence of any endeavor lies within the heart. Xia Qiu trailed behind the alone pirate crew, maintaining a distance of approximately 700 to 800 meters. At this range, he could still discern their forms. In the water, the fishmen exhibited greater agility than on land. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that he had lost certain fish-like attributes, rendering his physique less suited for swimming seamlessly, thereby increasing resistance. Furthermore, their mode of propulsion was akin to that of humans, relying on the strength of their limbs. In terms of rest, fish require only minimal movement to maintain equilibrium. Many species merely exhibit slight undulations of their pectoral fins to sustain a state of balance. In contrast, fishmen necessitate a relaxation of their bodies and an environment free from significant pressure. Additionally, the differences in dietary needs and water pressure greatly affect their stamina. Thus, while they could navigate through the water, they still expended considerable energy. When their strength waned to a certain degree, it would signal the opportune moment for them to make their appearance. Summer and autumn closely trailed behind them, eagerly awaiting the opportune moment to arise. Chapter 51. The assault. Their pace was not swift. For an hour, Xia Qiu had been trailing behind them, covering a mere distance of approximately 10 kilometers. The journey from their point of immersion to Zameda Island spans 20 nautical miles, equivalent to about 37 kilometers. Aaron's swimming speed is remarkably swift, nearing 45 kilometers per hour. However, he is unable to maintain such velocity. This limitation arises not only from the exhaustion it would entail, but also due to the slower pace of those behind him. Xiaoba's speed is adequate. Although he is less powerful than Aaron, his 6 arms assist him. Yet his substantial physique, with a rounded upper body, slows him down to around 40 kilometers per hour. In contrast, the fish soldiers possess a speed of approximately 35 kilometers per hour, referring to their instantaneous speed. Even when exerting themselves fully for an hour, they can manage a maximum distance of around 25 kilometers. Moreover, when hurrying, they do not swim at full capacity. Achieving a speed of 20 kilometers per hour is already commendable. More critically, the group includes injured members, whom they cannot abandon. Thus, 2 fish soldiers are burdened with carrying 1 injured comrade, significantly hampering their speed. Consequently, in 1 hour, they have advanced only 15 kilometers. Nevertheless, even at this pace, it would be an unattainable feat on Earth. The most accomplished swimmers, those competing in crossing events, can only traverse 5,000 meters in a full hour of exertion. Summer and autumn trailed behind them, gliding leisurely at a speed of 15 kilometers per hour, which felt rather slow for them. After an hour of pursuit, they had absorbed the essence of the chase. The thermal currents, though less potent than that of crew, remained formidable. The 2 officers, along with their repeatedly enhanced physiques, wielded immense pectoral fins that, in concert with the twisting power of their bodies, propelled them to speeds exceeding 50 kilometers per hour. At this velocity, they could maintain a distance of 400 meters from their quarry, generating waves that went undetected. Patience is key. Xia Qiu did not hasten to attack. intending instead to wait for them to exhaust their strength. Thus, an hour slipped by. They advanced approximately 10 kilometers, their pace slowing further, with the injured mermen being replaced with increasing frequency. It was nearly time, with 25 kilometers already traversed and only 13 kilometers remaining to the island of Jimida. Xia Qiu felt it was sufficient to act. With this thought, Xia Qiu accelerated, closing the distance, 400 meters, 300 meters, 200 meters, steadily narrowing the gap. However, just as Xia Qiu was within 100 meters of them, Along suddenly came to a halt, raising his hand and calling out, "Stop. Boss, what is wrong?" Xiaoba, standing beside Along, was puzzled by the sudden cessation. Yet, in that moment of hesitation, Xiaoba sensed something amiss and turned to look back, immediately spotting a massive shadow looming over them. "Spread out." At the same time, Along's voice rang out. Upon hearing his command, Xiaoba instinctively thrust his hands forward and quickly retreated, while the other merman soldiers hesitated momentarily, contemplating their escape. But it was already too late. Boom. A colossal sea creature surged forward, crashing into their midst. Although they were spaced apart, they remained clustered together, particularly the mermen bearing the wounded, who could not evade the oncoming force. Bang! 3 mermen were struck directly, hurtling backwards through the water, their bones fracturing. 2 perished instantly, while 1 lay gasping for breath. Yet Xia Qiu paid them no heed, charging straight ahead, biting into 1 merman before attempting to swim past them. Along, witnessing the approaching sea creature, propelled himself backwards, narrowly avoiding Xia Qiu's path, positioning himself to the left of Xia Qiu. As Xia Qiu bit into the merman, its forward momentum showed little sign of abating, and the fish S had swiftly sailed past Along's position. At that moment, Along ceased his retreat, observing Xia Qiu's side facing him. He shifted into a forward stance, propelling himself towards Xia Qiu's left side, aiming for the area just behind the gills, above the pectoral fins. He contemplated attacking from the flank. Simultaneously, Xiaoba had steadied himself and lunged towards Xia Qiu's body. Yet, while Along was still en route, he encountered an astonishing sight. He beheld Xia Qiu's enormous form barreling towards him, executing a drift akin to a hearse. As Xia Qiu observed Along evading a direct confrontation and taking refuge to the right, he surmised that advancing further would align his side towards him. Thus, Xia Qiu executed a series of maneuvers. His pectoral and pelvic fins sank to obstruct the flow of water, augmenting his forward resistance, while his dorsal fin and tail fin propelled him to the right, enhancing his forward thrust. Concurrently, his body oscillated, initially swaying gently from side to side to generate forward momentum, before abruptly pivoting sharply to the left. The outcome of this was that, deprived of forward propulsion and hindered by the resistance of his pectoral and pelvic fins, Xia Qiu gradually came to a halt. Meanwhile, his body, propelled by inertia and the coordinated movements of his pelvic and tail fins, veered leftward, akin to a drift. In automotive terms, drifting occurs when inertia provides lateral force, creating a disparity in traction between the 2 wheels. Accelerating followed by braking generates substantial inertia and alters traction on the front wheels, while steering introduces an inertial direction, diminishing grip on the rear wheels. In contrast, Xia Qiu employed his pectoral, pelvic, dorsal, and tail fins, coupled with the twisting of his body, to execute a precise and expansive drift, capable of achieving a full 180 degrees. Given Xia Qiu's immense size and dark, imposing form, he resembled a colossal spectral vehicle, thus earning the name spectral drift. However, Along, having just pounced, was confronted by the sight of the enormous fish barreling towards him. Instantly, he turned, curling his body to shield himself. The impact was thunderous, as the summer and autumn seasons collided. A dull thud resonated as Xia Qiu slammed into Along. The impact was painfully profound, causing Along to feel as though his body was disassembling. Yet, rather than being thrown aside, Along was propelled forward by the massive body of the fish. It was only when the fish's body turned that Along was ejected, rolling backward. Meanwhile, Xiaoba had just reached the position where Xia Qiu had been moments before. As he prepared to raise his fist to strike, he realized that Xia Qiu's body had shifted, leaving the space ahead of him vacant, while to his right loomed the enormous head of the fish. "I shall avenge Kruby by killing you," Xiaoba declared, pivoting to lunge at the fish's head. After the drift came to a slight halt, Xia Qiu twisted, allowing his body to surge forward naturally. Just then, Xiaoba lunged, and Xia Qiu subtly leaned to the side, his colossal pectoral fin tilting. Bang! As Xia Qiu's pectoral fin collided with Xiaoba's side, Xiaoba swiftly raised his hand to shield himself. With a resounding thud, Xiaoba was sent flying at an angle, while Xia Qiu continued to swim forward. Die. At that moment, Aaron had already absorbed the impact, shifting from retreat to a powerful lunge, propelling himself towards Xia Qiu. However, Xia Qiu's speed was astonishing. He was positioned just behind Xia Qiu, and as he closed in, he only saw the tail before him. Aaron flattened his body, raised his head, and opened his mouth wide to bite at Xia Qiu's tail. Simultaneously, Xia Qiu struck back with his tail. With a soft thud, Aaron's serrated snout easily pierced Xia Qiu's tail. Yet it failed to halt the massive tail's forward momentum, resulting in a direct hit to Aaron's face. With a loud crash, Aaron was sent flying, while Xia Qiu continued his journey, vanishing into the distance. Damn it. Aaron halted, realizing his teeth were loose. He bit down, and new teeth instantly grew in. Such a formidable sea creature. As Aaron gazed at the increasingly distant fish, his expression darkened, his grotesque face becoming even more sinister. His strength was immense. The force of his strikes rivaled his own. The durability of his body far surpassed that of other sea creatures of the same caliber, even those of the ocean beasts. Furthermore, his body possessed tentacles, compensating for any physical shortcomings, and he could anticipate his enemy's position, executing astonishing maneuvers. Most importantly, he possessed intelligence. He had far too many attributes that a mere fish could not possess. The combination of these factors rendered his combat capabilities extraordinarily formidable, so much so that he felt the pressure himself. He could not afford to retreat. He would return. When he next attacked the Spabu, Aaron was already aware that his target was the evil dragon pirate crew. For 3.5 years, spanning dozens of kilometers, he had launched 3 assaults. His objectives were unmistakable. Although unaware of the reasons behind his relentless pursuit of the evil dragon pirate crew, Aaron knew he sought his demise. Just as he yearned for Xia Qiu, he could not allow this to continue. A strategy was imperative. Aaron narrowed his eyes and instructed Xiaoba, from now on, maintain a distance of 10 meters to my right. Understood, Xiaoba promptly replied, slowly retreating. The other fishmen should position themselves between us, Aaron added. A flicker of reluctance in his gaze as he sighed. Additionally, abandon the injured. Chapter 52, Fury abandon the injured? Upon hearing this, Xiaoba halted and turned to Aaron. The evil dragon pirate crew, with the exception of Nami and Momo, were all fishmen. Although the fishmen varied in types and often gathered among their kind, even resorting to feeding on one another under the pretext that they were not of the same species. The fishmen of the evil dragon pirate crew had long since become like family. They had endured the pain inflicted by humans and united under Aaron's ideals. Coming to the East Sea, despite Aaron's cruelty towards humans, he held his fellow fishmen in high regard, treating them as family. His dream was for fishmen to rule this world. Yet, he was now suggesting the abandonment of others. Xiaoba and the fishmen soldiers were incredulous. Aaron nodded, stating, if we carry them, we will expend too much energy and slow our pace significantly. Dragging along the injured fishmen will hinder our speed. The remaining journey spans several kilometers. And if the rest hasten, we can reach our destination in less than an hour. However, Xiaoba was unwilling to accept this outcome. The fishmen, whose bones had been broken by Xia Qiu's attack on the Spabu, spoke up, please, let me go, Captain Aaron. Hearing this, Aaron felt a pang of sorrow but replied, soon we will approach the seabed, and we will set you down. Though you're injured, you still possess some mobility. And separating from us may increase your chances of survival. With that, Aaron turned away, waving his hand. Let us go. The fishmen moved forward together, leaving behind the 2 injured comrades before continuing on their path. Don't, please. Amidst the cries of the injured fisherman, Xia Qiu seized him and swallowed him whole. Then resumed his pursuit. Only 7 remained, Aaron, Xiaoba, and 5 fishermen soldiers. As summer transitioned into autumn, they positioned themselves strategically, eager to launch another assault. Only to discover a significant change in the formation of the fishmen. Xiaoba was situated 10 meters to the right of Along, with a distance of another 10 meters separating them, while other fishmen occupied the space in between. If one were to attack the fishmen, it would be impossible to reach Xiaoba and Along, allowing the 2 of them to advance directly towards the attacker without the need for evasion. Conversely, should one choose to strike at Xiaoba, Along would inevitably appear before them from any direction. Even if one attempted to pivot right after attacking Xiaoba to evade Along, they would have, at most, a fleeting second to do so. Given Xiaoba's formidable strength, it was improbable to eliminate him in that brief span. He could certainly buy himself some time. Consequently, Along would have the opportunity to retaliate. Should one opt to attack Along, the other fishmen would undoubtedly lend their assistance, and Along could endure for an extended period. Thus, the plan for a surprise attack, reliant on their mutual cooperation, had become untenable. It was unexpected that Along possessed a modicum of intelligence. As the summer and autumn seasons blended, a shadow glided towards Arlong and his companions. Suddenly halting, Arlong sensed a tremor and shouted loudly. All halted, drawing their weapons, while Xiaoba clenched his fists, unarmed, for the weight of a sword was too burdensome, 300 kilograms, rendering long-distance swimming impossible. In the original narrative, although Xiaoba was a swordsman, he never bore a sword on his person when wielding a blade. Upon reaching Kokoyashi village, he was empty-handed, even as Crocodile wielded a sword. He did not carry a weapon while tending to the Momo. In his battle against Zoro, he initially fought with his fists, only retrieving a blade after being thrown into a tower and emerging again. During the underwater stroll, he bore no sword. And when ensnared by the flying fish riders, he was still without a weapon, even while attempting to thwart Hody. Thus, one must ponder, are you truly a swordsman? Just as they remained vigilant, a colossal shadow surged from the distance, hurtling towards them. It had arrived. Arlong tensed, poised for an attack. Yet, with a swift motion, as it neared, the shadow passed by them and continued into the distance, vanishing from sight. Xiaoba, taken aback by this spectacle, wondered what it was doing. Arlong, baffled, could not comprehend its arrival and departure. Xiaoba inquired, Captain, what shall we do? Clenching his teeth, Arlong replied, Forget it, we move on. Their group proceeded. But they had scarcely advanced when the shadow returned with a thunderous rush. Stay alert. Arlong bellowed once more, prompting the fishmen to halt. However, the shadow turned about 50 to 60 meters away and swam past them. Arlong's fists creaked with tension as he suppressed his fury, commanding, keep moving. Once more, the shadow charged forward. Upon seeing it, Arlong propelled himself towards it, but the shadow anticipated his movement, swiftly turning and retreating into the distance. Damn it, Arlong seethed, returning to the group. On 2 subsequent occasions, it appeared again, once even with a fish clenched in its mouth. Arlong felt his anger boiling over, repeatedly reminding himself to remain calm, yet he could not quell the rage within. On the 5th encounter, Arlong fortuitously paused as the shadow approached once more, this time stopping at a distance from his group. Summer and Autumn waved their tails, twisting in the air. Boss, is he provoking us? Xiaoba asked. Bewildered, Arlong, seethed with anger but felt helpless as I replied, keep moving. Meanwhile, in the distance, Xia Qiu observed their departure and discreetly followed, secretly relishing the moment. Are you upset? You have employed a strategy of mutual support to thwart my ambush, yet I possess alternative methods. A librarian once remarked. When the enemy advances, I retreat. When the enemy halts, I disrupt. When the enemy is weary, I strike. When the enemy retreats, I pursue. It may have been the boss who said this. In the summer and autumn, employing this strategy proved effective. When you advance, I retreat. When you halt, I provoke. When you depart, I pursue. It was both audacious and exhilarating. Under the influence of the seasons, Aaron and his companions were consumed by rage, their nerves perpetually frayed, depleting a considerable amount of their stamina and energy. More crucially, they had gradually deviated from the position of the island of Zameda, veering off by at least 30 degrees. If this continued, their return to the island was far from guaranteed. Xia Qiu persistently followed closely behind, continually harassing Arlong's group, causing them considerable annoyance. Thus, after another hour, they had advanced a mere 10 kilometers. This pace was akin to that prior to abandoning the wounded. Just as Arlong's group began to exhaust their strength and grow weary of the relentless pursuit, Xia Qiu initiated the remaining 4 characters of the strategic principle he had yet to implement: strike while the enemy is fatigued. Realizing that they had reached their limits, he decided to take advantage of the situation without reservation. As Xia Qiu swayed his body, he charged once more towards Arlong and the others. Here he comes again, Xiaoba exclaimed, gazing at the distant figure. However, Arlong, seemingly unconcerned, replied, ignore him. Let us wait for him to pass. Just as his words fell, Xia Qiu suddenly accelerated, crashing into their midst. The final battle was thus set to unfold. Chapter 53, The Fierce Battle. As Arlong observed the massive black fish rushing toward them, he initially thought it would resort to the same tactic once more and decided to wait for it to move past. Yet, in an instant, the adversary quickened its pace and lunged forward. Not good. Arlong's expression changed, but it was already too late. Boom. The enormous figure of Xia Qiu collided with Xiaoba from a diagonal rear. Xiaoba detected the massive presence earlier than the other fishmen, upon noticing the approaching direction. He swiftly propelled himself backward with a rapid motion of his 6 arms. Xia Qiu charged directly into the space between him and Arlong, 2 meters ahead, colliding with the fishman. As Xia Qiu passed before him, Xiaoba immediately lunged forward, intending to strike at his flank. However, in that fleeting moment as Xiaoba moved, Xia Qiu tilted to the right, presenting his abdomen towards Xiaoba. A sharp crack echoed. In a fierce encounter, Xia Qiu seized a merman and propelled forward, colliding with another merman. Despite the latter's attempts to evade, he was struck, suffering broken bones and relentless bloodshed, rendering him incapacitated. Simultaneously, Xiaoba surged directly into Xia Qiu's abdomen, prompting Xia Qiu's 8 long arms to spring wide before retracting, aiming to ensnare Xiaoba. The 12-meter-long appendages enveloped him. Alarmed by Xia Qiu's sudden roll, Xiaoba sensed impending danger and immediately halted his advance, retreating swiftly. However, he found himself perilously close to Xia Qiu's abdomen. As Xia Qiu rolled, his arms contracted and shot out with astonishing speed, surpassing Xiaoba's retreat. When the appendages converged, Xiaoba barely reached their midpoint. Yet, he remained composed, unleashing 6 tentacles and kicking with his legs. The sound of 8 resounding impacts echoed as Xiaoba's hands collided with Xia Qiu's arms, an immense force reverberating through him, propelling his body backward with great momentum. The 8 tentacles of Xia Qiu retracted, vanishing before him. Meanwhile, Xiaoba managed to evade capture, yet he stood there, trembling as he gazed at his own arms and legs. They bore numerous bloodstains, and in some areas, flesh had been torn away. These were the claws from the tentacles. As Xiaoba retreated, the claws closed in, grazing his tentacles and legs, leaving behind painful scars. How agonizing it was. Xiaoba's arms throbbed with excruciating pain. But he did not relent. Instead, he lunged towards Xia Qiu. At the moment when Xiaoba collided with Xia Qiu, Arlong swiftly darted back before launching himself at Xia Qiu. He had witnessed Xia Qiu's formidable strength and was well aware of his razor-sharp teeth, thus he instinctively avoided a direct confrontation. His first instinct was to strike at Xia Qiu's flank. However, just then, Xia Qiu rolled to the right, his massive dorsal fin thrusting forward. The leading edge of the fin was adorned with a hard spine, safeguarding the fin behind it, stretching approximately 4 meters in length, with its thickest part measuring around 40 centimeters, deeply embedded in Xia Qiu's back. As the colossal dorsal fin bore down upon him, Along swiftly turned and embraced the fin. Boom. Xia Qiu charged forward with Ulung, racing towards the horizon. Crack, crack. Ulung clutched the spiny dorsal fin of Xia Qiu, opening his wide mouth to seize a segment, his teeth clamping shut. With a bite force powerful enough to shatter artillery shells, he effortlessly severed the rigid spine. Hiss. As Xia Qiu's body convulsed in pain, he was taken aback by the fact that Ulung would prioritize attacking his dorsal fin. Once the dorsal fin was compromised, his balance would inevitably wane. However, given Xia Qiu's considerable size and the presence of 2 dorsal fins, his form would not easily topple. For instance, the blue whale also possesses a dorsal fin, yet its diminutive size measures merely a fraction of a meter. In contrast, Xia Qiu boasts enormous pectoral fins, pelvic fins, and anal fins that assist in maintaining equilibrium. While Ulung gnawed at his dorsal fin, Xia Qiu could not allow him to continue unimpeded. Yet he refrained from launching an immediate counterattack. Instead, he surged forward momentarily before executing a sudden pivot, employing a deft drift. Whoosh. Ulung halted his actions, tightly gripping Xia Qiu's dorsal fin. You won't shake me off. Ulung's expression twisted into one of ferocity as he continued to bite down, further damaging Xia Qiu's dorsal fin. As Xia Qiu observed that he had not been cast aside, he refrained from pursuing alternative methods and instead allowed the creature to gnaw at his dorsal fin. Meanwhile, Xia Qiu circled around and charged once more at the merman. Crack. In a swift motion, Xia Qiu seized a fleeing merman, delivering a fatal blow. Bang. As the tail end of summer and autumn swept through, it struck a merman with tremendous force, shattering its bones and causing it to sink slowly into the depths, an utter defeat. In the brief exchange, summer and autumn claimed the lives of 4 mermen. Now, only Ulung, Xiaoba, and another merman remained. This scoundrel. Ulung stood upon the back of summer and autumn, seething with rage as he witnessed the consumption of the merman. For more had perished. Only he, Xiaoba, and 1 other merman were left. Including the 4 mermen stationed behind, merely 5 of their kind remained. However, this foe must be vanquished. Too many lives had already been lost. Revenge was imperative. If he did not act, his own life would be at stake. Ulung bit into the dorsal fin of summer and autumn, having severed the uppermost section at a height of 1.5 meters. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoba maneuvered to the side of summer and autumn, lunging towards him. Octopus stew. Xiaoba raised his fist and struck out. Yet, in the next instant, 4 tentacles suddenly shot from summer and autumn's abdomen, whipping towards his back. Due to the positioning of summer and autumn's tentacles between the pectoral fins, the first and second pairs could not be utilized. The 4th tentacle, though lengthy and slender, proved less advantageous for combat. Bang, bang. Xiaoba's fist collided with summer and autumn's back, producing merely 2 dull thuds. Sensing the tentacles descending, Xiaoba swiftly retreated, pushing off with his remaining 4 limbs to evade the oncoming strikes. Although the scales on summer and autumn's back were slightly indented, they remained unbroken. With Xiaoba's current strength, he could no longer shatter the scales. The force was absorbed by them and subsequently dissipated into the underlying muscle. Meanwhile, the 2 remaining tentacles lashed out towards Ulung. The 12-meter-long appendages soared over the towering 7-meter frame of summer and autumn, targeting him. This is bad. Ulung's expression shifted as he extended his right hand to shield himself. Bang! A deafening sound erupted as 1 tentacle missed, while the other struck Ulung, who raised his left arm defensively. Though the impact was not particularly forceful, in the next moment, a claw embedded itself into his arm. The claws were oriented inward as summer and autumn twisted the tentacle, striking a long splatter. As Xia Qiu retracted his tendrils, he tore a piece of flesh from Ulung's left arm. However, Xia Qiu realized that Ulung had not departed from his back, nor had he inflicted any harm upon Xiaoba, which left him with a tinge of regret. Xia Qiu surged forward with great fervor, simultaneously controlling its tentacles to strike. The sudden rush caused Ulung to stagger, yet he managed to grasp the rigid spines of Xia Qiu. However, in the next moment, the tentacles launched another assault. Ulung, reluctant to confront them head-on yet hesitant to abandon the safety of Xia Qiu's body, swiftly dodged to the right, sheltering himself on the opposite side of its dorsal fin. Yet, in that very instant, another tentacle struck from the other side. Thud. Ulung felt a tremendous impact on his back as a colossal tentacle whipped against him, not retracting, but rather compressing downwards. With a sickening squelch, the talons pierced his back, inflicting excruciating pain. Ulung realized that clinging to Xia Qiu's back was ill-conceived. He had to expend energy to maintain his grip while contending with the resistance of water and the onslaught of attacks. Thus, he resolutely turned sideways, pushing against the tentacle, allowing the claws to tear away large chunks of flesh as he swam upstream. Meanwhile, Xiaoba attempted to push back, eager to charge once more. However, Xia Qiu had already surged ahead, snapping its tail with ferocity. The fishtail struck, and Xiaoba raised both fists in defense, colliding with a resounding crash. Bang! Xiaoba was sent flying, yet the tentacle arms absorbed much of the force, sparing him from severe injury. Xia Qiu deftly evaded the 2, looping around for another charge. Chapter 54. Along. As Xia Qiu once more charged onto the battlefield, Along felt an unfamiliar sensation of fear upon witnessing his presence. He realized he was no match for him, utterly incapable of prevailing. Approaching him would bear no fruit. How could one possibly overcome such a formidable adversary? For the first time, Along was gripped by an overwhelming sense of defeat. Yet, just as he hesitated, Xia Qiu surged directly towards him, with Along now the target of his assault. At that moment, only 3 figures remained on the battlefield: Along, Xiaoba, and the fisherman soldier. Among them, Along possessed the greatest strength, the swiftest speed, and the highest reservoir of enhanced energy. Xia Qiu's primary target during the summer and autumn is Along. There is no possibility of allowing him to escape. Thus, Xia Qiu has set his sights on Along. Am I the target? Upon witnessing Xia Qiu charging towards him, Along momentarily extinguished his thoughts of fleeing and resigned himself to the impending battle. As Xia Qiu was still several meters away from him, Along swiftly evaded, propelling himself to the right with a vigorous push of his legs. Trying to escape, Xia Qiu swiftly pivoted, pursuing Along with determination. At this distance, Xia Qiu could still alter course. Maintaining the chase, Along continued to retreat, while Xia Qiu's head grazed his body, narrowly evading capture. Meanwhile, Xiaoba lunged forward, aiming for the space beneath Xia Qiu, targeting the area between the abdominal and pelvic fins. Xia Qiu, undeterred, gently tilted her body, directing her massive pectoral fin toward Along, while simultaneously spreading her tentacles to the right and propelling them backward. Along found himself unable to evade the oncoming pectoral fin, which measured approximately 8 meters in length, constituting about 20% of her body, a greater proportion than the blue whale's 15%, yet significantly less than that of a shark. Rather than dodging, Along extended his arms, embracing the side of the fin. With a resounding thud, he was struck by the fin, but managed to secure a grip on its inner edge, approximately 2 meters away from Xia Qiu's body. Tear off your fin, he muttered, exerting a slight force. However, Xia Qiu continued a rapid advance, compelling Along to cling tightly to the fin. Meanwhile, Xiaoba approached Xia Qiu's abdomen, intent on launching an attack, only to discover that it was adorned with 4 layers of sharp spines. Any attempt to strike would undoubtedly result in injury. As Along adjusted to Xia Qiu's movements, he prepared to exert himself. At that very moment, the tentacles struck. 2 of the appendages lashed out towards Along's body, while the other 2 targeted Xiaoba. Not good. Along sensed the vibrations below, realizing that the tentacles were upon him. He hurriedly attempted to evade, but the pectoral fin pinned him down, preventing an upward escape. Consequently, he slid downward, planting his right foot against Xia Qiu's body, standing at an impressive height of 2 meters and 60 centimeters. He embraced the 2-meter position, contracting his body and stepping onto the area beneath Xia Qiu's gills. With a swift motion, Along propelled himself alongside Xia Qiu's pectoral fin, deftly avoiding her tentacles. Yet, Xia Qiu's appendages were exceedingly long, extending to 12 meters, and as Along distanced himself from the fin's edge, one of the tentacles struck him. Remaining composed, he pivoted to the right, narrowly evading the tentacle's lash. Xiaoba, confronted with the incoming tentacles, rapidly retreated, narrowly escaping as well. However, Xia Qiu surged past them, increasing the distance between them. Once again, they had faltered. The summer and autumn seasons were marked by an unsettling tension, as these 2 individuals chose to evade confrontation rather than engage, leaving them in a state of helplessness. Meanwhile, Along and Xiaoba were equally agitated. Striking was an insurmountable challenge. The adversary boasted sharp teeth and formidable horns at the front, dorsal fins and spines along its back, tentacles on its underside, and additional spines at its rear, all of which could retaliate. From the side, it could lash out, making it exceedingly difficult to mount an attack. Had it fled? Along suddenly perceived another fish soldier stealthily distancing itself from the battlefield in the distance. This individual was feeble and, faced with the imposing presence of summer and autumn, found it impossible to evade and thus chose to flee outright. Was it now just the 2 of them, he and Xiaoba? A profound melancholy enveloped Along's heart. At that moment, summer and autumn executed a graceful turn and descended, vanishing into the depths of the sea. Had it departed? Xiaoba momentarily paused, gazing in the direction of summer and autumn. We must leave, Along urged, his body drenched in blood as he beckoned Xiaoba to swim forward. After traversing a short distance, an immense tremor reverberated beneath them. As summer and autumn burst forth once more from below, they launched an assault upon the 2. After having completed their meal, they returned. In the summer and autumn, a shark weighing over 2 tons was consumed, after which it charged once more, engaging in combat with the 2 individuals. Boom, boom, boom. The incessant collisions of summer and autumn left Aaron and Xiaoba nimbly evading, resulting in no significant injuries, yet they bore wounds upon their forms. The relentless injuries gradually depleted their stamina. Xia Qiu believed that as long as they persevered, it would not be a problem to exhaust their adversaries to death. Boss, what shall we do next? Xiaoba, standing beside Along, panted as he gazed at the distant figure of Xia Qiu. We are no match for him, if this continues. We will all perish. Along squinted and replied. Run? Xiaoba was taken aback by the idea of running away and said, I refuse to flee. If you do not run, we will both meet our end here, Along retorted coldly. Then I shall stay and hinder him. You escape, boss, Xiaoba insisted anxiously. Can you truly obstruct him? Along shot him a sidelong glance. Xiaoba lowered his head, murmuring, I. Along interrupted, you do not possess a weapon. You cannot even inflict harm upon him. How could you possibly impede him? Then I shall fight him, Xiaoba declared angrily. If I must die, I wish to die alongside you. Along. Fool. Our pirate crew has already lost many lives. Do you wish to witness our entire crew's demise? Along glared at Xiaoba, asserting, this is the best outcome. If you remain, you cannot stop him, but if I stay, it will ensure your survival. Boss. Xiaoba was unwilling to accept this fate. Along continued, I need you to return, taking the remaining Fishman soldiers back to Fishman Island. They are reluctant to engage with humans, so I have instructed them to stay behind. You too dislike fighting humans. Thus you must survive and lead them back to Fishman Island. Understood, Xiaoba nodded, preparing to depart. However, Along interjected, do not head directly to Jimida Island. I may not endure until you reach the island. His speed far surpasses yours. Be cautious. He possesses a method to track us. However, the distance is limited. I estimate it to be about 1,000 meters. Therefore, proceed towards the Jumida archipelago, create some distance, then alter your course to find a place to conceal yourself. Wait a few days, and then return to the island from the backside of Jumida. Boss Along. Upon hearing this, Xiaoba could no longer contain his tears. Leave quickly. Along shouted as he faced the approaching Xia Qiu, his eyes filled with murderous intent. I may not necessarily perish. Then let us engage in battle and see who prevails. 10 minutes later, Xia Qiu crushed Along's lifeless body and swallowed it whole. What a formidable foe. Though Summer and Autumn were drenched in blood, they had not suffered any fatal injuries, yet endured numerous wounds. For a duration of 10 minutes, after Xiaoba's escape, Summer and Along engaged in a relentless battle. During this 10-minute confrontation, Summer appeared somewhat hesitant, as Along attacked with reckless abandon, seeking to trade injury for injury. Summer and Autumn could only evade, leaving numerous wounds upon their bodies, some so deep that bone was visible, yet none were fatal. At last, they had slain Along. He would provide them with immense reinforcement energy. However, Summer and Autumn could not afford to wait. There was still Xiaoba. In the twilight of Summer and Autumn, Xia Qiu discerned that he was heading towards the direction of the Isle of Zumida, fading into the periphery of his own echolocation. Nearly 10 minutes had passed. He was certain he could catch up. As Xia Qiu sailed towards the direction of Zumida Island, Chapter 55, a daring idea unfolded. After devouring Arlong, Xia Qiu immediately set his sights on pursuing Xiaoba. As a cadre within the Arlong pirates, Xiaoba's strength was only surpassed by Arlong himself. Xia Qiu was determined not to let this opportunity of harnessing his enhanced energy slip away. Thus, after consuming Arlong, he commenced his chase. Within 5 minutes, the subtle heat currents provided by the Fishman soldiers within Xia Qiu transformed into a formidable surge of energy. This power was truly remarkable. The immense and searing heat of Summer and Autumn is palpably greater than that of Krolby and Zhou combined, surpassing their intensity. This formidable force causes subtle sounds to emanate from Xia Qiu's body as a long-forgotten pain spread throughout. It is foreseeable that after consuming Along, Xia Qiu's physical attributes will experience a significant enhancement. As Summer and Autumn allowed the warmth to reshape their bodies, they continued to pursue. After 6 or 7 minutes of relentless effort, they had traversed approximately 10 kilometers, and in the near distance lay the island of Zumeda. At that moment, a merman emerged before them. What was that? As Xia Qiu beheld the other party, memories of the battle with Along and Xiaoba surfaced. Particularly the image of the merman who had stealthily retreated. Remarkably, he had ended up here. But what of Xiaoba? This merman had departed a good 2 or 3 minutes prior, and with Along's delay of 10 minutes, coupled with his own pursuit, it had likely been 25 minutes since he had fled. Given Xiaoba's speed, he should have been able to catch up. Yet, within a radius of 1,000 meters before him, there was no sign of Xiaoba. Could it be that he was not in this vicinity? Xia Qiu charged towards the merman, devouring him in a single bite amidst his anguished cries. Subsequently, Xia Qiu continued to swim forward, heading towards the direction of the island of Jumida. After traversing a considerable distance, the warmth within Xia Qiu's body began to wane. Xia Qiu has already sensed the immense energy surging within her body. Boom. In the Summer and Autumn, with a graceful sway of his body, Xia Qiu propelled himself forward with astonishing speed. His muscles had become more robust, his scales tougher, and his bones more resilient, while his physical strength surged to new heights. Having consumed Along, Xia Qiu's power had notably increased. Now, his prowess far surpassed that of Along, elevating him by 2 distinct tiers. Along, albeit a prominent figure among the denizens of the East Sea, held a significant position within the Sun Pirates. In the captain's quarters, Fisher sat at the head, flanked only by Jean Bei and Along. However, Along's capabilities were limited. When pitted against Luffy, he found himself at a disadvantage, unable to engage in a life-or-death struggle. In contrast, Luffy was effortlessly captured by Smoker in Locktown. Despite the presence of Sanji and Zoro, Along's prowess on land fell short by a couple of levels compared to a captain. Smoker, while stationed in Locktown, was considered part of the headquarters. Within the Navy, the strength of the Four Seas divisions was relatively weak. Oda had previously mentioned in SBS that the ranks in the 4 Seas were 3 levels lower than those in the headquarters, with the highest rank being that of a commodore. It could be likened to a captain facing a lieutenant, or a commander facing a lieutenant commander. A Long's terrestrial strength was roughly 2 tiers below that of Smoker. Underwater, the fishman's ability significantly increased, allowing them to overcome many devil fruit users. However, the ranks held by the captains were not solely reliant on devil fruit powers. In the future, Dashiki would master the 6 forms, possess armament haki, and hold the rank of captain. Kobe would also have the 6 forms and observation haki, along with the rank of captain. Pone. Capable of slaying immense sea kings and effortlessly cleaving pirate ships, alongside these 3 captains who lacked devil fruit powers, could easily surpass a Long on land. While their abilities would diminish underwater, they would not necessarily falter against him. When comparing his own strength to theirs on land, he believed they occupied the same tier. However, their underwater capabilities paled in comparison to his. Not even the captains, but perhaps only the headquarters commodores could match him in a battle beneath the waves. As Xia Qiu approached Zuamida Island in search of Xiaoba's whereabouts, he suddenly detected a massive sea creature through his echolocation. Moo. As Xia Qiu's eyes sparkled with realization, she remarked, and then there's you. She recalled how she had once driven him away, only for him to return stealthily. However, Xia Qiu chose to disregard him, instead gradually approaching, halting 500 meters away, traversing the shores of Zuamida Island in search of Xiaoba's whereabouts. Yet, there was no sign to be found. After an hour of searching, Xia Qiu found no trace of Xiaoba around Zuamida Island. Has he not arrived? Given the time, he should have been here. His absence suggests he has not come in this direction at all. Xia Qiu felt a profound regret at the missed opportunity to capture Xiaoba. However, all was not lost. He would wait near the harbor to see if Xiaoba would appear. Yet, before he could wait, there was another matter at hand: finding Momo. Their encounters had been more than mere skirmishes. The first time, you sought to take my life, exchanging injuries until I drove you away. The second time, a single slap rendered you unconscious, yet you feigned death to escape. This time, I shall not let you slip away. As Xia Qiu charged towards the other party, upon closing in to a certain distance, Momo caught sight of Xia Qiu and promptly fled into the distance, attempting to escape. As summer seamlessly transitions into autumn, the distance between the two diminishes incessantly. The creature, Moo, moves with remarkable swiftness, propelling itself forward with its immense pectoral fins, its body undulating rhythmically as it seeks refuge in the distance. Yet, 2 years prior, summer had outpaced it, and even now, it continues to do so, exerting itself in a frenzied dash, perpetually closing the gap between them. Whoosh! Xia Qiu pursued for 2,000 meters, swiftly surpassing Momo, and collided with him directly at his side. Boom! As the summer and autumn collided upon him, Mumu was directly overturned, rolling through the water before crashing onto the seabed. He attempted to rise, only to find Xia Qiu standing before him. Mumu gazed ahead, and there was Xia Qiu, displaying his fearsome teeth in a most cooperative manner. How terrifying! Mumu trembled involuntarily. At that moment, Xia Qiu measured 41 meters in length, not much smaller than Mumu, though he lacked in height. Having faced Xia Qiu in battle twice before, both encounters ending in defeat, how could he dare to engage him once more? Wailing, Mumu immediately lowered his body, his eyes turning crimson as tears welled up and mingled with the seawater. He cried. As Xia Qiu beheld this scene, she was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time she had witnessed a weeping sea creature. Are you frightened? As summer gradually approaches autumn, Mo perceives the silhouette of the changing season. Trembling with trepidation, a soft sound echoes. The summer and autumn slowly turned around, raising its tail fin and striking his face. Let you attack me, let you bite me, let you bring about my demise. Xia Qiu struck Mumu's face with vigor. Provoked by the blows, Mumu let out a furious roar, opening wide its mouth to bite at Xia Qiu. Bang! In a moment of fury, Xia Qiu struck the tail once more, landing a blow on Momo's cheek, causing him to fall to the ground, his face swelling instantly. Dare to resist? Woe betide! Mo lay on the ground again, weeping profusely. As summer transitioned into autumn, he struck it a few more times, and after venting his frustrations, he approached it, mouth agape. However, upon noticing the ring adorning its nose, a bold idea suddenly sprang to mind. This nose ring had been placed there by a Long and his gang during its capture and domestication. If a Long could tame it, why couldn't he? It was a formidable force, at least in the sea, its combat prowess rivaling that of a cadre member. More importantly, he felt an overwhelming sense of solitude. Over the span of more than 4 years in this world, his existence had been reduced to eating, resting, and fighting. There was no one to converse with, and he himself was incapable of speech. Such a life was exceedingly mundane. He had sensed the tedium long before departing from Gnarl Village. It was only when a Long's crew arrived, driven by the conviction to obliterate them, that he managed to endure. Yet now, with the dragon pirates nearly eradicated and only awaiting little aid, he found himself at a loss regarding what to do next. He had no desire to revert to his former existence. Xia Qiu gazed at Momo, finding him exceedingly suitable to be her pet. Xia Qiu opened her mouth with a gentle smile directed at Momo. However, in the next moment, Mumu was so startled by Xia Qiu's smile that she covered her head with her pectoral fins, trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 56. The Arrival of the Navy. After making up his mind, Xia Qiu commenced the taming of Mumu. He refrained from attacking Mumu, instead gradually lowering himself to the ground before him, remaining still. Observing Xia Qiu's non-aggressive posture, Mumu straightened up, gazed for a moment, and slowly drifted away into the distance. However, in the next instant, Xia Qiu transformed into a massive shadow, charging towards him and sending him tumbling. Mumu once again lay on the ground, weeping, while Xia Qiu ignored him and rested nearby. This time, Mumu remained calm for an extended period. Yet, after half an hour, he rose again, glanced at Xia Qiu, and prepared to depart. Xia Qiu charged forward once more, delivering a fierce blow, and finally, Mumu comprehended that he was being restrained from leaving. What was the intention behind this? Not to consume him, nor to strike him. What was the purpose? Could it be that he was simply not hungry yet, intending to feast only when hunger struck? Mumu trembled in fear, yet dared not flee. After a brief interval, Xia Qiu gradually rose and swam into the distance, vanishing from sight. Had he departed? Sensing that the other had exited his perceptive range, Mumu quietly slipped away. However, he had not ventured far when Xia Qiu returned. Upon spotting him, Mumu promptly returned to his original position, remaining there obediently. Once again, Xia Qiu departed. 3 minutes passed, then 5. Neither Xia Qiu nor Qiu returned. Momo hesitated, torn between the desire to flee and the fear of Xia Qiu's departure. Yet, at the 7-minute mark, he straightened up once more, attempting to escape. The outcome was simple. Xia Qiu charged at him again, administering a lesson before leaving once more. Momo lay on the ground, waiting patiently. 10 minutes, then 15 passed. Yet Xia Qiu's figure remained absent. I shall not run, Momo thought with a cold chuckle, believing he was waiting outside for him. This time, I will not escape, thus leaving you with no justification to strike me. As moments ticked away, when 20 minutes had elapsed, Xia Qiu returned. In his mouth, he carried a massive whale shark, approximately 10 meters in length and weighing over 6 tons. Gone to hunt? Momo was taken aback, his expression turning to one of deep regret. He should have fled while he had the chance. Yet, he felt an overwhelming hunger. Momo gazed at the whale shark, saliva pooling in his mouth. However, Xia Qiu paid him no heed. Approaching, he began to devour the whale shark. I am so hungry. I long to eat. Momo watched Xia Qiu feast, inhaling the surrounding scent of blood, his stomach growling with hunger. Yet, constrained by the threat of Xia Qiu, Momo dared not move. After finishing the meal, Xia Qiu glanced at Momo and slowly retreated, not eating anymore. Observing this scene, Momo gazed longingly at the remaining whale shark, eager to partake, yet hesitant due to the fear of being struck. He lay there, starving, yet daring not to inch forward. At that moment, a few small fish swam over, beginning to feast upon the carcass of the whale shark, but Momo did not react. Noticing Xia Qiu's lack of response, Momo's eyes lit up as he cautiously swam closer, scaring away the small fish, and then began to gnaw at the whale shark. Momo devoured it with great enthusiasm, thoroughly consuming every part, even crunching the head and swallowing it whole. After finishing, he lifted his head and immediately saw Xia Qiu before him. Startled, Momo shivered, gazing at Xia Qiu with trepidation, yet Xia Qiu ignored him, stepping back to continue resting. Realizing that Xia Qiu did not intend to harm him, Momo breathed a sigh of relief, understanding that he was not regarded as a meal. However, he pondered why he was not allowed to leave. Momo was uncertain but refrained from provoking Xia Qiu, remaining in quiet anticipation. Thus, the two cohabited in this space, with Xia Qiu occasionally venturing out to hunt. Upon his return, any leftover food would be consumed by Momo, who found himself better off following Xia Qiu. After consuming the provisions brought back by Xia Qiu, he retreated a distance, lying down, thinking that as long as he was not harmed, all would be well. Just then, a tremendous tremor rippled across the sea. What was that? On the 5th level of the Arlong Park Tower, Nami spotted distant naval warships, raising an eyebrow. The Navy had dispatched 3 battleships. Nami lifted her binoculars to gaze into the distance, where numbers were inscribed on the hulls, 77, 19, 16. It seemed that the last time they came, it was from the 16th Division base. With 3 division bases, there would be at least 3 colonels and around 200 sailors, along with artillery, perhaps enough to contend with Arlong's crew. But Arlong was not present. Nami furrowed her brow, stating, however, with Momo here, they will find it difficult to approach. We should leave this place to avoid being caught in the fray and reassess the situation. With this thought, Nami hastily descended the tower and headed towards the back door. Naval warships? 3 of them? On the coast, a villager from Kokoyashi village spotted the approaching ships, his face alight with joy. Everyone, the Navy is here to save us, he exclaimed, hastening towards Kokoyashi village, brimming with excitement. What did you say? The Navy has arrived? Surrounding villagers gathered around him. Yes. I saw the naval warships out at sea. The villagers shouted with enthusiasm. Aiken frowned, saying, naval warships? One came 2 years ago and was repelled by Arlong's crew. The Navy might not necessarily save us. But it's not just one, the villager shook his head, holding up 3 fingers. 3 ships, Aiken remarked, perhaps they can rescue us. However, Arlong left this morning. A voice chimed in from nearby, belonging to a girl with short blue hair, approximately 15 years old. Indeed. Arlong's crew left the island this morning. Aiken stroked his chin, saying, if the Navy defeats Arlong Park and departs, Arlong may retaliate against us. Therefore, we must ensure they stay. I'll head towards Arlong Park. When the Navy arrives, I will make contact with them. Aiken declared, striding towards Arlong Park. I will go too. Nojiko followed closely behind, while several other villagers exchanged glances and accompanied Aiken. The 4 fish soldiers left behind to guard Arlong Park were the last to notice the warships. They looked towards the distant vessels, their faces filled with astonishment. 3 ships have arrived. Without Captain Arlong, we are no match. What should we do? One fish soldier asked his companion. 3 ships, we stand no chance. We should leave. Surely, Captain Arlong will not blame us, another responded. Staying ashore might lead to a search. We may not last until Captain Arlong arrives. Let us retreat to the sea and await his return. Momo is still in the water. Perhaps we can sink the Navy's ships and wait for our opportunity to strike. The fish soldiers reached a consensus and promptly made their way to the water's edge, diving in and switching to gill breathing as they sought out Momo. Chapter 57. Returning home, Nami hurriedly departed from the side of Arlong Park, but had not ventured far when she encountered a few familiar figures. Aiken, Nojiko. Upon seeing them, Nami froze in place. Nami. Nojiko rushed over and embraced her, asking, are you all right? I'm fine, Nami replied softly, lifting her head with a complex expression toward Aiken and the others. Nami, the Navy is coming, Aiken informed her. I know, Nami said, her expression dimming. So you were here to capture me and hand me over to the Navy? How could that be? Aiken quickly responded, 3 naval warships have arrived. They can surely defeat Arlong's crew. You need not remain with the Arlong pirates anymore. You can return home. What? Nami blinked in disbelief, staring at Aiken. She recalled how, after Aunt Belmir's death, she had joined the Arlong pirates, and Aiken had told her to leave the village and never return. But why now? Aiken smiled and said, we all know you joined the Arlong pirates to protect the village and intended to use 100 million berries to redeem it. But that is no longer necessary. No? Nami looked at Nojiko, who nodded and replied, I informed everyone, but I told you not to tell them. Nami looked down, disheartened. I just thought the villagers needed to know what you were doing, Nojiko said with a smile. None of us anticipated how much you were burdened, Nami, Aiken sighed. But now it's all right. The Navy is pursuing Arlong's crew, and 3 warships have arrived. They will surely defeat them. No, Arlong has gone to conquer other villages. He is not here, Nami shook her head. Aiken frowned, asking, do you know which village they went to? Burnett Island, Nami answered. Aiken nodded, saying, when the Navy arrives here, I will inform them of Arlong's whereabouts, urging them to pursue him. Let me handle it, Nami interjected quickly. If they cannot defeat Arlong, he will surely retaliate against everyone. Are you not afraid of Arlong's wrath? Aiken countered, then patted Nami's shoulder, saying, do not worry. Leave this to me. I will seek out the Navy. With that, Aiken looked at Nami and said, as for you, go home. With the Arlong pirates tattoo on you. It would be troublesome if the Navy discovered it. Nami, come with me, let us return home, Noki said, grasping Nami's hand. All right, let's go home. Nami inhaled deeply and, alongside Noki, they commenced their journey toward home. Open fire. With the command of Brigadier General Brin, 3 naval warships positioned themselves before Arlong Park, their cannons rotating to aim at the towering structure. Boom, boom, boom. The cannons roared as shells were launched toward Arlong Park, shattering walls, demolishing the ground, and piercing the tower. Ceasefire. Also, instruct Colonels Lester and Carls to stand down. After 3 rounds of cannonade, Brin abruptly waved his hand, signaling the messenger to relay the order to the other 2 ships. Is there no one? Brin furrowed his brow. Previously, while still a considerable distance from Arlong Park, he had encountered lurking fishmen who ambushed him. Yet this time, despite the 3 ships unleashing 3 rounds of fire, there was no response. Let us disembark first. Brigadier General Brin picked up the transponder snail and dialed the other 2 warships, saying, Colonel Lester, Colonel Carls, led 50 sailors ashore and launch a direct assault on Arlong Park. Setting down the transponder snail, he commanded the warships to approach the harbor, then led the sailors ashore. Once he met up with Colonels Lester and Carls, they charged toward Arlong Park. Has the Navy arrived? 3 additional warships have come. It seems you have struck a fortunate bargain. As Xia Qiu pondered beneath the water, he reflected on the formidable challenge posed by 3 warships against the intact evil dragon pirate crew. Had he not obliterated the crew himself, even in the absence of Kruby, it would have been exceedingly difficult for the 3 naval vessels to prevail. Particularly concerning was Mu, whose destructive power against the naval ships was substantial. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that the fishmen could emerge from the depths at any moment, while the sailors possessed only limited capabilities in underwater combat. However, now that the evil dragon pirate crew had been decimated by him, only Xiaoba and 4 fishmen remained on the surface, rendering them nearly incapable of resisting the Navy. With a resounding thud, as the approaching warships bore down upon them, Mu attempted to launch an attack but was swiftly thwarted by Xia Qiu's powerful tail, sending him crashing to the ground. Behave yourself, Xia Qiu commanded. As Xia Qiu gazed at the timid Mumu, who was hesitant to make a move, he understood the impending arrival of the Navy would spell the complete annihilation of the dragon pirates. Even if the little octopus were to survive, it would not linger in this vicinity. It was likely that the octopus would seek refuge at Fishman Island, much like in the original narrative, where it chose to return after escaping from the warship. The destruction of the Fishman soldiers stationed at Arlong Park would signify the liberation of these villagers, along with Nami, granting them freedom 5 years ahead of the timeline in the original tale, thus sparing them from 5 years of suffering. In this process, Xia Qiu would also attain his desires and grow stronger. It was nearly time. After spending 3.5 years on this island, it was time for him to depart to other realms. Once the Navy had left, in a few days, after taming Mumu, he too would take his leave. As Xia Qiu pondered, she suddenly caught sight of several figures approaching from a distance. Could they be the fishmen? As Xia Qiu discovered their tracks, she immediately surged forward. Mumu lifted her head, curious about the direction Xia Qiu was heading, and followed suit. Where's Mumu? One of the fish soldiers inquired, furrowing his brow. Perhaps she has gone out to hunt. Let's search in this direction, suggested another fish soldier. The quartet swam ahead for a while, when suddenly one fishman shouted, over there. It's coming. In the distance, a massive shadow rushed towards them. Be cautious. If we display hostility, we may provoke Mumu's attack, another fishman whispered. The four halted their movements as the shadow drew nearer, until it was upon them. It's not Mumu. With that realization, panic ensued, and they fled in haste. Yet, what awaited them was the gaping maw of Xia Qiu. Snap, snap. All 4 fishmen were swiftly dealt with. Xia Qiu turned her gaze toward Mumu. Having consumed them, it truly is terrifying. Mumu trembled in fear, lying still, paralyzed with dread. As summer and autumn flicked their tails, they paid no heed and departed from this place to hunt. There were no fishmen, not a single one. Brigadier Brin stood before the tower of Arlong Park, flanked by Colonel Lester, Colonel Carls, and several other naval officers. Could we have come to the wrong place? Or has Arlong already left? Major Mouse murmured. Colonel Lester shook his head, asserting, it cannot be anywhere else. This place is constructed so lavishly. How could they have easily vacated? Moreover, the distress signals we received were all from this island. The pirate ship is not here. It may have set sail, Colonel Carls remarked. That complicates matters. Brigadier Brin frowned and said, they may have gone to plunder other villages. With not a single fishman in sight, how can we ascertain their whereabouts? We know where Arlong is gone, a voice interjected at that moment. Brigadier Brin turned to see a Jian and several villagers approaching at a leisurely pace. Chapter 58, Departure in the blink of an eye. 10 days had elapsed. After a thorough search over these 10 days, we had found no trace of any members of the Arlong pirates. On Jumada Island, Colonel Lester addressed the residents of Cocoa West Village and House on Town. Upon hearing this, the villagers grew anxious, and a Jian inquired, what about the other villages? Arlong controlled numerous villages. Could he have gone to those places? No, Colonel Lester shook his head. We have searched Jumada Island, Burnett Island, and all 14 other villages under the control of the Arlong pirates, but there is no sign of Arlong and his crew. One of his subordinates, a lieutenant colonel, added, moreover, we have thoroughly scoured the nearby ungoverned islands close to Jumada Island along with the 1677 branch base, yet found nothing. A Jian furrowed his brow, uncertain about the next course of action. He had informed Brigadier Brin that the Arlong pirates had headed to Burnett Island, prompting 3 warships to pursue, but without results. Over the past 10 days, they had searched the vicinity, and in the 14 villages that had fallen to the Arlong pirates, there was no trace of them. Furthermore, the lieutenant colonel reported that even in the nearby ungoverned villages, there was no sign of Arlong's crew. Rest assured, our 3 branch bases are in the vicinity, especially since the sea belongs to our 16th branch base. We will patrol here regularly, Colonel Lester reassured him. If Arlong reappears, we shall return. Thank you, esteemed officers. Aegean nodded, realizing that for now, this was the only course of action. The Arlong pirates had vanished without a trace, and no one knew where they had gone. However, as long as the Navy maintained jurisdiction, their return would signal the Navy's re-engagement. After informing the residents of Jumada Island about the situation, Colonel Lester departed with the personnel from the 16th branch base aboard the warship, leaving Jumada Island behind. In the depths of the sea, 2 massive figures swam into the distance. One was a colossal sea fish, entirely black, boasting a huge head and a robust body, its dorsal fin resembling a great scythe, with appendages sprouting from its abdomen. The other was a gigantic manatee, its immense form adorned with a pair of pointed horns, a blend of green and blue hues, exuding a comically innocent demeanor. These 2 creatures were none other than Summer and Autumn. They began their journey away from Jumada Island. After 10 days of waiting, with Little 8 still absent, Summer decided it was time to leave. Xia Qiu has spent an excessive amount of time here, 3.5 years. He has grown immensely familiar with the surroundings and has become weary of life in this place. Thus, he intends to depart and explore other locales. Where shall he go? Summer and Autumn have yet to be decided, yet in the vast expanse of the East Sea, he finds himself devoid of adversaries. The red-haired pirates likely departed in 1511. While Garp and Dragon occasionally make appearances in these waters, though their encounters are rare. Even if these formidable figures are present, with due caution, conflict can be easily avoided. Other powerful beings seldom venture into this realm, leading to the conclusion that summer and autumn face little opposition. Even the sea kings of the East Sea, provided they are not of the colossal variety, do not instill fear within him. Thus, he can navigate freely across the East Sea, journeying wherever his heart desires. However, a question lingers: should he venture into the Grand Line? With the enhancement of his abilities, a yearning for exploration has blossomed within him, compelling him to consider a journey to the Grand Line. In the world of One Piece, the Grand Line is merely a stretch of ocean, seemingly small on a map. Yet, it is a gathering place for countless powerful beings, immense factions, and a myriad of races. The Marine headquarters, the Seven Warlords, the Four Emperors, Fishmen, Merfolk, Giants, and Celestial Dragons all converge there. At the terminus of the Grand Line lies the fabled ultimate treasure. Xia Qiu harbored a profound yearning for that world. Yet this longing was primarily a manifestation of his deep affection for the original work. However, having resided in this realm for over 4 years, he had long since transformed his fantasies into reality. While he continued to cherish his aspirations, he was also imbued with a heightened sense of vigilance. He recognized that he was not yet sufficiently powerful and his heart was still unprepared. Perhaps he would ponder these matters further in due time. As summer transitioned into autumn, Nami and Nojiko swam further into the distance. Nightfall enveloped the surroundings, and a bright moon cast silvery beams of light, while stars twinkled above. The distant orange grove rustled softly in the gentle breeze. "Nami, should you conceal your tattoo?" Nojiko inquired, noting the handkerchief wrapped around Nami's left arm, which concealed the emblem of the Arlong pirates. "I know a villager who used to be a tattoo artist. He helped me with mine. I asked him if he could modify yours based on it." "Wait," Nami replied softly. "If Arlong returns and sees that I've altered the design, the consequences could be dire." "Indeed," Nojiko nodded thoughtfully. "If Arlong were to come back, life would revert to what it once was." Sitting beside Nami, she sighed. "I truly hope Arlong and his crew never return. Yes, that way the villagers wouldn't have to pay tributes each month or endure their oppressive rule. A mere infraction of Arlong's rules could lead to brutal consequences." Nami reflected on the villagers' suffering, her heart heavy with sorrow. "Nami, you shouldn't always think of others. What about yourself?" Nojiko turned to her earnestly. "Me?" Nami met her gaze. Nojiko continued, "With Arlong gone, you could return without fear, leading a peaceful life. That is what I hope for most. That is what I desire as well," Nami replied, warmth spreading through her heart at Nojiko's words. Over the past 10 days, her life had been tranquil, spent mostly at home reading and drawing, with Nojiko by her side and occasional visits from Usopp, who brought her books. In contrast, the Arlong pirates lived in constant dread, tirelessly striving to accumulate wealth. "Well, it's getting late. We should sleep," Nojiko yawned, rising. "Would you like to sleep together?" "Sure." Nami nodded. After washing up, she entered the bedroom, which had once belonged to Aunt Belmere, now occupied by Nojiko. Nami turned off the light and laid down beside Nojiko, reminiscing about the past as they gradually drifted into slumber. Uncertain of how long she had slept, Nami was jolted awake by a gentle tapping. Blinking her eyes into focus, she saw a shadowy figure illuminated by the moonlight. It was Xia Qiu, a member of the Arlong pirates. What is he doing here? Has the Arlong pirates returned? Why is he sneaking around? "It's me," Xia Qiu replied, nodding before quietly adding, "Nami, I need to ask you something." "Let's discuss it outside," Nami suggested, glancing at Nojiko and indicating the door. "All right," Xia Qiu agreed, stepping outside. Nami quickly followed, leaving the room and entering the orange grove. "Where is Arlong?" she inquired nonchalantly. Upon hearing her question, Xia Qiu's countenance darkened, and he sorrowfully said, "Arlong is dead." "What?" Nami was taken aback, her heart racing in disbelief. She had assumed Arlong had merely left the area but never imagined he was dead. How did he die? Was it the Marines? It wasn't the Marines, Xia Qiu hesitated, recalling the horror of the event. He was killed by a blackfish, along with the rest of the Arlong pirates. "Wait, are you saying Arlong was killed by a blackfish? And the others as well?" Nami's expression reflected disbelief. "Yes, we had just departed from the island when..." Xia Qiu began recounting the events that transpired. "Is it true? They're all gone?" Nami murmured, stunned by the revelation that apart from Xia Qiu, the entire crew had perished. "The blackfish?" Nami probed further. "Is it the same one you fought and that killed Karubi?" Xia Qiu nodded, his anger palpable. "Indeed, that's the one. It has grown tentacles. But it is unmistakably the same creature." Nami was astonished. She had never anticipated that this sea creature would lead to the downfall of the Arlong pirates. Yet, she was perplexed as to why it had targeted them in the first place. 3.5 years ago, she had first encountered it while it hunted dolphins. And she had seen it numerous times since, right up until the arrival of the Arlong pirates. The first attack on the fishmen and Xia Qiu had been instigated by her. The second incident involved Karubi being abducted, a fate Arlong claimed befell him. The third encounter had resulted in the obliteration of the entire crew. Why had it acted thus? Was it merely a predator seeking food, or were there deeper motives? It had attacked pirates, dolphins, and whales, yet spared merchant and fishing vessels. What could be the reason behind that? Shaking her head to clear her thoughts, Nami turned to Xia Qiu and asked, "What about you? What are your plans now?" "Oh, right." Xia Qiu replied, snapping back to attention. Arlong ordered me to return and bring the remaining fishmen back. I went back to check, but they were missing from the park, and the park itself was in ruins. I blew the horn, but Xia Qiu didn't respond. I wanted to ask if they were captured. Take the fishmen back to Fishman Island. Nami exhaled. With the fall of the Arlong pirates, if Xia Qiu intended to leave, the village would be completely safe. I don't know where they are. But the Marines haven't found any fishmen, and Xia Qiu hasn't attacked any Marine ships, she informed Xia Qiu. They must have left after 10 days, facing 3 warships. They surely wouldn't wait for their demise. Left? Xia Qiu sighed. It seems I cannot fulfill Arlong's orders. What do you intend to do next? Nami asked, her eyes flickering with concern. With the Arlong pirates defeated, remaining here was unwise as the Marines were still pursuing them. Nami subtly suggested he should return to Fishman Island. However, Xia Qiu scratched his head, uncertainty etched across his face. I don't know where to go. Didn't Arlong tell you to return to Fishman Island? Nami queried, perplexed. Xia Qiu lamented. But the remaining Fishman soldiers are missing. Are you not going back yourself? Nami erupted in frustration. Xia Qiu shrugged, unfazed by her outburst. Without Arlong's orders, I won't return. I still have things to accomplish. Nami frowned, pressing on. What do you plan to do next? Just as Xia Qiu was about to respond, his expression shifted abruptly. Someone's coming. Huh? Is there someone here? Nami glanced back, where rows of orange groves stood, empty of any presence. Are you coming out? Little 8 darted toward the grove, swiftly catching hold of a figure from behind, exclaiming, How dare you eavesdrop on our conversation? Nokigel? Nami called out as she approached, spotting the silhouette. Let her go. Little 8. Nami, do you know her? Little 8 asked, furrowing his brow. Yes, Little 8, this is my sister. You must not harm her. Understanding dawned upon Little 8, who bent slightly towards Nokigel and said, I apologize for startling you earlier. Are you all right? Nami moved closer to support Nokigel, who looked at Little 8. Her expression tense, and asked, Is he a fishman? Little 8 nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I am an octopus fishman. Nami reassured her softly, Do not worry. He is different from the others. Hearing this, Nokigel's expression softened, and she inquired, What are you two doing? Nami glanced at Little 8 and replied, He came back alone, hoping to ask me some questions. Now that he has his answers, he intends to leave. With that, Nami signaled to Little 8, conveying that he should take his leave now that he had learned what he needed. Is that so? Nokigel sighed in relief upon hearing this. However, in the next moment, Little 8, puzzled, said, Nami, I have no intention of leaving. Not leaving? Nami straightened up, looking at him with a furrowed brow. What do you intend to do then? I want to stay here, Little 8 declared. I need to search for Momo and the other fishmen. At this, Little 8's expression hardened as he added, Furthermore, I must avenge Captain Arlong and diligently hone my swordsmanship to slay that sea fish. Captain Arlong died so that I could live. How could I possibly leave him unavenged? You won't leave? Then where will you stay? If the other villagers find you, they will alert the Navy, Nami said, her expression darkening as she regarded Little 8. He surveyed the surroundings and remarked, Nami, your home is quite secluded. I can stay here. Nami's house was indeed isolated. When Arlong's crew arrived, they nearly overlooked it. To Little 8, it seemed like a natural refuge. Nami glared at him, saying, You aren't afraid we'll inform the Navy? Of course not. After all, we are comrades in the pirate crew. You wouldn't betray me. Little 8 smiled at Nami. Hearing this, Nami felt he was a bit simple-minded and somewhat foolish. If he weren't, she wouldn't have allowed him to accompany her on her journey and protect her. Nami was at a loss for what to do, her expression troubled. Hiki. I'm heading back to my room, Little 8 said, making his way toward the house. Once he left, Nokigel quietly asked, Nami, what should we do? Let him stay here for a while, Nami sighed. Nokigel inquired, Should we inform Jin-san? Nami pondered for a moment, then shook her head. No need. He is not like the others. He has protected me within the pirate crew and is quite strong, second only to Arlong. We should avoid fighting him. I will think of a way to make him leave. Nokigel nodded in agreement. Nami and Nokigel returned to the house, discovering Little 8 seated inside, ravenously consuming his meal with chopsticks. You seem to be enjoying your food, Nami remarked, her irritation bubbling beneath the surface. After days of eating fish, she had yet to taste a proper meal. Little 8 swallowed a mouthful of rice and smiled. The food is delicious. Of course, Nami retorted as she approached the table, fixing her gaze on him. Little 8 finished all the leftover food, still wanting more, and curiously asked, Which room do I stay in? Nami stood up and replied, Follow me. She led Little 8 into the storage room, pointing at the empty space. This will be your room. Currently, the oranges are not ripe, so it only contains some clutter. It's filthy and chaotic, and there is no bed, Little 8 complained. Nami glared at him, angrily asking, Will you stay or not? I will stay, as long as it's livable, he replied, moving inside and laying down on the floor. Tomorrow, I'll fetch you some bedding, Nami said, opening the door to leave. Good night, Nami, came Little 8's voice from behind her. Good night, she paused before exiting and closing the door. Is it all right to let him stay here? Outside, Nokigel pulled Nami aside and whispered, Won't he get angry? Will he? Of course not, during our travels. He always slept on the floor. Nami waved her hand dismissively. Sister, you should go back to sleep and not worry about him. All right. Nokigao nodded and returned to her room. Nami closed her bedroom door, returned to her own space, sat at her desk, turned on the lamp, and retrieved a notebook. Flipping to a certain page, a large image of a black fish appeared. It saved us. Nami gazed at the black fish, filled with gratitude. After eliminating Crocodile, Gio, and Arlong, and so many other fishmen, I won't have to worry about the Arlong pirates returning. Without him, the Navy might not be able to defeat Arlong's crew. Although I do not understand his motives, my heart brims with gratitude. Thank you. What should I call you? Nami pondered as she looked at the drawing. Realizing she shouldn't refer to him merely as a sea fish. Suddenly, she recalled the day she first encountered Xia Qiu, its black head floating on the azure sea. Resembling a dark star. Black Star. Thank you for saving us. Chapter 60, Commemoration in the Orange Orchard of Nami's home in Cocoa West Village. Little 8 stood wielding 6 swords, swinging them through the air, leaving behind fleeting shadows. It feels so light, he remarked to Nami, who stood before him. Light? This is the heaviest sword that can be forged, weighing 10 kilograms each, Nami replied, hands on her hips. Little 8 huffed. The swords I used before weighed 300 kilograms each. This is too light. 300 kilograms? Without special materials, such a heavy sword cannot possibly be forged, Nami countered. If I recall correctly, you fought that black fish twice without carrying a sword, right? The sword is too heavy to carry underwater, Little 8 explained. Nami immediately said. Then wouldn't it be better to switch to a lighter sword? Little 8 scratched his head, but if it's too light, its power will diminish significantly. Yet, your speed will increase, Nami replied as she moved beside him. It will be harder for enemies to block your attacks, and as long as the sword is sharp enough, you can inflict damage. You make a valid point, Xiaoba remarked, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Nami interjected, these 6 blades are priced at 200,000 each. Yet the discount brings the total to only 1 million. While they may not be renowned swords, their sharpness is unparalleled. Xiaoba, surely you are satisfied with this? He replied with a smile, thank you, Nami. I am quite content. These 6 swords cost me 1 million, which is the culmination of my savings over the years. Nami cleared her throat and continued, in the past 3 years, I have amassed 20 million berries, averaging around 7 million annually. Now that Arlong has passed, this money is rightfully mine to use. Xiaoba expressed his gratitude. I appreciate your generosity, Nami. Now that you know, when do you plan to leave? Nami inquired. Her gaze fixed on Xiaoba. He sheathed the sword and replied, I do not intend to leave just yet. Not planning to leave? Nami retorted, somewhat exasperated. Did you not say that once I procured the swords for you, you would depart? Xiaoba clarified. What I meant was that after I acquire the swords and defeat that black fish, I shall leave. Nami, visibly angered, asked, but you must venture into the sea to find that fish, correct? Do you think I'm foolish? Xiaoba responded with a dismissive expression. How could I dare enter the sea when I cannot defeat it? Nami clenched her fists, gazing at Xiaoba. Had I known, I wouldn't have spent the million. A million, you say? Xiaoba chuckled. Do not worry, I will repay you. Nami shot him a glare. Repay me? With what? For the past 3 months. You have consumed our provisions and occupied our shelter without a single berry to your name. How will you repay us? Xiaoba reassured her, rest assured. The Arlong pirates still possess funds. Are you implying that aside from what the Navy confiscated, the Arlong pirates still have money? Nami's eyes sparkled with interest. Indeed. Xiaoba replied with a grin. I know of a place where the Arlong pirates' treasure lies, containing at least 200 million berries. 200 million? Nami's eyes twinkled at the figure, contemplating its feasibility. Arlong had once collected over 250 million berries in a single visit to Jaya Island, which included Cocoa West Village and the towns of Shandia. Adding the offerings from numerous villages each month, it was plausible that a considerable amount remained. Even after the Navy's take, Nami, eager, inquired, where is this money? Xiaoba glanced at her and replied, I cannot disclose that now. After a moment of silence, he added, if I tell you now, what if you chase me away? I promise to reveal the location once I have defeated that black fish and am ready to leave. That is quite clever, Nami acknowledged, her regard for him elevated. She then posed a question, but what if you're unable to defeat it in your lifetime? What if it grows too large and escapes the sea? More importantly, Nami harbored a desire for Xiaoba not to confront the creature, even if he possessed the ability. Xiaoba scratched his head thoughtfully, at the latest, within 5 years. If I have not vanquished it by then, I shall give you the treasure and depart. 5 years? Nami calculated. 200 million in that time averages 40 million a year. I doubt I could steal that much on my own. Regardless, I will ensure you do not defeat that fish. In 5 years, the money will be mine. All I must contribute is 5 years of shelter. What a lucrative arrangement. Then you may remain here, but heed this. You must not leave the orange grove. Stay in the shed to avoid being discovered. Nami gestured toward the distant shed constructed for Xiaoba. Understood, Xiaoba nodded, accepting her terms as he began to practice with the swords Nami had provided. It appeared he would be staying here for the foreseeable future, uncertain if he could keep his presence hidden from the villagers for long. Nami then turned her attention to another individual seated at the table, Marcel. Thank you for your assistance in connecting us with skilled blacksmiths to forge these blades and for personally delivering them. Not at all, Marcel smiled. I would also like to spar with Xiaoba. Over the past 2 years, I have made significant progress and wish to test my skills. Now 20 years old, Marcel had become the captain of a merchant ship and had developed a more robust physique. Xiaoba, let us engage in combat, he declared, rising and brandishing his broadsword as he approached Xiaoba. In the orange grove of Cocoa West Village, Xiaoba wielded the 6 swords, slicing through the air, leaving trails of afterimages. They feel too light, he remarked to Nami, who stood before him. Light? This is the heaviest blade possible to forge, each one weighs 10 kilograms. Nami retorted, exasperated. Xiaoba scoffed. My previous sword weighed 300 kilograms. These feel insubstantial. 300 kilograms? Without special materials, such weight is unattainable, Nami replied. I recall you battled that black fish twice without carrying a sword. The swords are too heavy. I cannot wield them underwater, Xiaoba explained. Nami quickly countered. Would it not be better to use lighter swords? Xiaoba scratched his head, but then the weight would be insufficient, significantly diminishing their power. Yet the speed would increase. Nami stepped closer, making it harder for the enemy to defend against your strikes. As long as the blade is sufficiently sharp, any hit will inflict damage. You make a compelling argument. Xiaoba's eyes brightened. Nami continued, these 6 blades, priced at 200,000 each, total only 1 million with the discount. While they may not be renowned swords, their sharpness is remarkable, and surely you find this satisfactory. 5,000 would only buy a dull blade. For 200,000. One can procure a quality sword, Xiaoba replied with a smile. Thank you, Nami. I am very pleased. These 6 swords cost me 1 million, which is the fruit of my savings over the years. Nami cleared her throat and added, in these past 3 years, I have accumulated 20 million berries, averaging around 7 million a year. With Arlong's passing, I shall naturally put this money to use. Xiaoba expressed his gratitude once more. You have spent much on me. Nami, now that you know, when do you plan to leave? Nami inquired, observing Xiaoba closely. He sheathed his sword and replied, I do not plan to leave just yet. Not planning to leave? Nami retorted, did you not say that once I procured the swords for you, you would depart? Xiaoba clarified, what I meant was that after I acquire the swords and defeat that black fish, I shall leave. Nami, visibly frustrated, asked, but you must venture into the sea to find that fish, correct? Do you think I'm foolish? With a look of sheer incredulity, Xiaoba remarked to Nami, how could I dare venture into the sea if I cannot even defeat it? Angrily, Nami clenched her fists and retorted, had I known, I wouldn't have spent 1 million on you, a complete waste. 1 million, you say? Xiaoba chuckled, do not worry, I shall repay you. Nami glared at him. Repay me? With what? For the past 3 months, you've consumed our food and occupied our space without a single coin to your name. How do you intend to repay us? Xiaoba reassured her, fear not, the evil dragon pirate crew still possesses wealth. Nami's eyes sparkled with interest. Are you suggesting that aside from what the Navy has seized, the evil dragon pirate crew still holds treasure? Indeed, Xiaoba replied with a grin. I know of a location where the evil dragon pirate crew's treasure lies, containing at least 200 million berries. 200 million? Nami's eyes lit up at the mention of such a sum. Reflecting on it, she realized it was plausible. Arlong had once extracted over 250 million berries from Jamaica Island, which included Cocoa Village and Hashizuna Town, coupled with the tributes from several villages each month. The accumulated wealth was substantial. Although a portion had been confiscated by the Navy, it was certain that a considerable amount remained. 200 million berries was indeed a modest estimate. Eagerly, Nami inquired, where's the money? Arlong cast a glance at her. I cannot disclose that information now. After a moment of scrutiny from Nami, he added, if I tell you now, what will you do if you chase me away? I shall inform you after I defeat that black fish and depart. That was rather astute. Nami regarded him with newfound respect, and then questioned, but what if you never manage to kill it? And if it grows even larger, what then? More importantly, Nami did not wish for Xiaoba to confront that sea creature, even if he possessed the capability. Xiaoba scratched his head and replied, at the latest, within 5 years. If I cannot defeat it by then, I shall give you the money and leave this place. 5 years. Nami calculated carefully. 200 million over 5 years averages out to 40 million a year. Even if she were to steal, she could hardly amass such a sum. Regardless, she would ensure he could not kill the sea fish, and after 5 years, the money would belong to her. Her only cost would be 5 years of lodging, a most profitable deal indeed. You may remain here, but be cautious. Do not stray from the orange grove and rest in the shed to avoid detection, Nami instructed, gesturing towards the distant shed built for Xiaoba. Understood, Xiaoba nodded, accepting her guidance as he wielded the knife she had given him for training. It seemed he would be staying here for the foreseeable future. It remained uncertain whether he could keep this hidden from the villagers for so long. Meanwhile, Nami turned her attention elsewhere, addressing Marcel. Thank you for your assistance in connecting with skilled blacksmiths to forge the knives and personally delivering them. All 6 knives, from crafting to delivery, were managed by Marcel. No trouble at all, Marcel replied with a smile. I also wish to spar with Xiaoba. I've made considerable progress over the past 2 years, and am eager to gauge my skills. At 20 years old, Marcel had become the captain of a merchant ship, his physique more robust than before. Xiaoba, let us fight, Marcel declared, rising and approaching Xiaoba with his broadsword. The two quickly began to spar. Sister, what are you watching? Nami noticed Nojiko still gazing in the direction of their departure. Nothing, Nojiko replied, pulling her gaze away. You see, Xiaoba has no intention of leaving, but he can only stay for a maximum of 5 years. After which we shall have the 200 million berries left by the evil dragon pirate crew. Nami smiled. No worries, let him stay for now, Nojiko shrugged, then asked. It seems Marcel came alone this time. When will he leave? He mentioned wanting to stay and spar with Xiaoba for a few days. Nami yawned. So this afternoon? I need to head to the village and to reserve a room for him. I'll cook then. Mr. Marcel brought plenty of seafood, Nojiko said, eager to assist. Nami followed Nojiko into the house, and the two busied themselves in the kitchen. Suddenly, Nojiko asked, after dinner, should we take Mr. Marcel on a tour of the island? You go ahead, Nami replied. I need to find a tattoo artist after I eat. Nami's left arm bore a tattoo that was no longer the emblem of the evil dragon pirate crew. Instead, it was shaped like a windmill, representing the one atop Akin's head. As a child, she had adored windmills, and he had always placed one atop his hat. Extending from the windmill was a vine, ending in an orange, symbolizing Belmir's orange grove. Aren't you finished with your modifications? Nojiko asked curiously. I simply wish to add a black star cross on my right arm. Nami replied with a smile. Why? Nojiko questioned in confusion. Nami smiled nostalgically, saying, it is merely to express gratitude and commemorate a friend with whom I can never communicate. On the ocean, a nearly devoured blue whale carcass slowly sank to the depths, while a massive shadow loomed above the surface, erupting with a colossal jet of water that soared over 10 meters high. Nearby, a manatee gazed at the shadow in astonishment. How can it spray water like that? Chapter 61. Discontent. The 10-meter-high water column gradually subsided, and then Xia Qiu continued to inhale air, storing it within his lungs. The shadow that had expelled the water column was none other than Xia Qiu. Strictly speaking, what he released was not merely water but rather the waste gases from his breathing, which, upon expulsion through the nostrils atop his head, carried surrounding seawater, thus forming the column. His ability to breathe was a result of the structural changes in his body. He had developed lungs and 2 nostrils positioned just behind the horn on his head. The emergence of his lungs was not an overnight transformation. This evolution could be traced back approximately 4 years, beginning with his predation of dolphins, continuing with numerous hunts of dolphins and even his own blue whale, as well as fishmen. Ordinary fishmen possessed more enhancement energy than evolution energy. However, they did not lack it entirely, especially given the strength of figures such as Arlong, Crocodile, and Zhu, not to mention the considerable consumption of fishmen he had undertaken. The evolution energy was primarily linked to the development of his lungs. Coupled with his prior hunts of marine mammals, this led to the emergence of his pulmonary system. Xia Qiu possesses the remarkable ability to breathe on the water's surface, absorbing oxygen to be stored within its lungs before gracefully diving to the ocean floor. During a single dive, it can remain submerged for up to 20 minutes. This capacity for pulmonary respiration signifies Xia Qiu's progression towards becoming a marine mammal. With viviparous reproduction, lung respiration, and homeothermy, the specifics of its reproductive method remain uncertain. The distinction between viviparity and oviparity lies in the fact that the former involves the development of a fertilized egg within the uterus of a female, while the latter entails independent development outside the maternal body. In the transitional seasons of summer and autumn, one may perceive the presence of a genitalia. Yet the method of reproduction remains elusive. Nevertheless, both pulmonary respiration and homeothermy are capabilities that this being possesses. However, this entity cannot be classified as a mammal, for it has not entirely relinquished its gills. It is capable of breathing through its nostrils, as well as drawing water through its mouth, subsequently utilizing its gills to filter and absorb dissolved oxygen from the water. This endows it with a dual respiratory system, unlike traditional amphibians, which primarily utilize gills during their juvenile aquatic phase and transition to lungs and skin respiration upon maturation. This being exhibits a distinct respiratory adaptation. In the summer and autumn, respiration is accomplished through both gills and lungs. Xia Qiu speculated that her condition was related to the fish people, who possess both gills and lungs, allowing them to traverse freely between water and air. This implies that she, too, could leave the water. With only gills, she would be unable to endure prolonged exposure to the air, as the structure of fish gills causes the gill filaments and lamellae to adhere when removed from water, significantly reducing the respiratory surface area and preventing adequate oxygen intake. While gills can absorb air, the oxygen concentration is insufficient, and over time, exposure to air leads to the drying of gill filaments and the evaporation of moisture, ultimately damaging their structure and resulting in a complete loss of respiratory function, culminating in death. However, her situation was different. When above water, she could alternate her breathing methods without the need to open her gill covers, thereby preventing damage to her gills and maintaining their functionality underwater. Much like the fish people, she too possessed the ability to switch between modes of respiration. Therefore, if she were to develop limbs, perhaps she could venture onto land. It might be worth a try. Xia Qiu contemplated as she gradually submerged into the water, discerning her direction before swimming towards the distance, with Momu closely trailing behind. Over the course of 3 months, Momu had become Xia Qiu's devoted follower. As long as she remained in Xia Qiu's company, there was no need to fear the emergence of more formidable sea creatures, and there was sustenance to be had. Why not embrace such an arrangement? Conversely, should she attempt to flee, she would inevitably face a severe beating. Thus, Momo accepted this reality, recognizing Xia Qiu as her leader, and accompanied her in navigating these waters. Xia Qiu guided him towards the distance, persistently searching for something. After swimming for a while, Xia Qiu's sonar detected a colossal object emerging on the water's surface. It was a ship, located to the northwest, 3,000 meters away. One could only hope it was a pirate vessel. Xia Qiu raced towards their goal, closely followed by Momo. As summer gradually transitions into autumn, a ship emerges slowly from 100 meters away, drawing its gaze towards the vessel. Before me lies a ship approximately 40 meters in length, adorned with a pirate flag featuring fearsome tusks. Is it a pirate ship? As summer transitioned into autumn, a glimmer sparked in the eyes of Xia Qiu, propelling him towards the warship. The colossal vessel, imbued with formidable strength, collided directly with the pirate ship. A resounding crack echoed as the ship's keel fractured, and a gaping fissure emerged in its hull, gradually succumbing to the depths. Splash! Splash! One by one, the pirates plunged into the sea. Xia Qiu did not launch an attack, but instead chose to bide his time in quiet anticipation, as the pirates aboard the ship began to gather. Xia Qiu ensured that no pirate remained on the vessel. It was then that he commenced his assault. No, no, a pirate exclaimed. His face contorted with terror as he beheld Xia Qiu's enormous maw, desperately shouting for help, yet to no avail. Crack! Xia Qiu crushed and devoured his prey, relentlessly pursuing and slaying pirate after pirate. Meanwhile, Mumu lingered nearby, acutely aware that their leader forbade him from feasting on humans. To do so would only invite punishment. In a short span, 12 pirates had succumbed to Xia Qiu's hunger, yet his gaze was tinged with disappointment. The energy obtained from these pirates was woefully inadequate. Collectively, they yielded no more than the enhancement energy provided by a single Colonel Lido. Given Xia Qiu's immense stature and strength, such a meager influx of vitality was scarcely perceptible. Moreover, it was a cumbersome endeavor. Throughout the month, he had attacked 4 pirate vessels and consumed their crews, yet these had been painstakingly selected from among hundreds, only to resurface time and again, leading to a cycle of disillusionment. The energy expended in these pursuits far outweighed the meager gains. The East Sea was not devoid of formidable pirates. The Black Cat pirate crew and the Kree pirate crew, while not on par with the Dragon pirate crew, could still offer a modicum of enhancement energy. However, the vastness of the East Sea posed a significant challenge in locating them. Other pirates were hardly worth the effort. Even defeating the Black Cat and Kree crews would yield only marginal benefits. Should he target the Navy? The East Sea Division's strongest officers, whether a commander or a colonel, would be easily dispatched by him at his 15-meter length. They held little value. This vexation deepened within Xia Qiu, as a particular thought grew increasingly insistent in his mind. Should he venture to the Grand Line? In the heart of summer and autumn, the desire for exploration and the aspiration for strength first eclipsed the fear of the Grand Line. Is this truly the Grand Line? The Reverse Mountain. A pirate ship from the West Sea ascended the mountain and surged down the waterway. With a resounding crash, the pirate vessel landed heavily upon the sea, gradually stabilizing. Yet thin cracks began to emerge along its hull. At last, they had arrived at the Grand Line. Ha ha ha, let us conquer it. A pirate clad in a captain's hat proclaimed from the deck. Let the Black Corner pirates make their name known throughout the world, roared the others in unison. Meanwhile, at the stern of the ship, a hooded figure observed the scene and shook their head, murmuring, "You cannot survive on this route with mere bravado. I will assist you in reaching the next town, but then I shall leave you. It is time to seek my next ally." The figure slowly retreated to the cabin and closed the door. Chapter 62. The assault in the blink of an eye. 3 months had passed, and it was now February of the year 1516 in the sea circle calendar. Boom. Near Rogue Town, a pirate ship sank slowly, succumbing to the depths of the ocean. Was this the third vessel to meet such a fate this week? Each pirate ship had barely set sail before it was engulfed, with no survivors on board. Whispers of the wrath of the sea god circulated, punishing those who sought to commit heinous acts. Perhaps death was a mercy. These individuals had turned Rogue Town into a den of filth. On the shore, a group of civilians stood at the port, discussing the sinking pirate ship. A massive sea creature, easily over 40 meters long, stirred the waters nearby. On one side of the port, beside a colossal naval warship, stood a towering figure with tousled brown hair and a fearsome visage, a long blade strapped to his waist. Brigadier General Yukimura inquired, "Why is this sea creature attacking the pirates?" Beside him stood a robust man, a cigar clenched between his teeth. "I'm not sure. It arrived here last week and has assaulted 3 pirate ships since then," Yukimura replied, frowning. "As long as it spares merchant and fishing vessels. Eliminating pirates is a service to the people," the man remarked nonchalantly. "Indeed, it is not our place to intervene," Yukimura responded, shifting his gaze to the man. "Smoker, why have you taken the initiative to replace me as the head of the Rogue Town branch? It is hardly a favorable location, because this is the town where the pirate King Roger was executed, and it is a crucial passage for East Sea pirates embarking on their journey to the Grand Line." Smoker replied, his eyes distant, recalling the events of 18 years ago when, at the age of 12, he witnessed the execution of the pirate kings, which ignited his desire to join the Navy. Is that so? While the East Sea has birthed formidable figures like the pirate King Roger, Revolutionary Army leader Dragon, In Navy hero garb, it remains the weakest of all seas, Yukimura chuckled. Pirates here are feeble. If you stay, you might find yourself stagnating like I did for years. Smoker exhaled a long plume of smoke. Promotion is inconsequential. I simply cannot allow anyone to inherit the will of the Pirate King and set forth from here to the Grand Line. Suit yourself, ah. I must return to the Navy headquarters. Until we meet again, Yukimura said with a smile. Lord Yukimura, you seem eager to leave this place, Smoker remarked, shaking his head. Be cautious. That sea creature may very well target you. It's merely a sea creature. Should it dare to attack me, it will make for a fine meal. Yukimura replied with a grin as he proceeded towards the massive warship. Before long, the warship set sail, heading into the horizon. Farewell, Dasky. Smoker called to the woman behind him as he walked away into the distance. Too few. Xia Qiu felt the enhanced energy coursing through her body and, in a fit of anger, twisted her form. After the demise of Alone in the summer and autumn, a span of 5 months passed with scarce pirate activity. Consequently, he contemplated Rogue Town and made his way to the vicinity of Reverse Mountain, ultimately discovering the island that harbored Rogue Town. This island is the closest to Reverse Mountain in the East Sea. And Rogue Town serves as the final haven for numerous pirates before embarking on their journey into the Grand Line. After spending a week in Rogue Town during the summer and autumn, he encountered 3 groups of pirates. However, the latent energy for enhancement remained exceedingly scarce. Xia Qiu yearned to grow stronger, a fervor that eclipsed even the determination he felt 2 years prior when he vanquished Alone. At that time, his primary objective was to evolve, to develop the tentacled claws capable of inflicting harm upon Alone, to increase his size, and to patiently await the opportune moment, observing the surrounding waters and preparing for a strike. Thus, for 2 years, Xia Qiu methodically honed his abilities without undue urgency. However, now, an insatiable desire to enhance himself through the consumption of pirates consumed him. This ambition stemmed from his aspiration to traverse the Grand Line. The intensity of this desire grew ever stronger, yet the peril inherent in the Grand Line was the sole barrier preventing him from acting upon it. To suppress this fear, Xia Qiu felt an urgent need to strengthen himself. Yet, it was insufficient. The energy derived from mere pirates was inadequate. Just then, Xia Qiu spotted a naval warship approaching. What of this vessel? As Xia Qiu beheld the naval warship, he discerned that it was unlike any vessel he had previously encountered, larger and lengthier. The intensity of the waves emanating from it was markedly stronger, indicating a more significant influence of sea stone. This was no ordinary branch-based warship. Loguetown occupies a unique position in the East Sea, being the birthplace and final resting place of the Pirate King. Here, one is not far from Reverse Mountain. The leader of Loguetown is Smoker, who once proclaimed that he would stake his reputation as a colonel at headquarters to prevent Luffy from leaving the island. Consequently, the authority in Loguetown is akin to that of a colonel at headquarters. Oda mentioned in the SBS that the ranks in the headquarters surpass those in the 4 seas by 3 levels. Thus, a branch colonel is roughly equivalent to a lieutenant like Dasbones. Presently, a warship is docked in the harbor, and another warship of identical specifications is departing. Clearly not a standard naval vessel of the East Sea. Furthermore, the departing warship is heading towards the doldrums, en route to the Marine headquarters at Marineford. In other words, the personnel aboard the warship must possess considerable strength. Headquarters colonel, rear admiral, or perhaps a vice admiral. Summer and autumn are uncertain, yet at the very least, one is a colonel of the headquarters. Should they partake, it is likely that their own strength could be significantly enhanced. Moreover, regardless of whether the opponent possesses the powers of a devil fruit, falling into the water would considerably diminish their capabilities. Naturally, Summer and Autumn would refrain from devouring those with devil fruit powers, as within the realm of One Piece. Big Mom's soul fruit ability was likely acquired through the consumption of a non. Although being a sea fish, it is not guaranteed that one would obtain the powers of a devil fruit in such a manner. However, should they succeed, their fate would be sealed. Consuming a devil fruit and then submerging in the ocean would not erase the fruit's powers, yet it would render the body powerless. As a sea fish, there is no fear of drowning, but if one is unable to swim and sinks to the ocean floor, it would not be long before they are devoured by other sea creatures. Hence, Summer and Autumn make every effort to avoid such a scenario. Each time they encounter a pirate, they ensure that the latter swims for a while. Furthermore, without the powers of a devil fruit, one's strength would also wane underwater. They would consume their foe and then venture forth toward the Grand Line. As Xia Qiu contemplated, her body transformed into a fleeting shadow, hurtling towards the naval warship. Boom. The summer and autumn seasons wield immense power as they strike the hull of the naval warship with their formidable horns. With a resounding crack, the keel remains unscathed. Yet the ship's bottom is shattered, revealing a gaping hole through which the sea rushes in. Not enough. Xia Qiu understood that it would take 4 collisions for Oolong's ship to sink, and that this vessel, capable of navigating the Grand Line, could not be easily vanquished. Thus, Xia Qiu circled around and charged once more. Chapter 63. The clash with a thunderous roar. The naval warship shook violently. Had it been struck? Was it that sea creature? On the deck, Yukimura, who had recently been promoted to brigadier general, felt the tremors and recalled the black sea fish that had attacked pirates over the past week. How audacious to dare assault a naval warship. Yukimura shook his head, dismissing the thought. At that moment, a sailor rushed over, exclaiming, "Brigadier General. A large hole has appeared on the starboard side of the hull, and 2 compartments have been breached." "What did you say?" "The ship has been damaged, and 2 compartments are compromised." Yukimura could scarcely believe it. A fish, roughly 40 meters long, had managed to create a breach in the warship, affecting 2 compartments. It was merely a fish. This warship was designed to withstand the tempestuous weather and unpredictable currents of the Grand Line. Not even a sea creature, let alone a smaller sea king, could breach its defenses. More importantly, how could it have attacked this ship? Below him lay sea stone, which would cause even the mightiest sea king to perceive the vessel as mere water, avoiding any assault. Why then did it attack? Boom. Just as Brigadier General Yukimura pondered this, the ship quaked again, this time with even greater intensity. 3 compartments were now leaking. Another sailor came running, shouting, "We cannot allow it to strike again. I will dive in and slay it." Yukimura's expression turned cold as he removed his cloak, discarding his outer garments, trousers, and shoes aside. He then seized a long blade, discarding its sheath, gripped the weapon firmly, and stepped onto the ship's edge. Whoosh! Yukimura leaped from the vessel, plunging into the sea, diving downwards. Where is it? Yukimura scanned his surroundings underwater, spotting a massive shadow hurtling towards him from afar. It was approaching. He gripped his blade, refraining from immediate attack. Underwater, human strength is halved. While Yukimura was confident he could slay a fish of similar size or even a sea creature, this fish had demonstrated the power to breach multiple compartments, indicating formidable strength. He could not afford to be careless. Yukimura began to sink slowly, intending to await the fish's approach, ready to spring forth and strike from below when it drew near. It has arrived. As the creature closed in, he discerned it was a colossal fish, its enormous head and protruding horn explaining its capacity to ram a warship. Yukimura bent his body, poised to launch an upward attack. Yet, in that instant, the fish veered downward, charging towards him. Has it detected me? It seemed its primary target was a human. Yukimura was not surprised. This fish had sunk 3 pirate ships within a week, leaving no survivors, indicating its lethal capabilities. Now, having descended, it prioritized him as its target, suggesting that as long as it did not assault the warship, he could deal with it. Yukimura focused intently on the fish, refusing to underestimate it as it approached. He pushed off with his feet, shifting his body to the side. In an instant, his legs unleashed immense power, creating distance quickly. The timing was impeccable. At that moment, Xia Qiu charged into the very position Yukimura had vacated. With both hands gripping his sword, Yukimura swung toward Xia Qiu's side. The blade sliced through the water with tremendous force. Yukimura believed he could sever the creature's head with a single strike. Yet, the disparity between thought and reality was vast. Boom. As Xia Qiu surged forward, his massive form collided with Yukimura. Evade me? My sonar sensitivity rivals that of a dolphin. Even a 200 PS discrepancy is discernible to me. Just as Yukimura attempted to evade, he swung his blade, but the fish had already barreled into him. Thud. Yukimura's blade struck the scales in front of Xia Qiu's gills. But what did it matter? My sword can cleave stone. How can you withstand my might? Thud. Yukimura's blade made contact with the scales, penetrating them, yet the scales overlapped. The trailing edge of one scale obstructed the leading edge of the next. Thus, even after Yukimura sliced through one scale, he still encountered another beneath it. Clang. His blade was halted, unable to advance another inch. How could this be? Yukimura's face reflected disbelief. He had merely severed a single scale. Were it a whale, his strike would have cleaved its head in 2. As a brigadier general, Yukimura was formidable, particularly skilled in swordsmanship, known as the 100-Men Slayer. Many pirates had met their demise beneath his blade. He could cleave stone and sever small vessels, yet he had only managed to cut through a scale of Xia Qiu. This was due to the fact that human strength is diminished underwater. Furthermore, Xia Qiu had shortened the attack distance, diminishing the power of his strike once more. Lastly, Xia Qiu's scales had undergone multiple enhancements, rendering them incredibly resilient, capable of withstanding significant force. Boom. Yukimura's blade could not withstand the force of Xia Qiu's body, which continued to shift horizontally, pressing against Yukimura's sword and colliding with him. Yukimura braced his arms, resisting the blade, pushing off the water with his feet, propelling his body backward with great haste. As Xia Qiu surged forward, Yukimura instinctively halted, his body bending low as he descended towards Xia Qiu, intent on launching an attack from beneath. In that fleeting moment of descent, 4 enormous tentacles struck out, 2 aimed directly at Yukimura, while the other 2 slowly converged, seeking to ensnare him. What is this? Yukimura's eyes widened in disbelief. Do the fish in your realm possess tentacles? He swiftly raised his blade, swinging it forward. Thud. The long knife embedded itself into one of the appendages, penetrating 2/3 of its length, yet failing to sever it. Remarkably resilient. In his haste, Yukimura's strength was not fully concentrated, but it was still astonishing that he could not cleave even one tentacle. This appendage proved to be far sturdier than he had anticipated. Meanwhile, another tentacle struck his body with great force. Bang. The impact reverberated through Yukimura as he was struck by the rear of the appendage. Yet he sustained only minor injuries. However, the 2 surrounding tentacles had already closed in, attempting to entwine around him. Whoosh. realizing he could not afford to be ensnared. Yukimura plummeted downward, simultaneously executing a sweeping strike with his long knife. The arc of his slash transformed the blade into a circular motion, swiftly slicing through the tentacles. Thud. Thud. Both appendages bore deep gashes, severed halfway and drooping limply. Yet, in that very instant that Yukimura's arc of slashing struck Xia Qiu's tentacle, Xia Qiu had already rolled away, unleashing his massive pectoral fins towards him. Your strength is formidable. Your first strike nearly severed my tentacle, and thus, Xia Qiu held no particular thoughts of underestimating him. As Xia Qiu evaded downward, he employed a strike with his pectoral fins, simultaneously propelling himself forward. This maneuver exposed Yukimura beneath the vast expanse of his chest fin. Yukimura sensed the rush of water and was about to draw his sword when Xia Qiu's immense chest fin struck him with tremendous force. With a resounding thud, Yukimura could only raise his long blade to shield himself, hoping to mitigate the impact. However, his efforts were in vain. The colossal fin cleaved through the blade as if it were mere parchment, crashing into him with unrelenting might. Yukimura, leveraging the strength of his arms, attempted to retreat but was met with a devastating blow that forced the breath from his lungs. Moreover, a searing pain radiated through his left arm, threatening to loosen his grip on the sword. Damn it, he thought, feeling the air escape him, a sense of suffocation beginning to swell within his chest. Yet, he could endure for another 30 seconds. However, it was clear that he could not vanquish his opponent. With such formidable defenses, the prospect of defeating him seemed utterly impossible. To his astonishment, tentacles emerged from the abdomen of his foe, a revelation so bizarre that it bordered on disbelief. Even more alarming was the utilization of the chest fin in combat. The sheer power and size of this creature defied the characteristics of a mere sea fish. Underwater, he was unable to employ his preferred technique of swift evasion. Time was of the essence. 30 seconds was insufficient to secure a victory. He had to find an opportunity to surface. Chapter 64. Despair first, he needed to rise above the water's surface. While submerged, Yukimura contemplated maneuvering around his adversary. Positioned 6 meters below and to the right of Xia Qiu's chest fin, he aimed to circumvent the imposing figure from the side, maintaining a distance of 5 meters where the creature's bulk would render it difficult to strike. Steadying his descent, Yukimura propelled himself diagonally upward with a powerful thrust, determined to evade Xia Qiu's form and swim to the surface. Xia Qiu, however, did not immediately retaliate but instead surged forward. Observing this, a sense of relief washed over Yukimura as he continued to navigate around Xia Qiu, intent on ascending. Yet, just as he leaped past Xia Qiu, he was startled to find the tail of his opponent barreling towards him. Although Xia Qiu surged forward, it veered to the left, twisting its body as it swung its tail upward towards the right. Just as Yukimura leapt over its form, Xia Qiu's tail lashed out diagonally from below, striking him with a resounding thud. The force expelled the air from his lungs, causing him to gasp. However, as his body curled instinctively, he harnessed the momentum to propel himself upward. He was already perilously close to the water's surface, and this motion catapulted him above it, allowing him to inhale deeply. Meanwhile, Xia Qiu submerged its head, swiftly circling around before thrashing its body and swimming upward towards the surface where Yukimura was. Just as Xia Qiu approached, Yukimura took another breath and dove beneath the waves, kicking off forcefully to shoot away into the depths. With a splash, Xia Qiu's head broke through the water's surface, its massive cranium emerging triumphantly. At that moment, Yukimura, with renewed vigor, propelled himself off the sea floor, gripping his long blade tightly as he thrust it towards Xia Qiu's side, piercing through the cascading water. However, at that precise moment, Xia Qiu's colossal head crashed towards Yukimura. The blade penetrated Xia Qiu's scales, driving it an inch deep. Yet it could advance no further, failing to reach the bone. Yukimura realized that although his weapon had breached the scales, it had been thwarted by the formidable musculature beneath. His expression soured as he understood the futility of his attack. He dared not exert more force, withdrawing his blade and retreating downwards. The very next instant, Xia Qiu's head descended with tremendous force, plunging back into the water, its momentum lessening before continuing to bear down. With a thud, Yukimura raised his left arm in defense, bracing himself against the impact. The pain shot through his arm as though it were fracturing, causing his body to accelerate downwards. As Xia Qiu endeavored to pursue Yukimura, the latter remained closely aligned with Xia Qiu's side, gripping his long blade tightly and thrusting it towards the upper part of Xia Qiu's chest fin. The blade penetrated Xia Qiu's form once more, yet was thwarted by the formidable muscle beneath. Concurrently, Xia Qiu extended his tentacles towards Yukimura, but to no avail. In an instant, as the tentacles approached, Yukimura elevated his leg and swiftly executed multiple steps upon the tentacles. This technique, known as shave, is one of the 6 forms and is the sole maneuver in which Yukimura excels. Shave entails delivering 10 rapid foot strikes upon the ground within a mere 0.36 seconds, generating immense explosive force that propels the body at high speed. Although Yukimura could not perform shave underwater, he was capable of achieving 7 strikes within a second. Harnessing this explosive power, Yukimura retreated, swiftly creating distance, while Xia Qiu's tentacle was repelled back. This technique exemplified the art of combat. Xia Qiu furrowed her brow slightly, yet she refrained from launching an immediate attack. Instead, she pivoted her form, gradually creating distance as she faced Yukimura. It was a challenging predicament. His slashing strikes were formidable. Although they posed no direct threat to her, they could still inflict harm. Moreover, his speed and reflexes were impressive. While his swimming velocity in the water could not rival her own, his size was diminutive, 20 times smaller than her own. If he could deftly position himself to evade her assaults, he could effectively avoid significant injury. It was indeed a dilemma. This difficulty pertained to the challenge of consuming him rather than the challenge of escaping. She could depart at any moment if she so desired. However, the stronger he became, the more intense her insatiable hunger to devour him grew. As summer gracefully yields to autumn, a distance unfolds, while Yukimura slowly surfaces, gasping for air before diving again. Observing the enormous black sea creature, he finds himself in a predicament. His attacks prove feeble against the creature's formidable strength, which poses a significant threat to him. Although Yukimura wishes to avoid confrontation, having already entered the water and unwilling to retreat, he must persist. Boom. Xia Qiu transformed into a shadow, charging towards Yukimura. It was here. Yukimura fixated his gaze on Xia Qiu, and as the latter drew closer, he splashed through the water and veered to the side. However, the moment he pivoted, Xia Qiu mirrored his movement, tilting his head in this direction and closing the distance in an instant, mouth agape, ready to bite. Confronted with the glinting teeth, Yukimura unsheathed his long blade, pressing the back of the blade with his left hand while gripping the hilt firmly with his right, thrusting forward. Clang! The teeth collided with the blade, the tremendous force causing the weapon to quiver, the shock reverberating through Yukimura. Whoosh! Yukimura deftly retreated, creating distance and swiftly moving away, only to feel a tingling sensation in his arms. Boom! As the summer and autumn seasons surged forth once more, they lunged towards Yukimura, seizing the opportunity. Yukimura sank down in an instant, becoming acutely aware of the movement from his adversary. With a swift motion, the abdomen of Xia Qiu extended outward. Witnessing this scene, Yukimura held his breath, focusing intently, his hands gripping the blade as he struck forward. If your abdomen possesses tentacles, then I shall sever them before launching my attack. The hawk strike returned with precision. Yukimura's sword transformed into the wings of a majestic eagle, slicing through the air ahead. The sound of impact echoed, punctuated by a series of sharp, decisive strikes. A tentacle of Xia Qiu snapped directly, while another was merely cleaved to less than half, having struck against a claw. Nevertheless, despite this, the claw was severed, showcasing immense power. Although the first tentacle had previously been cut and could not actively retract, it was still capable of controlling its base to lash out, maintaining a state of expansion. The ability to sever a tentacle demonstrated considerable strength. However, once he unleashed his long blade, Xia Qiu descended with momentum, directing several other tentacles to launch an assault. Just as Uchimu-La prepared to swing his sword for another strike, Xia Qiu's form plummeted, pressing down upon Uchimu-La's body. At present, Xia Qiu's form measured 42 meters and weighed nearly 300 tons. Such a weight descending upon him was insurmountable for Uchimu-La. Thus, he curled his body and flipped, driving his feet into Xia Qiu's abdomen. With a resounding thud, Uchimu-La struck 8 times in a single second, propelling himself towards the depths of the water while simultaneously swinging his long blade. 2 tentacles fell victim to his strikes, yet the other 2 converged upon him. Though Uchimu-La was swift, he could not evade the 12-meter-long appendages, which ensnared his lower half tightly. The claws, accompanied by the tightening of the tentacles, pierced his skin, gradually embedding themselves deeper. Pain surged through him as he felt the appendages penetrate his flesh. He immediately raised his sword and struck at the tentacles. A gash opened in one of them, momentarily alleviating the constricting force, yet another tentacle remained. Just as Uchimu-La was about to make a second strike, Xia Qiu surged forward. With a thunderous impact, Uchimu-La was propelled forward, his grip on the sword faltering, rendering him incapable of delivering the blow. Struggling to stabilize himself, he realized that this sea creature was not merely advancing forward, but also diving deeply downward. Alarmed, Uchimu-La swiftly withdrew his sword and slashed at the tentacle. After sustaining a wound, the tentacle gradually loosened its grip. Seizing the opportunity, Uchimu-La kicked fiercely against the water, yet he felt excruciating pain in his legs, significantly diminishing his strength. Gritting his teeth, he surged diagonally backward, evading Xia Qiu's pectoral fins and maneuvering to the side. However, he soon discovered that the creature had not continued its descent, but had instead turned to swim upward towards the ocean's surface. What is happening? He observed Xia Qiu coiled near the surface, its head perpetually aimed at him, its massive maw agape, revealing razor-sharp teeth, as if mocking him. Feeling the agony radiating from his left arm and legs, alongside the constriction in his lungs, despair spread across Uchimu-La's face. Chapter 65, Prepared Colonel Smoker. It seems the ship has come to a halt. Dasky trailed behind Smoker, suddenly pausing to gaze at the sea behind them. Smoker turned, squinting into the distance. On the surface of the water, the warship of Brigadier General Uchimu-La slowly came to a stop, swaying slightly. Dasky whispered beside him. It appears that sea creature has attacked the ship. Smoker observed the distant vessel, noting Uchimu-La leaping into the water. He waved dismissively, saying, "It's just a sea creature. There's no need for concern." Colonel Yuchimu can handle it. Indeed. Dasky nodded, and the two proceeded toward the security office. Lord Yuchimu has descended to hunt the sea creature. Huh. It's merely a sea creature. Brigadier General can easily manage it. On the naval warship. Some sailors were repairing the cabin, while others controlled the vessel. The sergeant and lieutenant stood at the ship's railing, watching below. In their eyes, it was a simple task for Brigadier General Yuchimu to descend and slay the creature. Look, Lord Yuchimu is battling that sea creature. It's clearly no match for him. Lord Yuchimu has surfaced for air. The sea creature approached, but he evaded. Look, Lord Yuchimu has plunged his sword into the creature's skin. It's reeling back. Lord Yuchimu is certainly attacking it underwater. Silence. With all his strength, Yuchimu plunged the long blade into Xia Qiu's body, only to be met with a violent collision that shattered his bones, causing him to spew forth blood incessantly. As Xia Qiu opened his mouth wide, he seized his opponent and swallowed him whole. Following Yukimura's injury, Xia Qiu took control of the surface of the sea, overpowering his form and preventing him from drawing breath, all the while awaiting the opportune moment to strike. Under Xia Qiu's strategy of harassment, Yukimura's stamina waned, leaving him gasping for air. In his desperate attempt to breathe, he fell victim to Xia Qiu's calculated assault. With his strength diminished, Yukimura found himself utterly defenseless. Ultimately, Xia Qiu delivered the fatal blow, consuming him entirely. As Xia Qiu consumed Yukimura, he shook his body, feeling a twinge of pain. Though he had sustained injuries, they were not particularly severe. Most were merely cuts from swords, and the wounds were relatively minor for his physique. After altering his combat strategy, Xia Qiu found the confrontation with Yukimura to be less arduous than anticipated. In fact, the injuries he incurred were not as grave as those sustained during his battle with Alone. His prowess had diminished significantly underwater, particularly his agility. For a swordsman, the collective decline in strength, speed, and the potency of techniques led to a substantial change in his overall capability. More critically, Alone had fought him with relentless ferocity. While Yukimura initially aimed to thwart his assault on the battleship, to drive him away, and ultimately to eliminate him. As the battle progressed, Yukimura's motive shifted more towards survival. Air, being the essential element for his existence, had been turned into a trap by Xia Qiu, ensnaring him in dire straits. Furthermore, Yukimura had underestimated Xia Qiu, first believing he could vanquish him, only to later seek escape, a feat that had become impossible. The more he attempted to flee, the greater his injuries became. The more he struggled, the swifter his demise approached. After devouring Yukimura in the late summer and autumn, he cast a glance at the warships upon the sea, shook his head with indifference, and gradually drifted away. As summer and autumn drew near, Xia Qiu swam towards the island of Rog Town and arrived at the seabed beside the harbor. Just as she approached, a figure in the darkness rose upright. Upon recognizing Xia Qiu, it swam closer, tilting its head to nuzzle against her fish form. Indeed. Xia Qiu was thoroughly pleased with Mu's display. After more than 6 months of companionship, Mu had become Xia Qiu's beloved pet. Xia Qiu gently tapped its head with his pectoral fin before moving aside to lie down quietly and wait. Mu approached Xia Qiu, settling beside him and pressing against his body. Yet miscalculating the distance, as he lay down, he inadvertently pushed Xia Qiu sideways for a short distance. Xia Qiu felt no particular sensation. Instead, he leaned against Momo, quietly awaiting what was to come. Then it arrived. Before long, a torrent of heat surged within Xia Qiu, immensely powerful. This wave of warmth surpassed even that provided by Alone, radiating with an intensity 2 or 3 times greater. Underwater, his strength and attacking prowess eclipsed Alone as slightly, and his strikes now bore a different significance. However, this strength was limited. At least in terms of endurance, Alone maintained an advantage. If the two were to engage in battle, especially with Yukimura skimming the surface, Alone would undoubtedly prevail in an offensive scenario. Yet, should Alone refrain from initiating an attack, neither could truly overcome the other. The prowess he exhibited beneath the waves hinted at an even more terrifying potential above water. This was not merely a matter of diminished strength. It also encompassed the potency of techniques, reaction times, and bodily coordination. For instance, a typical thrust might penetrate merely an inch underwater, but on land, the residual force could drive it at least a foot deep without needing to breach scales. When calculating his speed on land against that underwater, Xia Qiu found himself utterly unable to track Alone's form, his own bulk rendering him sluggish. Consequently, what could have inflicted harm upon Xia Qiu now resulted only in minor injuries. What once provided a speed advantage now merely allowed for narrow evasion, coupled with the limitations on breathing and the resulting reduction in strength. The decline was not as simple as having his power. The overall capacity diminished to roughly a third of its true potential. Should he unleash his full strength underwater, his fate would be dire. As the emergence of enhanced energy once again instigated subtle transformations within Shi-Chi's physique, a resonant roar echoed through the water. When the torrent subsided, Shi-Chi gradually ascended, and with an abrupt twist of the body, surged forth with great force. The water was instantaneously displaced, only for currents from other areas to converge, creating a miniature whirlpool. The speed of Xia Qiu was unparalleled. He could already feel a surge of power coursing through his body. With a single swing, he propelled himself forward a considerable distance. The strength of his body, combined with the power of his fins, was immensely formidable. In the late summer and early autumn, it is estimated that one could consume Yukimura, and even when considering the full extent of Yukimura's capabilities, there remains a reasonable chance of victory. Even underwater, there exists a measure of confidence in achieving triumph, even in comparison to a rear admiral. That suffices. Xia Qiu believed that his strength was sufficient to venture into the first half of the Grand Line. His adversaries were not the formidable beings of the sea. Any fruit user submerged underwater was merely a lamb awaiting slaughter. Moreover, those without fruit abilities also experienced a significant reduction in power beneath the waves. His true foes resided in the vast expanse of the Grand Line, where colossal marine creatures lurked. Not to mention the island whales and island-eating monsters that exceeded 1,000 meters in length. Even ordinary creatures were astonishingly large. Upon entering the Grand Line, Luffy encountered a dolphin that measured over 100 meters. Besides the sea kings of the Grand Line, there were gigantic crabs, crocodiles, seabirds, and even sumo wrestling frogs. To Xia Qiu, these marine beings posed a considerable threat. However, aside from the gigantic creatures, he no longer feared the typical large marine life. It was time to embark on his journey to the Grand Line. There was no sign of Major General Yukimura. The 14th group had not discovered any trace of him. On the naval warship, Smoker stood at the bow, observing the frogmen diving in and out of the water, yet failing to find Major General Yukimura. 2 hours had elapsed since Yukimura's disappearance, and the situation appeared dire. Smoker sighed. Colonel Smoker, please avenge Major Yukimura, pleaded Major Weir, his eyes glistening with tears. He had followed Yukimura since his lieutenant days, and together they had risen through the ranks, leaving Roguetown side by side. Their years of camaraderie had forged a deep bond between Weir and Yukimura. You know I am a devil fruit user and cannot enter the water, so I cannot assist in pursuing that sea creature, Smoker replied. However, I will arrange for bait, explosives, and poison in an attempt to slay it. Thank you, Colonel Smoker. Weir said, wiping away his tears. If that proves ineffective, Smoker continued, I will report to the higher-ups and request support from headquarters. However, even with reinforcements, the search radius will be limited to the vicinity of Roguetown. The East Blue is vast. If the sea creature has fled beyond that area, it may be impossible to locate it. I understand, Weir nodded. Smoker rose and declared, I will make the necessary arrangements. Your warship will remain in Roguetown for repairs while awaiting further orders from the Navy headquarters. Understood. Weir stood at attention. Chapter 66. Departure in the orange grove of Cocoa West Village. Clang. Marcel stumbled backward, his feet leaving 2 trails in the ground, and in a moment of fading strength, he plummeted to his knees. I have been defeated, Marcel said, his face filled with reluctance. You are still no match for me, Shaba remarked, gazing at Marcel. Marcel glanced at Shaba and replied, but this time, I used 2 blades to defeat you, so it seems I have made some progress. 2 blades? Shaba scoffed. Just look at your clothes. Huh. Marcel lowered his gaze to his attire, discovering 2 gashes upon it. When did this happen? He wondered, astonished that he had not felt the cuts. You still have a long way to go. Shaba chuckled. Marcel, feeling frustrated, lamented, have I truly not changed over the years? Of course not, Shaba replied, his smile fading. I too have been progressing, and with my new blades, my power has significantly increased. Xiaoba had replaced his 300-kilogram blades with ones weighing only 10 kilograms, allowing for swifter strikes and a substantial boost in strength. The shift in weapon weight and combat style took him half a year to adapt to. Since you are so strong, let's go hunt that sea creature, Nami interjected, approaching unobtrusively. I am not a match for it. Xiaoba quickly lowered his head, doubting his growth was sufficient to rival Arlong's power. However, he believed that combined with Arlong, they would not be able to defeat that sea creature. But I will definitely vanquish it, Xiaoba declared, hands on his hips. Go prepare dinner, Nami retorted tersely. Yes. Xiaoba dashed toward the house to begin his tasks. He was quite proficient in cooking, excelling at grilling meat and takoyaki, and had recently taken up culinary studies. Cooking had become his responsibility. Brother Marcel, your clothes are torn. Take them off, and I'll help you mend them. Nokigo softly suggested as she stood beside Marcel. I don't want to trouble you, Nokigo, Marcel replied, feeling embarrassed. Nokigo shook her head. It's no trouble at all. All right then. Thank you, Marcel said, removing his shirt and handing it to her. Nokigo took it and walked toward the house. As she passed Nami, Nami smiled and asked, Sister, when did you learn to sew? I've always known how. Nokigo shot Nami a glare before entering the house. Nami watched her retreating figure with a slight smile. It had already been 6 months. Nami turned her gaze to the azure sky, reflecting on the half-year since Arlong's demise and wondering why she felt a sense of ennui. Although her tranquil life was warm, it did not satisfy her. She longed to venture out to sea and continue charting the waters. That night, the silvery moonlight cascaded down, illuminating the ocean's surface with a radiant glow. The dark sea was profound and terrifying, and beneath the waves, 2 shadows swam into the distance, one a colossal fish, the other a massive manatee. Their destination, the Grand Line. The black sea creature was none other than Xia Qiu, who, having recovered from his injuries 3 days after consuming the naval commander, now swam toward Reverse Mountain, heading southwest. Xia Qiu departed from Logtown, setting sail towards the southwest. His destination was the Grand Line, and he dared not traverse the doldrums, where colossal sea kings resided. Each one measured several hundred meters in length, rendering a 20-meter-long vessel but a mere plaything beneath their towering forms. Such a small frame as his could easily be devoured in a single gulp. Therefore, Xia Qiu's aim was to reach Reverse Mountain, located to the west, necessitating a journey of some distance in that direction. To traverse from Reverse Mountain to the Grand Line, one must navigate through the waters of the East Sea, veering slightly southward. Beneath Reverse Mountain stood a lighthouse, illuminating the surrounding waters and providing guidance. However, the lighthouse was yet to be sighted. In the summer and autumn, one opens their mouth, emitting sound waves, ever vigilant for danger. The doldrums, devoid of wind. See the currents also stagnant, existing in stark contrast to the East China Sea and the Grand Line, two entirely disparate realms. As Luffy navigated the Thousand Sunny towards Reverse Mountain, one moment he was engulfed in tempestuous storms, the next, basking in radiant sunshine and tranquil breezes. Unaware of the doldrums' location, it becomes challenging to discern the winds above the surface, relying solely on the shifts in ocean currents to guide one's understanding. Yet, by the time one perceives the change in currents, they have already entered the doldrums. Thus, in this state, one continually sends forth sound waves, gradually advancing. After traversing a certain distance, one suddenly senses the surrounding currents gradually cease until they come to a standstill. What is this? Xia Qiu abruptly halted her movement. However, Mumu seemed oblivious, continuing to charge ahead. Witnessing this scene, Xia Qiu felt a surge of anxiety but refrained from recklessly pursuing. Instead, she emitted a wave of sound. As Xia Qiu observed, accompanied by the advance of Mu, several figures gradually surfaced from the immense sea. They were sea kings. The sea kings were remarkably sensitive. Merely the presence of Luffy's merry-go had attracted nearly 10 of them. Both he and Mu were significantly larger than the merry-go, thus creating even greater disturbances. Time was ample. Xia Qiu hastened her pace, swiftly catching up to Mumu and positioning herself in front of him. Mumu tilted his head, gazing at Xia Qiu with a look of confusion. Summer and Autumn nudged him gently, swimming towards a direction away from the windless zone. Oh, Mumu understood. This was a signal to depart. Thus, he followed closely behind Summer and Autumn, gliding towards the distant horizon. However, at that moment, the Sea Kings began to rise, sending forth a tremendous tremor. As Summer transitioned into Autumn, the pace quickened. Mumu sensed a tremor, jolting with urgency, and hastened to follow suit. Boom. As Xia Qiu and Momo entered the East Sea, several colossal figures gradually emerged behind them, the shortest measuring 200 meters, with some towering over 1,000 meters. Hurry, hurry. The two did not pause, but instead quickened their pace. As Xia Qiu observed, the marine monarch had pursued for a considerable distance before coming to a halt, gradually retreating. As Summer and Autumn exhaled a sigh, they gradually slowed their pace, and Mumu came to a halt as well, appearing somewhat apprehensive. Xia Qiu rushed in front of Momo, striking his face with his pectoral fin. Momo, aware of his misstep, bowed his head, refraining from any form of defiance. He departed. Xia Qiu delivered a few playful slaps, sweeping his tail fin across his face before swimming ahead. Mumu raised his head, shook it, and promptly followed suit. After swimming a considerable distance, the light began to wane, necessitating their ascent to the surface. As they emerged, the pressure of the water diminished, forcing oxygen to break free and rise above. Xia Qiu sensed the filtered oxygen weakening and broke through the surface to gulp in fresh air. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck the sea not far away. In the distance, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, with fierce winds swirling amidst the impending storm. Amidst the torrential rain, a faint light flickered in and out of view. It was the lighthouse. Crack! Once more, a flash of lightning illuminated the sea, and in that brief moment, Xia Qiu caught a glimpse of a colossal shadow. It was the upside-down mountain. They had arrived. As the summer and autumn seasons converge, the creature, with its dorsal nostrils, inhaled deeply, propelling itself into the tempestuous winds. Chapter 67, Advancing. Across the vast expanse of the ocean, a ferocious wind swept through the ominous clouds. Between the darkened heavens and the tumultuous sea, a colossal black fish glided through the waters with the grace of a submarine, reveling in its aquatic freedom. At times, it would breach the surface, its head breaking the water, only to plunge back beneath, skimming the ocean's surface with unyielding speed. It charged towards the crashing waves, shattering the frothy crests, and faced the torrential rain with a fearless heart. Retreat was not in its nature, nor was pausing an option. In its eyes, one could discern a fervent quest for exploration, a glimmer of hope, and an exhilarating thrill. The clouds descended ominously, resembling a heavy fortress wall poised to collapse upon this realm. Lightning streaked from the heavens, illuminating the path ahead with a brilliant radiance. Amidst the thunderous roars, the black fish surged forward. Closer it drew. The towering inverted mountain emerged on the horizon, akin to a grand celestial canopy enveloping the waters below. The black fish surged towards the mountain, drawing ever nearer. A broad waterway unfurled along the mountainside, extending skyward. Boom. As summer transitioned into autumn, a surge of water flowed through the canal, swept away by the sea, racing upwards along the waterway. Mumu followed closely behind, also entering the canal. At the entrance of the waterway, colossal stone gates flanked either side, appearing at intervals, numbering over a dozen. Each pillar of these gates was intricately carved with grotesque fish-bearing sharp teeth. The pillars themselves were formidable, each measuring 4 to 5 meters in width. This bodes ill. The summer and autumn collided with great intensity, crashing against the stone pillar. Turning around, Xia Qiu gently tilted her body and continued to charge forward along the waterway. However, at that moment, a tremendous noise erupted from behind. Bang! The cow crashed into the stone pillar, its body swerving downward. What a fool. As summer transitions into autumn, a sense of urgency envelopes the atmosphere. Momo descends, its massive pectoral fins flapping in a futile attempt to decelerate its fall. With a resounding thud, Momo plunges into the ocean, emitting a cry of anguish. The currents of the waterway are swift and expansive, yet unlike maritime vessels. Xia Qiu and Momo cannot harness the wind. They are compelled to rely solely on momentum, the force of the flowing water, and the undulation of their own bodies to propel themselves upwards. Should their movements cease, the relentless current alone is insufficient to elevate their considerable bulk. A feeling of helplessness prevails. In the late summer and early autumn, she could only hold her pace, allowing her body to descend until she reached the side of Mumu, who gazed up at her with a pitiful expression. Follow me. Xia Qiu aimed to swim towards the rear, with Mumu closely trailing behind. Together, they braved the waves, swimming a considerable distance before merging into the current, where they accelerated once more and surged forward. The pace of late summer and early autumn was swift, creating a widening gap between them and Mumu. Upon witnessing this scene, Mumu hastily quickened its speed. This time, their momentum surged even faster than before. Boom. Xia Qiu and Mumu once again plunged into the waterway, propelling upstream. Xia Qiu was approximately 15 meters ahead of Momo, which was the reason for his accelerated pace, ensuring he did not obstruct Momo's line of sight. Charge, charge, charge. In no time, Xia Qiu and Momo surged past the stone gate, their momentum unabated as they continued to ascend. As summer and autumn sway their bodies, they ascend with the flow of water, reaching ever greater heights. Mumu follows suit, trailing closely behind, exhibiting no inclination to descend. Boom. Xia Qiu ascended directly to the summit, where the sea began to converge towards another channel. At the inverted mountain, 5 waterways branched out, 4 leading upwards and 1 downwards. The upper channels drew from the 4 seas, while the lower one flowed into the Grand Line. Upon reaching the peak, exertion was scarcely necessary. One could merely drift downward with the current. Yet, Xia Qiu braced against the rocky cliff, wedging himself firmly in place. The flow at the summit was not particularly forceful and remained relatively level, allowing Xia Qiu to withstand the pressure. Was Mumu making his ascent? If he could not reach the top, Xia Qiu would have to descend to assist him. Just as doubt clouded Xia Qiu's mind, with a sudden thud, Mumu burst onto the summit, colliding with Xia Qiu. Mumu flattened his body, leaning forward, having surged up, he collided directly against Xia Qiu. The sharpness of his horns inadvertently jabbed at Xia Qiu's rear. Hiss. As Xia Qiu felt a sharp pain in her tail, she and Momo drifted along with the current. Momo led the way, while Xia Qiu followed closely behind, gliding down the waterway with increasing speed. At the foot of the inverted mountain, there was Abu. They must avoid colliding with him. Whoosh, whoosh. As Xia Qiu and Mumu accelerated, they drew ever closer to the surface of the sea. What could that be? In the transition from summer to autumn, Xia Qiu beheld a colossal whale rising majestically above the waters not far from the shore, its head towering above the surface. This was Laboon, a creature hailing from the West Sea, originally a social animal that encountered the Rumbar pirates and followed them to the Grand Line. However, due to the perilous nature of the Grand Line, the Rumbar pirates left Laboon at Twin Cape, promising to return in 3 years. Yet, 50 years elapsed without their return. And of the crew, only Brooke, who had consumed the Yomi Yomi no Mi, remained alive. Laboon's immense form was staggering. His single eye was several times larger than the Mary, measuring at least 30 meters in diameter. By the proportion of his eye, his total length exceeded 1,000 meters, classifying him as a true behemoth. Astonishingly, within his abdomen lay a lake, complete with a central island, capable of harboring a giant octopus measuring approximately 30 meters in body length, with an overall length exceeding 60 meters when accounting for its tentacles. Despite his formidable size, Laboon possessed a gentle nature. He would not initiate an attack unless provoked. It is prudent to avoid confrontation with him. As Xia Qiu contemplated, she leaped into the water and abruptly twisted her body, gliding effortlessly. As the summer and autumn currents propelled toward Labu, the movement was lateral. Yet he had scarcely traversed half the distance when he abruptly halted his downward plunge. Subsequently, he maneuvered his body toward the direction of the fishtail. Just as summer and autumn believed all was well, a sudden thud resounded. The horns of Mumu pierced directly into Labu's form. It was over. Witnessing this scene, summer and autumn gasped in shock. How could you scoundrel, inflict such harm upon him? With a soft gurgle, Mumu slowly retreated, and from the wound, 2 jets of crimson blood erupted forth. Mumu glanced at the island whale and then at summer and autumn, swimming closer in their direction. At that moment, Labu opened his mouth, emitting a resounding cry, before gradually submerging his body. This was not good. As Xia Qiu witnessed this scene, she hurriedly made her way towards Labu. Hee hee. Mumu, upon seeing Xia Qiu approach, joyfully ran over, eager to nuzzle against her. Silly. Xia Qiu dashed directly to Momo's side, swiftly maneuvering to deliver a sharp lash of its tail against him, before gracefully swimming away into the distance. Upon being struck, Momo immediately grasped Xia Qiu's intentions and hastily followed suit. As Summer and Autumn embraced the body of the island whale, they glide gracefully, moving toward the whale's rear. Gurgle. The island whale gradually descends into the depths, slowly parting its jaws to take in the water. The surging sea flows into its belly, and the creatures of the surrounding ocean are drawn into its mouth. Summer and Autumn glided along his body, evading the path ahead. Yet, the immense gravitational pull continued to drag him inexorably forward. It was a struggle to endure. Xia Qiu swayed his body, unleashing a tremendous force that countered the pull, propelling him forward for a distance. As long as he evaded the frontal assault, the remaining allure posed little threat. However, just as Xia Qiu was contemplating this, Mumu began to retreat, persistently flapping his body yet still moving backward. Positioned further back, Mumu found himself in the diagonal path of the island whale, where the pull was considerably stronger. His own strength was relatively feeble, leaving him unable to evade it. What a fool he was, first injuring Labu and then being drawn away. Xia Qiu is unwilling to remain idle, yet lacks a viable solution. What should be done? As Xia Qiu observed the retreating Momo, a spark of inspiration ignited within her. However, the solution she conceived was fraught with peril. A misstep could lead to her own downfall. Even if she were swallowed, there remained a glimmer of opportunity for escape. Yet, the question lingered, was Momo truly worth the risk she contemplated? Xia Qiu gritted her teeth, but suddenly relaxed her body. Whoosh! As Summer and Autumn swiftly recede. In but a fleeting moment, it reaches the position of Mumu, continuing to retreat. In the instant of lagging behind Mumu, Summer and Autumn suddenly lower their pectoral, pelvic, and abdominal fins, obstructing the flow of water, while simultaneously twisting their bodies to surge forward. Propel me onward. In the transition from Summer to Autumn, a formidable strength emanated from the body, resisting the immense pull. Bang! Summer and Autumn broke free from the constraints of the ocean, surging forth in an instant, colliding with Mumu. The impact brought Mumu to an immediate halt, and sensing the assistance from Summer and Autumn, it vigorously flapped its pectoral fins, lowering its body as it swam forward. A little further, just a bit more ahead. Summer and Autumn exert their utmost, inching forward. As Summer and Autumn pressed forward, each step was met with the lowing of cattle, yet their progress was minimal, while their strength waned rapidly. Endure, and endure once more. The Summer and Autumn swayed violently, striving to advance even a fraction. His strength gradually waned, rendering him unable to progress, and he began to retreat slowly. Yet, just as Summer and Autumn commenced their backward movement, a thunderous roar erupted, Lab's mouth closed, and the pull vanished into thin air. Boom! Amidst the relentless currents, Xia Qiu and Momo propelled themselves forward, gradually distancing themselves from Labu. The sound of splashing water resonated around them, as they swam further and further away. It was only after a considerable distance that Xia Qiu came to a halt, overwhelmed by an immense fatigue that enveloped their body, utterly exhausted. As Summer and Autumn slowed their pace, remaining vigilant towards the surroundings, they took a moment to rest. Noticing the stillness of Summer and Autumn, Mumu halted as well, approaching and resting its head against Summer and Autumn's side. A mournful sound escaped Mumu's mouth, persistently nudging Summer and Autumn with its head. Sighing, Summer and Autumn, who had intended to impart a lesson, shook their head and gently patted Mumu's body with their outstretched limb. There, do not weep. Chapter 68, The Treacherous Waters. After a brief respite, Mumu ceased its weeping and grew increasingly affectionate towards Summer and Autumn. As Summer transitions into Autumn, one sways gently, progressing slowly while attentively observing the surroundings. A transformation in the magnetic field has occurred. During the Summer and Autumn, Xia Qiu discovered the fluctuations of the surrounding magnetic field within the cranium through minute magnets. The disturbances were chaotic and disordered, in stark contrast to the East China Sea. In the East China Sea, the magnetic lines are complete and orderly. By journeying to an island, one can perceive the direction of the magnetic field and ascertain their position and orientation through the angle between their own biological magnetism and the geomagnetic field. However, in this place, both the direction of the magnetic field and the magnitude of the magnetic force are utterly tumultuous. Xia Qiu is well aware of the circumstances surrounding the Grand Line, for many regions along this illustrious route are endowed with unique ores that emit varying magnetic forces. These fluctuations in magnetism pose challenges for conventional compasses, rendering them ineffective. Consequently, the advent of recording compasses is necessitated, which can store magnetic data and, by leveraging the magnetic influences between islands, ascertain the position of the next destination. The Grand Line comprises 7 distinct routes, each leading to the fabled archipelago of Sabaody. Thus, to navigate the Grand Line successfully, one must master the intricacies of magnetism. Xia Qiu was unfazed by such trivialities. He had devised a method to ascertain his location by utilizing the biomagnetic forces and the magnetic intensity emanating from the islands. By capturing the magnetic pull of the subsequent island, he could pinpoint the second island's location. More crucially, Xia Qiu did not need to chase the magnetic force toward the island. It sufficed to align his position using the magnetic intensity. By positioning himself within the balance of the magnetic forces, he could ensure his forward trajectory, allowing for minor deviations, yet still reaching the archipelago of Xiangbidi. Summer and autumn do not resemble pirates. They do not require land-based supplies or fixed routes to navigate. For them, any location with seawater serves as their habitat. More importantly, they possess the remarkable ability to traverse against the current. The Great Route's celestial phenomena, geomagnetism, ocean currents, and airflows are in disarray. Most sailing ships must rely on these currents and winds to progress, making it arduous to navigate upstream. Only vessels equipped with additional sources of power can achieve this feat, however. Endowed with tremendous physical strength, traversing against the current poses no challenge for them. This ensures that summer and autumn need not fear being swept away by the currents to unfamiliar locales. In summary, the perils of the Great Route largely stem from the marine creatures that inhabit its depths. Given their current velocity and strength, no adversary larger than them can surpass their speed, and none smaller can match their might. Therefore, the likelihood of summer and autumn successfully navigating the initial stretches of the Great Route appears promising. Nonetheless, they harbor no immediate intentions of venturing elsewhere. Their purpose for arriving at the Great Route is to grow stronger, naturally leading them to hunt pirates. The closer they get to the entrance of the Great Route, the more pirates they are likely to encounter. All routes from the four seas converge at the upside-down mountain, and those making their way to the Great Route are certainly not ordinary pirates. Moreover, the ordinary pirates of the East Sea possess relatively weaker abilities, while those from the other three seas exhibit greater strength. Thus, the quality of the pirates they hunt in the Great Route will undoubtedly be superior. However, they remain within the operational range of Laboon by venturing slightly further and seeking an island with significant magnetic properties for refuge. They can avoid attacks from large sea kings and formidable fish in the surrounding shallow waters. Using the island as a base, they can lie in wait to capture one or two pirates, but should the numbers increase, it may become a rather troublesome predicament. As Xia Qiu contemplated, he sensed the magnetic forces surrounding him, perceiving two distinct currents, one immensely powerful and the other exceedingly faint. The diminutive force might be attributed to its considerable distance or the scarcity of unique minerals within it. In contrast, the formidable current enveloped a vast expanse of adjacent waters, sufficient to enable numerous recording pointers to detect it and subsequently navigate towards their destination. This overwhelming force could not be obscured, signifying that within these waters, pirate ships arriving here would have their recording pointers directed toward that very location. The Grand Line, in essence, is encompassed by 7 distinct routes, unless unforeseen circumstances arise. This area likely serves as one of the entrances to those 7 pathways. As long as one seizes a single route during the summer and autumn, a considerable number of pirates can be hunted. Let us proceed thither. As summer and autumn pondered, they drifted away, guided by an invisible magnetism. It was time to depart. Mumu tilted her head slightly and hurried to catch up. As summer and autumn hasten their pace, they simultaneously part their lips to emit and receive sound waves. The cacophony is overwhelming. The ocean floor is rife with noise, the sounds of currents, crashing waves, and the calls of colossal creatures, all conspiring to disrupt one's focus. Furthermore, the unpredictable currents incessantly diminish the strength of the sound waves. In such an environment, one's detection range is inevitably curtailed. Nevertheless, the marine life of the Grand Line is substantial in size. Even with the attenuation of sound waves, they remain detectable. It appears that a re-evaluation and comparison are necessary, and one must exercise caution for the time being. Xia Qiu swam forward for a while and caught sight of a distant sea fish, which, based on his experience, measured approximately 10 meters in length. Xia Qiu, accompanied by Momo, advanced several hundred meters forward. It was then that Xia Qiu discovered the creature, which measured at least 30 meters in length. The body was elongated, laterally compressed, and oval in shape, with a considerable height. Its eyes were positioned high, while the gills were located diagonally beneath the eyes, and the body behind the eyes was notably robust. This was Xia Qiu's first encounter with such a large mola mola. However, the difference was striking. The acoustic feedback signals captured by Xia Qiu measured approximately 10 meters, yet their actual length extended to 30 meters. Such a discrepancy is rather significant. Furthermore, the vibrations they produced were exceedingly faint, considerably diminished by the ocean currents. This disparity left Xia Qiu feeling quite disoriented. Mooing, just as Xia Qiu was lost in thought, Mooing had already charged towards the opponent. Xia Qiu now measures 42 meters, while Mumu, with its body laid flat, spans approximately 50 meters. In the eyes of the marine fish, it appears as a colossal creature. Consequently, it swiftly turns and darts away. Mumu pursues with great effort, narrowing the gap between them, and soon surges alongside, opening its enormous jaws to bite down. With a resounding crunch, Mumu's teeth sink directly into the fish's flesh, continuing to rend deeper. The marine fish begins to thrash violently, and Mumu, seizing the momentum, swings back, tearing away a substantial chunk of blood and meat. The fish breaks free from Mumu's grasp, attempting to flee, but Mumu swiftly closes in again, delivering a powerful slap. Mumu possesses only pectoral, dorsal, and caudal fins, with its pectoral fins being immense and fingered at the tips. With a thud, Mumu's pectoral fin crashes against the fish's head, toppling it over. It then lunges once more, biting down repeatedly, until the marine fish begins to roll over, lifeless and defeated. Mumu seizes the fish by its tail and drags it toward Xia Qiu. Upon reaching Xia Qiu, Mumu halts, nudging Xia Qiu and patting the marine fish. Is it bringing it back for itself to eat first? Mumu has previously caught marine fish and left some for Xia Qiu, but typically it would consume its catch first. This time, however, it seems to allow Xia Qiu to eat first. Xia Qiu did not refuse, opening her mouth to savor the sea fish. After such a long time, she found herself quite hungry. Mumu, from the other side, also began to feast on the sea fish. After a while, Xia Qiu felt somewhat satiated, but at that moment, she sensed a series of vibrations. Mumu continued to eat, entirely oblivious. Such a glutton. As summer and autumn raise their heads, they release a symphony of sound waves. Numerous sea fish, 5 in total, approach from nearby. The echoes of their sound waves, based on past experience, vary, some reaching 10 meters, others 20, and some 30 meters. However, according to recent encounters, these sea creatures are at least 30 meters in length, with the largest among them potentially measuring up to 100 meters. They gather here, seemingly drawn by the scent of blood released by their fellow fish. Is their aim to seize my sustenance? How dare they attempt to claim my food? With a cold snort, Xia Qiu swayed her body and charged towards the sea fish. Chapter 69. The Manipulation of Spirit. Xia Qiu fixed her gaze on a singular direction, her body swaying with purpose as she propelled herself forward with unwavering determination, instantly diminishing the distance to her target. This target, with a signal feedback approximately 20 meters away, was inferred to be located at a distance of 600 meters based on the time differential of the returning sound waves. However, after swimming 300 meters, Xia Qiu discovered that it was a pomfret measuring around 30 meters in length. The signal-to-capture ratio had shifted from 1 to 2, now adjusting to 1 to 1.5. Yet, whereas the previous distance was 500 meters, it had now decreased to 300 meters. Upon encountering 2 marine fish, Xia Qiu redefined the implications of the sound wave signals and the discrepancies in return time. Nevertheless, to fully comprehend the patterns, she would require the analysis of dozens, if not hundreds, of marine fish. Once she redefined her approach, although the detection range and sensitivity would see a slight reduction compared to her experiences in the East China Sea, it would nonetheless represent a significant enhancement over her current capabilities. As Xia Qiu beheld the pompano, he surged forth without hesitation. The fish, undeterred by the 10-meter distance that separated them, particularly the staggering weight disparity of nearly 100 tons over a span of 30 to 40 meters, charged directly towards him. The pompano, though possessing a flattened physique, boasted a considerably pronounced head, broad and formidable in its dimensions. Its forehead appeared disproportionately large, especially when magnified to a length of 30 meters, slightly bulging yet immensely imposing. With an unwavering resolve, Xia Qiu accelerated to meet the oncoming fish. A thunderous collision ensued as their foreheads met. Producing a sharp crack, the sound of splintering bones reverberated through the air. The pompano's head caved inwards, forming a significant dent, while its body convulsed involuntarily, losing its balance. You dare to clash with me? Xia Qiu mused, for in terms of strength, bone density, and even the size of their foreheads, he far surpassed the creature. Although the pompano would not perish immediately, it mattered little. All that was required was for it to lose its ability to move. Xia Qiu surged towards the next marine fish, charging once more. One fish fled in haste, while another, measuring 40 meters in length, was toppled and dispatched by Xia Qiu as powerful assault, succumbing to 2 swift bites. In the presence of Xia Qiu, fish of similar stature exhibited no capacity for defense, for fish enhanced the clarity of Xia Qiu's sonic information. Yet, only 2 remained. However, time was not on their side, for they had already approached the vicinity of Momo's location. In the summer and autumn, when one fish launches an attack, another fish may venture forth to retaliate. As summer and autumn hasten towards the mooing, the pace intensifies, drawing ever closer. In the transition from summer to autumn, Xia Qiu discovered 2 fish not far from Mumu. One measured approximately 70 meters in length, a magnificent orca, while the other stretched about 40 meters, a mere base. The orca was indeed astonishing. The base, though impressive at 40 meters, was trivial in comparison, as I could easily vanquish it. The 70-meter marine creature, substantially larger and several times heavier than myself, could be defeated without engaging in direct confrontation, thus minimizing the risk of significant injury. However, the orca presented a different challenge. As the largest member of the dolphin family, it possesses remarkable intelligence and has been known to hunt great white sharks. In a one-on-one encounter, an orca would not shy away from a shark, boasting considerable odds in its favor. Orcas are social creatures, often found in groups of at least 2 or 3, and sometimes as many as 40 or 50. They remain undeterred even in the presence of a shark pack. Of utmost importance is the orca's superior intellect, enabling it to strike at the heart and other vulnerable points of its adversaries, manipulate currents to disorient foes, utilize the surrounding terrain to its advantage, and employ techniques akin to a skilled martial artist. Xia Qiu felt a tinge of concern regarding whether the creature was a social being, although it was solitary. Who could ascertain if there were others lurking in the distance? Mumu had already spotted the sea fish, halting its feeding to sense the approach of the colossal entity. Its body quivering slightly as it contemplated escape. Yet, upon catching sight of Xia Qiu, it immediately felt reassured. With a loud exclamation, Mumu suddenly charged towards the base. Xia Qiu understood. Since Momo had chosen the base, she only needed to contend with the orca. Xia Qiu immediately shifted direction, charging towards the orca. A thunderous roar echoed. The pace of Xia Qiu accelerated relentlessly, hurtling towards the orca. The majestic creature detected Xia Qiu's approach and did not flinch. Instead, it slightly adjusted its orientation and charged forward. With a size considerably smaller than its own, there was no cause for concern. The orca did not evade Xia Qiu, nor did Xia Qiu entertain the thought of retreating. As they drew nearer, the distance between them diminished. In a swift motion, just as their collision seemed imminent, Xia Qiu suddenly rolled to the side, executing an offensive maneuver known as the Aberrel. As summer transitioned into autumn, the creature sidestepped the orca's frontal approach, its abdomen gliding along the side of the massive marine mammal. It then continued to rotate, completing the maneuver midsection of the orca, ultimately reversing its position entirely. This action resembled the tactical barrel roll of an aircraft. However, unlike the barrel roll, which is executed when one trails a target that unexpectedly veers, causing a momentary retreat to avoid being outpaced and retaliated against, this maneuver maintained a steadfast grip on the opponent. The offensive rolling maneuver of summer and autumn involves evading the enemy's frontal assault through the act of rolling. The distinction between the two lies in the amplitude of the movement. The former is considerably broader, while the latter is somewhat more restrained. In the transition from summer to autumn, a cylinder turned to face the midsection of the orca. Sensing this movement, the orca attempted to halt and veer away. However, in that fleeting moment, the cylinder surged forward, simultaneously rolling to the right, with the left pectoral fin elevated and the right pectoral fin lowered. Before executing a sharp backward turn, its head retreating while the tail advanced, completing a sideways somersault. Accompanying this maneuver, the cylinder rotated 180 degrees with minimal amplitude, and as it completed the turn, its body inclined, pressing down to the left and flattening out. The abrupt turn to the right is a fundamental advanced maneuver in aviation, categorized into left sharp turns, right sharp turns, and upward sharp turns, each designated for different directional shifts. These can be aptly termed as sudden shifts to the right, left, and upward. Nonetheless, the commonality lies in the necessity of a lateral rotation, ensuring a smaller turning radius, allowing for a seamless return to a horizontal position. Unlike drifting during a turn, this method conserves time and offers a more acute angle compared to conventional turning techniques. In a swift maneuver, Xia Qiu executed a sharp right turn, swimming alongside the orca as they surged forward with remarkable speed. However, upon evading Xia Qiu, the orca slowed down and then altered its course. As Xia Qiu veered to the left to avoid the orca, the latter swiftly pivoted left to prevent Xia Qiu from escaping in that direction. This turn directly aligned with Xia Qiu's trajectory. Yet, the orca's response was sluggish. As it began to decelerate and turn, Xia Qiu charged forth unabated. The collision was inevitable. Bang! The collision of summer and autumn struck directly at the rear of his head. With a crack, one could observe the skin of the orca indenting, creating a significant cavity, followed by the sound of bones shattering. Simultaneously, the force surged into the orca's brain, causing its form to abruptly freeze and tilt sideways. The force of Xia Qiu in the summer and autumn is formidable. The impact generated is scarcely less than that of a killer whale. His reluctance to engage in a collision stems from a desire to avoid injury. The opponent's massive size and powerful movements would undoubtedly result in harm to him. Observing the orca come to a halt, Xia Qiu slightly retracted his head, shook it, and opened his jaws to seize the area beneath the orca's head, relentlessly tearing at it. The body of the orca began to convulse, gradually regaining its strength. However, during its attempts to recover, Xia Qiu relentlessly continued his assault until he ultimately brought it to its demise. It was over. Xia Qiu exhaled deeply. Although only a few moves were employed, the experience was exceedingly perilous. Should any complication arise, she would find herself in a precarious situation. Had her roll not been executed flawlessly just moments ago, she might have sustained injuries. The maneuvers were fraught with danger, yet when performed adeptly, the results were remarkably impressive. Xia Qiu cast a glance at the orca, refraining from indulging in a meal, and shifted his gaze towards the horizon. The sound of crunching echoed as Mumu gnawed on the striped base, its body trembling helplessly. Their lengths were comparable, though Mumu was slightly longer. Yet it was Xia Qiu who appeared more formidable. More significantly, the advantages lay in strength and the length of their teeth. Nevertheless, in the realm of marine fish, they were no match for him at an equivalent size. Having dispatched the striped base, Mumu instantly lifted his head and spotted Xia Qiu, who had come racing towards him. At that moment, as Xia Qiu and Mumu reunited, an immense tremor suddenly resonated around them. As summer transitioned into autumn, sound waves resonated, drawing forth several marine fish into the vicinity. Yet again, the blood flowed in greater abundance, enticing an increasing number of fish. Having feasted sufficiently, there was no need to prolong the confrontation. Slaying a few had sufficed to gauge the disparity in strength, and acquiring a fragment of the sound wave data was ample. It was time to make a discreet exit. Xia Qiu immediately swam towards the distant gap, with Mu closely following, drifting further and further away. Chapter 70. I require an explanation. Xia Qiu and Mu departed from the congregation of marine fish, creating distance and slowing their pace. They made a turn, continuing to sense the magnetic field as they headed towards the nearest island. The recent battle had revealed much about the conditions of this part of the sea, where many fish surpassed those of the East China Sea in size. It was not uncommon for a marine creature to stretch several dozen meters in length, with some even exceeding 100 meters. The 70-meter orca, had it not been for the perilous maneuvers employed, could not have been so easily vanquished. Against a lesser intelligent fish, the odds of defeating one around 100 meters in length would still be relatively favorable. However, as the size of the fish increased, so too did the overwhelming advantage it held, complicating the battle for oneself. Even with a continuous increase in strength, the limitations of one's own size would still present a formidable challenge. One's threshold for combat was likely between 120 to 150 meters of marine fish, which could potentially be subdued through relentless assault and entanglement. Naturally, such colossal fish were relatively scarce above 1,000 meters of seawater. The deeper one ventured, the larger the fish became, beneath the Shambodi Islands. Even a common fish could easily measure 200 to 300 meters in length, with monstrous entities like the kraken lurking within. To confront such formidable creatures, mere enhancement of strength would prove inadequate. A broader array of offensive strategies would be imperative. In the transitional phases of summer and autumn, two distinct evolutionary paths emerge, one directed towards humans and the other towards colossal marine creatures. Regarding the human facet, there exist two trajectories. The first necessitates a more robust physique, encompassing strength, speed, and defense, thereby compelling a fortification of energy reserves. The second path seeks to enhance offensive capabilities, ensuring no vulnerabilities exist within the physical form. As for the adaptation towards large marine organisms, three avenues unfold. The first involves an increase in size, granting a more formidable stature. However, as one's physique becomes increasingly robust, the rate of growth has decelerated from a previous pace of 1 meter every 4 months to 1 meter every 6 months. This enlargement sacrifices speed and agility, necessitating certain limitations. The second avenue is the augmentation of strength, which, although its effectiveness diminishes, still holds some merit. The third path focuses on diversifying offensive methods capable of inflicting damage upon large marine creatures. Currently, the most potent means of attack consist of teeth and collisions, followed by strikes from limbs, tentacles, and spines. However, apart from the teeth, collisions and strikes, as well as tentacle spines, inflict minimal harm on large fish. Therefore, it is imperative to develop robust, incisive anatomical features akin to teeth, capable of penetrating defenses. Thus, the convergence of these two aspects delineates a clear objective for the forthcoming endeavors. Firstly, to persist in hunting pirates and fortifying the body. Secondly, to devise methods for effectively combating large fish, preferably through the development of formidable, sharp anatomical structures. The former presents a clear strategy, while the latter requires further contemplation. As several evolutionary pathways exist, contingent upon the encounter with suitable marine organisms. Additionally, it is paramount to redefine sonic signals and vibrational amplitudes to restore one's reconnaissance capabilities. As summer and autumn glide forward, they continually distance themselves from Mu, emitting sound waves to capture its presence. By analyzing the intervals and the information carried by the sound waves, they meticulously record both distance and time. Based on the proximity, they define the sound waves according to the signals reflected by their own size. Furthermore, having accounted for the 5 sea fish they have slain, they can significantly enhance their reconnaissance capabilities, thus restoring a commendable degree of accuracy. As summer and autumn meandered with a gentle Mu, they followed the increasing allure of magnetic force, yet were unable to precisely discern the magnetic poles. Here, in this realm, Xia Qiu swam towards the left, pressing onward, occasionally surfacing to gaze into the distance. This is an island. In the transition between summer and autumn, a subtle magnetic force emanated from an island, though faint. It beckoned the traveler to venture forth. After swimming a considerable distance, the island revealed itself. Yet, despite its proximity, the island's presence was overshadowed by the formidable magnetic pull of another nearby isle. Such a feeble magnetic allure was insufficient to entice pirate ships to this location. Thus, the journey continued, with occasional glimpses of islands devoid of any magnetic essence, until finally arriving at a destination. Before the transition from summer to autumn, an island once again emerged, adorned with towering peaks. Though modest in size, comparable to the island of Naval Village, it pales in comparison to the grander islands of Jumieda, home to Coco West Village, and the island where Rogtown resides. However, its magnetic allure is profound, surpassing that of the East China Sea by a considerable margin. On the map, 7 trade routes dominate the Grand Line. In reality, the distances between islands are vast, interspersed with smaller islets that provide ample space. This particular island, serving as the starting point for the 7 routes, is sufficiently spacious. Xia Qiu and Mu made their way directly to the island, and as they approached its vicinity, a colossal figure loomed nearby. In late summer and early autumn, the redefined acoustic information is utilized to directly assess the time intervals of sound waves, approximately around 500 meters. However, the acoustic information appears rather indistinct, roughly within a range of 50 meters. As the summer and autumn approached their destination, they discovered an enormous squid, measuring 30 meters in length. With tentacles extending around 30 meters as well, it was indeed a colossal creature. This squid possessed the ability to ensnare itself. And due to the limitations of its own mouth size, it was challenging to kill it swiftly. Being entangled by it could lead to significant trouble. However, with considerable strength, one could not be taken away by it, and with its tentacles, there remained alternative methods to extricate oneself from its grasp and ultimately slay it, albeit requiring a certain amount of time. Fish of at least 30 to 40 meters would struggle to prevail against such a formidable squid. Upon noticing Xia Qiu, the squid immediately pursued, seemingly having surfaced from the depths of the ocean in search of prey. As Xia Qiu came to a halt, Miu followed closely behind, his eyes widening at the sight of the colossal octopus. This octopus is enormous, he pondered. Surely, my elder brother could defeat it. Xia Qiu paused, seemingly preparing for an encounter with the creature. Miu mused, floating beside Xia Qiu, unfazed by the octopus's presence. Octopuses can be troublesome. If I were faced with such a beast, I would undoubtedly flee. Thankfully, my brother is here. He can surely vanquish it and claim it as a meal. However, as the octopus drew nearer, Xia Qiu suddenly sprang into action, turning to flee. Huh? Miu was momentarily taken aback, his mouth agape, disbelief flooding his gaze. Why is my brother running? You are actually fleeing. Panic surged through him. Run. If you cannot face it, I have no hope of standing my ground. Trembling with fear, Miu turned to escape, but it was too late. The octopus lunged forward, ensnaring him in its grasp. The tentacles wrapped around Miu, constricting his form. Miu, he cried out, struggling to break free, but the 8 tentacles, each 30 meters long, along with the over 50-meter-long siphons, held him tightly. Ah! He exclaimed, thrashing violently. As he fought, the spines on his back fins cut into the octopus's flesh, leaving a trail of wounds. With the aid of his large pectoral fins and sharp teeth, the prospect of victory seemed attainable. Yet, as he watched Xia Qiu swimming away into the distance, panic engulfed him, and he found himself ensnared. It's over, even my brother has fled. Despair washed over Miu as he felt the tentacles constricting ever tighter, immense pressure building around his neck. But in the next moment, Xia Qiu spun around, charging toward the head of the octopus. Crack! In the transition from summer to autumn, it seized the squid by its head, delivering a single bite that punctured the creature's body, creating a gaping wound. Subsequently, it continued to bite, striking thrice more, ultimately bringing about the squid's demise. It was over. If ensnared, a single bite would plunge it into a struggle, and being entangled would render it difficult to exert force, necessitating a considerable amount of time. However, having ensnared the mooing creature, it could simply kill it without hesitation. Indeed, quite remarkable. As the summer and autumn seasons intertwined, he savored the tender flesh of the squid. Meanwhile, the cephalopod detached itself, and Mu found liberation, reflecting upon the actions of the summer and autumn. How could he not discern his intentions? To think he would use me as bait is utterly outrageous. Mu crouched low, fixating his gaze upon the summer and autumn. I demand an explanation. However, the summer and autumn remained indifferent, engrossed in his meal, having traveled such a distance that hunger had become unbearable. Thus, Mu inched closer, continuing to scrutinize the summer and autumn. Yet still, there was no response. Thud, thud. Mu nudged the summer and autumn with his head, then retreated, staring intently. Mu. An explanation. I require an explanation. As Xia Qiu turned her head, she cast a glance at Mu and revealed her sharp teeth with a chilling expression. How terrifying. Mu trembled in fear. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. After all, he was unscathed. It would be wise to indulge in a meal first, lest his elder brother devour everything. This octopus had its own merits as well. Mu lunged towards the octopus before him, devouring it voraciously. Chapter 71. The sea serpent having consumed the octopus, Xia Qiu and Mu approached the island. The island was smaller than Zameda Island, yet not by much, spanning approximately 6 to 8 square kilometers. However, 3/4 of this island was dominated by towering mountains, their peaks rising sharply like blades. The lower slopes were cloaked in verdant foliage, while the upper reaches were barren rock, dotted with dark specks. On the southern side of the island, there lay a town and a sunken coastline. As summer and autumn gradually approached the coastline, they located the harbor. However, during their approach, an unpleasant odor wafted through the air, an unbearable stench, more repugnant than the combination of bananas and winter jujubes. What on earth is this? Mu had already come to a halt, yet summer and autumn suppressed their nausea and swam forward a distance, reaching 30 meters from the harbor. There, a fleet of peculiar boats lay anchored, resembling oversized rubber dinghies. The sides of the vessels resembled 2 enormous brown rubber bands, while beneath them were smaller columns. These boats could accommodate around 10 individuals and featured a modest cabin with 2 sails. Could such diminutive vessels endure the great maritime routes? One of the boats was even smaller than the Mary. Moreover, the sides of these boats were relatively low compared to traditional sailboats, making them susceptible to being capsized by the waves. As they drew nearer, the foul odor intensified. Or rather, it should not be merely termed a stench. It was a subtle yet dense array of scent molecules that, upon inhalation, evoked a sense of discomfort. It was the odor of the boats. The scent emanating from the vessel during the late summer and autumn months is undeniably distressing to me. As summer transitions into autumn, the allure of the coastline becomes unbearable. Yet the foul stench lingers in the air. It appears that the odor emanating from this vessel serves as a deterrent to the marine creatures, be it the majestic sea kings or the humble fish, from approaching. At a distance, one can only perceive the malodorous scent. However, upon closer proximity, the noxious aromas become overwhelmingly pungent, almost intolerable. I am not merely a creature of instinct. I possess my own intellect and consciousness. Yet even I find it difficult to remain composed. It is no wonder that the cephalopods perish. After nearing the island, the surrounding marine life is remarkably scarce. The more sensitive denizens of the sea likely find this atmosphere unbearable. Even the mooing creature, several meters away, struggles to endure the slightest hint of the foul odor. Is it truly impossible to inhabit this place? Xia Qiu furrowed her brow. This should be one of the starting points of the 7 routes. Is it truly uninhabitable? As summer transitions into autumn along the coastal path, it becomes evident that the further one strays from the shore, the more the scent dissipates. The aroma diminishes, firstly. The molecular density of scents in the water decreases with distance, and secondly, as one ventures further from the island, the currents accelerate, further diluting the fragrance. Xia Qiu circled around, eventually reaching the rear of the island, where the scent was barely perceptible. The sea breeze, sheltered by the mountains, was powerful, whistling through the apertures above the peaks, creating a haunting sound. This place is quite remarkable. As Xia Qiu contemplated, she emitted sound waves and, by interpreting the information relayed, discerned that the seabed lay approximately 300 meters beneath her. Such a depth is considered relatively profound, categorizing it as a marine cliff and a vertical strait, quite a rarity in the East China Sea. However, in comparison to the nearby depths, it is rather modest, sufficiently accommodating for her habitation. Yet, amidst the echoes of the sound waves reflecting from the coastline, Xia Qiu detected that the cliff beneath the island was not uniform. In certain areas, it protruded inward by several meters. Was this an entrance? Moreover, there appeared to be more than one. Additionally, the mountainous terrain of the island harbored numerous openings. Why were there so many? Furthermore, an array of sound wave signals emerged around her, densely packed, yet relatively faint. What creatures might reside in this place? Summer and autumn dare not draw near, quietly awaiting. Yet at this moment, the surrounding creatures swiftly approach. Xia Qiu paid little heed to these creatures. The largest among them scarcely exceeded a dozen meters, while the smaller ones measured merely 3 or 4. Even in the presence of a school of piranhas or sharks, Xia Qiu felt no trepidation. Their teeth, after all, might not pose a threat to him. As summer and autumn gradually recede, I beheld their forms as life drew near. Snakes. Indeed, they were snakes, serpentine creatures of the sea. As summer and autumn swiftly turned, they fled towards the mooing sound, distancing themselves from the shore. The sound of rapid splashes echoed as the sea serpents surged toward them, colliding against their form and sinking their fangs into their flesh. However, the resilience of their scales and the robustness of their fins rendered the serpent's teeth utterly incapable of piercing through. Yet, the other regions were not spared. Particularly vulnerable was the abdomen, where several serpents latched onto their appendages, gnawing relentlessly. Furthermore, from the cavern behind, an array of serpents emerged, some measuring over 20, 30, and even 40 meters in length, rushing forth with alarming speed. Xia Qiu dashed into the distance, fleeing in a state of panic. The sea was teeming with serpents, large and menacing. However, their significance was diminished, for the constricting ability of sea snakes was feeble, bordering on non-existent. This was attributable to 2 primary reasons. Firstly, the majority of marine creatures are difficult to ensnare. Some possess slippery scales, others are armored with shells, and many exhibit peculiar anatomical structures. Secondly, sea snakes breathe through lungs. Although they spend much of their time submerged, their lungs constitute a significant portion of their bodies, with some even occupying their entire form. When they coil around, they inadvertently expel the air contained within their lungs. Consequently, sea snakes struggle to bind their adversaries effectively. More importantly, throughout their extensive evolution, their scales and bodily structures have not been adapted for constriction as a means of attack. Their scales are spaced apart, and their bodies are slender rather than robust. Thus, their shape and numbers do not pose a direct threat to Xia Qiu. Nonetheless, sea snakes are venomous, some even possessing lethal toxins. They belong to a subfamily known as the Hydrophini, with over 50 species found on Earth, most of which are highly venomous. Sea snakes are generally considered to be descendants of cobras that ventured into the ocean and adapted to thrive there. Interestingly, their appearance diverges significantly from that of the cobras we are familiar with, exhibiting little resemblance. Sea snakes inhabit the ocean, while aquatic snakes are typically found in lakes, swamps, rivers, rice paddies, and ponds. Although both belong to the suborder serpents, one is classified under the family Elapidae, while the other falls under the family Colubridae. While colubrids possess venom, it is relatively weak and seldom fatal. In contrast, all sea snakes are venomous, with potent toxins, which compensates for their inability to constrict, relying instead on their venom to subdue enemies. It is precisely this venomous nature that enables their survival in aquatic environments, leading to the evolution of the current sea snake family. Thus, Xia Qiu dared not linger any longer. Run, run! Xia Qiu dashed swiftly into the distance, with the other sea serpents trailing behind, ensnared only by its own grasp. Boss, you are running again. This time, I shall not fall for your tricks, Mumu exclaimed. Noticing Xia Qiu racing towards it, fearful of being used as bait once more, Mumu turned and fled, maintaining a cautious distance ahead of Xia Qiu. As summer wanes into autumn, the serpent tightens its grip upon itself, ensnaring its own form. The sharp talons penetrate the scales of the sea serpent, leaving behind a trail of crimson marks upon their intertwined bodies. As the summer and autumn seasons drew further apart, a considerable distance was established. Once he was certain that no sea serpents were in pursuit, he gradually came to a halt. Releasing his grip, the sea serpent slipped away. Perhaps 6 or 7 in number, with the shortest measuring around 3 meters and the longest reaching 7 or 8 meters. In the grip of summer and autumn's talons and the force of contraction, some serpents had their lungs crushed, while others were pierced through their bodies, rendering them incapable of movement as they descended slowly. Observing the serpents fall, summer and autumn swiftly pursued, snapping at the serpents and devouring them one by one. In the transition from summer to autumn, there is little concern about being poisoned by venom, as the majority of venom comprises proteins, which include toxins, fungi, and non-toxic proteins. A well-known inquiry arises: after a snake has fatally incapacitated its prey, does it risk poisoning itself by consuming it? The answer is no. However, certain venoms can inflict damage on the digestive tract and oral mucosa, making complete digestion uncertain. Therefore, it is advisable to refrain from ingesting venom. Naturally, when these venomous snakes are bitten by summer-autumn, they may directly ingest their venom, which then enters the stomach for digestion. The digestive capacity of summer-autumn is remarkably robust, allowing for the breakdown of nearly any substance. In the late summer and early autumn, the sea snake consumes its prey, patiently awaiting the digestion of the venom and the subsequent manifestation of its effects. The venom of the sea snake primarily comprises neurotoxins, yet the majority consists of cytotoxins. Unlike the cobra, which primarily inflicts damage to the nervous system, the sea snake's venom predominantly affects the voluntary muscles. Naturally, the fatal consequences are akin to those caused by neurotoxins, resulting in muscular weakness, respiratory paralysis, and ultimately, death. While the potency of the sea snake's venom is formidable, its onset is relatively slower compared to terrestrial serpents. In some instances, the effects may go unnoticed for a duration ranging from 30 minutes to 3 hours. However, once the effects do manifest, mortality ensues with alarming rapidity. Xia Qiu was unaware of the potency of the sea snake's venom and could only wait in silence. Yet she had already taken the most effective precautions. In the summer and autumn, Xia Qiu consumed sea snakes for various reasons. One notable reason is that snakes are capable of withstanding their own venom. However, the impact of their toxins on themselves is significantly diminished. For instance, a cobra that bites itself and injects its own venom suffers far less harm compared to a human, though it remains potentially lethal. Thus, Xia Qiu ingested several sea snakes, hoping to acquire a similar resistance to toxins. Moreover, by consuming the sea snakes, Xia Qiu would gain evolutionary energy, which facilitates the healing of injuries. The cellular toxins would damage muscle cells, but under the circumstances of repair, the onset of injury would be considerably slowed. The venom from only 6 or 7 sea snakes, when compared to Xia Qiu's formidable physique, is inherently scarce. Furthermore, Xia Qiu had previously undergone multiple enhancements, rendering him remarkably robust, which should afford him a solid defense against the toxins. Given these 4 factors, the likelihood of Xia Qiu resisting the venom is exceedingly high. Even in the event of injury, it is unlikely to result in dire consequences. With thorough preparation, Xia Qiu remained calm, patiently awaiting and documenting the manifestations of toxicity. This was not a negative development. As long as he could withstand the venom, he would be able to hunt sea snakes, thereby evolving a venom sac and acquiring fangs. Xia Qiu gazed expectantly. What happened, big brother? Why are you not moving? Have you been bitten? In the distance, Mumu observed Xia Qiu, gradually approaching and nuzzling against him, as the tail end of summer and autumn swept over him. He had just sprinted with remarkable speed. After receiving a blow, Momo felt a sense of relief. If his elder brother could confront the adversary, there was no need for him to be anxious. Chapter 72. The Azure Hawk. Half an hour later, the effects of the poison began to manifest. Xia Qiu felt his limbs growing weak, gradually losing control with every step. An hour later, the toxicity intensified, and Xia Qiu sensed a debilitating weakness in his lower abdomen, the numbness becoming increasingly pronounced. As summer transitions into autumn, one begins to consume marine fish, generating evolutionary energy and facilitating the repair of injuries. After 1.5 hours, the lower abdomen remains weak, Yet there is no further spread of discomfort. After 2 hours, the condition of the lower abdomen remained stable. As Xia Qiu resumed feeding, the numbness in the base gradually dissipated, and control was regained. After 2.5 hours, the tentacles began to recover. 3 hours later, Xia Qiu consumed marine fish, and the tentacles were fully restored. The toxicity was quite severe. As summer transitions into autumn, I experienced the fluctuations of toxins within my body, taking 3 hours for my system to restore itself. The venom of 6 or 7 sea serpents has been neutralized, equating to the evolutionary energy derived from 4 meals. Albeit each meal not being at maximum capacity, coupled with my robust physique and resistance to toxins, I find resilience. Should a marine fish, sea creature, or aquatic leviathan lack the capacity for evolutionary consumption, it would struggle to withstand such rapid proliferation and repair. If one were to equate size with bodily strength, a fish measuring approximately 100 meters in length would correspond to my physical condition. Moreover, through evolutionary thermodynamics and toxin resistance, the dimensions of such marine life could expand to 150 meters or even greater. The stark reality remains: if one cannot endure, the venom will spread, resulting in significant repercussions. Even if it does not lead to the enemy's demise through poisoning, it is sufficient to induce paralysis. That is ample. Xia Qiu was exceedingly pleased with the effects of the venom. Having withstood its potency, she resolved to feast upon the sea snakes in preparation for the evolution of her venom glands. However, she understood the necessity of patience. She could endure the venom of 6 or 7 sea snakes for approximately 3 hours. Thus, both the quantity and frequency of her encounters must be meticulously regulated. The number of sea snakes should not exceed 8, and the duration should extend beyond 3 hours. Simultaneously, she must capture the sea snakes. Utilizing her tentacles, she would provoke them to strike, allowing her to ensnare them in turn, dispatch them, and subsequently consume their flesh. Xia Qiu resolved to dive into the depths of the sea for a respite, where the waters reached a depth of approximately 600 meters, twice as deep as those near the oceanic cliffs. After resting for over an hour, Xia Qiu, having thoroughly assessed that there was nothing amiss with his limbs, commenced his actions. He glided slowly, propelling himself towards the oceanic cliffs. "What is my elder brother planning?" Mumu, noticing Xia Qiu's movements, lifted his head and observed his sibling swimming toward the precipice. Recollecting the sea serpent from earlier, is he intending to confront the sea serpent? This could spell trouble. Without hesitation, Mumu trailed behind, maintaining a distance of several meters as he followed Xia Qiu closely, yet wary of getting too near. As summer gives way to autumn, the depths near the cliff rise from 600 to 300 meters. However, he observes that there are few sea snakes in the vicinity of the ocean floor. The depth is simply too great. Sea snakes inhabit the ocean, typically at depths below 100 meters, while they can occasionally be found in deeper waters. Such occurrences are rare. The cliff features openings, and even if they could dive to 300 meters, it is likely they would remain active in the upper layers. As summer gradually gives way to autumn, it ascends slowly, approaching the ocean's surface, and charges towards the direction of the sea serpent while emitting sound waves. It has arrived. As Xia Qiu perceived the sea snakes approaching, she swiftly turned her body. With a series of splashes, the serpentine creatures lunged at her, commencing their vicious biting. In the transition from summer to autumn, Xia Qiu did not concern himself with the attacking serpentine creatures of the sea. Instead, he awaited until his arms were ensnared by several of these aquatic serpents, before promptly opting to depart. Boom! As summer and autumn swiftly recede from the precipice, the distance between them continually expands. Accompanying their advance, the majority of the sea serpents, unable to inflict harm, are entirely dragged down. After traversing over 1,000 meters during the summer and autumn, Xia Qiu had successfully suffocated the sea snakes. He released his grip from their bodies, causing the serpents to tumble down one by one. As summer and autumn collide, the sea serpent is devoured one by one, patiently awaiting. After more than half an hour, the venom begins to take effect. As summer transitions into autumn, one continues to consume sustenance, fending off the spread of toxins. After more than 3 hours, the toxicity dissipates, leaving no sensation behind. Xia Qiu did not perceive any significant changes in his physique during the transition from summer to autumn, or rather, the alterations were subtle. His body was considerably larger, and his teeth had grown to a size far exceeding that of a sea snake. Only the venomous fangs of a 40-meter-long sea serpent could rival his own. However, Xia Qiu could sense a surge of warmth accumulating around his mouth, indicating that a transformation was indeed underway. He knew he needed to continue consuming sea snakes. Xia Qiu contemplated, deciding not to continue today, but to resume tomorrow. If the toxins have not completely dissipated, it might lead to some complications. Eating twice a day should suffice. In the search for a resting place, Xia Qiu found that options capable of accommodating both herself and Momo were scarce. Ultimately, she discovered a rocky formation beneath the sea. Yet even approaching the cluster of rocks proved unattainable. Thus, she had to rest from a distance, using the rocks as a shield. However, slumber within the Grand Line posed considerable dangers. The threat of large marine creatures and the unpredictable shifts of ocean currents could jeopardize Xia Qiu's safety. Xia Qiu's methods of sleep were twofold. One was her fragmented sleep, allowing her to recuperate from physical fatigue in brief intervals of merely a few minutes. The other was the dolphin's USWS, unihemispheric slow-wave sleep, technique, a capability acquired after consuming dolphin flesh. This method, however, did not permit Xia Qiu to remain fully alert while one hemisphere of her brain rested. In essence, one side of her brain would enter deep slumber while the other remained in a state of drowsiness. In this peculiar state, she could still manage her breathing, glide slowly through the water, and remain attuned to vibrations and potential threats, thereby significantly enhancing her safety. But what about you? As Xia Qiu gazed at the slumbering Momo, nestled against him, he couldn't help but feel a surge of exasperation and delivered a playful slap. What transpired? Were foes approaching? Momo jolted awake, lifting its head to survey the surroundings, only to discover the absence of any adversaries. Was it my elder brother who struck me? Momo glanced at Xia Qiu, who remained perfectly still. It seemed that elder brother was merely lost in dreams. Sleep, sleep. Momo tapped Xia Qiu gently with its pectoral fin before settling down once more, resting against Xia Qiu in a peaceful slumber. As dusk fell, Xia Qiu feasted on the bounty of the sea, surfacing to bask in the warmth of the sun. The waters surrounding the island were relatively tranquil, with the sun casting its golden rays upon Xia Qiu, enveloping him in a comforting warmth. In the fleeting tranquility of late summer and early autumn, a sudden awakening occurs. What could it be? As Xia Qiu observed the mountains towering above the island, he noticed several dark specks that grew larger as they hurtled towards the sea. With a sudden splash, as these specks approached the ocean, Xia Qiu discerned their true form. They were colossal eagles, cloaked in black plumage, possessing elongated beaks. Their imposing stature boasted a wingspan exceeding 20 meters, complemented by gigantic, sharp talons. It became evident that the cavern above the mountain served as the eagles' nesting ground. With a thunderous plunge, these eagles descended upon the ocean, their massive talons plunging into the water. In a heartbeat, they ascended into the sky, having seized a sea serpent measuring 8 or 9 meters in length. One talon grasped the serpent's head while the other clutched its midsection. The sea serpent, desperate to retaliate, twisted its head to bite the eagle, but could only manage to clamp down on the eagle's formidable feet. The eagle's talons were shielded by a thick layer of keratin, rendering the serpent's bite ineffective. With the serpent in tow, the eagle soared higher, returning to the mouth of its mountain lair. In addition to this eagle, 2 others circled the sky, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. In the transition from summer to autumn, Xia Qiu keenly observed the majestic eagles, noting that their numbers were significantly fewer than those of the sea snakes. Including those in their nests, the eagles numbered less than 10, whereas the sea snakes exceeded 100, potentially reaching 200 to 300, with some measuring an impressive 30 to 40 meters. In terms of overall strength and elite capabilities, the snakes undoubtedly held the advantage. However, the eagles primarily hunted sea snakes that were around 7 to 8 meters, or occasionally a dozen meters in length. Their keen eyesight enabled them to strike when the smaller sea snakes surfaced for breath, capturing one at a time before returning to their nests. They refrained from attacking the larger sea snakes. After observing for a while, Xia Qiu noticed the eagle returning to its nest and gradually descended, commencing its approach towards the serpent's lair. Chapter 73. High Jump in the Lavatory. Run, run, run. Behind the summer and autumn, several colossal sea serpents trailed along, their lengths reaching 30 to 40 meters, their robust forms resembling that of a dragon. Should one of these sea serpents deliver a bite, the venom would undoubtedly be overwhelming. The speed of Xia Qiu far surpasses that of the sea snakes, swiftly creating a considerable distance, leaving them trailing behind. The serpents glide through the water at a sluggish pace, utterly incapable of catching up to Xia Qiu. One by one, these sea snakes are left behind, only to turn back and retreat. As summer and autumn gradually decelerate, a lingering sense of trepidation envelopes me. I have been hunting for 4 consecutive days, relentlessly pursuing the serpentine denizens of the sea. The colossal sea snakes have dared to follow me for such an extended distance, suggesting that they have grown weary of my relentless pursuit. My daily captures of these serpents surpass the total bounty of all the eagles over the span of 2 days. Naturally, the eagles do not solely feast upon sea snakes. Their diet also includes fish. Occasionally, an eagle may fall victim to a sea snake, yet overall, a delicate equilibrium exists between the two. However, since the advent of summer and autumn, the losses inflicted upon the sea snakes have become considerably more pronounced. It is time to feast, the banquet awaits. As summer transitions into autumn, the consumption of sea snakes commences, followed by the emergence of a warm current. A soft plop resonates. The first set of teeth in the late summer and early autumn has lost 2, while the second set has seen the departure of 4. With new teeth emerging in their place, the process of shedding teeth has commenced. The fangs of the sea snake possess a unique venom delivery system, rendering the original teeth obsolete. My own teeth feature an exterior layer reminiscent of the formidable fangs of a tiger fish, robust and widely spaced. The second to fourth layers resemble the teeth of a shark, arranged in numerous rows, relatively slender and sharp. Flanking these are the molars, designed for grinding other marine fish. Xia Qiu has only lost 2 of his sharp teeth during the transition between summer and autumn, while the remaining fangs remained sufficient for him to fend off adversaries. Sensing the alteration in his dentition, Xia Qiu realizes that the emergence of his venomous fangs is imminent. In the ensuing days, he persistently engages in hunting, as his teeth gradually lengthen. However, the sea snakes have grown shrewder. The smaller varieties no longer initiate attacks on Xia Qiu. Instead, it is only upon his arrival that the larger sea snakes make their presence known. What shall he do? As Xia Qiu felt the immense sea serpent pursuing her from behind, she realized that she had yet to capture a single serpent herself, sensing the impending trouble. If this continued, she would be unable to evolve venomous fangs. Xia Qiu dashed towards the horizon, the sea serpents trailing behind, gradually ceasing their pursuit. Yet, there remained one. In the transition from summer to autumn, a remarkable sight was observed. A sea snake, measuring an impressive 30 meters in length and more than 2 meters in diameter, was pursued for a considerable distance. Its extraordinary length and substantial girth set it apart. While only a few species of pythons can achieve a length-to-diameter ratio of 15:1, the majority of snakes possess a ratio below 20:1. Some slender varieties can even reach a ratio of 30:1. Thus, this sea snake, with a ratio less than 20, is deemed relatively robust. Such a colossal serpent undoubtedly harbors a significant quantity of venom. However, given the current level of my resistance to toxins, I should be able to endure the effects of a single encounter, albeit with prolonged discomfort. The objective remains to hunt it down. Xia Qiu did not continue to flee. Instead, he turned and charged forward. The sea serpent pursued for a brief distance. But upon realizing that Xia Qiu was growing increasingly distant, it halted and contemplated retreat. However, in the next moment, Xia Qiu arrived with tremendous momentum, prompting the sea serpent to immediately launch itself toward him. Furthermore, the retreating sea serpent also sensed Xia Qiu, pivoting its form and rushing in this direction. Yet, Xia Qiu refrained from launching an immediate attack. Instead, he swam towards the right side of the sea serpent, maintaining a distance of 4 to 5 meters. With a swift motion, the sea serpent transformed into a colossal shadow, lunging through the water to bite at Xia Qiu's side, just behind the gill cover. Nevertheless, Xia Qiu reached a level distance with the sea serpent, executed a graceful maneuver, and opened his mouth wide. Snap! Xia Qiu opened her mouth wide and clamped down on the rear part of the sea snake's head. The diameter of the snake's body at this point is relatively shorter than in the middle section, measuring approximately 1.7 meters, which is considerably smaller than the extent of Xia Qiu's widest opening. Xia Qiu's teeth pierced through the scales of the sea snake, which were relatively sparse and could not withstand the force of Xia Qiu's bite. Grasping the sea snake firmly, Xia Qiu immediately began to twist and turn, propelling itself away into the distance. At that moment, the other sea snakes finally turned around and began to pursue. However, Xia Qiu was already swimming farther away, and even while clinching one sea snake, it was still swifter than the others. The snake's weight was quite light. The world record-holding python measures about 15 meters in length and weighs less than 1,000 pounds, roughly a third of the weight of a sperm whale of the same length. In contrast, the sea snake requires ample internal space for its lungs to store gas, making it even lighter. This particular sea snake measured 30 meters long and weighed under 4 tons. Despite this weight, Xia Qiu was still able to advance while holding onto it. The sea snake thrashed violently, yet it could not escape its confinement. It attempted to retaliate against Xia Qiu but could not manage to turn its head. In a desperate bid, it tried to coil around Xia Qiu, but the tremendous force exerted by Xia Qiu made it impossible for the sea snake to ensnare its foe. As summer and autumn clung to it, it swam into the distance, only pausing when the sea serpent ceased its pursuit. Still struggling, the serpent had not succumbed. Its front row of teeth measured approximately 30 centimeters, insufficient to deliver a fatal bite in one swift motion. Yet, it dared not release its hold, fearing a retaliatory strike. Thus, it could only endure the exhausting battle. Xia Qiu clung tightly to the sea serpent, not daring to loosen its grip. At that moment, Mu approached, observing the writhing sea serpent and lunging at it. Snap, snap. Mu pierced the serpent's body, damaging its lungs, and then severed it completely. As Xia Qiu beheld the slowly tranquilizing sea snake, a sense of relief washed over him, prompting him to release his grip. Although the sea snake had met its demise, Xia Qiu remained vigilant, directing a decisive bite towards the severed head of the serpent. Even when decapitated, the snake's head retains the capacity for movement for a brief period. As summer transitions into autumn, the serpent's head is crushed, and just as it is about to feast, it casts a glance at the distant mooing creature, which is voraciously devouring the serpent's body. You cannot partake. As summer and autumn swiftly approach, the creature rises, revealing its sharp teeth. This sea serpent, weighing less than 4 tons, can consume a meal of its own. If it were any other sustenance, it would graciously share, yet in its pursuit to evolve venomous fangs, it cannot afford to be generous. Hence, a touch of selfishness is inevitable. Xia Qiu fiercely guarded the sea serpent, preventing Mumu from approaching. Such cruelty. Meanwhile, Mumu gazed at Xia Qiu with a sense of deep grievance, tears welling up in her eyes. I clearly aided you in slaying it, yet you deny me even a morsel. You are utterly unreasonable. With that, Moma turned away, lying there motionless. Hey, hey. After finishing the sea snake, Xia Qiu gently tapped Momo with his pectoral fin. Momo glanced at Xia Qiu, then turned away, resolutely ignoring him. You cannot be forgiven so easily, Momo thought, positioning his rear towards Xia Qiu in hopes of eliciting an apology. However, he soon felt a tremor behind him. Xia Qiu was moving away. What's happening? Momo straightened up and turned his head, only to find Xia Qiu's figure fading into the distance. Has the leader left? Is he angry because I ignored him? Panic began to rise within Momo as he pondered what to do. Had he erred in his actions? For so long, it had been his elder who hunted, leaving him the remnants, never once stopping him, even bringing him food specifically. Why was he now withholding food? As time ticked away, Momo's anxiety grew. This won't do. He resolved to stand upright, only to see Xia Qiu reappear in the distance, this time with a massive fish clasped in his mouth. Momo cautiously approached, and as Xia Qiu drew near, he placed the fish before him. I cannot offer you the sea snake, but since you aided me, allow me to present you with this fish. Xia Qiu presented a sea fish before Momo. Upon seeing the fish, Momo was momentarily taken aback. Is this for me? The elder brother not only remained but also caught a sea fish for me? It seems there must be a reason he refrains from consuming the snake himself. Momo glanced at Xia Qiu, then lowered his head to feast upon the sea fish. I forgive you. Chapter 74, Venom. Not far from the island, several tentacles floated upon the water, swaying gently. Each morning, the sea breeze caressed the surface, which shimmered like a pristine mirror. The sun ascended over the distant waters, radiating a warm glow. A soaring eagle traversed the sky, occasionally diving downwards to seize a sea snake. Meanwhile, several tentacles languidly undulated atop the waves. Come, one at a time. If one were to observe closely, they would notice that these tentacles are attached to the belly of a sea fish, which floats belly up on the surface. Damn it, why aren't they coming? In a fit of rage, the summer and autumn seasons turned away, yearning to capture the majestic eagle. They resorted to using their own limbs as bait. Yet to no avail. The eagles, impervious to such deceit, did not even draw near. In the twilight of summer and autumn, one yearns to hunt the majestic eagle, pondering whether it might sprout wings or talons. Though the likelihood is slim, the inability to even attempt the capture weighs heavily. These eagles possess extraordinary vision, capable of discerning sea serpents and lurking dangers beneath the waves, yet they remain oblivious to the immense shadow lurking beneath their very talons. Alas, it matters little, for hope had never truly taken root. As summer and autumn turned over, they drifted downstream, heading towards the distance. There, at a distance of 500 meters, was a fish, approximately 25 meters away. After a week of meticulous observations during the late summer and early autumn, the parameters of acoustic waves have been redefined, enabling an accurate perception of the length and size of the surrounding marine fish. Compared to the conditions in the East China Sea, the detection range has diminished somewhat. However, it remains significantly more sensitive than when first entering the Grand Line. The fish in question is cod, characterized by its elongated form, adorned with 3 dorsal fins and delicate, rounded scales. As summer approached autumn, it became apparent that it was a cod. Upon sighting the cod, Summer rushed forward, drawing near to its rear, and took a decisive bite. Xia Qiu struck true, yet in an instant, it leaped over him, lunging towards the cod. Approaching the fish, it seized it with a decisive bite, 2 venomous fangs piercing into its flesh. After the loss of his own teeth, Xia Qiu grew 2 fangs, which were distinctively sturdier than those of the sea snake. The sea snake belongs to the subfamily of cobras and possesses proteroglyphous teeth, characterized by a groove on the side through which venom is channeled into the fissure, allowing the toxin to flow forth. These proteroglyphous teeth are relatively slender and exhibit a slight backward curve. In the transition from summer to autumn, the teeth remain as incisors. Yet they have grown sturdier, with only a slight curvature. Originally, the first row of teeth resembled the sharp fangs of a tigerfish, but now they have developed into venomous fangs while still retaining some of their original characteristics. Furthermore, the anterior incisors have elongated, measuring approximately 50 centimeters, which results in the venomous fangs being positioned outside the mouth when summer and autumn close their jaws, protruding conspicuously. The fangs of summer and autumn penetrated the flesh of the cod as the venom glands discharged their toxin through ducts, injecting it into the fish's body via the grooves of the teeth. 10 grams of venom. In the summer and autumn, approximately 10 grams of venom were injected into the body of a cod. This quantity, though seemingly modest, constitutes a quarter of Xia Qiu's maximum detoxification capacity. However, it is indeed 100 times the amount a cobra can deliver and 25 times the maximum output of venom. Even the slender-scaled taipan can only expel between 100 and 400 milligrams at most. This considerable volume is due in part to the size of the venomous creature and the substantial bulk of its adversaries. Once the venom entered the cod, Xia Qiu released his grip, allowing the fish to swim freely. As the cod ventured farther away, Xia Qiu tracked it using sound waves, maintaining a slow pursuit from a considerable distance. 10 minutes later, the cod ceased its movement. 20 minutes after that, it fell, and within 30 minutes, it succumbed to death. The latency period was approximately 10 minutes, which is relatively lengthy for sea snakes, typically exceeding 30 minutes, although some with shorter latency can kill swiftly. within 5 to 10 minutes. The venom produced by Xia Qiu had a latency period of around 10 minutes, which is quite ordinary. His robust constitution allowed him to extend the onset time to 30 minutes. In terms of lethality, the 10 grams of venom he administered was sufficient to slay a fish weighing about 15 tons. The median lethal dose was roughly 0.7 milligrams kg, comparable to that of the Indian cobra. While there are more potent snakes, lethality remains easily achievable. However, the duration was prolonged, despite a latency of 10 minutes. The lethal effect extended to 50 minutes. Based on his venom's lethal dosage, his maximum effective hunting weight is estimated to be around 60 tons. Of course, this pertains strictly to lethal outcomes achieved solely through venom. Should he assist in the attack, effects could manifest within 10 minutes. Thus, any sea creature not exceeding 500 to 1,000 meters could be rendered a viable target. While not as effective as initially envisioned, it still holds considerable utility. Consequently, Xia Qiu's next course of action must involve consuming other venomous snakes to amplify his toxicity and reduce latency. Most snakes with rapid onset are terrestrial, such as the inland taipan, which can cause death within merely 5 minutes with just 1 milligram. It remains uncertain whether, in the world of One Piece, there exist sea snakes with similarly swift-acting venom. Furthermore, it is imperative that the venom possesses the capacity to inflict harm upon colossal sea creatures. In the transition from summer to autumn, a certain serpent has come to mind, the serpentine creature of Boa Hancock, which harbors a lethal venom. With their presence, even the colossal sea kings dare not approach. In the transition between summer and autumn, Xia Qiu incorporated the elusive sea snake into her menu. However, this venomous serpent, which even the colossal sea kings fear, poses a significant threat to her. Sheer strength alone cannot suffice in capturing it. Thus, Xia Qiu requires additional skills. After consuming the cod, she returned to her habitat, where Mu was resting peacefully. Their respective dwellings were no longer situated on the rear side of the island, but rather on its flank. One reason for this shift is that the sea snakes originally roamed within a 1,000-meter radius. But as Xia Qiu and Mu obstructed the route to the island, any nearby marine fish were driven away. Consequently, the sea snakes found it increasingly difficult to prey on them, leading them to retreat further from their lair, thus endangering both Xia Qiu and Mu. The second reason is that she needs to hunt pirates, which necessitates proximity to the front harbor. However, the noxious stench near the harbor makes it quite uncomfortable for her to approach, prompting Xia Qiu and Mu to settle on the side of the island, closer to the inverted mountain. It has been 7 days since she arrived here, yet she has not encountered a single pirate ship. Occasionally, vessels depart from the island, but they are merely inhabited by the island's residents. The odors emanating from these boats are so repugnant that even approaching them induces nausea. It is precisely due to this foul scent that the island's inhabitants managed to survive in such a perilous environment. As summer transitioned into autumn, he continued to wait. On the 10th day of his arrival, he felt a profound tremor beneath him. He immediately surfaced to observe, and there he beheld a colossal vessel approaching the nearby waters. This ship measured approximately 60 meters in length and 20 meters in width, a true behemoth of the sea. The bow was adorned with an enormous lion's head, gaping with a formidable maw and sharp teeth. The design of the pirate flag depicted the roaring visage of the lion, exuding an air of grandeur. Yet, despite your past bankruptcy and restructuring, and the declining quality of your cinematic productions year after year, you still harbor aspirations for the Grand Line? Perish the thought. In the fleeting moment of summer and autumn, a ship of pirates surged forth. Chapter 75, The Lionheart Pirate Crew. A pirate ship, indeed, was approaching. On the island, near the harbor, stood a watchtower where a young man, upon sighting the pirate crew, raised a horn to his lips and sounded the alarm. The echoing call reverberated through the air, stirring the townsfolk from their homes to gather at the town's entrance. Among the crowd, a burly elder stepped forward and proclaimed, "Werner, take the torch made of foul oak, and lead the elders and children to the cave at the foot of the mountain. Aye, you gather the men to move all the oak boats to the back mountain and drive the sea serpents forward. Bill, you and your crew man the cannons, aiming them at the sea. When the serpents arrive and engage in battle, that is when we shall fire. The rest, arm yourselves with muskets and weapons, and stand with me to confront them. Be warned, if the sea serpents fall easily, do not engage. Instead, negotiate with them." As the elder's words lingered, the villagers sprang into action. "Captain Leon, we shall reach the island in no more than 5 minutes, bellowed a corpulent man at the helm of the majestic Lionhead warship. The navigational pointer had detected the first magnetic point, revealing that this was indeed one of the starting routes of the Grand Line. Not far behind the helmsman stood a towering figure, approximately 6 feet 3 inches tall, his muscles rippling. He was Leon, the captain of the Lionheart pirate crew. Gazing at the distant island, he remarked with a smile, "Our grand odyssey begins here. The island appears modest. I wonder if there are formidable characters residing upon it." A man with short white hair chuckled, clad in a black trench coat with twin curved blades at his waist. "Yet we must proceed with caution, after all. We are on the Grand Line." Leon waved his hand, commanding, "Prepare for battle." The crew of the Lionheart pirate crew immediately seized their swords and firearms, gathering at the ship's edge, awaiting their approach to the island. However, in the next moment, A resounding crash shook the pirate ship violently. What is happening? Have we struck a reef? Leon frowned, undeterred by the tumult, striding confidently to the ship's side. Peering down, he discovered nothing beneath the surface, merely a colossal black fish. The white-haired man, observing from the opposite side, noted the massive creature hurtling toward them beneath the waves. A fish over 40 meters long cannot damage our ship. Worry not. Raise 2 more sails and accelerate toward the island, Leon replied nonchalantly. Yet, at that moment, a crew member burst from the cabin, exclaiming, Captain, we have a leak. A leak? Are you certain? Did the fish breach our vessel? Leon's brow furrowed. This ship is crafted from the ironwood of the South Sea. How could it be breached by a fish? Moreover, if 3 compartments are compromised, 2 more hits will sink us. The crew member shouted. This is impossible. Just recently, a dolphin of 70 to 80 meters collided with us, and we sustained no damage. This fish appears to be under 50 meters. How could it have ruptured 3 compartments? Boom. The ship was struck again, trembling violently. Blast it. You, take a crew to repair the compartments. The rest, prepare the harpoons. Leon commanded, then moved aside. Gripping the massive crossbow, inquiring, where's the fish now? To port. A crewman replied. Leon promptly maneuvered the crossbow to the left side, scanning the surface of the sea. A gigantic black fish surged towards them, its head skimming the water. Excellent, Leon mused, aligning the crossbow with the creature. The enormous weapon boasted a bolt over 5 feet long, its steel tip capable of piercing walls. Even the head of a sea beast would not withstand its might. Furthermore, the arrowhead featured tiny barbs designed to ensnare and prevent escape. Perish. Leon pressed down on the mechanism and suddenly pulled the massive trigger. The bolt soared across the water's surface, aimed directly at the fish's mouth. As the creature continued its advance, the bolt could potentially penetrate its skull and invade its brain. Yet in the next instant, the fish's head abruptly lifted. Clang. The colossal arrow struck the fish's forehead, where a massive horn resounded with a thunderous crash. A hit. Leon exclaimed, gesturing triumphantly, aware that the creature was in dire straits. However, in the next moment, with a soft thud, the arrow slipped from the fish's head, falling into the depths of the sea while the creature charged once more. Too light. Summer and Autumn parted their lips, revealing a fearsome array of teeth. As a colossal arrow struck their forehead, precisely at the location of the horn. Through relentless evolution, the horn of Summer and Autumn has grown increasingly substantial. Reminiscent of the fusion between the foreheads of a sperm whale and an arowana. It protrudes above the upper jaw, forming a graceful arc that extends over the head before tapering into a flat surface. The prominence of this arc is less pronounced than that of the arowana, and the curvature is gentler, while the head is more rounded than that of the sperm whale. The outer layer of the horn is composed of scales, beneath which lies muscle, and further down, a thick protrusion of hard bone. After being struck, the scales of the Summer and Autumn collided, sinking inward before fracturing into countless pieces in mere moments. The arrows continued their relentless assault, penetrating the flesh. However, the formidable muscle absorbed the impact, leaving the arrows stalled. Their force diminished with each inch. Despite breaching merely an inch, the arrows were thwarted, with the resilient muscle still intact behind, never even grazing the hard bone. The arrows, capable of piercing the skull of a sea beast, inflicted not but superficial damage upon the Summer and Autumn, merely disrupting the outer layers of scales and flesh. Boom. As Summer transitioned into Autumn, the relentless pursuit of the pirate ship continued. To his astonishment, the white-haired man found his efforts futile. The bolt had struck its target, penetrating the adversary's skull, yet it inflicted minimal damage. Was it all in vain? Leon's countenance darkened. He had already collided with the pirate vessel twice, and with one more impact, it would surely sink. Time had run out for him to replace the bolt and attempt another shot, not to mention that it might not yield any better results. He could not afford to wait for the pirate ship to succumb to the depths. With a series of splashes, the harpoon gun unleashed a flurry of fish spears, most of which went astray, while a few failed to reach the elusive sea creatures. Leon's gaze fixed on the swiftly approaching black fish and the exposed heads of some of his enemies. Narrowing his eyes, he bellowed, "If I should fall into the sea, make haste to retrieve me." The captain, hearing these words, turned to Leon. In the next instant, Leon's form began to swell, tearing through his garments as golden fur sprouted across his body, his head transforming into that of a lion. His arms grew robust, fur thickening, and his hands became colossal, claws extending into sharp talons. His calves bent backward, his feet morphing into powerful lion paws, while a long tail sprouted from behind him. Originally standing at an imposing height of 6 feet 3, he now towered at 8 feet 2 as a lion-human hybrid. The cat fruit, lion form, had granted him this formidable transformation. He leaped onto the ship's railing, crouching low, and as Summer approached the vessel, he propelled himself off the side with force. The wood beneath his feet splintered under the impact, while his body shot downward, aiming for Summer. His claws surged forward in a powerful strike, the air crackling around his fingertips, creating a resonant explosion. Lion's hunt. Leon's claws descended upon Summer's head. In that split second as he leapt, Summer sensed his movement. refraining from further collision and instead thrusting his head upward with tremendous force. Boom! The clash of Leon's claws and Summer's formidable horns reverberated through the air, producing a thunderous sound. Crack! The forehead muscles of Xia Qiu were torn apart as Leon's claws struck his bones, creating fissures along the surface. Yet, in the next instant, a crack echoed through the air. Leon's arms bent under the force, cracking further, while Xia Qiu's head, propelled by immense power, collided forcefully with his body. A sickening sound reverberated as Leon's sternum caved in, blood spewing from his mouth as he was propelled backwards, landing on the deck of the ship, gasping and sputtering blood. "Captain! Boss!" The surrounding sailors rushed towards Leon. However, the shattered rib had pierced his heart, and with a tilt of his head, he succumbed to lifelessness. Leon, who had unleashed the lion's hunt against Xia Qiu, now lay as a lifeless corpse. Chapter 76. The Devil Fruit. Is one a wielder of the Devil Fruit's powers? After the collision with Leon in the late summer, I beheld his form, a colossal lion-like humanoid. He is either a wielder of a devil fruit or a beast transformed into human shape, though the former seems far more plausible. This lion-like being likely embodies the lion form of the cat-cat fruit. Within the realm of One Piece, the cat-cat fruit has manifested only once, notably in Lucci's leopard form. While a lion is inherently stronger than a leopard, in terms of the strength displayed moments ago, this individual pales in comparison to Lucci. Nonetheless, his strength is considerable. The impact of his horns colliding with my own was sufficient to create fissures in bone, indicating a power that cannot be underestimated. As Summer and Autumn pondered, they ventured into the distance, only to turn back and charge forward once more. Boom! Once again, Summer and Autumn collided with the pirate ship, resulting in a resounding crash as a large hole was torn into the vessel. The ship could no longer maintain its buoyancy and began to sink. Panic ensued among the crew. Some clung desperately to the mast and the ship's railing, others dashed towards the lifeboat, while a few leapt off the opposite side, swimming toward the distant island. Crack! As the formidable entity known as Xia Qiu circled about, it mercilessly devoured a pirate attempting to flee, swallowing him whole. Simultaneously, it obstructed the escape route between the ship and the island, ensuring their entrapment. "We cannot endure this any longer. Prepare for an assault," bellowed the silver-haired man. The combatants tightened their grips on their long blades and spears, some wielding harpoons, as they aimed and fired at Xia Qiu. The sound of gunfire echoed. 3 harpoons were launched, striking only 2, yet they inflicted no harm upon Xia Qiu. "Futile," a pirate exclaimed in despair. "Even the transformation of our captain proved ineffective. We are utterly incapable of matching his power." Another pirate trembled, voicing the collective dread that enveloped them following the catastrophic demise of their ship and Captain Leon. "Cursed be this fate." The silver-haired man grimaced, acutely aware of his own inadequacy in the face of such might. However, he reasoned that if they united their efforts, victory might still be within reach. At that moment, Xia Qiu surged forward with tremendous force, crashing into the vessel once more. With a resounding thud, the fourth impact hastened the demise of the pirate ship. As summer transitioned into autumn, a powerful swish of a tail shattered a recently docked pirate ship, sending 3 pirates plummeting into the depths of the sea, drifting aimlessly towards the horizon. The summer and autumn swiftly closed in, engulfing them within its depths, before once again turning to charge at the pirate ship. "It's over. What shall we do? Help! I am not ready to meet my demise." The pirates aboard the ship wore expressions of despair as they beheld the black fish approaching. One pirate fell into the sea, only to be devoured by the creature. "Fear not, we shall attack together," shouted the silver-haired man, suddenly leaping into the air, aiming for the black fish. "Follow Lord White into the fray." Several pirates followed the silver-haired man, plunging into the ocean. "Let us flee," exclaimed the remaining pirates on the ship upon witnessing the scene. "Now is our chance to escape." One by one, they leaped into the sea, swimming towards the horizon. The silver-haired man, White, lunged at the apex of summer and autumn, wielding a curved blade. Striking down fiercely, Xia Qiu swiftly plunged into the depths of the water. Clang! His blade struck the crown of Xia Qiu's head, yet failed to breach even a single scale, leaving merely a pale mark. Clang, clang, clang. White swung his curved sword, cleaving at Xia Qiu's head, but to no avail. The air vents? Spotting the air vents positioned behind Xia Qiu's head, White gritted his teeth and prepared to leap forward. His strength was commendable. He was not a wielder of a devil fruit's powers. In the transition from summer to autumn, a surge of power was felt, capable of launching an assault from beneath the water. The strength was immense, indicating that this was not the work of a devil fruit user. Eliminate him. As the cephalopod extended its limbs in late summer and autumn, it lunged toward White. What is this? White caught sight of a dark shadow approaching and raised his curved dagger. Thud! The dagger pierced the cephalopod, yet it still managed to strike White. Boom! White was sent flying, crashing onto the ground beside him. Xia Qiu swiftly turned and sank her teeth into White, crushing him in her jaws before swallowing him whole. Subsequently, Xia Qiu paid no heed to the pirates who had descended alongside White. Instead, she charged towards those attempting to flee, devouring each one in turn. Not a single one was spared. The summer and autumn seasons assailed the pirates who had plunged into the ocean, swiftly devouring 7 or 8 of them. Simultaneously, the tempest struck the pirate ship, hastening its descent into the depths. Gradually, the vessel sank beneath the waves, with approximately 10 pirates left aboard, trapped with no escape and on the verge of entering the water. Yet, at that moment, the tempest came to a halt. Its sonic signals detected an approaching multitude from the direction of the island. According to the frequency of the sound waves, they were sea serpents. Why had they arrived at this moment? Were they not supposed to inhabit the opposite side? It appeared that the tempest could not consume all the pirates after all. Xia Qiu gritted his teeth, gazing at the pirates sinking into the water, contemplating his departure. However, at that moment, he beheld a lifeless, robust man slowly sliding off the deck, descending at a pace slower than that of the pirate ship, tall and muscular. It was highly probable that he was the wielder of the cat fruit in its lion form. In an instant, Xia Qiu lunged forward, sinking its teeth into him, yet refrained from swallowing, instead gliding away into the distance, further and further from the sea serpent. Once distanced, Xia Qiu released the man, allowing him to plummet, then coiled its tentacles around him, tightening its grip. Crack, crack. The bones of the adversary were crushed under the immense pressure, while the claws pierced his flesh, ensuring his irrevocable demise. He was a wielder of a devil fruit's power. In the transition from summer to autumn, one ought to exercise caution when consuming the abilities of those who have ingested devil fruits. After Big Mom partook of the nun, she acquired the nun's devil fruit powers. Thus, consuming an individual endowed with devil fruit abilities could likely result in the acquisition of those very powers. Consequently, should one consume another, it is possible to inherit their abilities. However, the newly empowered individual may find themselves unable to swim, yet devoid of the capacity for action. It is noteworthy that devil fruits can indeed transfer, contingent upon the demise of their host. For instance, upon Ace's death, the flame fruit subsequently manifested elsewhere. The mechanism of this transfer involves the fruit entering a nearby fruit. An example can be found in Caesar, who, after consuming the salamander fruit, in its western salamander form, through his gas-manipulated slime, transformed into the salamander itself. Following the death of the slime, which released toxic gas, the salamander fruit swiftly appeared within a nearby apple. Thus, when a devil fruit holder perishes, the fruit relocates. Moreover, the timing of this transfer is of considerable interest. How swiftly does the transfer occur? Based on the slime's experience, the transfer of the devil fruit transpires quite rapidly, shortly after the slime ceases movement. The apple begins to bear the fruit's emblem, completing the transfer soon thereafter. This is followed by the slime's inability to control its form, resulting in an explosive transformation into the realm of death. The duration for this is rather brief, as the slime's cessation of movement is not prolonged. Additionally, there is the instance of Whitebeard's fruit being seized by Blackbeard. The latter's ability to claim the devil fruit likely hinges upon his own fruit's powers and his physical structure. Regardless, it is essential to note that Blackbeard acquired these abilities after Whitebeard's demise, with an interval of approximately 10 to 30 seconds, perhaps even longer, between the two events. In essence, death does not result in an immediate loss of ability. Rather, there exists a temporal gap before the powers are relinquished. In the realm of summer and autumn, the duration should indeed be less than a minute. Beyond this, there exists the matter of fruits. The devil fruit may transfer its essence to a fruit, potentially selecting a random one, though it is more probable that it would gravitate towards a similar type of fruit. For instance, if the devil fruit originally takes the form of an apple, it is likely to transition to another apple. Similarly, if it is in the shape of a banana, it would most probably transfer to a banana as well. This is merely speculation, derived from existing information, and the outcomes may not necessarily be accurate. According to the current knowledge, once a period has elapsed following the demise of a devil fruit user, one such as Xia Qiu could consume the fruit without the concern of absorbing the devil fruit itself. However, Xia Qiu is not inclined to take that risk. Xia Qiu restrained him for 5 or 6 minutes, feeling that it was sufficient. Then, Xia Qiu swam towards the resting place, locating Mumu, and placed the man before Mumu. Eat, she said. Xia Qiu gently patted Mo's head with his pectoral fin. Mo glanced at the man, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Initially, his elder brother had forbidden him from consuming humans, insisting on taking that burden upon himself. Why was he now permitting Mo to partake? It seemed that his brother had finally accepted him as one of his own. Without further ado, he decided to indulge. Filled with delight, Mo approached and swiftly sank his teeth into the man, crushing him before swallowing him whole. What were the consequences of this act? As Xia Qiu gazed at Mumu, his expression was filled with anticipation. In the world of One Piece, even animals can consume devil fruits. While he speculated that a devil fruit user could eat again just a few minutes after their demise, it was essential to conduct an experiment. He was reluctant to use himself as the subject, yet Mumu was an ideal candidate. After all, even if something were to go awry with Mumu, Xia Qiu was confident in his ability to rescue him from the water and transport him to a nearby island. What are you looking at? Mumu gazed back at Xia Qiu, puzzled by his scrutiny. In response, Mumu lay down, returning Xia Qiu's stare. After 5 minutes had elapsed, Xia Qiu turned and playfully slapped Mumu, subsequently feeling a sense of relief. It seemed his hypothesis had been validated. As summer transitioned into autumn, Mo found solace in the notion that he could utilize this newfound ability to consume those endowed with the powers of the devil fruit. Yet, he was struck once more. Mo, caught off guard, felt a surge of indignation. His elder brother was truly insufferable. It was time to replenish his breath. He shook his head gently and swam towards the surface of the sea. Upon surfacing, he exhaled the air from his lungs and inhaled deeply, filling them with the fresh, invigorating air. At that moment, a wooden crate drifted towards him. What could this be? Mo dove down, shattering the crate with his head. And several fruits tumbled out. Apples, pears, bananas, and oranges scattered across the surface of the water, floating all around him. The aroma was delightful. Mo sniffed the air, opened his mouth, and inhaled all the fruits in one swift motion. Among these fruits, one pear was adorned with peculiar patterns on its surface. Chapter 77. Crisis after devouring the fruits. Mo gazed into the distance, contemplating a descent into the depths of the sea. However, in the next instant, his body began to undergo a transformation. First, his head gradually enlarged, morphing into a colossal lion's head, yet retaining the horns of a bull atop it. His neck sprouted a mane of long, plush fur, while hair began to envelop his back, a striking shade of teal. His pectoral fins transformed into formidable forelimbs. And near his tail, 2 hind limbs emerged. His tail fin elongated into a lengthy tail, as he took on the appearance of a teal lion. What? Mo was taken aback, bewildered by the sudden alteration of his form. But in the next moment, he felt an overwhelming weakness enveloping him, rendering his body uncontrollable as he plummeted downward. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Mo continued to descend, desperately trying to regain control over his body, yet he could summon no strength. Nevertheless, his lungs were filled with a considerable amount of air, and despite his transformation, he retained the fundamental characteristics of a sea creature, allowing him to endure underwater for an extended period. Just as Pierre, the avian who consumed the horse fruit, maintained his original coloration and some defining features post-transformation. With his wings allowing him to soar despite becoming a horse, Mo too preserved his aquatic traits, enabling prolonged survival beneath the waves, albeit in a state of weakness. This is it. Mo was at a loss as to what had transpired. Unable to comprehend the nature of his transformation, he continued to plunge downward. He exerted every effort to free himself from this metamorphic effect. With a sudden snap, Mo reverted to his original form. Still resembling a manatee, yet his body remained feeble. What had happened? Mo could not fathom the situation, but his body continued to descend. As Mo fell, Xia Qiu sensed the vibrations at the ocean floor, releasing sound waves to locate him. Is that Mo? As summer and autumn relinquished their hold, the subsequent returning sound wave signals revealed that the mooing descended vertically downwards rather than gliding gracefully. What could be the reason behind this phenomenon? Xia Qiu gazed upwards, and Mumu appeared within her line of sight, its body feeble, descending towards the ground. Despite Mumu's fervent attempts to control its descent, it continued to plummet, as though it had consumed a devil's fruit. As Xia Qiu witnessed his descent, he immediately rushed forward to support Mo. With a resounding thud, Mo's massive form landed upon Xia Qiu, causing him to momentarily stagger. However, he quickly regained his composure, pushing against Mo with determination. It was his elder brother. Sensing Xia Qiu's proximity, Mo felt a wave of relief, confident that his brother would surely rescue him. He had faith in their ability to remain afloat. Being a sea creature, Mo possessed substantial pectoral fins that provided buoyancy, along with immense lungs capable of storing ample air. In the past, a mere movement of his fins was sufficient for him to float effortlessly. Thus, with a gentle exertion, Xia Qiu managed to support Mo, striving to bring him to the surface. Xia Qiu exerted all his strength, propelling his body upwards against the buoyant mass of Mo's abdomen. With a thunderous sound, Mo, supported by Xia Qiu, drew closer to the ocean's surface. With a splash, Mo breached the water, the majority of his form rising above the waves. His immense pectoral fins resting upon the surface, while Xia Qiu pushed from below, allowing him to float atop the water. Could it be that he was rendered immobile? Was he not the one who had bestowed the powers of the devil fruit upon him? Yet, after Mo consumed that individual, Xia Qiu observed for a full 5 or 6 minutes without witnessing any alteration. In stark contrast, those who had possessed the abilities of the devil fruit, be it Luffy, Califa, or Sabo, had all acquired their powers in a remarkably brief span of time. Xia Qiu found herself in a state of profound confusion, compelled to act in accordance with the outcome before her, steering him away from the ocean. It was imperative that he made landfall. Those endowed with the powers of the devil fruit would lose their abilities beneath the waves, rendering him incapable of surviving underwater. While she could endure for a time, supporting him on the surface, it was not a sustainable solution, and dangers lurked in the depths. He must reach the shore. However, Xia Qiu had no intention of allowing him to set foot on Eagle Snake Island, a place inhabited by people and surrounded by trees that exuded an unbearable stench, making it difficult for her to approach. In areas devoid of trees, they would encounter eagles, and Xia Qiu could not bring herself to trust him there. They must seek another island. As summer and autumn approached, a vast island was captured in sight, larger than Eagle Snake Island, yet possessing a feeble magnetic pull, which led Xia Qiu to refrain from making it his abode. This island was not the origin of the Seven Seas routes, and thus would not be recorded by navigational pointers. Pirate vessels would follow the directives of their compasses, steering towards other destinations and bypassing this one entirely. Moreover, being situated outside the Seven Seas, few ships ventured to this locale, rendering navigation exceedingly rare. Given the modest size of the island, it would struggle to sustain itself, and any inhabitants would likely be somewhat primitive. Therefore, Xia Qiu resolved to journey towards this enigmatic isle. Xia Qiu, braving the moose, swam towards that direction, swiftly capturing the magnetic pull, and then surged forward with great acceleration. As Xia Qiu advances, he continuously emits sound waves. Although the range of his sonic emissions has diminished, the creatures of the Grand Line are considerably large, allowing him to detect beings over 70 meters in size from a distance of 3,000 meters. As for creatures smaller than 70 meters, Xia Qiu is confident in his ability to eliminate them directly. Here they come. Suddenly, Xia Qiu detected a signal emerging from a distance, approximately 50 meters in length, situated around 2,200 meters away. The distance was considerable, rendering it unable to perceive his presence, prompting him to hasten towards it. As summer transitioned into autumn, he swung his body with all his might, propelling himself forward and leaving his opponent behind. The sea fish paused, allowing him to pass. In the late summer and early autumn, Xia Qiu spotted a sea fish swimming laterally in the distance and decided to approach it at that moment. Xia Qiu waited for a while, allowing it to exit the sonar range before proceeding once more. As Xia Qiu navigated with the aid of sonar, at times altering course, evading, and pausing to avoid the marine fish, the distance to the island diminished. The elder brother, sensing Xia Qiu's movements, felt tears glistening in his eyes. He was uncertain of what was transpiring, yet as long as his elder brother remained by his side, that was sufficient. They drew nearer. As summer transitioned into autumn, the sound of mooing accompanied Xia Qiu as she approached the island. This island, larger than Eagle Serpent Island, boasted dense woodlands and undulating mountains. Notably, the trees on the island reached heights of over 100 meters, their robust trunks visible from afar. Remarkably, despite its vastness, the island exhibited a weaker magnetic force than Eagle Serpent Island, suggesting the absence of any extraordinary minerals. As summer and autumn approached the island's edge, Momo was abruptly thrust onto the shore with a sudden jolt. With a resounding thud, Momo rolled over, landing on the coast. Despite the potential dangers that lurked on the island, there was no alternative. Had he reached solid ground? Momo paused for a brief moment, perplexed by his elder brother's actions, but in the next instant, he felt his strength returning. He could move again, turning himself over. Momo propped himself up with his pectoral fins against the shoreline, slowly advancing his body forward. In his marine beast form, he resembled a seal, effortlessly making his way onto land for a short duration. However, this form was rather uncomfortable. He mused to himself, wishing he could sprout limbs like before. As he contemplated this, his physique began to transform, evolving into a colossal azure lion. With a mighty roar, Momo opened his mouth and let out a formidable cry that reverberated through the mountains and forests. Indeed, he had manifested the powers of a devil fruit. Meanwhile, beneath the waves, Xia Qiu observed this transformation, realizing that he had indeed become a wielder of devil fruit abilities, likely a consequence of the very corpse he had bestowed upon him. Xia Qiu felt a pang of guilt and sorrow. It seemed that Mumu might never be able to enter the water again. After letting out a couple of cries, Mumu approached the shore and lowered its head. It understood that if it ventured into the water, it would become powerless and unable to swim. Gazing at Xia Qiu, Mumu realized that had it not been for him, it would have perished in the depths. Thus, it bent down and gently licked Xia Qiu's head. Do not jest. Summer and autumn shook their heads, retreating their bodies and drawing back their heads to create some distance. Mumu immediately lay down, gazing at Summer and Autumn. It understood that it could not enter the water. While its elder brother could not come ashore, perhaps from now on, they would only be able to exist, one on land and the other in the ocean. The thought of no longer being able to frolic together filled Mumu with a sense of sorrow. Yet, at that moment, a rumbling sound echoed, growing ever closer. As Xia Qiu heard a sound, he immediately became alert. Momo also turned around, lowering his body and staring into the distance. Suddenly, a figure leapt out from among the towering trees, appearing in the clearing. It was a colossal gray wolf, approximately 15 meters long, which bared its menacing teeth at Momo. However, it was merely a wolf. Xia Qiu and Momo paid it no heed. After all, Momo was now about 40 meters long, armed with sharp horns, formidable claws, and incisive teeth. How could he fear a single gray wolf? Yet, at that moment, a pack of giant gray wolves emerged from the forest, encircling Momo tightly. Additionally, a wolf measuring around 20 meters in length stepped out from the thicket. Chapter 78. Pain and Fury. This was a wolf pack. Underwater. Xia Qiu felt a surge of anxiety upon witnessing this scene. Ordinary gray wolves measure between 10 to 20 meters, while the Wolf King reached a length of 25 meters. One wolf could be manageable. Even the Wolf King could be easily defeated by Momo. However, there were 7 of them. And Momo had just transformed into a lion. Victory was uncertain. Get into the water, Momo. I will take you to another location to land or to a different island. But Momo could not hear Xia Qiu's thoughts, and the wolf pack had already initiated their assault. One by one, the gray wolves lunged at Momo. With a roar, as the gray wolves charged, Momo slightly raised his upper body and struck out with his right paw. However, due to his unfamiliarity with the lion form, he was a moment too slow. The gray wolf, landing, quickly leaped to the side. Momo's claws swiped through empty air. At that instant, all the gray wolves sprang into action, pouncing toward Momo. Seeing this, Momo felt a twinge of fear and attempted to retreat. Just as he was about to back away, the Wolf King transformed into a blur, leaping toward Momo's hind legs, claws extended, aiming for his rear. Sensing the rush of wind, instead of retreating, Momo surged forward. The Wolf King missed, but he blocked Momo's escape. As Momo charged ahead, he swung a powerful paw. With a thud, his claws struck a gray wolf, sending it flying. Rolling on the ground, blood spilling from its mouth, unable to rise again. Yet, in the next moment, the other wolves closed in on Momo. With a snap, Momo pivoted and sank his teeth into a wolf that had come too close, his sharp fangs piercing its flesh, before delivering another blow with his paw to another gray wolf. However, this wolf evaded Momo's strike. Meanwhile, 2 remaining wolves had already leaped onto Momo. With a lunge, one wolf raised its front paw and slashed at Momo, leaving bloody marks on his body, while another bit into Momo's flesh, only managing to grasp a mouthful of fur. At that moment, the Wolf King leapt up, directly biting into Momo's rear. With a crunch, a chunk of flesh was torn from Momo's backside, along with a thick layer of fur. Momo yelped in pain, his expression contorted with agony, fear glimmering in his eyes. Damn it, Momo was injured. Underwater. Xia Qiu felt an immense sorrow at the sight. It was because of him that Momo had to come ashore. And now he was in danger while Xia Qiu could do nothing to assist. If only he could fight alongside Momo, he could easily dispatch these foes. But that was not possible. On the shore, Momo was bitten and became frantic, shaking off the Wolf King, then swinging his claws toward a wolf. Yet this wolf also lunged forward, its claws meeting Momo's massive paw. With a crash, the 3 claws collided, sending the wolf flying, but it quickly regained its footing. At this moment, the remaining wolves charged again. Momo endured the pain and turned to dash toward the sea. But just then, the Wolf King, lying in wait, sprang from the side. With a thud, the Wolf King collided with Momo's side, toppling his massive body to the ground. The Wolf King shook its head, feeling the impact as well. Momo attempted to rise, but the other 3 wolves had already pounced, biting at him. Momo swung his claws in an effort to fend them off, but they left deep gashes on his body, tearing away chunks of skin. With a roar, Momo tried to stand, but his leg was bitten, preventing him from getting up. Seeing this, Xia Qiu's heart sank. He knew that if this continued, Momo would perish. But what could he do? Xia Qiu, lost in thought, suddenly leaned back, her abdomen facing the sky as her limbs shot towards the water's surface. The figure of summer and autumn is relatively broad, even when parallel to the island, maintaining a certain distance. The limbs extend above the water's surface, measuring an impressive 7 to 8 meters, while the mooing is situated approximately 4 to 5 meters from the shore. Snap! In the late summer and early autumn, an appendage struck a wolf, causing it to stumble. 2 other appendages ensnared its body. With a resounding thud, the wolf was knocked to the ground. Yet with a push of its limbs, it endeavored to rise once more. Whoosh! As the summer and autumn tentacles struck once more, at that very moment, the Wolf King lunged forward and seized the tentacle of summer and autumn. A sharp crack resounded. The summer and autumn limbs were severed with a swift bite. And then the Wolf King, brandishing its sharp claws, sent the remaining limbs of summer and autumn flying. One of the 3 wolves lunged towards the limbs, while the other 2 continued to subdue. Mo yearned to rise, yet they were relentlessly assaulted. It was futile, their limbs were obstructed. And Mo continued to endure the onslaught. If this persisted, Mo was destined for demise. What should be done? In the midst of summer and autumn, filled with anguish, a single limb had already been severed by the jaws of the Wolf King. Ayo! A lone wolf evaded the clutches of Mo, launching itself towards his back, tearing away a substantial portion of flesh and blood. Ayo! Mo emitted a sound of excruciating pain. Curse it! As Xia Qiu heard the sound, an unbearable anguish enveloped her heart, prompting her to swiftly retract her 2 tentacles. With a resounding puff, the Wolf King severed one of her tentacles, while the other was thwarted by another wolf. Though her tentacles were lengthy, their strength proved insufficient, rendering them futile, utterly ineffective. Xia Qiu felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. He could not bear the thought of Mo meeting a tragic end, especially since it was his own actions that had forced them to come ashore. Xia Qiu seethed with fury, yet found herself utterly helpless. Snap! The tentacles of Xia Qiu have once again been severed by the Wolf King, leaving her powerless to reach that place. With no restraints left, the Wolf King and the wolf assigned to obstruct her turned once more towards Momo, ready to pounce. It is over. As summer transitioned into autumn, Xia Qiu turned to observe the Wolf King joining the ranks of those besieging Mumu. With the Wolf King's involvement, Mumu's demise was inevitable. Furthermore, with the sole means of attack rendered ineffective, there was nothing left to halt the impending tragedy. Xia Qiu was engulfed by feelings of rage, guilt, and anguish. Damn it. If only he could intervene. The Wolf King sank its teeth into Mumu's abdomen, tearing away a large patch of scales and flesh, which splattered blood everywhere. Upon hearing this sound, an overwhelming sense of resentment surged within Xia Qiu. His heart ignited with a fierce fire of indignation. This is my little brother. Only I have the right to strike him. How dare you kill him? All of you, stop this at once. The thought was conceived in Xia Qiu's mind. And in the next moment, a tremendous force surged forth from his being. Boom, 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 boom. The Wolf King and the 3 other wolves collapsed to the ground. Rendered unconscious, Mumu's form stiffened, losing control over its body, and it fell there, convulsing. What is this? As Xia Qiu's form momentarily faltered, she gazed upon the fallen Wolf King. Reflecting upon the sensation she had just experienced, what had emanated from within her was akin to Conqueror's Haki. Chapter 79, A Perilous Situation. Conqueror's Haki. One of the 3 forms of Haki is extraordinarily rare, possessed by only 1 in a million. Unlike armament Haki and observation Haki, it cannot be acquired through training. It is an innate gift. Conqueror's Haki embodies the essence of royalty, endowing its bearer with the potential to become a formidable leader who commands respect across the land. She never anticipated that she possessed such a formidable power. Xia Qiu was initially taken aback, yet following the astonishment, a wave of delight washed over her. Possessing the Conqueror's Haki signified that she bore the qualities of a true sovereign. Yet, what kind of ruler was she? The king of the useless? After a brief respite in the emotions of late summer and early autumn, I find myself perplexed by the realization that, as a mere fish, I possess the formidable Conqueror's Haki. In the world of One Piece, it is solely humans who wield Haki. With no animals possessing such power, the Haki of the Kung Fu Dugong is an original creation of the anime. Yet, here I am, endowed with Haki, and moreover, the Conqueror's Haki. After the shock of late summer and early autumn, I gradually regained my composure and gazed towards the coastline. Both Mumu and the Grey Wolf lay motionless on the ground. The ordinary Grey Wolf was in a state of unconsciousness, while the Wolf King convulsed. And Mumu's body was rigid, having regressed into a manatee form. I still found myself unable to reach the shore. For Mumu to survive, it was imperative that he awaken before them and eliminate them. Now, Mumu's body was covered in wounds. Although none penetrated deeply, he continued to bleed profusely. Uncertain if he could awaken before the Wolf King. Awaken swiftly. In the heart of summer and autumn, a silent prayer was uttered. Time ticked away, moment by moment. As Mumu's tail flickered and the Wolf King stirred slightly. After a while, Mumu's body twisted, its pectoral fins began to undulate, while the Wolf King curled its limbs. Another 2 minutes passed. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, Mumu gritted its teeth and contorted its body, shifting from a supine position to lying prone. Meanwhile, the Wolf King swayed, propelling itself upright with its limbs. A haunting howl escaped the Wolf King's lips as it gazed upon Mumu, baring its jaws, sharp teeth glinting ominously. Taking deliberate steps toward Mumu at a leisurely pace. Upon witnessing the Wolf King's awakening, Mumu thrashed violently, yet to no avail. This was dire. The Wolf King had roused before Mumu had anticipated. Xia Qiu yearned to wield his domineering power once more, yet to his dismay, he found himself utterly incapable of summoning it. As he watched the Wolf King advance steadily towards Momo, who could only struggle helplessly, a wave of anxiety washed over him. The ominous reality was that even if he could muster his strength, the next to awaken would undoubtedly be the Wolf King, and at an even swifter pace. It seemed that this time, Momo's fate was sealed. Xia Qiu let out a sigh, her eyes tinged with sorrow. Was it truly impossible for her to save him? The Wolf King approached Momo, opening his formidable jaws to bite at Momo's neck. However, in that fleeting moment, Momo suddenly twisted his head and opened his enormous mouth to snap at the Wolf King. The Wolf King attempted to evade, but his body had yet to recover and he could not dodge in time. Crunch. Momo seized the Wolf King's neck, his sharp teeth piercing through the flesh in a single bite. Blood gushed forth from the Wolf King's mouth and neck, and he thrashed violently. Yet, Momo held on tenaciously, and with each struggle, the wound only widened. Before long, the Wolf King succumbed slowly, his gaze reflecting an unwillingness to accept his fate. With a final breath, Momo released the lifeless body of the Wolf King, exhaling deeply as a glint of cunning flickered in his eyes. Xia Qiu, too, felt a weight lift from her heart. This creature, moments ago, seemed to be in agony, unable to move, yet in the next instant, it lunged forward to capture the Wolf King. Such agility belied any semblance of being affected by the Wolf King's dominance. It appeared that the earlier display of feigned weakness was merely a ruse. Momo had indeed recovered faster than the Wolf King. However, his stamina was still compromised, and advancing towards the Wolf King to engage would have only drained his energy further. Hence, he had pretended to be incapacitated, writhing in apparent distress, awaiting the Wolf King's assault. The moment the Wolf King rose, fearing Momo's potential recovery, he attacked without hesitation, only for Momo to unleash a surprise counterattack. Once again, he feigned death. As Xia Qiu reflected on the earlier encounter where he had attacked him, only to have him feign death and escape, he found it somewhat amusing. With a resounding roar, Mo vanquished the Wolf King, undergoing a transformation into a lion. Gritting his teeth, he steadied himself and advanced towards the remaining gray wolves, who were beginning to regain consciousness and attempt to regain control of their bodies. With a series of sharp snaps, the incapacitated gray wolves were swiftly dispatched as Mo seized them by the neck, ensuring their demise. After dispatching them, he exhaled a sigh of relief and collapsed, reverting to his sea beast form, panting heavily as his stamina reached its limits. Mo, pushing through the exhaustion to continue his assault, found himself at the brink of immobility. Lying there to catch his breath, he turned his head towards Xia Qiu, his eyes brimming with tears and gratitude. In those final moments, as death loomed near, a tremendous surge of power surged forth, incapacitating the gray wolves. Although he too was affected, he regained consciousness first, eliminating the wolves and securing victory. That force could not have originated from the gray wolves nor himself. It could only be from his elder brother. In this moment of despair turned salvation, Mo felt both aggrieved and relieved. Witnessing Momo's tears, Xia Qiu shook his head and swam a distance away before abruptly flicking his tail. The seawater splashed up and cascaded over Mo, dampening his form, and his gaze brightened perceptibly. After a brief respite, Mo turned his head, seized a wolf, and began to feast. Yet, at that moment, he suddenly transformed back into a lion and let out a fierce roar towards the distant woods. What had transpired? As the summer and autumn seasons cautiously peeked their heads, they gazed into the distance and discerned a shadow emerging from the depths of the forest. Only two luminous eyes glowed in the darkness, steadily approaching. The shadow stepped forth from the thicket and into the clearing before Mo. It was a colossal tiger, adorned in a striking pattern of yellow and black, measuring approximately 35 meters in length. Its robust physique and sturdy limbs exuded an aura of formidable power. Another visitor, perhaps? As Xia Qiu beheld the colossal tiger, her heart plummeted. This beast was far larger than the Wolf King. Mo had reached her limit, utterly drained of strength to fight. With a fierce roar, she fixed her gaze intently upon the tiger. The tiger, turning its head, glanced at the lifeless body of the gray wolf. Upon catching sight of the Wolf King's carcass, its eyes narrowed slightly, then shifted back to Mo, a glint of wariness evident in its gaze. Nevertheless, it approached slowly, head lowered, emitting a low growl that barely pierced the air. Once more, Mo unleashed a defiant roar, her claws scraping the ground in an attempt to intimidate the formidable creature, her heart racing with trepidation. Yet, the tiger veered to the side, seizing the Wolf King's remains, eyeing Mo with caution as it began to drag the body backward. With a rustling sound, the tiger retreated, disappearing into the depths of the forest. As the tiger vanished from sight, Mo exhaled in relief. Once it had distanced itself, she reverted to her original form and lowered herself to feast upon the gray wolf's remains. In a short while, only remnants were left, her strength significantly replenished, and her wounds had ceased to bleed. Transforming once again into a lion, she approached a gray wolf nearly 20 meters in length, sinking her teeth into it and dragging it toward the shore. Upon reaching the water's edge, Mo released her grip, lowering her head to thrust forward. Her horns pierced beneath the gray wolf, and with a swift motion, she tossed the creature into the sea. As she transformed back into her aquatic form, she settled at the water's edge, calling out a few times while gazing intently at Xia Qiu. Is this my sustenance? As Xia Qiu felt a warm sensation in her heart, she sank her teeth into the carcass of the gray wolf, savoring her meal. This marked her inaugural experience consuming a terrestrial mammal. The flavor was markedly distinct from that of marine creatures. While it could not be deemed particularly palatable, Xia Qiu found no aversion in this novel culinary encounter. In the transition from summer to autumn, Xia Qiu indulged in the consumption of a gray wolf, her mind filled with curiosity about the transformations she might undergo from this act. Chapter 80, The Strange Creature. The gray wolf possessed a substantial weight, exceeding 15 tons. Xia Qiu feasted upon a portion of it, subsequently pushing the remains onto the shore. Once placed in the sea, it would soon attract a multitude of marine fish, along with various scavenging creatures, ensuring that the gray wolf would be devoured swiftly. After consuming the gray wolf, not long passed before a gentle warmth began to emanate, spreading throughout the body. A majority of this warmth flowed into the abdominal limbs, while the tips of the limbs, which had been severed, were regenerating due to their remarkable ability to restore themselves. A smaller portion of the warmth infused into the body, supplying energy. The warmth soon dissipated, and the limbs had grown significantly. However, the body exhibited little change. Xia Qiu was not anxious, for the warmth was insufficient, and given her considerable size, it was clear that such minimal energy could not affect transformation. In the ensuing days, Xia Qiu and Momo found themselves at the seaside, one in the water and the other resting upon the shore. They dined upon the carcass of the gray wolf, which was nearly depleted after just one day. with the majority consumed by Xia Qiu. Whenever hunger struck, Xia Qiu would approach the shore, opening her mouth wide. Momo would then present the remnants of the gray wolf's carcass before her, and after Xia Qiu had feasted, the leftovers would be nudged towards the coastline. By the following day, the remaining carcass had begun to decay due to the sweltering heat, rendering it inedible. Furthermore, as time wore on, the warmth it provided diminished, dwindling to an almost negligible amount. It appeared that energy, too, faded with the passage of time. Despite the substantial warmth derived from the gray wolf consumed, it still proved insufficient for Xia Qiu's evolution. In the twilight of summer and autumn, it remains uncertain whether wolves still roam the island. However, their absence would significantly diminish the unique evolutionary vitality that belongs solely to them. By the following evening, the wound on Moo Moo had already begun to scab. Yet a full recovery would require more time. Transformed into a lion, Moo Moo approached the corpse of the gray wolf, sniffed it cautiously, and shook his head in disdain. It was no longer edible. With a hint of regret, Moo Moo gently swayed his head. As Xia Qiu witnessed this scene, he descended into the depths of the ocean. The gray wolves had devoured more than 3 fish on their own, and now, deprived of their food, they were compelled to hunt for sea fish. As Xia Qiu contemplated, he submerged himself into the ocean. After spending several minutes, he discovered a fish from the sea, consumed a portion of it, and made his way to the shore. Dragging the fish along. Moo Moo, it was time to feast. As summer and autumn gradually recede, I gazed towards the shore, only to find it devoid of any creatures. Where has Moo Moo gone? I have merely stepped away for a brief moment, yet Moo Moo has vanished. As Xia Qiu waited nearby, a rustling sound emerged from the woods after a while. Before long, Moo Moo appeared before Xia Qiu, dragging a colossal wild boar. Have you been hunting? The arrival of late summer and early autumn was somewhat unexpected, yet entirely reasonable, now that he had reached the shore. Transforming into a lion to hunt in the forest became the foremost choice. The ability to hunt implied that he could sustain himself on the island. Furthermore, given his imposing stature, he held a reasonable confidence in overcoming any adversaries, even the formidable tiger, as long as he did not encounter a pack of wolves. Momo dragged the wild boar to the water's edge, glimpsed the sea fish, and then glanced back at the boar, prompting him to rush over and feast on the fish. Whenever Xia Qiu felt famished, all he needed to do was open his mouth, and Momo would push the wild boar into the sea. Thus, one resided on the shore while the other thrived in the water, and before long, 7 or 8 days had swiftly passed. In the late summer and early autumn, he consumed a multitude of terrestrial creatures, and the heat began to rise. However, the alterations in his physique remained subtle. Yet, it was not without significance, for he sensed a tingling sensation where his head met his chest, an indication that change was imminent. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck, illuminating the world before him. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, and a fierce wind swept through, causing the trees and branches to sway towards the distance. A torrential downpour was approaching. Xia Qiu discovered that the weather here was exceedingly harsh, with torrential rains occurring almost every 3 to 4 days. As summer and autumn hastily submerged into the ocean, Momo transformed into a lion and sprinted towards the forest. With a thunderous roar, Momo's speed escalated, and in the blink of an eye, he reached the depths of the island. It was imperative to find shelter, as the torrential rain was expected to last throughout the night. If it were merely rain, it would be bearable. However, the tempestuous winds and flashes of lightning rendered the prospect of spending a night by the sea unbearable. A memory stirred within me. During the last hunt, I recalled a vast cavern nearby. With a swift motion, Momo dashed towards the mountain's base, where a colossal cave loomed before him. He entered, feeling the winds diminish. Relieved, he reverted to his original form, lying down to await the storm's conclusion. Yet, in the darkness, 2 luminous points flickered into view, accompanied by the sound of approaching footsteps. What was that? Momo straightened up, peering into the shadows. A massive figure emerged, adorned with yellow and black stripes, a tiger, with a fierce growl. The tiger spotted Momo. It was evidently the territory of another, and the tiger bore a scar across its chest, reminiscent of the one that had snatched the gray wolf from his jaws. Momo instinctively transformed back into a lion, eyeing the creature warily. However, the tiger, upon observing Momo, snorted and slowly retreated, lying down while fixating on him. Was it not going to attack? Momo contemplated departing, but, noticing the tiger's non-aggressive stance, chose to lie down as well, maintaining his lion form and closing his eyes for a brief respite. As the night progressed, Momo reverted to his sea cow state. The tiger, from a distance, regarded him with a puzzled expression but made no move. By dawn, the downpour had ceased, and the tiger rose, letting out a few roars directed at Momo. Responding, Momo transformed back into a lion and exited the woods, intent on seeking out his elder brother along the coast. Yet first, he needed to hunt. As he pondered, he scoured the area for prey, circling several times before spotting a wild deer. The deer, measuring about 12 to 13 meters, immediately bolted upon noticing Momo. With agility and speed, Momo pursued the deer, which deftly weaved through the trees, utilizing their cover to evade capture. Suddenly, a tree obstructed Momo's path, forcing him to slow down. While the deer darted further away, Frustration welled within him. Despite the lengthy chase, he was unable to close the gap. They dashed down the mountainside, and soon a peculiar grove of trees came into view. These trees were stout and short, standing only 20 to 30 meters tall, unlike the tall, straight firs of his home. Mo realized he could not enter the grove due to his size, while the deer slipped inside effortlessly. Was he to give up? Disheartened, he lamented his failure after such a long pursuit. Just as the deer reached the grove, a shadowy figure lunged from another direction, blocking its path. With a powerful swipe, the shadow struck the deer, sending it flying, bones snapping upon impact. The figure skidded to a halt, leaving deep claw marks in the ground, while the deer tumbled to Mo's feet. It was the tiger, the very one with whom Mo had shared the night. With a resounding roar, the tiger claimed its prize, and Mo hesitated, aware that this deer was meant for him. Had it not been for the tiger, the deer would have escaped. Yet, the tiger had allowed him refuge the previous night. Ultimately, one deer was not enough to satiate either of them. Mo took a step back, creating some distance. The tiger, confused by Mo's gesture, approached the deer, and surprisingly, Mo made no move to attack. The tiger lowered its head, devouring a portion of the deer, then glanced at Mo before retreating slightly. In an unexpected turn, Mo rushed forward, not to eat, but to drag the deer's carcass away. The tiger, puzzled, followed him. Mo brought the deer to the seashore, where remnants of bones littered the sand, and a half-eaten fish lay nearby. He placed the deer on the shore and transformed back into a sea cow, bellowing into the ocean. Before long, a massive black fish surfaced. Mo pushed the deer into the water, and the fish seized it, vanishing below the surface. Meanwhile, Mo feasted on the fish along the shore, reveling in his meal. The tiger, observing from afar, was filled with curiosity. Here was a creature capable of transformation, possessing immense strength, able to vanquish troublesome wolf packs, including the one that had left its mark upon him. Moreover, this being was generous enough to share its food, unlike other formidable predators. Most intriguingly, it seemed to have befriended a fish. The tiger, having never encountered such a peculiar creature, lay concealed in the underbrush, quietly observing. Chapter 81. Ambition within the forest. 3 colossal figures raced into the distance. Leading the charge was an enormous wild boar, closely followed by a green, horned lion and a yellow-black striped tiger. In comparison to the lion and tiger, the boar appeared significantly smaller, desperately fleeing from their pursuit. Their massive forms stirred a great rush of wind, sending nearby creatures into a frenzy of flight. Suddenly, the lion and tiger veered apart, the tiger darting away into the distance while the lion continued the chase. Maintaining a steady distance, the lion pursued the boar without closing in too closely. Just as they neared the woods, the tiger ambushed the boar, knocking it to the ground and beginning to feast. The lion sauntered over, lying nearby and patiently waiting. After a while, the tiger consumed a quarter of the boar and pulled back, creating some space. The lion seized the opportunity, taking the boar and sprinting away, with the tiger leisurely trailing behind. Upon reaching the shore, the lion placed the boar down and let out a powerful roar. The lion, naturally known as Moo, called out, prompting Xia Qiu to emerge from the water, mouth agape. Moo then pushed a wild boar into the sea, and Xia Qiu seized it, diving beneath the waves. Satisfied, Moo nodded approvingly and approached the nearby fish, transforming into a manatee to feast on them, casting a glance at a distant tiger and shifting slightly to make room. Observing this scene, the tiger sauntered over and began to eat the fish beside Moo. Earlier, she had consumed only a morsel of the wild boar, saving some appetite for the fish, as she craved a change in flavor after indulging in too much meat. The fish proved to be an exemplary pet, even providing sustenance for its owner, which was quite commendable. After finishing the fish, Moo lazily reclined, while the tiger regarded him before retreating a short distance to rest at the opposite end. However, it was insufficient. After devouring a substantial portion of the wild boar, Xia Qiu felt a surge of warmth, only to be left somewhat disheartened when the sensation dissipated without any evident changes after a month. Yet, she sensed the warmth gathering at the back of her head, at the convergence of her gills and pectoral fins, indicating a transformation. This alteration appeared to pertain to the distinction between mammals and her own anatomy at the back of the head. If all went as expected, it would be the emergence of a neck. As a chordate, she possessed a lengthy spine, which was divided into thoracic and caudal vertebrae. However, there was no neck to facilitate the direct lateral or vertical movement of her head, limiting her to slight body sways through the motion of her vertebrae. Should evolution continue its course, she might develop additional cervical vertebrae, signifying the growth of a neck. This area lay between her pectoral fins and gills, with skeletal structures extending from her spine to her pectoral, pelvic, and anal fins. The pectoral fins were precisely positioned between the gills, and the junction where the pectoral fins connected to the spine was termed the scapular girdle, which, in comparison to mammals, was not tightly bonded. Between the scapular girdle and the skull, most fish lack cervical vertebrae, establishing a direct connection. Whales, however, possess a small segment at the juncture of the scapular girdle and skull. During the transition from summer to autumn, the whale's diet has evolved, resulting in the development of certain features, albeit limited to a few skeletal joints that fail to facilitate the rotation of the head. should evolution take place in this regard. It would allow for the capability of head movement. However, the presence of cervical vertebrae poses more disadvantages than advantages for fish. For instance, it disrupts the streamlined form, as the swinging neck can hinder swimming speed, and excessive pressure on the neck, compounded by the weight of the fish's body above the cervical region, may lead to complications. Nevertheless, I differ significantly from most fish. Firstly, my physique is distinct. Rather than being laterally compressed like many, I resemble a catfish with a rounded, broad body, lacking the extreme height-to-width ratio typical of others. This anatomical structure distributes strength uniformly rather than concentrating it solely around the cervical vertebrae. Secondly, my muscular development allows for exceptional control over my head, preventing any loss of stability due to movement. Lastly, my reinforced skeletal structure is resilient, providing ample support for my body without issue. In the transition from summer to autumn, one eagerly anticipates the emergence of a neck, allowing for the ability to turn one's head directly without the necessity of twisting the spine. At that moment, one may resemble the Tiktaalik, a creature from the Devonian period that possessed a neck, making it one of the closest fish to amphibians. Furthermore, these remarkable beings had a dorsal opening, likely indicating the presence of lungs that functioned as effectively as gills. Xia Qiu eagerly anticipates her transformation, yet time seems to move at a languid pace. Over the course of a month, she has only sensed a warm current gathering in her neck, with little noticeable growth. Xia Qiu understands roughly the reasons behind it. The growth of the neck signifies an overall development of the body. Gaining 1 meter in height corresponds to an increase in weight of approximately 6 to 10 tons. As his physique becomes increasingly formidable, the rate of his growth has notably diminished, with the energy of evolution being increasingly consumed by his bodily requirements. Thus, he still requires some time for further development. However, the colossal creatures inhabiting the Grand Line possess even greater size and evolutionary energy, which will considerably enhance his rate of evolution. Furthermore, Xia Qiu is also attempting to harness the power of Haki. Yet, he remains utterly perplexed by its manifestation and has yet to comprehend its nature. Throughout the summer and autumn, I endeavored to explore numerous methods, yet none succeeded in awakening my conqueror's Haki. I find myself akin to Ace, who, after unconsciously wielding this formidable power at the tender age of 10, did not harness it again for 7 years. Furthermore, Rayleigh, while instructing Luffy, elucidated that Conqueror's Haki embodies the user's spirit. It can be mastered, but cannot be augmented through mere training. However, it can be enhanced through personal growth. Thus, my foremost task is to gain control, followed by the enhancement of my own spirit. In the late summer and early autumn, this matter was relegated to the recesses of her mind. Yet she found herself captivated by another occurrence. Mumu had made a friend. As Xia Qiu observed Mumu and the tiger on the shore, it became evident that over the past month, the tiger and Mumu had forged an unexpected bond. Initially, the tiger lurked in the shadows of the forest, and Xia Qiu had mistaken its presence for a potential threat. However, as familiarity blossomed, Mumu shared the sea fish it had prepared, and together they ventured out to hunt, returning side by side. Now, they shared meals and even rested in each other's company. Had they merely become friends? It seemed more profound than mere friendship. The tiger appeared to be female, and Xia Qiu couldn't shake the feeling that this was not just companionship, but perhaps a romantic connection. A surge of jealousy welled up within him. I don't even have a girlfriend, and you found one, he thought, feeling a twinge of indignation at this insufferably audacious little brother. Yet, soon after, Xia Qiu felt a sense of solace. Although Mumu could no longer swim and remain confined to the land, it was well fed and had a companion. Its life was quite satisfactory. He knew he wouldn't linger here for long, as the weak magnetic pull prevented him from capturing pirate ships, thus depriving him of the reinforcement energy he sought. After awakening his conqueror's Haki, Xia Qiu's mindset began to shift. Initially, his desire to grow stronger and prey upon humanity lacked a clear purpose, stifled by reality and reason which suppressed his ambitions, preventing him from envisioning a definitive goal. His former guiding principle was to follow his heart, quietly amassing wealth. However, after achieving prosperity, perhaps it was time to display his strength. Otherwise, if he continued to play the fool, he might truly become one. The life he once led in the East Sea was no longer appealing. Boredom and solitude could be fatal. Now, endowed with conqueror's Haki and the qualities of a ruler, he recognized his extraordinary nature. As his strength continued to grow, he pondered whether he should allow his life to remain mundane. He realized he ought not to be merely a transient figure, but rather an integral part of history. In the transition from summer to autumn, ambition was born. No, it should be said that the ambition had long existed, shedding its constraints and beginning to take root deep within the heart. Chapter 82. Departure in the early morning. Sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting bright spots upon the ground. Within a cave at the foot of the mountain, Momo yawned and slowly awakened. The first thing he did upon waking was to turn and glance behind him, where a massive tiger lay, resting with closed eyes. Momo observed the tiger, his gaze settling on her slightly swollen abdomen, and his expression softened. He instantly transformed into a lion, turned his back on the cave, and dashed away into the distance. With a swift motion, Momo confronted a gigantic wild chicken, swiftly ending its life with a single bite, and dragged it back to the cave. Placing the wild chicken before the tiger, she opened her eyes, revealing her sharp teeth as she began to feast. After consuming half of it, Momo picked up the remaining portion and made his way towards the cave's entrance, heading towards the coast. Momo let out a resounding roar, his voice echoing loudly. Yet, there was no reply. The sea lay tranquil, and Xia Qiu had not emerged from the depths. Was his elder brother absent? Perhaps engaged in other pursuits. Momo lay there, waiting as time ticked by, but Xia Qiu remained elusive. Anxiety began to creep in. Every morning, his elder brother would appear, yet today an unusually long absence persisted. Where could he have gone? Moreover, last night, his brother had behaved strangely, repeatedly striking himself with his tentacles. What had transpired? After a while, as noon approached, footsteps echoed behind him. Momo turned to see the tiger approaching, coming to his side. He realized he had been away too long. During this time, he had kept her company, but today, his wait had extended. The tiger let out a growl. Mo. He gently patted the wild chicken. Upon seeing the half-eaten chicken, the tiger immediately understood the situation. Every morning, he would come to the seaside to feed a black fish, but today, the fish was nowhere to be found. It was merely a pet. He could always acquire another. Why the sorrow? The tiger extended her tongue, giving Momo's head a gentle lick. However, Momo gazed out at the sea, his eyes clouded with sadness. Meanwhile, in the ocean, Xia Qiu swam further away. Having departed from the island, having remained here for nearly 6 months, it is now summer. After this period of transformation, my neck has experienced some growth. During the summer and autumn, the length has grown to approximately 2 meters, of which 1.5 meters is attributed to the neck. This length seems somewhat inadequate for the imposing physique of the creature. However, it suffices, as it is a fish and does not require an elongated neck for rotation. An excessive length would only impose a greater burden on the neck. The proportion of its neck length bears a striking resemblance to that of the Chictalic, approximately 25:1, allowing for lateral movement and vertical undulation. The neck of Xia Qiu is situated between the pectoral fins and the gills, connecting the head and the body. It is remarkably robust, slightly narrower than the thickest part of the body above the pectoral fins, yet significantly thicker than the tail. Over the course of 6 months, its length has increased by 2 meters, surpassing the growth rate experienced in the East China Sea. Evidently, the creatures of the Grand Line possess a greater reservoir of evolutionary energy. This evolutionary energy allows beings to transcend their physical limitations and attain larger sizes. Thus, the fauna of the Grand Line generally surpasses that of the East China Sea. Each increment in size demands an ever greater amount of evolutionary energy, resulting in a substantial surplus compared to the East China Sea. Consequently, Xia Qiu's pace of growth here is twice as fast as the growth observed after consuming the A-long in the East China Sea. When factoring in the influence of Uchimura, his growth rate approximates 3 times that of his previous pace. Having developed a neck, Xia Qiu resolved to depart. He could no longer remain in this place where he could not consume the energy needed for enhancement. His objectives had been fulfilled, leaving no reason to linger. Mumu has managed to thrive on the island. As time passes, he spends more time in the woods rather than along the shore. Xia Qiu too has ceased frequenting the coastline, preferring to remain in the ocean or near the seabed close to the island. The two now meet only briefly each morning to exchange food, and occasionally in the evening, with their encounters growing increasingly rare. They have each established their own lives, rendering further connection impossible. What troubles Xia Qiu the most is that he has discovered Mumu has found a girlfriend. No, she should now be referred to as his wife. For months ago, they were exceedingly affectionate, often entwined together. Recently, Xia Qiu noticed the bulging abdomen of that tigress. They are expecting offspring. As a solitary fish, Xia Qiu finds this intolerable. They had promised to rely on one another, yet Mumu has clandestinely sought companionship elsewhere. Xia Qiu, filled with indignation, resolutely decided to depart. Yesterday evening, she bid farewell to Momo, striking him a dozen times with her wrist, uncertain whether he could comprehend her sentiments. Farewell, dear friend. Xia Qiu is uncertain whether he will ever see him again, yet during the year they spent together, they hunted, fought, and exchanged sustenance, creating a plethora of memories. Momo's relationship with Xia Qiu evolved from that of a pet to a younger brother, and ultimately to a friend, enhancing his status. Momo alleviated Xia Qiu's prolonged loneliness and quelled the oppressive feelings that had lingered for too long. However, departure is inevitable. He has his own life to lead. Just as Xia Qiu must now embrace his own future. From this moment forth, Xia Qiu must navigate life as a solitary fish. Yet this time, he possesses a clear objective. Is it true that you can interpret the historical texts? In the expansive room, a man, cigar in hand, sat behind a desk, gazing at the tall woman before him. Indeed, the raven-haired woman nodded. Excellent. I wish to enlist your assistance, the man remarked with a smile. Join forces with me. Nicole Robin felt a chill of sweat on her brow. The person before her was an exceptional ally who could aid her in deciphering the historical texts. Yet, he was perilously dangerous. Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Although the citizens of Alabasta had fallen for his fade, he secretly commanded a formidable assassination force. It was on Whiskey Peak that she encountered members of Baroque Works who had recognized her identity and attempted to attack her, only to be defeated before she proceeded to Drum Island. Subsequently, She was led here by the senior officials of Baroque works, who were not inferior in strength to her. Your bounty is substantial, but I have no interest in such monetary rewards, so I will not betray you, Crocodile declared with a grin. Cooperating with me is your wisest choice. Noticing Robin's silence, Crocodile continued, all I require is 4 years of your assistance to secure your freedom. 4 years? Nicole Robin narrowed her eyes and nodded slowly. I can agree to that. Crocodile asserted, your abilities are commendable. From this day forward, you will serve as the vice president of Baroque Works, my partner. Given the sensitivity of your identity, to avoid drawing the Navy's attention. Everyone in Baroque Works operates under a code name. I am Mr. Zero, and you shall be Miss All Sunday. Very well, Robin acquiesced without objection. Crocodile added, my true identity is known only to you. Even the senior officials of Baroque Works remain oblivious. Henceforth, you will be responsible for communicating my directives to them, as well as overseeing all affairs of Baroque Works. This should sufficiently demonstrate my trust in you. I will dedicate myself to assisting you in interpreting the historical texts. Robin affirmed, feeling her initial reservations diminish significantly. It is rare to find someone of great strength who is disinterested in her bounty. Crocodile was one such individual. He was a formidable ally, requiring her assistance while simultaneously granting her considerable authority. Crocodile looked at Robin and stated, furthermore, do not disclose our relationship or that of Baroque Works to anyone. To all, I am merely Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. I understand. Robin replied earnestly. Crocodile clapped his hands, and 2 young women entered the room. Take this lady to rest, he instructed. Yes, Mr. Crocodile, the girls replied promptly. Their gazes towards him filled with fervor, an expression of gratitude and trust. Witnessing this, Robin felt a sudden chill. Crocodile was a terrifying figure, not solely due to his immense power or his control over the assassination organization Baroque Works, but because he was regarded as a hero among the people of Alabasta. 2 starkly contrasting identities coalesced within him. Why must he masquerade? Robin was beginning to comprehend his true intentions. Chapter 83. The perilous Grand Line. Once more embarking on a journey, Xia Qiu found himself alone, the once familiar sounds of life now a constant reminder of the vigilance required. This new reality left him feeling unsettled. However, he soon adjusted his mood amidst the hopeful anticipation of the future. Summer and autumn distanced themselves from the island, yet did not return to Eagle Snake Island. Although the sea snakes resided on the island's reverse side, they intruded upon their actions, disrupting their operations and causing the loss of several pirates' energies during an attack on a pirate ship. The strength of the Lionheart pirate crew was limited and did not pose a substantial obstacle, especially as that devil fruit user was eager to strike. However, had the pirate ship been a tad more resilient, opting to hasten its retreat towards the island instead of confronting them, or possessed a greater strength and prudence by refraining from engaging directly, even if they could vanquish the pirate crew, the approaching sea snakes would seize the spoils. While it was indeed possible to preemptively hijack a pirate ship, the infrequency of such vessels, sometimes only one every 10 days, rendered it impractical to expand their reconnaissance efforts. Thus, Eagle Snake Island proved to be a suboptimal hunting ground. Consequently, Summer and Autumn resolved to depart, intending to journey towards Twin Cape in search of a new starting point for another route in the vicinity. As Summer and Autumn drift toward the horizon, they pursue the allure of magnetism. However, the majority of this magnetic force emanates from the ordinary islands, overshadowed by the magnetic pull radiating from Eagle Snake Island. Summer and Autumn swiftly approached the vicinity of Gemini Cape, where no sight of the magnificent whale was to be found. Yet the tremors of the sea reverberated through the waters. Boom, boom, boom. The vibrations coursed through the ocean as Summer and Autumn swam towards the horizon, discovering a colossal figure colliding with the Red Earth continent. Ub was ramming the mountain in his quest to encounter the Rumar pirates. He sought to breach the Red Earth continent and reach its reverse side. However, how could the formidable Red Earth be so easily shattered? As Xia Qiu shook her head, preparing to depart from Twin Cape, a pirate ship emerged in the distance. We have arrived at the Grand Line, came the proclamation. The pirate vessel sailed over the upside-down mountain and splashed into the sea, unleashing a throng of pirates from its hold. Leading them was a captivating woman with an alluring figure, adorned with a captain's hat atop her fiery orange hair. Beneath the hat, her exquisite visage featured enchanting, deep-set eyes, a straight nose, and full lips painted in a striking red. Dressed in a white shirt and a black vest, her shirt was unbuttoned at 2 places, revealing her smooth, fair bosom and a pronounced decolletage. The hem of her shirt was tucked beneath the vest, accentuating her slender waist and the alluring definition of her abdominal muscles, exuding a powerful sensuality. Her lower half was clad in form-fitting trousers that beautifully showcased her curvaceous posterior, while her long legs, with their rounded thighs, added to her allure. High-heeled leather boots adorned her feet, and at her waist dangled a long whip, studded with sharp spikes. Standing confidently with one foot on the ship's railing, she radiated excitement. Captain Natalie, we have finally arrived at the Grand Line, she declared. Beside her stood a towering figure, a man of 2 meters in height. His robust physique and bulging muscles making him a formidable presence. His arms were thicker than the woman's thighs, and his bald head gleamed under the sun. The journey ahead promises to be fraught with peril, he warned. Behind him, A taciturn man donned a cowboy hat, with 2 guns holstered at his waist. His expression serious and unyielding. In the rear, a dozen pirates stood, most of their gazes fixated on the woman, their eyes gleaming with fervor and admiration. "Fear not. For fortune has always favored me," Natalie said with a smile. "Stone, produce the log posts. Let us set sail for the island and commence our conquest of the Grand Line. Let the violet pirates roar." The pirates raised their hands in agreement. Summer and Autumn devoured the last pirate attempting to flee, shaking his head in satisfaction. It was unexpected that upon returning to Twin Cape, he would encounter a band of pirates. Their strength was commendable, with numerous attacks that provided a thrilling sense of impact, and they were audaciously fearless. One burly man possessed considerable power, rivaling that of Kruby, delivering a punch that reminded him of the long-lost sensation of strength. The marksman was remarkably precise, aiming for his eyes while he was submerged, yet the bullet's kinetic energy diminished rapidly in the water. Nevertheless, it pierced through the water and struck his eye. However, after traversing the sea, the bullet was ultimately halted by his protective membrane. This membrane, inherited from sharks, had become exceedingly resilient after several enhancements. Each time he engaged in battle, Summer and Autumn would activate the membrane. Most notably, there was a woman of formidable strength, surpassing Colonel Lido, yet still inferior to the burly man. Her speed and agility were impressive, and with the surrounding pirates persistently obstructing him, he exerted considerable effort to finally catch up to her and consume her whole. After indulging in the pirate feast of Summer and Autumn, it wasn't long before a surge of heat began to manifest. Indeed, quite commendable. It was, at the very least, comparable to the energy I absorbed from the formidable fishmen, Jew and several others, just prior to my final assault on the fearsome dragon pirate crew. The strength of that burly man was certainly on par with that of Kruby. Xia Qiu was exceedingly satisfied, continuing her search to ensure that every pirate had been swallowed before setting sail once more. She detected a magnetic force. Xia Qiu sensed a magnetic pull emanating from the opposite end of Gemini Cape. At that time, I had traveled to Eagle Snake Island from the left side, while this magnetic force was situated on the other side. I shall venture there to explore. As Summer and Autumn traversed in the direction of the magnetic force, they journeyed for a considerable distance, only to find themselves surrounded by numerous magnetic points of islands, each emanating an increasingly potent magnetic pull. In the midst of the journey, Xia Qiu did not venture to other islands, but instead continued towards the Grand Line. By afternoon, she finally arrived at the island. The first sight that greeted her was a cluster of colossal cacti, towering approximately 200 meters high, adorned with sharp spines. These cacti dominated the landscape of the island, occupying most of its territory, with smaller cacti also flourishing atop them. Upon witnessing this extraordinary flora, the phrase Whiskey Peak instantly sprang to Xia Qiu's mind. It was one of the 7 routes, a haven for bounty hunters, and a gathering place for the lower-ranking members of the Baroque works. The mayor of the town was Mr. 8, known as a Carlum, who also served as the captain of the Royal Guard of Alabasta. However, Vivi was merely 12 years old at that time, and it was unclear whether a Carlum had successfully infiltrated the town alongside her. Moreover, the current status of Baroque works and the identities of its future members remained uncertain, as the positions of agents were in constant flux. Nevertheless, it was evident that a multitude of bounty hunters congregated here, and as one of the starting points of the Grand Line, it would undoubtedly attract numerous pirates as well, bounty hunters mingling with pirates. As Summer and Autumn draw near, the anticipation becomes palpable. Chapter 84, Sustenance. The peaks of Whiskey Mountain are adorned with colossal cacti, and near the coastline, a river winds its way deep into the island, converging at the base of the 2 largest cacti. Along the banks of this river, numerous houses have been constructed, particularly on the seaward side, where the landscape is otherwise barren, dominated by stark rock faces. On one side of the river, a cluster of white buildings rises, resembling stacked cubes, with a modest height of up to 6 stories. Within one of these taverns, the atmosphere is lively, filled with patrons. At the forefront sits a robust man clad in green attire, shouldering an enormous club. Nearby, a group of eager onlookers gazes expectantly at him. "Mr. 8, what directives have been issued?" inquires a stout woman dressed in a nun's habit. The man in green responds slowly. "We have received word that the Baroque Works has appointed a new vice president, codenamed Miss All Sunday." "A vice president?" A man sporting a wide-brimmed hat and a sword at his waist raises an eyebrow. To hold such a position above the elite agents and collaborate closely with the president indicates formidable strength. It appears Baroque Works has significantly bolstered its power. "Indeed, Mr. 8 nods in agreement, adding, "Moreover, Miss All Sunday is also the highest commander of Baroque Works." With the president remaining elusive, the vice president will henceforth be the highest-ranking individual we can engage with. "Considering we aren't even elite agents, it's uncertain if we will ever meet her," remarks a nonchalant man wielding a yellow firearm. "My current goal is to ascend the ranks within Baroque Works. Once the president's utopia is established, we shall attain higher positions." Baroque Works promises its members rewards tied to the utopia envisioned by Crocodile. The higher one ranks within the organization, the more elevated their position will be once the nation is formed. "You're fortunate. You're already Mr. 11, while we lack any rank," sighs the swordsman in the wide-brimmed hat. That's due to your lack of ability, Mr. 11 chuckles, toying with his gun. The swordsman's expression falters momentarily. Enough, Mr. 8 interjects. We shall await communication from Miss All Sunday regarding the Vice President. For now, let us focus on other matters. He continues, our most pressing concern is sustenance. The food supply in Whiskey Peak remains scarce, barely meeting our basic needs. Therefore, we must acquire substantial provisions. Mr. 11, you and your partner shall lead the other bounty hunters to sea for fishing and gather supplies. Leave it to me, Mr. 11 replies with a playful grin. Mr. 8 nods, stating, that will suffice for today. Dispatch someone to the coast to scout, remaining vigilant for any pirate vessels. Understood, the group responds. Rising to exit in an orderly fashion. Miss Father Este, prepare yourself. We are setting sail. Mr. 11 saunters leisurely at the rear of the group. Got it, replies Miss Father Este, donned in a frog suit, as she confidently strides away, firearm in hand. Note, due to time constraints, the current ranking may differ from future standings. For instance, a previous Mr. 7 ventured to the East Blue to recruit Zaro but was slain, leading to subsequent replacements. The present Mr. 11 will later be recognized as Mr. 7, while the current Mr. 8 will evolve into Mr. 4. The title of partner will remain unchanged. 2 days later, at the entrance of the island-s waterway, Xia Qiu conceals himself beneath the waves, feasting upon a fish. His habitat lies at the mouth of the river, where the coastal depths conceal him, ensuring that no one may depart without his notice. The water here is approximately 40 meters deep, with a sandy white seabed hosting numerous mollusks and crustaceans, alongside smaller fish. These creatures are significantly larger than those found in the East Blue, with crabs and shrimp exceeding a meter in length, and fish measuring about the same. However, for Xia Qiu to satiate his hunger, he must consume a considerable quantity. Thus, he refrains from devouring them, and as he arrives, the local fauna scurry in panic, only to soon realize he harbors no intent to harm. Within a few days, they cease their concerns, with even small fish daring to nibble at the remnants of food caught between his teeth. Summer and autumn have graced this place for 5 days. Yet not a single bounty hunter has ventured out to sea, nor has any pirate ship made its appearance. Presently, the peak of Whiskey Peak is under the command of the town mayor, who may not be the captain of the kingdom's guard, Icarlum, but is at least a mid-level agent. The capabilities of a mid-level agent are limited. Even the high-level agent Mr. 5, for years hence, was swiftly vanquished by Zaro. The number of mid-level agents, including their partners, does not exceed 4. It is estimated that the combined enhancement energy they can provide pales in comparison to that of Arlong, though perhaps it slightly surpasses that of Crocodile. However, when considering all the bounty hunters at Whiskey Peak, their value becomes exceedingly significant. Yet, these bounty hunters typically refrain from setting sail. Thus, how does one go about hunting them? Xia Qiu conceived a plan. The environment of Whiskey Peak is exceedingly harsh, with vast expanses dominated by colossal cacti, and the remaining areas comprised of sheer rocky cliffs. Cultivating crops is not feasible here, necessitating the acquisition of sustenance from external sources, predominantly marine fish. The reason Wei Wei and her partner ventured to hunt the labu was due to the acute food scarcity in Whiskey Peak town. They intended to use the labu as nourishment, as its carcass could sustain the town for 3 months. Therefore, it was imperative that they would venture out to hunt or reach out to others to transport provisions, regardless of the method employed. Xia Qiu planned to sever their food supply line, preventing sustenance from reaching Whiskey Peak. Once the town's food reserves dwindled, they would be compelled to venture into the sea or seek assistance. As soon as they departed, Xia Qiu would be poised to strike, seizing the opportunity to capture more enhancement energy. Thus, she remained in a state of anticipation. Now, having returned from her hunt, Xia Qiu concealed herself beneath the shoreline, her mouth agape as small fish approached, darting within her jaws to feast upon the remnants of marine life. Meanwhile, Xia Qiu languidly reclined, reveling in the tranquility. However, at that moment, the surface of the sea trembled. Tap, tap, tap. As summer transitioned into autumn, ultrasonic waves were emitted, revealing a vessel that gradually commenced its journey, gliding along the riverway and venturing into the expansive ocean. As summer and autumn swiftly emerged, they followed closely behind the vessel, simultaneously raising their heads to observe intently. The ship was modest in size, measuring approximately 40 meters in length, and paled in comparison to many pirate ships that traversed the Grand Line. Notably, this vessel bore no cannons. However, upon the deck, at the midpoint of the port and starboard sides, rested 2 enormous harpoon crossbows. In addition, fishing nets and ropes dangled from the sides of the ship. It resembled more of a fishing vessel than a pirate ship. The hull was adorned with the letters B.W., an abbreviation for the Baroque works. A fishing boat, perhaps? As Xia Qiu gazed upon the vessel, she quickened her pace to catch up. Chapter 85, Intermediate Agent. The fishing boat departing from Whiskey Peak was accompanied by Mr. 11 and Miss Wednesday, along with nearly 10 bounty hunters, all of whom were millionaires. Within the Baroque agency, the highest ranks were held by the president and vice president, followed by senior agents, and then intermediate agents. There were 5 senior agents and over 8 intermediate agents. Among them, 200 billionaires were commanded by the senior agents, while 1,800 millionaires were led by the intermediate agents. Only in the event of a vacancy among agents would billionaires be prioritized for replenishment. On board the vessel, there were approximately 10 millionaires, whose abilities were average, yet considerably superior to those of ordinary individuals. The ship departed from Whiskey Peak, sailing into the vast expanse of the sea. After progressing a distance, dark clouds loomed ahead, lightning illuminating the sky. Mr. 11 shouted, "Quickly steer clear. We must avoid the thunderstorm." The helmsman promptly adjusted the course, skirting the stormy area as they navigated onward. "What a perilous endeavor! When shall we be free from missions?" Wednesday, clad in a frog suit, lamented. "That will only come when our ranking improves, Mr. 11 replied with a shake of his head, reminding her that they were merely exploratory agents. The intermediate agents, also known as exploratory agents, were tasked with fundraising for the Baroque agency, while senior agents, referred to as chief advisors, executed high-end missions. Wednesday brandished her firearm, exclaiming, "But when shall we elevate our standing? We must set sail every month to gather provisions, and the dangers are aplenty, yet opportunities for merit remain scarce. Do not fret. Opportunities will arise," Mr. 11 replied, his eyes narrowed, concealing his thoughts. The vessel successfully evaded the thunderstorm and proceeded toward calmer waters. "All clear," Mr. 11 announced. "Drop anchor and prepare the bait." The bounty hunters responded, retrieving a pig and a cow from the hold. They dragged the pig to the side of the vessel near the harpoon, where pulleys and long iron chains awaited. The bounty hunters hung the pig on the iron hook, making several cuts on its body before casting it into the sea. The pig, bound at its limbs and nearly lifeless, struggled anew as blood flowed into the water, mingling with the currents. "Let us hope for success this time. We have brought only 4 livestock, affording us just 4 chances, but we must capture at least 1 fish," Mr. 11 declared at the ship's edge. The others remained vigilant, quietly anticipating a bite. Before long, the water began to churn, and a massive shadow approached. "It's enormous. Lower the pig," Mr. 11 shouted as he perceived the looming figure beneath the waves. Should such a fish be ensnared, it could drag the entire pirate ship under. With a splash, 2 bounty hunters hoisted the pig, while 2 others climbed the iron hook. Each wielding a knife, they sliced into the pig's ribs, allowing it to slip away naturally. With a snap, the sea creature seized the carcass and swam into the depths. Upon witnessing this, Mr. 11 exhaled a sigh of relief. Instructing, "Steer in another direction. We shall resume in an hour." The ship pressed onward, shifting to a new area, and dropped the hook once more, this time with the cow as bait. Not long after, a colossal shadow appeared again. "It's here. This fish measures 30 meters. We can capture it. Prepare," Mr. 11 bellowed. The fish latched onto the hook, but it was not enough. It began to drag the ship, threatening to capsize it. To exhaust such a large fish would require 4 to 5 hours, and the hook might not withstand such strain. "Prepare the harpoon. Aim for the rear section to destabilize it," Mr. 11 commanded. The harpoon on the right side of the vessel turned and took aim, the trigger pressed. With a whoosh, the massive bolt pierced the side of the fish. A rope connected to the harpoon tightened as the fish struggled, but it was ensnared. "Wednesday, it's not enough. Prepare to aim at the front of the first dorsal fin," Mr. 11 shouted, raising his yellow gun. "Yes," Wednesday complied, targeting the fish. With a crack, her unique weapon discharged a round bullet embossed with the image of a frog. Simultaneously, Mr. 11 fired his own yellow gun, releasing a square projectile. The frog bullet and die collided near the fish's dorsal fin, resulting in a tremendous explosion that tore a gaping wound in its back. Just 1 more shot should suffice. Aim for the fish's head." Mr. 11 laughed heartily, raising his firearm again. Wednesday pulled the trigger once more, sending another frog bullet forth, which collided with the previous projectile. Another violent blast ensued, this time creating a gaping hole in the fish's head. Though the creature writhed, its strength waned, and death would soon follow. A pompano. Quite a catch. Wednesday licked her lips in anticipation. But it is not over yet. "Prepare to return swiftly and avoid attracting more sea creatures," Mr. 11 commanded loudly. The perils of fishing at sea were manifold, harsh weather and colossal marine life, but the greatest danger lay in the hordes of other fish and marine beasts that might converge upon their catch. Following Mr. 11's orders, the ship adjusted its sails to depart the area. Yet, at that moment, the vessel rocked violently. "What is happening? Is the fish still alive?" Wednesday asked, struggling to maintain her balance. "No, the pompano is dead. Check the surroundings for any threats," Mr. 11 replied, striding towards the edge of the ship. "A dark fish lurks beneath," a bounty hunter shouted from the opposite side of the vessel. "Let me see," Mr. 11 hurried over. Suddenly, the ship jolted again, and Mr. 11's expression darkened as he discerned the shadowy figure below. "The ship is cracking. Shipwright, go below to make repairs. The rest prepare the harpoon for defense. Wednesday, come here quickly." "Yes," she responded, leaping to Mr. 11's side in pursuit of the elusive fish. However, the dark fish had already distanced itself beneath the waves. "Has it escaped?" Wednesday furrowed her brow in concern. "Do not underestimate the situation," Mr. 11 warned, his gaze fixed upon the water's surface. "Another one is coming." Accompanied by his words, the dark fish surged towards them from the distance. its form concealed beneath the ocean's surface, crashing once more. With a clang, the harpoon was released, piercing through the water at the very moment the dark fish approached, striking its head. A resounding thud echoed as the harpoon plunged into the depths, directly hitting the fish's skull. The scales on its head shattered, yet the harpoon, having lost its force, began to descend slowly. Its power paled in comparison to the crossbow bolts of the Lionheart pirate crew. The dark fish opened its mouth, revealing a mocking expression as it collided with the pirate ship. With a thunderous crash, the ship was fractured, gradually sinking. Chapter 86. Vulnerability as the pirate vessel sank slowly. Xia Qiu concealed himself beneath the ship's hull, awaiting their descent into the sea. Even the harpoon proved ineffective, and hidden beneath the surface, its power was limited. Mr. 11's expression darkened considerably. The ship is going under. What should we do? Wednesday, in a state of panic, clutched Mr. 11's clothing. Remain calm. Get into the small boat and wait for the dark fish to return. We will seize the opportunity to attack, Mr. 11 whispered. The two made their way towards the stern, but bounty hunters had already unfastened the small boat and leaped aboard. Seeing this, the other bounty hunters rushed towards the vessel. However, in the next moment, Mr. 11 raised his pistol and pulled the trigger. The sound of gunfire echoed as 3 bullet-like projectiles were unleashed, striking 3 bounty hunters in the waist, rendering them incapable of fleeing as they collapsed onto the deck. Why did you kill them? The small boat can only hold 6 or 7 people, Wednesday questioned in confusion as he witnessed his partner eliminate their comrades. Now that they are aboard, who will serve as bait? Mr. 11 replied coldly, lifting his foot to kick the 3 bounty hunters into the water. With a splash, the bounty hunters fell into the sea, desperately struggling, yet their legs lacked strength, causing their bodies to sink downward. Get on board. Mr. 11 was the first to leap into the small boat, with Wednesday following suit. On board were 2 bounty hunters, trembling in fear as they gazed at Mr. 11. One of them stammered, Mr. 11, please, don't kill us. I will not harm you. Just row the boat, Mr. 11 replied, his eyes narrowing, his expression icy. Why yes. The 2 bounty hunters immediately began to paddle, steering away from the sinking pirate ship. As the vessel gradually disappeared beneath the waves, Xia Qiu was invigorated by the overwhelming scent of blood, pursuing the source until he discovered a figure sinking into the depths, flailing its arms in a desperate struggle, yet lacking the strength to halt its descent. Xia Qiu rushed forward, sinking his teeth into it, only to discover 2 figures nearby, their bodies oozing blood, which captivated Xia Qiu's attention. Were they injured? As summer and autumn collided, they engulfed 2 figures entirely, leaving a sense of bewilderment in their wake. Why, in the absence of any other foes, were they injured? Meanwhile, the pirate ship gradually succumbed to the depths. While some pirates clung to the mast, others seized wooden planks as makeshift flotation devices, and some leaped into the sea with a splash. As the figure of Xia Qiu appeared, it swiftly made its way towards the distance upon noticing him. Just as Xia Qiu contemplated launching an attack, a realization struck him. He promptly circled around the pirate ship, arriving at its opposite side. There, he beheld a small vessel sailing away, occupied by 3 or 4 individuals. It was, in fact, a decoy. The injured trio had lured him into an assault, and with the presence of other bounty hunters, they had likely retreated far away. The small boat had obstructed the sound wave signals on one side of the pirate ship, and being above the water's surface, he momentarily failed to detect it. Yet, how could he possibly allow them to escape? As Xia Qiu beheld the scene, a cold smile crept across his face, yet he refrained from pursuing immediately, instead savoring the sight of the bounty hunter tumbling into the sea. Almost there, Mr. 11, observing that the sea creatures did not follow, circled the bounty hunters around the vessel, exhaling a sigh of relief. These individuals could buy some time. Their spilled blood would attract the lurking dark fish. Furthermore, aboard the ship, there was also a pomfret, which would likely be the primary target of the ravenous predator if it were hungry. Though they were aboard a modest vessel, a mast was positioned at the rear, with a sail unfurled, allowing the craft to glide swiftly with the wind and the bounty hunters' rowing efforts. They had narrowly escaped. Hurry up. Wednesday, relieved, plopped down on the boat, glancing at the bounty hunters who were rowing, and bellowed, if that dark fish catches up, it will be the end for you. Yes, yes. The 2 bounty hunters promptly replied, quickening their pace. The small boat sped away, increasing the distance from danger. In the distance, the pirate ship gradually sank below the waves. As they moved further away, the dark fish vanished from sight. With their hearts lightened, Mr. 11 held the record pointer, guiding their direction. Yet, at that moment, one bounty hunter exclaimed in shock, "Water, there's something in the water." What? Wednesday paused momentarily, but Mr. 11 had already reacted, shouting, "Be careful." With a tremendous crash, the small boat was shattered, and a colossal figure erupted from the depths, sending the 4 of them flying. Crack, crack, under the immense force. It felt as though they had been struck by a massive ship, the sound of bones fracturing echoing in the air. One bounty hunter was killed instantly, while the other lay gravely injured. Wednesday coughed up blood, propelled backward. Only Mr. 11 reacted with remarkable speed, leaping in advance, soaring through the air. His legs were broken, yet he gritted his teeth and raised his firearm, pulling the trigger. At that moment, Xia Qiu's figure was just descending. Bang! The bullet fired from Mr. 11's weapon struck directly for Xia Qiu's eye. His marksmanship was exceptional. He and Wednesday had mastered the art of hitting targets with each other's bullets. The die-shaped bullet found its mark in Xia Qiu's eye. What precision! Xia Qiu was taken aback as she sent it flying. Just as it was about to plunge into the water, her eyes were struck. Fortunately, with her nictitating membrane, there was no need for excessive concern. The ephemeral membrane of late summer and early autumn is remarkably resilient. Even ordinary flintlock bullets cannot pierce its confines. Yet, at the moment of impact, the bullet detonates. Boom! The momentary rupture of summer and autumn erupted, expanding explosively and injuring the eyes of summer and autumn, resulting in instantaneous blindness. Damn it! In the autumn of the year, Xia Qiu lost vision in her right eye, blood cascading down her cheek. Thud! As summer transitions into autumn, the waters cascade down towards the ocean. Mr. 11 also plunges into the depths, seizing a piece of driftwood to steady himself, gritting his teeth as he raises his pistol, vigilantly scanning his surroundings. Help! Help! He cries out on Wednesday, yet his form continues to plummet, swiftly submerging beneath the waves. Snap! Summer and autumn clutched Wednesday's form, engulfing it within their grasp. Flee, flee! Mr. 11, paralyzed by fear, lay prone on the wooden planks, clawing at the water in a desperate bid for escape. Yet, summer and autumn lunged toward him, this time refusing to let his body breach the surface, launching their assault from beneath the waves. Mr. 11 sensed a tremor emanating from below and aimed in the direction of summer and autumn, pulling the trigger. His bullets, shaped like dice, were inherently sluggish. And upon entering the seawater, their kinetic energy dissipated swiftly, rendering them utterly ineffective. Snap! Xia Qiu bit down on Mr. 11's lower body, severing him in half. No, please. Mr. 11 coughed up blood, but in the next moment, he was engulfed whole by Xia Qiu. Crunch, crunch. As summer and autumn devoured the two bounty hunters, they made their way back towards the pirate ship, where a Pomfret awaited to satiate their hunger and mend their wounds. This endeavor, however, proved unsuccessful. An assault on a vessel resulted in injury, leaving one eye blinded. Although both evolutionary and enhancement energies could heal the damage, it ultimately stemmed from a moment of negligence. The assailant was recognized by Xia Qiu as the future Mr. 7, whose marksmanship was both precise and formidable. The injury was incurred when Xia Qiu launched an attack, exposing his eyes above the water's surface. He had previously encountered sharpshooters, the most recent being during an assault on the Gemini Cape, where a gunman was present. However, their shooting accuracy and bullet potency were insufficient, easily thwarted by the momentary membrane. In contrast, the bullets fired by Mr. 11 could penetrate the membrane, indicating that such skilled marksmen would not be rare in the future. Naturally, once submerged, the kinetic energy of the bullets diminished significantly, rendering them weak. Henceforth, Xia Qiu resolved to submerge his body as much as possible during assaults to prevent vulnerable areas from being exposed above the water. Furthermore, during combat, the role of his eyesight was limited. Constrained by the oceanic environment and his physique, Xia Qiu relied predominantly on sound waves. Nevertheless, it was indisputable that his ocular defense was weaker than other areas, making him susceptible not only to gunmen, but also to any adversaries targeting his eyes. Thus, he deemed it essential to develop eyelids, especially considering his ultimate goal. Eyelids were indispensable. Chapter 87. Support and experimentation in the Whiskey Peak Tavern. Mr. 8 sat with beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, his feet fidgeting incessantly, exuding an air of impatience. Calm yourself, Mr. 8, Miss Monday, clad in a snug outfit, remarked, her brow furrowed in displeasure. I cannot fathom how Mr. 8 has become our leader. The muscular nun sighed, shaking her head. His strength is formidable, arguably the foremost beneath the elite operatives. Even they cannot rival his might. If not for his temperament, he would have already ascended to Mr. 6. The wide-brimmed swordsman in the distance observed the man intently. In terms of strength, I hardly believe I would be intimidated by him, the muscular nun scoffed. At the bar, Mr. 8 voiced his concerns. It has been 6 days. Where's Mr. 11? Our food reserves are dwindling. Initially, their outings lasted only 2 to 3 days. Yet Monday now wore a troubled expression. What shall we do? Mr. 8 pressed anxiously. After a moment of contemplation, Monday replied, the town still possesses vessels. We must send someone out to hunt. Who shall we send? Mr. 8 inquired, his urgency palpable. I shall go, Monday declared, rising and gazing into the distance. Before she could speak further, the nun and the wide-brimmed swordsman stood, adding, take us with you. Very well, Monday nodded, just as the door swung open. And a figure burst into the room, exclaiming, pirates are coming. Pirates? Monday's eyes lit up. Quickly, let us greet them. All the bounty hunters in the tavern sprang to their feet, racing towards the door. With a thunderous roar, a massive pirate ship slowly sank, and its crew leaped into the water, only to be devoured by a gigantic black fish. After feasting, the black fish descended beneath the waves, vanishing from sight. The onlookers on shore wore expressions of horror, frozen in disbelief. The pirate ship has been attacked, the wide-brimmed swordsman murmured, stupefied. Mr. 8 bit his finger anxiously, beads of sweat cascading down his brow as he stammered. It took nearly 10 days for a pirate ship to arrive, only to be ambushed by a sea creature, damn it. Yet, lamenting would not remedy the situation. Monday scoffed, return and await further developments. We shall set sail for hunting tomorrow. The following day, the Whiskey Peak dispatched a hunting party, comprising no fewer than 15 individuals. All were lost at sea. Monday, the wide-brimmed swordsman and the muscular non. All formidable bounty hunters of Whiskey Peak never returned from the ocean's depths. Days passed, and the food supplies at Whiskey Peak dwindled alarmingly. Originally, their provisions were limited, sufficient for 10 to 20 days. With fishing expeditions every 5 days and the nearby waters teeming with fish, supplemented by supplies from other islands, they could sustain the town. However, now 2 fishing vessels had vanished, taking with them many livestock used as bait, leaving Whiskey Peak with scant provisions. Consequently, 3 days prior, Mr. 8 reported the situation to headquarters. Recently, 3 ships approached Whiskey Peak, with 2 bearing the initials BW, signifying the Baroque works. The leading vessel, however, bore no such insignia. Its prow adorned with a colossal horn. We're almost there. A voluptuous woman stood at the bow, clad in desert attire, her head wrapped in a scarf, and sunglasses shielding her eyes, her light green hair flowing elegantly. On the deck stood a robust man in armor, wielding a broad-bladed sword, declaring, "What a bunch of incompetents. Incapable of securing even the food from a forward outpost." Mr. 0 was irate, and this time, they had come to eliminate Mr. 8. The woman smiled faintly. Casting a sidelong glance at the man, Mr. 8's strength ranks among the top in Baroque works. If not for his ineptitude, how could he only hold the 8th position? But he is merely a mid-level operative, the man scoffed. I shall deal with him, he asserted. I look forward to it, Mr. 5, the woman replied lightly. A hint of derision gracing her features, clearly lacking faith in her partner. The 3 vessels navigated towards Whiskey Peak, the distant cactus-shaped peaks barely visible. At that moment, a commotion erupted from a ship in the distance. What is happening? Mr. 5 furrowed his brow, peering at the scene ahead. With a rumble, the distant ship trembled violently. A massive fissure splitting the vessel as it began to sink. Quickly, approach for rescue, Mr. 5 shouted, as another ship moved closer to assist those who had fallen overboard. With another resounding crash, Mr. 5's vessel rocked violently. What could it be? The green-haired woman extended her right hand upward. With a swift motion, a vine shot from her palm, wrapping itself around the mast, allowing her to ascend and survey the surface of the water. Miss Valentine, what do you see? Mr. 5 called out. A sea creature, there is a black fish beneath the water. Valentine shouted from her perch atop the mast, her voice ringing with urgency. It's coming, be cautious. Accompanied by the whispers of Valentine's Day, the black fish collided directly with the pirate ship. With a resounding crack, a large hole was torn in the vessel's hull, prompting a shipwright to rush forward, exclaiming loudly, Mr. 5, if we are hit again, the ship will surely sink. To think that after only 2 impacts, the ship could barely withstand any more. Mr. 5's expression darkened. This ship was crafted from exceptionally resilient timber, yet it was already gravely damaged after just 2 encounters. The formidable black fish had already reached the intact vessel. Contemplating this, Mr. 5 turned his gaze toward another ship, preparing to call out for them to come closer. Suddenly, Miss Valentine's Day swung down from the mast, propelled by vines, leaping toward the distant ship. Midway through her flight, the vines vanished, and she extended her hand, launching several more vines that ensnared the mast of the opposite ship, landing deftly upon it. Valentine's Day, take me with you, Mr. 5 shouted, witnessing the scene. However, Miss Valentine's Day paid him no heed, instructing a nearby bounty hunter, set sail, full speed ahead to Whiskey Peak. But Mr. 5, he is a billionaire elder. The bounty hunter hesitated. If we cannot handle a mere sea fish, he is not worthy of being Mr. 5. I am a devil fruit user. I cannot enter the water, thus we must depart, Miss Valentine's Day retorted, casting a glance at those around her. If he is eliminated, wouldn't you all have the opportunity to fill the vacant position? The billionaire elder's expression flickered with intrigue. Hurry, set sail, Miss Valentine's Day commanded coldly, disregarding Mr. 5. Yes, the ship immediately commenced its journey into the distance. Damn it, Mr. 5 seethed with rage at the sight, appalled that she would abandon him. Yet, his expression hardened as he grasped his broad-bladed sword, declaring, we must eliminate this fish, prepare yourselves. 15 minutes later, only a solitary figure remained upon the vast sea. No. Please. Miss Valentine's Day lay upon the makeshift vessel formed from her vines, adrift upon the ocean. Her face bore a look of terror as she stared ahead. Witnessing a colossal black fish emerging before her, its massive horns breaching the surface, ramming toward the depths of the sea. With a sharp crack, Miss Valentine's Day lashed out with her right hand, the vine striking the black fish's head, yet leaving not a single mark. Its futile her face was a mask of fear, paralyzed by uncertainty. She had managed to conjure a vessel through her powers, yet her attacks were utterly ineffectual against this black fish. What manner of creature was this? Enormous in size, it possessed a strength that could sink a ship, and even Mr. 5 was powerless against it. Moreover, it targeted humans, seemingly ignoring the abundant food on all 3 ships, instead attacking the bounty hunters. What astonished Miss Valentine's Day most was that it did not seek to kill her. It solely focused on the others who had fallen into the water, restricting her movements. Only after dispatching all the bounty hunters did it approach her, pushing the vessel she had crafted with vines toward the abyss. What was its intention? Miss Valentine's Day felt a pang of terror as she gazed at the fish, helpless and unsure of her next course of action. In truth, Xia Qiu felt equally lost. What exactly was to be done with her? She was a devil fruit user, although he had never encountered her in the manga. She must be a senior agent of Baroque works. Even now, he was uncertain how Momo had become a devil fruit user. He had consumed a corpse and transformed into a devil fruit user. Yet, after such a prolonged duration, the powers of the devil fruit should have transferred by now. Thus, Xia Qiu regarded the woman before him, uncertain how to proceed. What do you intend to do? Miss Valentine's Day softly inquired, her eyes fixed on Xia Qiu. The stomata atop the summer and autumn rhythmically expelled 3 streams of water. You have taken so many lives, yet you have spared mine. Do you not wish to end my life? Miss Valentine inquired, her voice trembling. Xia Qiu once again unleashed 3 torrents of water. Will you let me go? Please? Miss Valentine's Day pleaded, her heart racing with panic as she gazed at the receding expanse of the sea. Yet, Xia Qiu remained unmoved, persistently propelling her deeper into the abyss. What was the purpose of this? Miss Valentine's Day found herself perplexed. The fish seemed peculiar, sparing her life yet inexorably pushing her into the depths. At that moment, Xia Qiu beneath the waves suddenly sensed a colossal creature approaching from afar, its size suggesting it was a sea beast. This will do. As summer transitioned into autumn, Miss Valentine's Day sensed the sea beast was a mere 500 meters away, suddenly submerging into the depths of the ocean. Had it departed? Observing this scene, she exhaled, realizing that although she had thrown herself into the sea, as long as her life was spared, she could still return. Yet, at that moment, she felt a tremor emanating from beneath the surface. With a thunderous roar, 5 colossal tentacles surged from the ocean floor, shattering the ship and sweeping towards Miss Valentine's Day. What? Witnessing this, she raised her hands, and countless tendrils emanated from her palms, enveloping her in a protective embrace. Splash! The tendrils of late summer entwined themselves around Valentine's Day, yet the vines resisted his contraction. This ability is indeed quite troublesome. As summer transitioned into autumn, a sudden turn ensnared the opponent, plunging them into the depths of the sea. The tendrils could not thwart the encroaching seawater. Miss Valentine's Day came into contact with the ocean, rendering her body instantly feeble, yet the tendrils persisted. While the seawater incapacitated those who wield the powers of the devil fruit, it did not obliterate their abilities. Underwater, Luffy remained as resilient as rubber. Meanwhile, Akiji utilized his powers to plunge his hand into the sea and subsequently freeze it. In due course, Mr. 3, the wielder of the melt fruit, would be able to craft vessels from the wax he produced, enabling him to navigate upon the water's surface. Although the tendrils did not vanish, the seawater constricted them, suffocating her further, compounded by the increasingly tightening grip around her limbs, which diminished the oxygen within her lungs. A desperate struggle ensued for Miss Valentine's Day. But to no avail, as she gasped for air, seawater surged into her mouth. As summer and autumn tightened their grasp, they drift away from the direction of the sea beasts, maintaining a certain distance while awaiting the demise of Valentine's Day. Gulp. With the depletion of oxygen, Miss Valentine's eyes bulge, her body gradually succumbing to weakness. Has she perished? As summer transitioned into autumn, Xia Qiu sensed the woman had ceased to respond. After a brief pause, he abruptly turned back, swimming towards the direction of the sea creature. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it to be an enormous sea cat. The sea cat, upon noticing Xia Qiu, hesitated momentarily, displaying a hint of suspicion. Their sizes were comparable, and the sea cat seemed uncertain whether to launch an attack. However, in the next instant, Xia Qiu released his grasp, letting the woman fall into the depths of the ocean. The lifeless body of Miss Valentine's Day descended through the water, while Xia Qiu distanced himself from the scene. What was that? The sea cat approached the corpse, gradually closing the gap, and seized it in its jaws. Crunch, crunch. In just 2 bites, Miss Valentine's Day was engulfed, and Xia Qiu sensed this, feeling a wave of relief as he continued to retreat. After consuming the body, the sea cat did not pursue Xia Qiu. Instead, it flared its immense pectoral fins and swam towards another direction. Once it had traversed a considerable distance, Xia Qiu resumed his pursuit, maintaining a safe distance. The situation with Moo was rather intricate, necessitating further experimentation. This sea cat, being another marine beast, was perfectly suited for his tests. 5 minutes passed, then 10, followed by 15. The distant sea cat exhibited no signs of change. It appeared that consuming the corpse of a devil fruit user posed no immediate threat. At least, within 1 minute of death, devouring the body would not trigger a transformation. In the fleeting moments of late summer and early autumn, the Valentine's Day was extinguished, leaving behind a lifeless body that was consumed by a seagull within less than a minute. Remarkably, even 15 minutes after the seagull devoured the remains, it did not transform into a wielder of the devil fruit's powers. This suggests that the abilities of a devil fruit user transfer within 1 minute of their demise. As for shorter durations, Xia Qiu deemed it unnecessary to investigate further. It appears that the incident involving Mu was merely a chance occurrence, the reasons for which remain elusive. As summer transitions into autumn, I find solace in the thought of eliminating the wielders of the devil fruit abilities. By allowing a minute for their powers to transfer, I can partake in their fruits without concern. Thus, my subsequent plans can unfold with confidence and boldness, enabling their execution to be more effective. As Xia Qiu contemplated, he charged towards the sea cat. Chapter 88, The Journey Ahead. In the office behind the rainy day casino, Crocodile placed the Din Din Mushy down and sat at the desk with an unusually grim expression. Nico Robin, seated on a nearby sofa, gently inquired, "What has happened?" Crocodile replied, "Whiskey Peak has sent a distress signal, reporting a lack of food and requesting our assistance." "Wait a moment," Nico Robin interjected. "Did we not dispatch Mr. 5 and Valentine's Day to Whiskey Peak recently? By now, they should have arrived." Crocodile's expression darkened. However, the reports indicate that Mr. 5 and his team have not reached their destination. Not arrived? Did they encounter an issue along the way? Nico Robin raised an eyebrow. "Last time, Mr. 8 mentioned that 2 hunting teams we sent did not return. Is there a problem in that sea region?" Crocodile scoffed. "Perhaps there is an issue at Whiskey Peak itself." Robin's gaze sharpened as she looked at Crocodile. "Are you implying?" Crocodile continued, "The food shortage is already suspicious. A group of bounty hunters unable to stockpile their own supplies? Moreover, there have been consistent incidents where even our elite agents have vanished without a trace." Nico Robin nodded. "Yet, our means of communication are limited, leaving us unable to investigate the situation there. We can only rely on the Din Din Mushy and individual messages," Crocodile stated. "Thus, we require alternative methods of communication moving forward. However, our immediate priority must be to address the situation at Whiskey Peak." Robin inquired, "Who does the president intend to send?" Crocodile drummed his fingers on the table. "Since the adversary has bested Mr. 5 and Valentine's Day, we shall dispatch Mr. 3, Mr. 4, and Christmas, accompanied by 60 billionaires." Robin slightly raised her head. "With Xiao Feng's intervention, combined with Mr. 4's abilities and nearly a third of the billionaires, we should be adequately prepared for most situations." Beneath the deep sea, Xia Qiu lay in wait, anticipating the movements of the Baroque works. He had successfully ambushed 2 outgoing vessels and decimated 3 ships that had approached, feasting upon the bounty hunters aboard. The 3 ships that ventured here had provided a significant amount of heat flow, comparable to that offered by Arlong. Among these bounty hunters, there was a woman capable of extending vines from her body to craft a vessel, undoubtedly a high-ranking agent. During the skirmish, a powerful man clad in armor exhibited strength rivaling Crocodile's, implying he too was a high-ranking operative. Xia Qiu was somewhat surprised by Crocodile's decision to dispatch high-ranking agents for support. After all, Whiskey Peak was merely a forward base, holding little significance for elite operatives. However, considering that 4 years had passed and Crocodile's coup was only just beginning to materialize, it was clear that the Baroque works was still in a developmental phase. Having sunk these 3 vessels and resulting in the loss of 2 high-ranking agents, Xia Qiu knew that Crocodile would undoubtedly send stronger reinforcements. He pondered who would be dispatched next, yet regardless of who it might be, they would inevitably become his next meal. As Xia Qiu contemplated, she awaited in serene silence within the sea. However, at that moment, a tremor resonated across the water's surface. As summer and autumn gradually surfaced upon the sea, a distant gaze revealed the emergence of no fewer than 8 vessels. Among these, 6 bore the initials BW, belonging to the Baroque works, specifically designated for the transportation of affluent individuals, with each ship accommodating 10 millionaires. The remaining 2 ships exhibited peculiar designs. The first was adorned with an oddly shaped swan at the bow, its sails a soft pink emblazoned with the numeral 3, and its hull featuring external wheels. The second vessel, comparatively lower in stature, showcased a protruding column at its bow, marked prominently with a black number 4. It was evident that the former belonged to the notorious Van Cleef, while the latter was associated with the infamous Galdino. However, Van Cleef was merely Mr. 3, and Galdino Mr. 4. Their arrival was indeed surprising. Both individuals were formidable, with Van Cleef operating solo, while Galdino, should he have brought an accomplice, would mean 3 high-ranking agents were present. Dispatching 3 individuals merely for provisions seemed excessively grandiose and somewhat troublesome. Though both Van Cleef and Galdino wielded the powers of devil fruits, the latter's ability to manipulate wax posed unique challenges. Van Cleef could easily be subdued by water, rendering him powerless, but Galdino's wax could float atop the water, allowing him to maintain an advantage. Should Galdino's wax encase one's limbs, escape would be arduous. And if one's gills were sealed, dire consequences would ensue. Thus, caution was paramount when confronting Galdino. Additionally, the presence of 6 BW pirate ships signified at least 60 millionaires, whose numbers, coupled with the armaments on board, posed a significant threat. Hence, as the vessels drew nearer, the protagonist refrained from immediate aggression. Indeed, the sea was teeming with 7 or 8 ships, all belonging to the Baroque works. A bounty hunter rushed into the tavern exclaiming that the Baroque works had not forsaken them, prompting the other bounty hunters to erupt in cheers. With dwindling food reserves, they had been unable to set sail and were relegated to futile fishing along the shore. However, with the arrival of the Baroque works, hope was rekindled. "Hurry! Let us greet them," Mr. 8 declared, leading the charge outside. followed closely by the other bounty hunters. They gathered at the shoreline, eagerly awaiting the approaching pirate ships. Mr. 3 and Mr. 4. Mr. 8's eyes widened in astonishment upon recognizing the numbers on the ships. 2 high-ranking agents had indeed arrived. The sheer number of vessels suggested that their purpose extended beyond mere food transport. A sense of foreboding washed over Mr. 8 as he watched the ships draw closer, compelling him to welcome them. Is this Whiskey Peak? Van Cleef leapt ashore, standing at the town's edge with palpable intrigue. Mr. Van Cleef, Mr. 8 stammered, recognizing him as one of the most notorious figures within the Baroque works due to his unconventional nature. Are you the mayor here? Van Cleef inquired, advancing towards Mr. 8 with an intense gaze. Why yes, Mr. 8 replied, beads of sweat forming upon his brow. Van Cleef surveyed the surroundings before questioning. Where are the others? Where are the ambushes? Summon them forth. What ambushes? Mr. 8 was taken aback. Van Cleef snorted. Surely you conspired with others to betray the Baroque works, leading to the demise of Mr. 5 and Valentine's Day. I did not betray them. Mr. 8 trembled in fear. Mr. 3, the matter is not yet settled, Galdino interjected, approaching with a stout, portly middle-aged woman. Mr. 0 merely suggested the possibility. It does not confirm treachery. Van Cleef raised his hands, spinning in place. Then let us investigate. I truly did not betray the Baroque works, Mr. 8 insisted fervently. Is that so? Galdino stepped closer, placing a hand on Mr. 8's shoulder. In an instant, wax-like liquid began to emanate from Galdino's hand, enveloping Mr. 8's body. What is happening? Mr. 8 exclaimed, flailing his arms in a futile attempt to dispel the encroaching wax, which solidified with a strength surpassing steel, gradually ensnaring him. I did not betray the Baroque works, he shouted desperately, even in the absence of betrayal. Your inability to procure provisions for a mere town renders you no different from a useless pawn, Galdino remarked as the wax fully enveloped Mr. 8. By Mr. 0's orders. Whether you are a traitor or not, you must perish here. With that, Mr. 8 became a mere wax figure. Let us depart and find a suitable location. The remaining individuals must disclose to us what transpired. If you wish to avoid his fate, you would do well to cooperate, Galdino instructed softly. Yes, yes. The terrified bounty hunters of Whiskey Peak hastily acquiesced. Galdino and Van Cleef led their entourage into the town. Chapter 89, Galdino. Yes, yes, the entire town has been searched. There are no others. Mr. 8 has met his end. Understood, Galdino responded as he hung up the transponder snail and strode back into the throng, declaring, Mr. 0's orders stand. If nothing was uncovered, we shall proceed as is. Finally, the ordeal concluded. The bounty hunters of Whiskey Peak exhaled in relief. Their eyes fixated on the waxen figures at the center of the room, their expressions rife with terror. Van Cleef, seated indifferently, urged, Hurry, the air here is dreadful. I wish to leave. Very well, Galdino nodded, adding, we must also address the issues concerning the mayor of Whiskey Peak and the intermediate agents. The chance to select intermediate agents ignited enthusiasm among the millionaires accompanying Galdino and Van Cleef. To become agents, they could only fill the existing vacancies. With 4 positions now open, it signified the elevation of 4 individuals to intermediate agents. With no immediate concerns in Whiskey Peak, further investigation into the fates of Mr. 5 and Valentine's Day was warranted. Following the promotion protocols of Baroque works, Mr. 8's position would be assumed by Mr. 9, who would subsequently arrive here. Mr. 10 would succeed Mr. 9, and due to Mr. 11's disappearance, Mr. 12 would take over Mr. 10, followed by Mr. 13 replacing Mr. 11, resulting in 4 vacant roles. As Galdino recounted this, he surveyed the millionaires and selected 2 men and 2 women, instructing, you shall take over the roles of Mr. 12 and Mr. 13, as well as Thursday and Friday. Furthermore, Mr. 12 will assume the position of mayor of Whiskey Peak. Yes, the chosen 4 responded with palpable excitement. Galdino continued, in addition, 20 millionaires will remain, along with 3 ships and the provisions aboard. This is Mr. 0's directive. We must diligently fulfill Lord Mr. 0's directives, proclaimed the newly appointed intermediate agent, his voice resonating with determination while the other billionaires cast envious and somewhat jealous glances. Subsequently, Galdino organized personnel to remain behind and unload the provisions from the ship. By the following morning, the fleet set sail for its return journey. Are we not permitted to return yet? Von Cree laid back in Galdino's cabin, his demeanor reflecting dissatisfaction. Galdino sipped his tea and replied, Mr. 0 has instructed us to search for Mr. 5's whereabouts along the way. Our next destination is the Little Garden. Then let us proceed, Von Cree said, crossing his legs, resting his elbow on the table and cradling his chin in his right hand. If I recall correctly, the Little Garden is rather perilous, is it not? Galdino set his teacup aside and responded, Indeed, it is home to prehistoric dinosaurs, and there are also 2 giants on the island. Furthermore, a colossal creature lurks to the east of the island, necessitating utmost caution. Wait, Von Cree exclaimed in surprise, there are giants present? Indeed. They are warriors of the giant race, Galdino affirmed with a nod. Von Cree shook his head. Giant warriors? Defeating them does not require sheer brute strength. Galdino dismissed the concern nonchalantly and added, however, fret not. Our mission this time is reconnaissance, not confrontation. Von Cree nodded. Then let us embark towards the Little Garden. 5 ships advanced towards the Little Garden, distancing themselves from Whiskey Mountain Town. As the cactus rock faded from view, a figure rushed into the cabin, exclaiming, "Lord Mr. 4. Lord Von Cree, the ship is sinking." "What?" Galdino sprang to his feet. "The ship is sinking? What are you saying?" Von Cree remained seated, legs crossed, tilting his head to regard the intruder. "The ship was attacked by sea fish and has been struck down," the newcomer hurriedly explained. "Sea fish sunk a ship?" "I shall investigate," Galdino declared, ascending to the deck alongside Miss Christmas. In the distance, a BW ship slowly succumbed to the depths, while another vessel approached it to evacuate the crew. On board, individuals employed harpoons and firearms to retaliate against the sea. However, in the next moment, the rescue vessel began to tremble violently. Galdino furrowed his brow, asking, "Is it merely sea fish? Are we unable to contend with them? Attacked by sea fish?" Von Cree arrived on deck, and suddenly, bending his legs, he leapt effortlessly onto the railing of another ship before jumping again to the opposite side, and then leaping once more. With deft movements, he landed on the beleaguered ship. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed as the ship began to sink. "Lord Von Cree, the ship is going down," a bounty hunter shouted. "This is troublesome beneath the water," Von Cree mused, stroking his chin, when I squinted while the other widened in contemplation. "Retreat," he suddenly commanded, seizing 2 bounty hunters and hurling them towards another vessel, their bodies arcing gracefully as they landed on the distant ship. Von Cree continued to throw bounty hunters across, while the ship beneath him gradually sank, yet he remained unperturbed. After tossing 6 or 7 individuals, a sudden crash resounded. The third ship was also struck. "Curse it," Von Cree's expression darkened, uncertainty clouding his thoughts. "Mr. 3, save them. The rest is up to me," he called out as Galdino's ship slowly approached the third vessel. With a swift leap, Galdino landed on the beleaguered ship, pressing his hands against the railing. In the next instant, a stream of waxy liquid emanated from his arms, flowing along the ship's railing, entwining the vessel, and ultimately reaching the water's surface, solidifying into a sturdy barrier. Boom! The third ship was struck again, splintering and beginning to sink. However, the hardened wax provided significant buoyancy, preventing it from descending further. Witnessing this, the bounty hunters exhaled in relief as Von Cree continued to transfer bounty hunters from the second ship to the one now stabilized. Seeing the vessel secure, Galdino wiped the sweat from his brow and remarked, "That should suffice. But what about the sea fish?" Miss Christmas, short and stout, leaned over the railing to peer down. Galdino instructed, "See if we can slay it. Prepare the weapons for its approach." Yet at that moment, the ship jolted violently, cracks appearing at the bow. It sought to cleave the vessel in two. Galdino swiftly grasped the intention of the sea fish. Grasping the ship's railing could provide overall buoyancy. But if the ship broke apart, it would be of no use. Thus, Galdino advanced to the bow, raising his arms once more to conjure the waxy liquid. The wax flowed into the cracks, permeating the ship's body, enveloping it. As it solidified, it sealed the fissures, further stabilizing the vessel. "All bounty hunters, transfer to this ship and mine," Galdino bellowed, not relenting but continuing to wave his arms, as streams of wax flowed forth, coating the entire ship, sealing the leaks near the waterline. Boom! As Xia Qiu observed the portion of the ship above the water enveloped in wax, he charged towards the ship's hull. Following a resounding crash, the wooden planks of the bottom splintered. However, the vessel did not succumb to sinking. On the contrary, the interior of the hull was also filled with solidified wax, preventing seawater from infiltrating and providing immense buoyancy. Damn it! Galdino's wax, once solidified, possesses a hardness comparable to that of steel, exhibiting remarkable resilience. Attacking this ship proves to be an exceedingly arduous task. This vessel cannot be breached for the time being. In late summer and early autumn, there remain certain strategies. However, it is unnecessary to engage in a brute force confrontation. First, strive to incapacitate as many vessels as possible. In the transition from summer to autumn, Xia Qiu contemplated not launching an assault on Galdino's vessel, but instead collided with Von Cree's swan ship. Chapter 90, The Swift Swan. Boom. As summer and autumn collided with the swan vessel, a resounding crash ensued, causing the ship to sway violently. "My vessel has been struck." Feng Kele hurriedly ushered the last 2 bounty hunters onto the seaboat, his expression fraught with concern upon witnessing his own ship collide. "Do not fret, Mr. 3. Remain here. I shall take charge of your crew," Galdino assured, leaping onto his own vessel. "The Swift Swan is my darling. You must not let it sink beneath the waves," Feng Kele shouted emphatically. "I shall do my utmost," Galdino replied, commanding his ship to approach the Swift Swan. However, as the sails unfurled and the helm was turned, a startling sight unfolded. Feng Kele's Swift Swan was seen drifting away from their position. "Look, there is a shadow beneath the ship," exclaimed Christmas, standing beside Galdino and pointing into the distance. Beneath the water at the stern of the swan vessel, a gigantic black fish was propelling the ship away. This fish was astonishingly capable of pushing the entire vessel forth, its strength far surpassing that of similarly sized marine creatures, leaving one utterly bewildered. Yet, the most pressing question remained. Why was it pushing the ship away? It had already sunk 2 vessels, salvaged a third, and with its own ship nearby, only Mr. Three's Swan vessel remained. To prevent interference in its endeavor to sink ships, it chose to maneuver this one to a distance. If that were the case, it was exceedingly clever. My ship, Fong Kale, witnessing this spectacle, leaped onto Galadino's boat, a hint of urgency in his demeanor. Quickly pursue it. Pursue? Very well, Galadino contemplated abandoning this vessel, feeling that the fish's actions were overly astute, and the best course would be to forsake that ship and depart with the two others. However, since Mr. Three desired to chase after it, Galadino felt compelled to comply. Considering the possibility of slaying the fish, "Let us pursue," Galadino declared, turning the ship towards the distance. Yet, the distant vessel grew increasingly remote, its speed accelerating. "Adjust the helm, lower the sails, utilize the outer wheel, and attack the sea fish," Fong Kale commanded loudly. The swift swan, equipped with an outer wheel, was capable of swift propulsion. However, in the next moment, Fong Kale's eyes narrowed slightly, for one side of the outer wheel had been damaged. Relying solely on one side would compromise balance. Furthermore, the stern rudder was also incapacitated, rendering control impossible. Nevertheless, the bounty hunters aboard the swift swan reacted swiftly, lowering the sails and repositioning them to brace against the wind. As summer transitions into autumn, the sails strain against the wind, yet they are tilted at an angle, dispersing the force across the vessel and causing its forward momentum to slow to a crawl. If this continues, the speed will remain stagnant. In the late summer and autumn, it became apparent that this plan had also met with failure, while the distant MR4 vessel was drawing nearer to this location. Excellent. As summer swiftly transitions into autumn, the ship races toward Gardino. He has arrived. "Christmas is timely," he exclaims. "This vessel cannot be sunk." Gardino confidently asserts, "This ship boasts 3 layers. The innermost is wax. The middle is wood, and the outermost is also wax. The wax employed by Gardino, once solidified, possesses a hardness comparable to that of iron, rendering it impervious to destruction. The wood and wax form a cohesive unit, collectively far sturdier than any hastily reinforced pirate ship. Even if the wax were to melt in the vicinity of certain underwater volcanoes due to elevated temperatures, the underlying wood would sufficiently sustain the ship's voyage." Boom. As the summer and autumn clashed against Gardino's vessel, the ship trembled violently, swaying from side to side, creaking ominously. In the wake of the tremendous impact, the ship came to an abrupt halt, remarkably unscathed and upright. The force was immense. Gardino sensed the undulations of the hull, tinged with a sense of apprehension. However, no matter how powerful the strike, it would never breach a ship, unless one possessed the strength to rend steel. Yet, in the very next moment, summer and autumn pivoted, hurtling towards the distant vessel, the swift swan. Boom. As summer and autumn surged forward with tremendous momentum, they collided with the swift swan, creating a substantial breach in its side. "Hurry, hit the ship again," Fong Kale urged anxiously. Galdio waited until the vessel stabilized before sending his men to pursue once more, only to discover the distant black fish charging towards them. "What is it planning?" Christmas asked in bewilderment. Suddenly, Galdio grasped the black fish's intentions. Its repeated assaults on both ships served multiple purposes. The primary aim was to gain acceleration, as the two vessels were separated by mere dozens of meters, sufficient for it to build speed and create a significant hole in the distant ship. The secondary intention was to destabilize his own vessel, preventing forward motion by striking near the bow, causing the ship to tilt. To pursue it, he would need to redirect his ship, and by the time he stabilized it, the swan would likely have sunk. At that moment, he could leisurely feast upon the crew aboard the swan. The fish was indeed cunning. A chill ran down Galdio's spine, while Fong Kale remained oblivious, shouting, "That damn sea creature is back. Hurry, move forward. Mr. Three, we must abandon your ship." Galdio gritted his teeth. "What? You want me to give up the swan? There are so many sweethearts aboard. I refuse to abandon them." Fong Kale glared at Galdio. Galdio replied, "But with its relentless assaults, we cannot advance. Your ship will inevitably sink." With a thunderous crash, the ship trembled beneath them as the black fish charged towards the distant swan once more. "What shall we do?" Fong Kale clenched his teeth, his gaze fixed on the approaching black fish, desperate to destroy it. Yet, as a devil fruit user, he found himself powerless against it underwater. There was only one solution. Galdio glanced at Fong Kale and proposed, "Let us split our forces. You take that pirate ship I've repaired and approach from another direction." "That is a splendid idea," Fong Kale exclaimed joyfully, preparing to leap onto the distant ship. "Wait," Galdio called out, raising his hand as wax spread and elongated, ultimately forming 2 long spears. "Here, take this." He handed a wax spear to Fong Kale. "A spear? I'm not accustomed to such weapons," Fong Kale remarked, yet he accepted it, for it was the only means to attack the sea creature from his ship. Grasping the spear, he leaped onto the other pirate vessel, hoisting the sails as they sped towards the distant swift swan. A resounding crash echoed as the swift swan was struck again. After 3 collisions, it began to sink, but at the current rate, both ships could reach it in time to rescue the crew. Nonetheless, Galdio commanded, "Change course. We must leave this place." "Huh?" Christmas was taken aback and asked, "Aren't we going to help?" "Of course not," Galdio replied, narrowing his eyes. "The ship Mr. Three is aboard has been reinforced with wax, yet my powers are limited. I cannot cover the entire vessel. Unlike mine, which is integrated with the wax, I can only fortify weak points, and the wax is thin in certain areas. Given the Blackfish's explosive power, if it strikes a few more times, that ship will not endure much longer. What then? Shall we invite them aboard my ship? This vessel cannot accommodate so many people, and we would be forced to abandon them. Gaudio continued. Moreover, the weather is unpredictable. Night has fallen. The winds have picked up, and a storm is imminent. You can imagine the ferocity of the Grand Line's tempests. While we might manage under normal circumstances, with a hostile sea creature lurking, our situation would be perilous. Gaudio smirked and added, most importantly, if Mr. 3 perishes, we could easily assume his position. You speak the truth, Christmas acknowledged, though concern lingered as he queried. But how do we report back to Mr. 0? We're splitting up to search for Mr. 5 and Valentine's Day, and we have never crossed paths at sea. Gaudio chuckled. Besides, only we and Mr. 3's ship have a transponder snail. And his vessel is sinking. If you remain silent, Mr. 0 will be none the wiser. Rest assured, I shall not disclose anything. Christmas shivered under Gaudio's gaze and quickly added, I've long coveted Mr. 3's position. That deadweight has occupied 2 roles for far too long. Then let us set sail. Gaudio grinned as their ship slowly began to move away into the distance. Chapter 91. Morality observing the activation of another pirate ship. Summer felt a twinge of concern. With 3 pirate vessels in play, his plans were in jeopardy. However, he remained untroubled, knowing Gaudio's abilities were finite, unable to continuously secrete wax to the point of impenetrability. Once solidified, Gaudio's wax boasted a hardness comparable to steel, yet its ductility was limited. If the thickness did not reach a sufficient level, Summer could apply consistent pressure to a single point, ultimately fracturing it. More importantly, the winds had finally begun to rise. His chosen moment of attack coincided with the gathering storm clouds and a significant drop in atmospheric pressure, diminishing the Blackfish's efficiency in filtering dissolved oxygen through its gills. A torrential downpour was certainly on the horizon. All Summer needed to do was persist in his assault, delaying until the storm arrived, ensuring his victory. As Xia Qiu continued to collide, intending to hinder their movement, he suddenly noticed that Galdino's ship had deviated from its position and was sailing away into the distance. Had it departed? Unexpectedly, Xia Qiu chose to depart. Although the reasons remain unclear, it is indeed a fortuitous turn of events. The Galdino, the most robust of all 5 vessels, has withstood numerous impacts without a single crack. Furthermore, Galdino's prowess serves as a formidable defense. Had he remained, it would have been exceedingly difficult for me to inflict any harm upon him. Though his departure may result in a loss of some enhancement energy, it provides the opportunity to consume other immortal beings, which is more than sufficient. Has Feng Klai chosen not to leave? As Xia Qiu beheld the approaching ship, he discerned Feng Kele standing resolutely atop it, wielding 2 long spears. His rank surpassed that of Galdino, and more crucially, he was a user of a devil fruit. Yet he relied on physical prowess in combat. The latent energy within his being was formidable, sufficient indeed. He transformed into a fleeting shadow, hurtling towards the vessel beneath Feng Kele. To his astonishment, Mr. 4 had abandoned his post. Feng Kele, gritting his teeth, gazed at the receding figure of Galdino, resolute in his determination not to forsake those beloved souls. Grasping his spears tightly, he had no intention of retreating. Instead, he surged towards the fast swan. A thunderous crash resonated as the dark fish surged forth, colliding violently with the ship beneath him. The vessel trembled violently, yet the protective wax shield mitigated the damage significantly. However, in unseen recesses, minute fissures began to spread among the connections of the wooden planks. Die! Feng Kele bellowed as the dark fish approached beneath the ship. He perched on the ship's edge, brandishing his wax spear, and thrust downward with fierce intent. A resounding boom echoed in response. As Summer and Autumn collided with the sea vessel, the harpoon pierced through the water, striking the head of Summer and Autumn. With a soft thud, scales were punctured, creating a gaping hole, yet the harpoon could penetrate no further. Such formidable strength. As Xia Qiu felt a piercing sensation emanating from his head, he was momentarily taken aback. Despite the concentration of power afforded by the wax gun, the force wielded was formidable enough to penetrate his reinforced scales. However, upon realizing it was Feng Keliai, Xia Qiu soon regained his composure. Feng Keliai's strength was not merely a product of his devil fruit ability. It stemmed from his physical prowess and mastery of the hybrid martial arts. His ability to mimic others allowed him to assume their appearance, yet in doing so, he was unable to employ the hybrid martial arts techniques. Feng Keliai possessed considerable strength, enabling him to engage in combat with Sanji, particularly excelling in kicking techniques, where he was only marginally inferior. Sanji, during his encounters with the East Blue and the Krieg pirates, demonstrated the capability to send a warship flying with a single kick. Given his experiences with Arlong and on Drum Island, Sanji's prowess was undoubtedly on the rise. However, in a confrontation with Feng Keliai, once Sanji discerned the limitations of his devil fruit ability, Feng Keliai could only rely on that ability for a brief exchange. Ultimately, prolonged engagement led to his defeat at Sanji's hands. Feng Keliai's power was undeniable. He could effortlessly shatter walls, and even Xia Qiu's fortified scales were insufficient to provide complete protection. With swift and relentless thrusts, Feng Qilai wielded his spear, creating a series of punctures in Xia Qiu's head scales. As summer and autumn swiftly sank into the ocean, they surged towards the distant swan. The swan had already been struck and was descending into the depths. Suddenly, summer and autumn collided in a diagonal ascent. A thunderous roar echoed. As Xia Qiu collided forcefully with the hull of the ship, the tremendous impact created a gaping hole, causing a fissure to gradually widen. The swan began to sink at an accelerated pace. However, Xia Qiu refrained from launching an attack, instead retreating a short distance to linger nearby. Quick, draw near. Feng Qilai bellowed, maneuvering the vessel closer to the swan. Rescue, he commanded, instructing his crew to assist the beleaguered crew of the swan as they boarded the pirate ship one by one. Though this was an opportune moment for an assault, Xia Qiu remained passive, allowing the rescue efforts to proceed uninterrupted, facilitating the transfer of the swan's crew aboard the pirate vessel. With a thunderous roar, the swan succumbed to the depths, vanishing beneath the waves, leaving only a single ship in that expanse of ocean. This vessel now bore the weight of approximately 50 crew members, a considerable burden indeed. Set sail, set sail. Feng Qilai urged, gesticulating fervently for the ship to embark. Yet, at that moment, Xia Qiu charged toward them with formidable momentum, crashing into the ship. With a resounding thud, the vessel trembled as the point of impact splintered the wood, unprotected by wax. Nevertheless, the waxen boards on either side provided substantial buoyancy, and the inner bottom of the ship, still cloaked in wax near the water's surface, ensured it remained afloat. However, fine cracks began to emerge along the hull, particularly at the stern where the wax-covered planks were succumbing to the spreading fissures. Cursed black fish! Feng Qilai exclaimed, his expression darkening. Accelerate away from this region. As he spoke, he grasped his wax gun, ever vigilant against Xia Qiu's approach. The ship slowly adjusted its course, navigating away amid increasingly fierce winds. Yet, in that moment, Xia Qiu surged forth once more. Upon perceiving the trajectory of the approaching black fish, Feng Qilai leapt onto the wax board, brandishing his wax gun, prepared for the impending clash. Come, he urged, his gaze fixed intently on Xia Qiu. However, as Xia Qiu drew near, it suddenly submerged into the depths, descending further into the ocean. There was no collision. Feng Qilai's expression turned to one of confusion. Yet, at that instant, Xia Qiu erupted from beneath the surface with a tremendous force, crashing into the opposite waxboard with an explosive impact. In the summer and autumn, the waxboard was elevated above the surface of the sea. However, a portion remained afloat, while another adhered to the vessel, sealing the substantial breach in its hull. The end of the waxboard was raised, causing the ship to tilt precariously. Yet, the weight of the vessel was considerable, and the area of adhesion was extensive, with the wax's thickness being insubstantial and confined to the surface. This resulted in the wax beginning to fracture, leading to fine fissures in the underlying wooden planks. After a collision, summer and autumn surged away once more. Underwater assaults? Impossible to execute. Feng Qilai leapt onto the ship, standing on the edge, gripping the wax gun with a grim expression. Boom. Once again, summer and autumn charged from a distance, targeting the waxboard. It was coming. Observing this, Feng Qilai leapt off the waxboard, clutching his firearm. This time, however, summer and autumn did not dive beneath the waves, but charged straight ahead. Die! Feng Qilai shouted as he saw the black fish approaching, thrusting the wax gun forward. In response, summer and autumn angled upward, aiming not at the waxboard but at the space above it, opening its massive jaws wide. Clang! Feng Qilai's wax gun struck the teeth within summer and autumn's mouth. Boom! He felt an immense force transmit through the wax gun, causing him to stagger backward. Meanwhile, the head of summer and autumn crashed down onto the waxboard. Crack! The point where the waxboard connected to the vessel shattered. The prior upward thrust had compromised the hull's integrity, and now, relying solely on its weight, it forced the waxboard downward. The massive waxboard detached, failing to provide buoyancy. And with the ship's considerable weight, the remaining waxboard could not support the entire vessel. Thunder rumbled as the ship began to tilt to one side. At that moment, the wind howled fiercely, and the waves surged. It was over. As Feng Qilai made a final leap onto the ship, despair etched across his face. Yet, at this critical juncture, the myriad elders at sea shouted, "The ship is sinking. We must jump into the water and slay that sea fish. There may still be hope. Indeed, we cannot remain idle. Kill it." Other bounty hunters echoed. Feng Qilai forced a smile and replied, "I'm a devil fruit user. I cannot enter the water. I can only wish you success." Then Lord Feng Qilai should take his leave, one bounty hunter suggested. Leave? Feng Qilai was momentarily taken aback. Another bounty hunter chimed in. "My lord, as a devil fruit user, you would be rendered powerless in the sea. It would be better for you to depart." Lord Feng Qilai. One of his subordinates approached, imploring, "You saved us earlier, and even now, you have not abandoned us. Allow us to save you." "Indeed. We will fight the black fish while you escape in a small boat. We are doomed, but we are willing to sacrifice ourselves for your survival." Nearly 50 individuals, belonging to 4 ships, had been brought together by Feng Qilai, some his subordinates from the Swan, others crew members from different vessels. They regarded Fonkele as their benefactor and were deeply grateful. They also wished to survive, hoping others would remain to confront the black fish while they fled in the small boat. Yet, they understood that the bonds between them were primarily driven by self-interest. Rife with betrayal and distrust, none would willingly stay back to fight the black fish. If one person fled, they would all follow suit, but the small boat was limited, and if it were to be destroyed, it would mean total annihilation. Thus, if death was inevitable, it would be better for the savior, Lord Fonkele, to live. I cannot abandon you. Fonkele gritted his teeth, believing it was not inhuman to betray his subordinates. But you cannot assist us. A bounty hunter stepped forward and insisted. More importantly, Mr. 4 has betrayed us. You must return and inform Mr. 0. Yes, we cannot die here in vain. Let us also experience the morality of humanity. The other bounty hunters, recalling the fleeing Mr. 4, spoke with clenched jaws. Fonkele hesitated, but someone seized him, pulling him towards the rear of the ship. You. Fonkele's eyes gradually reddened, tears welling up. The bounty hunters positioned him in the small boat and lowered it. Plop. This was not merely the sound of the small boat being lowered, but also the sound of bounty hunters plunging into the sea, diving towards summer and autumn. I will avenge you on Mr. 4. Fonkele cried, waving goodbye as he hoisted the sail of the small boat, steering it away into the distance. Under the waves, Summer and Autumn detected the small boat's departure and attempted to pursue, but was instead beset by the bounty hunters. Chapter 92. The Fate of Betrayers. After Summer and Autumn dispatched a bounty hunter, he opened his mouth, yet had no inclination to feast. A sensation of fullness overwhelmed him, rendering him incapable of consuming another soul. Nearly 50 billionaires had perished, with him having devoured the majority of over 30 of them, accumulating a weight of perhaps less than 4 tons. Among the remaining few, some met their demise at his hands, while others vanished into the depths of the ocean. However, Summer and Autumn remained unfulfilled. Fonkele, Galdino, and his partner had all escaped from this place. Galdino and his partner had departed prematurely, while Fonkele, under the guise of other bounty hunters, slipped away into the distance. Xia Qiu was perplexed as to why these bounty hunters would sacrifice their lives to assist Fonkele. Between these individuals existed only interests and betrayal. Such altruism seemed implausible. Admittedly, some bounty hunters fled midway, only to be pursued and killed by Xia Qiu. If they chose to escape, so be it. With so many billion elders providing limited enhancement energy, they towered above the million elders, and their individual strength rivaled that of the fishmen soldiers. The combined enhancement energy from over 30 billion elders was not inferior to that of Eren, and could even be augmented by an additional 5 or 6 fishmen, significantly bolstering their power. Before devouring Brigadier General Yukimura, Xia Qiu already possessed strength that surpassed his own. After consuming him, Xia Qiu arrived at the Grand Line, where he attacked 3 pirate crews, alongside nearly 60 bounty hunters. His power surged immensely, even exceeding that of a major in underwater combat. However, when confronted with a vice admiral devoid of devil fruit abilities, he felt uncertain. This was due to the vice admiral's physical prowess, which had reached a remarkable level. Though diminished underwater, their strength, speed, reflexes, and combat techniques were not inferior to his own. Moreover, his massive size hampered his mobility, becoming a constraint. More critically, the presence of haki was a significant factor. Vice admirals typically wielded haki, with most possessing armament haki. His body, harder than rock, became inconsequential against them. Swordsmanship experts among the vice admirals could easily sever iron. Even in the water, where strength was diminished, they could effortlessly breach his defenses if their attacks were imbued with armament haki. Haki fundamentally transformed the user's power. Thus, for a swordsman relying solely on enhanced physical defenses, defeating a vice admiral would necessitate prolonged accumulation of strength to become harder than diamond, or mastery of armament haki to reinforce their physical defenses. Xia Qiu is uncertain about how to generate and control the armament haki. However, it is known that armament haki can be enhanced through diligent cultivation and training. This raises the question: if one were to consume the flesh of an individual possessing armament haki, would it be possible to acquire this formidable ability? Of course, contemplating such matters at this juncture may be premature. The time for that has yet to arrive. Xia Qiu currently has other matters to attend to. The accumulation has been sufficient, and the second phase of the plan can now commence. Thus, Xia Qiu returned once more to the vicinity of Whiskey Peak, patiently awaiting developments. 2 days later, at the Rainy Day Casino, Crocodile placed the receiver back on the telephone snail, his expression clouded with unease. What is it? What has happened now? Robin inquired curiously. Standing nearby, Crocodile glanced at Robin and replied, "It's a call from Mr. 3. Xiaofeng." Robin raised an eyebrow, looking at Crocodile. "Has he located Mr. 5 and Valentine's Day?" "Certainly not," Crocodile scoffed. "He informed me of another matter." "What matter?" Robin asked with intrigue. Crocodile explained, he did not split up with Mr. 4 to search for Mr. 5 and Valentine's Day. Rather, they remained together. However, en route, they were ambushed by a black fish, which sank several ships. They could have survived, but during the final confrontation, Mr. 4 fled with Christmas while Mr. 3 stayed behind to rescue his subordinates. The ships were damaged, and Mr. 3 lost hope. Ultimately, his men sacrificed themselves to allow him to escape, and only today did he manage to contact me to relay this information. So it was Mr. 4 who betrayed Mr. 3 and concocted a lie? Robin asked, astonished. Crocodile nodded. According to Mr. 3's account, that seems to be the case, though I have more faith in Xiao Feng. Robin spoke softly. I tend to trust Mr. 3. Crocodile grunted. The truth of the matter requires further investigation. You are responsible for uncovering who lied. And the deceiver must be eliminated. Understood. Robin nodded in agreement. Crocodile continued. Moreover, per Mr. 3's account, the blackfish attacked them after they departed from Whiskey Peak. This creature possesses strength far exceeding that of other marine life and can easily sink ships. I suspect the disappearances of Mr. 5 and Valentine's Day are also linked to the blackfish. If it continues to roam that area, wreaking havoc on passing vessels, Whiskey Peak will be rendered uninhabitable. It still holds value for us. Therefore, you must address this matter. At the very least, drive that fish away. Indeed, I shall take care of it, Robin assured. Turning to leave. 3 days later, on a small island above the ocean, the land was modestly sized, shrouded beneath a vast sunshade, beneath which layers of buildings could be seen. In the center of one structure, a grand swimming pool lay, and beside it, a group of individuals appeared tense. To their surprise, such a delightful locale existed within the Grand Line. Under the sunshade, at a table sat a woman wearing a sun hat, her long legs elegantly crossed, sipping coffee delicately. Miss All Sunday, what brings you here? Galdino asked, his demeanor anxious. Christmas stood vigilantly not far off, eyeing the scene. Robin replied with a smile. I am here to kill you. Kill me? Why? Galdino's heart raced, and he questioned in a fluster. Is that a feigned ignorance? Robin set her coffee cup down, fixing her gaze on Galdino. Did you not say you split from Mr. 3, never to see him again? Indeed, after we left Whiskey Peak, we parted ways, Galdino stammered, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Is that so? Robin maintained a faint smile. But why does Mr. 3 claim that prior to encountering the blackfish, you were together all along? Mr. 3 is still alive? No, that cannot be, Galdino gasped, taken aback by Robin's words. Robin's smile widened. It seems Mr. 3's words ring true. Galdino's instinctive denial revealed his deceit, thereby corroborating Mr. 3's account. And no, Galdino attempted to refute. But it was too late. Robin leaned back, resting against her chair, and remarked, So, you abandoned Mr. 3 and so many members of the Baroque works. I would have perished if I stayed there. Thus, leaving was the wisest choice. Besides, I am under no obligation to save them, am I? Galdino retorted, his expression grim. Indeed, you bear no such obligation, Robin replied with a smile. Yet, you inflicted severe losses upon Baroque works, at least 50 lives lost, all affluent individuals. That aside, you deceived Mr. 0. Therefore, you must die. That has nothing to do with me. It was his decision, Galdino protested as Christmas interjected, hearing Mr. 0's name. Eager to dissociate herself. You did not stop me at that moment, Galdino shot back. Do you truly believe she would spare us? Robin asked, nodding. I certainly will not. She affirmed. What then? Christmas exclaimed, panic evident in her voice. Kill her, then leave this place, Galdino suggested, turning his gaze to Robin, his hands emanating streams of molten wax. She is but one person. We outnumber her. We can certainly vanquish her. Very well, Christmas considered, believing this to be the only solution. Suddenly, her hands and feet sprouted elongated claws as she bent down, attempting to burrow into the ground. In the next moment, her arms and legs morphed into 4 additional appendages, constraining her limbs and twisting them behind her. With a thud, Christmas lost her balance and fell to the ground, her hands bound behind her, immobilized. What? Galdino's expression shifted. It was his first encounter with Miss All Sunday's ability to grow hands on others. This ability is of no use to me, he sneered. However, in that fleeting moment, his body stiffened as a blade pierced through his back, transfixing his form. Galdino looked down at the blade protruding from his chest, blood spilling from his lips as he turned to see the figure behind him, his eyes narrowing in recognition. It's you. Surprised, are we? Came the voice from a short distance away, revealing Feng Cly, once one of Galdino's subordinates. You betrayed us, causing so many deaths, thus. I must kill you to avenge them, Feng Cly declared angrily, slowly drawing his long knife. With a thud, as the blade was withdrawn, Galdino collapsed to the ground, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of regret. For those who perished in the ocean's depths, I have avenged you. Upon witnessing Galdino's demise, Feng Cly could no longer contain himself. He raised his hand to shield his face, biting his lip as tears streamed uncontrollably down. My task is complete. You shall handle the remaining matters. I shall take my leave now. Robin left those words behind as she walked away into the distance. Miss All Sunday, thank you for aiding me in my vengeance. Your kindness shall be forever remembered. Feng Cly called out to Robin's retreating figure. I merely fulfilled my mission, she replied. Robin waved his hand, departed from the dwelling, and made his way to the shore, where he leaped upon a colossal turtle, taking a seat atop it as he journeyed into the distance. Next, he would head to Whiskey Mountain Town to eliminate the perilous creatures inhabiting that maritime region. Chapter 93, Departure of Missile Sunday. Upon learning that the visitor was Missile Sunday, the deputy director of the Baroque workshop and partner of Mr. Zero, the entire town of Whiskey Mountain erupted in excitement. Missile Sunday, your arrival is most welcome. Mr. 8 approached with a demeanor of eager deference, gazing at Robin standing before him. I am here to eradicate the dangerous creatures surrounding Whiskey Mountain town and will be staying for a few days. I hope you can prepare a room for me. Robin spoke gently. Of course, this way please. Mr. 8 promptly guided Robin into the town, where he settled in. Beneath the distant ocean, Xia Qiu lay quietly, observing 4 ships anchored at the shore. All 4 vessels were designated for the Baroque workshop, utilized by the affluent, bearing the insignia BW. However, unlike conventional ships, at each cannon port, there were not cannons but rather enormous fish harpooning crossbows. Each ship was equipped with 6 fish harpooning crossbows at the ports, in addition to those on the deck, totaling 8 per vessel. The arrival of these 4 ships, though ordinary for the Baroque workshop, was more than sufficient. Xia Qiu gazed at the maritime vessels, anticipating their departure. This time, he harbored no intentions of launching an assault, at least not in the vicinity of Whiskey Peak. His destination lay in Alabasta. The second phase of the summer-autumn plan involves reaching Alabaston. However, the journey to Alabaston proves to be quite intricate. Departing from Whiskey Peak, one must traverse through Little Garden and Magu Island before finally arriving at Alabaston. Little Garden is rife with peril. Although one does not intend to set foot on its shores, a colossal sea king lurks in the eastern waters, guarding the passage eastward. Magu Island is situated to the east of Little Garden. Xia Qiu refrains from venturing near the vicinity of the small garden, thus intending to circumvent that area. However, Xia Qiu navigates between the islands by harnessing magnetic forces. He cannot directly capture the magnetic resonance of Drum Island, and must first reach the small garden to subsequently draw upon it to access Drum Island. In the transition from summer to autumn, one cannot circumvent the small garden through mere personal prowess. To deviate from the prescribed course, there exists but one solution: the everlasting pointer. Unlike the transient pointer, the everlasting pointer eternally signifies a singular location, regardless of one's movements. Its aim remains steadfastly directed towards the destination. What one requires is the positioning of Alabasta, necessitating the presence of an individual who bears the everlasting pointer to Alabasta specifically. A member of the Baroque works. Elite agents and billionaires alike operate with Alabasta as their focal point. Furthermore, the small garden serves as a forbidden zone for them. Robin once believed that the small garden could resolve the predicament posed by the Straw Hat crew, particularly after their victory over Mr. 5. However, for elite agents, the garden harbors its own perils. Additionally, the magnetic storage of the small garden demands a year for completion. Thus, it is impractical for them to linger there for such an extended duration while executing their missions. Consequently, to return to Alabasta, the use of the everlasting pointer is imperative. As for elite agents, it goes without saying, while billionaires, upon departing Alabasta to reach Whiskey Peak, would invariably carry the everlasting pointer upon their return. Xia Qiu initially aspired to become a high-ranking agent, yet the allure of becoming a billionaire was equally compelling. Consequently, Xia Qiu devised a plan to follow them back to Alabaston after their departure, intending to launch an assault as they neared the vicinity of Alabaston. Summer and autumn lingered quietly beneath the ocean, patiently awaiting their moment. By the following morning, 2 of the vessels set sail, departing from the town of Whiskey Hill. As summer swiftly transitions into autumn, a certain distance is maintained, yet it becomes apparent that the 2 vessels have not ventured far, instead lingering in the surrounding waters. Moreover, beneath their hulls, they drag several livestock, blood flowing freely, enticing marine creatures to bite. In these waters, there exists only one fish of such immense size. Furthermore, the venerable elders would not easily grace this place with their presence. Their specific intent lies in hunting, having transformed their cannons into harpoons for fish. Their target is certainly not the ordinary sea fish. Their singular purpose is the pursuit of my being. It seems that my assault on the Baroque workshop has been unveiled, prompting them to come forth and deal with me. Such feeble attacks bear no consequence for me. Xia Qiu exhibited a derisive expression, contemplating how those fish-spearing crossbows could possibly threaten him. Yet, he refrained from launching an attack, choosing instead to withdraw to a distance beyond their search radius. His intention was to follow them discreetly, deeming it unnecessary to engage in combat. Over the course of the next 3 days, the members of the Baroque workshop tirelessly scoured the area, incessantly expanding their search without any success. Has it still not appeared? Robin inquired, standing on the shore, gazing at the tranquil expanse of the sea. She needed to address the issue concerning the black fish. Thus she commanded 4 vessels to this location, each meticulously converted into specialized fishing boats, equipped with 8 fish-spearing crossbows. Each crossbow possessed the capability to pierce the skull of a sea creature. With 8 crossbows at her disposal, even a fish measuring 100 meters in length could be slain. Furthermore, the bait employed contained poison. Should the target consume it, death would ensue. Additionally, the vessels were armed with explosives. In the event of an attack by the black fish, detonating the explosives could inflict further damage. Robin felt confident in her ability to eradicate the creature upon its assault. However, During the past 4 or 5 days, the black fish had yet to make an appearance. Based on its previous patterns of attack, it would target vessels entering and leaving Whiskey Peak town, undeterred even by a fleet of 5 ships. Its absence suggested a high probability that it was not within this maritime region. Should it have departed, the likelihood of locating it would be virtually impossible, rendering the pursuit of a single sea creature unnecessary. Consequently, Robin instructed her crew to continue searching and further enlarge the search area. Yet they found no trace of their quarry. 2 days later, Robin picked up the Din Din Mushy and dialed a number. Mr. O. It seems the black fish has not appeared. It is likely not in this vicinity. I shall leave 2 boats here and return alone for now. The following day, Robin left behind 2 of the modified fishing vessels, which were sufficient to handle any surrounding threats, while she departed Whiskey Peak town with the other 2 boats. Setting her course for Alabasta. Standing on the deck of one of the vessels, Robin gazed at the ominous sky ahead, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. A fierce gust of wind swept through, momentarily lifting her hat before it settled back. It should be fine, she reassured herself, retreating to the cabin. Has it departed? As Xia Qiu observed from a distance, 2 vessels departed from the maritime expanse, initially sparking no concern within him. However, in the next moment, he realized that these ships had not released any livestock as bait. Instead, they sailed directly away without lingering in the nearby waters. Were they truly departing? As summer and autumn swiftly followed, they noticed that the ship was drifting further away from Whiskey Peak and sailing in the opposite direction of Upside Down Mountain. Indeed, it seemed they were departing. They aimed to pursue them towards Alabasta, and then eliminate them upon nearing their destination. Chapter 94. The assault. The seas of the Grand Line are enigmatic and unpredictable. One moment, the skies are radiant and clear, the next, thunder and lightning rage amidst torrential downpours. Occasionally, steam rises from the ocean, heralding an underwater volcano's eruption, while in other areas, snowflakes drift down, chilling the waters to a tremor. Enormous whirlpools, soaring waves, bizarre currents, and formidable typhoons characterize this treacherous route. The perilous climate alone is enough to instill fear in the hearts of many. Fortunately, the Baroque works boasted a relatively experienced crew, having traversed this route numerous times. Adept at anticipating weather changes, thus encountering little danger along the way. Meanwhile, summer and autumn leisurely trailed behind. Most maritime calamities could be foreseen by autumn, and even when caught in a whirlpool, they could elegantly extricate themselves. The true threat the Grand Line posed to autumn lay more in the formidable marine creatures inhabiting its depths. Thus, autumn followed the Baroque works vessel towards Alabasta. Beyond the undulating waves, autumn discerned the magnetic forces emanating from numerous islands scattered throughout the sea. These islands varied in size and proximity, most aligned along a particular route, suggesting that at certain navigational nodes, one might detect the timing of other islands along different routes. With significant fluctuations in magnetic forces, autumn diligently recorded these variations, intent on mapping the surrounding waters. In due course, they would navigate this maritime expanse, and once their plan was fulfilled, return to Whiskey Peak to consume all those bounty hunters. As summer and autumn journeyed alongside the sea vessel, they ventured into the distant horizon, occasionally departing from the ship to capture a fish from the depths of the ocean, swiftly dispatching it before returning to the vessel's side. When the ship faced headwinds, summer and autumn would take brief respites to alleviate their fatigue, only to rejoin the vessel shortly thereafter. The ship, in its leisurely pace, would sometimes unfurl its sails at night when the weather was favorable and the currents flowed just right. Thus, a day and a night passed in this manner. As dawn broke on the following day, summer and autumn detected a significant magnetic force amidst several subtle magnetic fields surrounding them. This formidable magnetic pull was notably stronger than that of the nearby islands. However, in comparison to the starting points of their voyage, such as Whiskey Peak and Eagle Snake Island, the magnetic force was not overwhelmingly greater. What astonished summer and autumn was the sheer size of this island. It was dozens of times larger than Eagle Snake Island and Whiskey Peak. The sea vessel, guided by the magnetic force, sailed toward this immense island. Throughout their journey, the 2 vessels had not ventured toward any island to gather magnetic strength. They relied solely on a permanent compass, which pointed unwaveringly to one destination, Saining Island. If all proceeded as anticipated, this island was indeed Saining Island, the very island that housed the kingdom of Alabasta. They had finally arrived. Xia Qiu gazed at the distant silhouette of the colossal island, her heart brimming with exhilaration. Having discovered St. Ting Island, these individuals were rendered unnecessary. As Xia Qiu gazed at the 2 distant ships, a sudden surge of energy propelled her towards them. Miss All Sunday, we are soon to arrive at Alabasta, a wealthy elder announced as he entered the cabin, addressing Robin, who sat there in silence. Call me once we reach Alabasta, Robin replied softly, without meeting his gaze. The elder promptly exited the cabin, closing the door behind him. Within the cabin, Robin sat at the table, illuminated by the light streaming through a small window, engrossed in a book. She lifted the coffee cup resting at the edge of the table to her lips, savoring small sips, while her delicate fingers gently turned the pages. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the ship, causing the coffee to spill and stain her clothing. What is happening? Robin furrowed her slender brows. It's leaking. The cabin is taking on water. Came the commotion from outside. Upon hearing the panic, Robin exited the cabin and ascended to the deck. Miss All Sunday. The ship is leaking. A wealthy elder shouted upon seeing her. I am aware, Robin responded, closing her eyes and raising her hands. Petals began to descend around her. In an instant, arms sprouted from the sides of the cabin, the palms adorned with crimson and obsidian eyes. These appendages twisted and turned, scanning their surroundings. The deck appeared unharmed, yet the left cabin was compromised, and the right side of the ship remained intact. What is happening on the left side? With a thunderous crash, Robin witnessed a massive black fish collide with the ship's hull beneath the surface. The timbers splintered, and the arms within the cabin observed a gaping hole forming in the ship's bottom, with water gushing in. Furthermore, the ship's keel fractured. A fissure creeping upward along the vessel's body. The keel is broken. The ship is destined to sink. Robin spread her hands wide, her eyes now wide with horror. Such immense power. Merely 2 strikes were sufficient to bring the ship to the brink of demise, truly terrifying. These vessels were constructed from the hardest woods. Yet after just 2 impacts, they sustained irreparable damage. This black fish possessed strength far surpassing that of any ordinary sea creature of its size. The description of its formidable horn matched precisely that provided by Von Krieg. If all goes as expected, this black fish is indeed the same one that attacked the fishing vessels from Whiskey Peak, Mr. 5, Valentine's Day, and Von Krieg. Yet, the question looms, how did it come to assault us here? The initial 2 strikes had already claimed 2 dispatched fishing boats, followed by Mr. 5 and Valentine's Day, and then Von Krieg and Galdino. According to Von Krieg's account, they had ventured out to sea for some distance when the black fish attacked. Yet, this location is at least 150 kilometers from Whiskey Peak. It followed us here? If it trailed me from Whiskey Peak for an extended period, coupled with the previous 4 attacks on the members of the Baroque works, it managed to reach this place. Moreover, it seems to have launched its assault after Von Krieg had distanced himself from Whiskey Peak. If it were not utilizing its habitat as a base of operations, it would have needed to originate from Whiskey Peak to pursue me. Did it return after attacking Von Krieg? Why then, did I linger so long in Whiskey Peak and send out ships with bait to lure it, yet it did not appear? Was it mere coincidence? Did it just happen to cross paths with me during my departure? Such timing seems implausible. Moreover, the behavior of this black fish defies the fundamental instincts of wild beasts, exhibiting a semblance of intelligence. A chill coursed through Robin as she dared not dwell further on the thought. In the distance, she spotted another ship approaching, intending to rescue her and others. She raised her hand. In the next moment, both ships sprouted several arms, each palm bearing a mouth. Everyone, prepare the harpoons and ready the explosives. Robin's voice resonated across the 2 vessels. At this juncture, rescue seemed futile. If the black fish indeed possessed intelligence, it would strike that ship, sending them into the depths. By then, her abilities would be of no use, and even the weapons prepared against the sea creature would be rendered ineffective. Thus, it was imperative to strike while they still had a ship at their disposal. Yes, Miss All Sunday. The wealthy elders paused briefly at the sight of the arms, quickly comprehending Robin's intentions and complying with her directive. Meanwhile, Xia Qiu had already dashed towards the other ship. Chapter 95, Nico, Robin as summer and autumn collided with the ship. They swam toward the distance, making a circuit before accelerating towards an intact vessel, now endowed with immense strength. Even ships capable of weathering the tumultuous waves of the Grand Line could be rendered irreparable with a single blow, and would sink with just 2 strikes. However, just as summer and autumn were about to make contact with the ship, a series of resonant sounds echoed, clang, 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 clang. A volley of crossbow bolts shot forth, striking the hull of the vessel. Thud, thud. 2 bolts pierced the adjacent ocean, vanishing beneath the surface, while another 2 found their mark on summer and autumn. One struck the forehead, and the other grazed the side, narrowly missing the body. In the next moment, the scales that were directly hit exhibited a slight indentation, from which delicate fissures emanated, yet remained unbroken. Conversely, the scales that were struck from the side bore only a faint white mark. During the battle with the Lionheart pirate crew, Xia Qiu was struck by a fish crossbow, causing his scales to shatter and his muscles to be ravaged, leaving behind deep furrows. Since that time, Xia Qiu had devoured 2 pirate crews, comprising 50 to 60 formidable elders, alongside several other powerful individuals. Now, after undergoing further enhancement, Xia Qiu's scales exhibited an impact toughness and fracture toughness that surpassed that of iron, although their hardness was only comparable to that of rock, and their rigidity was even less than that of stone. However, the muscles beneath the scales could dissipate force. Yet they were insufficient to allow any single point on the scales to withstand excessively concentrated pressure. This was adequate for the scales to endure the assault of the crossbow bolt until the force was mitigated, resulting in merely slight fissures. Such injuries bore no impact whatsoever on Xia Qiu. The summer and autumn collided violently with the ship, resulting in a thunderous roar as a large hole was torn into the vessel, allowing the sea to surge in relentlessly. Bombs were hurled into the water, detonating just beneath the surface with a series of explosive blasts. Boom, boom, boom. The cataclysmic sounds reverberated through the water, their force significantly diminished. The remaining impact was insufficient to breach the scales for Xia Qiu. It was futile. On another ship, Robin stood upon the deck, her expression grim as she observed the black fish retreating below after the bombardment, realizing the ineffectiveness of their efforts. Neither the crossbow bolts nor the explosives proved to have any significant effect. Particularly disheartening was the fact that the fishing bolts, which should have pierced even the skulls of sea beasts, had failed to penetrate the surface at all. Defeated, Robin quickly assessed the situation and, moving to the stern, extended her hands. Arms emerged from the small boat and the ship's rear, untethering the ropes and releasing the small vessel into the sea. With a swift motion, Robin leaped off the stern and landed on the small boat. Others, witnessing her actions, understood her intent to escape and hurried to the edge of the ship, attempting to leap aboard, only to fall one by one to the ground. Ignoring them, Robin waved her arms once more, summoning several more limbs to raise the sail on the central mast and grasp the oars, propelling the small boat forward. Under Robin's command, the boat sped away towards the distance, the shore of Alabasta drawing near. Narrowing her eyes, Robin contemplated that as long as they could delay that black fish for a brief moment, she would be able to reach the shore. With this thought in mind, she quickened the rhythm of her arm movements, and the small boat surged ahead at an accelerated pace. What was that? As summer and autumn encircled once more, he intended to charge forward again. Yet, at that moment, he unexpectedly detected a reverberating sound wave signal. Attempting to flee? As Xia Qiu observed a small vessel departing across the ocean, it had already traversed a considerable distance, positioned behind another ship. Had it not been for this spatial separation, his own sonar would have been unable to detect it. How could he possibly allow them to escape? At this moment, seizing the opportunity to board the small boat was typically reserved for the stronger individuals, for otherwise, they would not have managed to commandeer the vessel. He could not afford to let Feng Kele escape again, as he had done previously, resulting in a substantial loss of energy. More importantly, Xia Qiu was determined to ensure their complete annihilation, leaving not a single soul alive. With this thought in mind, he altered his course and surged toward the small boat. Is it coming? Robin mused, noticing a shadowy figure on the horizon, the enormous ram emerging ominously upon the water's surface, rapidly approaching. Why would it attack me? A chill ran through Robin's heart. The ship had yet to sink, and he opted against continuing his assault, instead turning to defend himself. He attempted to accelerate, but his physical strength was limited. The flowering, elongated arms bore little difference from his own. There was no hope left. As the dark fish drew nearer, Robin's heart sank into despair. 20 blooms, a colossal tree. As the dark fish approached the small boat, Robin suddenly swung his arm. In the next instant, from the stern of the vessel, a multitude of arms began to unfurl, intertwining to form a single gigantic appendage. With a thunderous crash, the enormous arm descended upon the small boat. A resounding clap echoed as the palm struck the exposed ram of Xia Qiu's vessel, only to dissipate instantly into a flurry of petals. What on earth is this? Xia Qiu felt an immense force surge towards her, causing her body to momentarily falter. Yet she remained unscathed. How feeble. As Xia Qiu contemplated, she once again propelled herself forward, surging with fervor and colliding directly with the small boat. In that fleeting moment of impact, numerous arms sprouted from the stern of the vessel, pressing firmly against Xia Qiu's head. The sound of cracking bones echoed, and Robin's expression grew increasingly grim, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Yet he persevered, harnessing the force of the bent arms. Robin managed to dissipate Xia Qiu's momentum while simultaneously leveraging the strength of the arms to propel the boat a short distance forward. Remarkably, the advance was halted. Xia Qiu momentarily froze, but soon dashed forward once more, this time exerting half of her strength. Robin gritted her teeth as elongated legs sprouted from the ship, each ending in delicate, fair feet. The sound of impacts echoed as Robin's feet landed on Xia Qiu's head in an attempt to thwart her assault. Yet, in the next instant, all the legs shattered, and Xia Qiu collided forcefully with the vessel. The boat crumbled under the impact, slowly sinking. Robin leapt backward, narrowly evading Xia Qiu's charge, only to find herself plunging into the water. It was over. As the sensation of weakness enveloped her body, a pallor of despair crossed Robin's face. She was submerged, devoid of strength, unable even to retaliate. Was this the end? To perish before her dreams could be realized? Ironically, it was not at the hands of an enemy that she faced her demise, but rather at the mercy of a mere fish. What a stroke of misfortune. A flicker of defiance sparkled in Robin's eyes as her powerless form descended into the depths. Was she to plummet straight down? Could she not swim? A user of a devil fruit? As Xia Qiu felt himself plummet downward, he gradually retreated, creating distance between himself and the other. Activating the momentary membrane, he cast a glance at his counterpart, instantly struck into a daze. The figure before him was tall and slender, adorned with flowing dark blue-black hair, fair skin, and a pair of captivating red-black eyes that radiated an enchanting glow. She possessed delicate eyebrows, a prominent nose, and sensuous lips. Particularly striking were her long legs, clad in knee-high boots, the exposed skin curvaceous and elongated, though not conventionally beautiful. She exuded a profound allure. Robin. Xia Qiu instantly recognized her identity. According to the timeline, she should have just joined the Baroque Work Society and is now the vice president of the organization. How could it possibly be her? The gaze of Xia Qiu became increasingly intricate. Should she consume him? In the manga, Robin's skin is depicted as fair in the first season of the animation. It is a wheatish hue, but it reverts to fair in the second season. Furthermore, in the original work, Robin's eyes are red-black, while in the animation they are blue-black. For now, we will adhere to the original depiction. Chapter 96, The First Time. The sun shone brilliantly, with a gentle sea breeze wafting through, the briny scent enveloping the air. Yet, Robin's eyes brimmed with confusion. She could not fathom why this black fish had spared her life, even elevating her above the ocean's surface. At that moment, Robin found herself perched atop Xia Qiu's head, coughing incessantly. What could possibly be happening? Why did he refrain from ending her life? Was he intent on rescuing her? More importantly, this sea creature had not directed her towards Sainting Island, but rather away from it. What was his intention? Robin, utterly perplexed, adjusted her position, sitting cross-legged behind Xia Qiu's horns, her hands resting upon them. Have you awakened? As the summer transitioned into autumn, she sensed the movement of her head and parted her lips in surprise. To her astonishment, she encountered Robin. Xia Qiu possesses a profound admiration for the character Robin, who stands as his most cherished female figure. However, since his transformation into a fish, his sentiments towards Robin have waned considerably, leading to an unsettling desire to consume her. Robin, a formidable presence as Miss All Sunday, undoubtedly benefits from her historical significance. But her combat prowess is at least on par with that of a high-level agent. The sole drawback lies in the fact that her abilities predominantly stem from her devil fruit powers. While her physical condition is commendable, it remains limited in strength. In the absence of her devil fruit, her physical capabilities likely do not surpass those of an average billion-dollar powerhouse, and her enhancement potential is constrained. Although her utility may be minimal, nurturing her could yield favorable companionship. Having previously cared for a cow, he finds solace in the idea of having company rather than solitude. As he anticipates an extended stay in Alabasta, finding a companion becomes increasingly desirable. More importantly, she might offer the possibility of communication, given the current inability to converse. Seeking someone to share thoughts with is paramount, and among all, she is the most likely candidate for such interaction. Not only is she an esteemed archaeologist, but she is also a linguist endowed with extraordinary linguistic talent, having mastered multiple languages by the age of 8. Her exceptional social, analytical, and professional skills suggest that with the right engagement from him, he could establish a communication system with her. Engaging with others is a longing deeply cherished by Xia Qiu. Thus, he resolves not to let her go, choosing instead to spare her. However, to ensure her well-being, he must relocate her from Alabasta to an uninhabited island. Fortunately, during his journey, Xia Qiu has captured the magnetic signals of numerous islands, ensuring that this route is replete with potential havens. As Xia Qiu journeyed forward with Robin perched upon his head, he remained vigilant against the inclement weather that lay ahead, ready to evade it at the earliest opportunity. This black fish proved to be remarkably astute. Robin, with his eyes half closed, observed as they skillfully navigated away from perilous waters, avoiding them entirely and opting instead to linger at the periphery. Many aquatic territories posed no threat to him. His avoidance was not merely a matter of self-preservation. Such behavior was decidedly uncharacteristic of a beast, demonstrating a level of intelligence coupled with formidable strength that surpassed that of typical sea creatures. The peculiar nature of this black fish intrigued Robin, and he found himself feeling somewhat reassured. In the vast ocean, he was no match. Should the creature choose to harm him, he possessed no means to resist. Curiously, he settled into a languid posture atop Xia Qiu's head and yawned, contemplating the proximity of the island ahead. As Xia Qiu sensed the magnetic force surrounding her, she shook her head and continued onward. This island was somewhat close to the main shipping route, making it susceptible to approach. Xia Qiu dismissed yet another island, deeming it too vast. Xiao Cao shook her head, drawing closer to the island, only to gradually drift away once more. Thus, 2 hours elapsed. Over there, a distant island appeared, faint yet discernible. Xiao Cao propelled herself towards one of its shores. This island lay along the route to Alabasta, separated from it by several other islands and treacherous waters. It was imperative to maintain a safe distance from Alabasta, lest she attempt to escape on a makeshift raft. She needed to steer clear of the main shipping lanes, ensuring her chosen location was as secluded as possible. Moreover, this island was not intended to be expansive, roughly akin to Nara Island. This would suffice. As summer and autumn contemplated, they rushed towards the island accompanied by Robin. Were they drawing near to the island once more? Would this time be different? Robin straightened up, gazing into the distance at the island. Moments ago, they had approached the island, yet the dark fish retreated once again, distancing itself from the shore. With each passing moment, they drew closer. What could he possibly intend to do? Robin observed the coastline drawing nearer, unable to suppress a frown. In the late summer and autumn, Robin arrived at the island's edge, seeking a location with greater water depth. The front offered limited depth, while the back was characterized by a towering ocean cliff. This seemed to be the perfect spot. In the late summer and early autumn, they arrived at a secluded spot on the backside of the island. The coastline here rose a meter above the sea level, and summer and autumn paused at the water's edge. Shall I ascend? Robin inquired, shaking his head. Robin stood up and leapt onto the shore. What purpose do you have for me to come ashore? To rescue me? Yet, why not take me to Saint Ting Island? Which is evidently closer. Moreover, there are other islands along the route that you have bypassed, leading me to this particular isle. What is so extraordinary about this place? With a puzzled expression, Robin ventured onto the island, standing at its edge while surveying the distance. The island was densely forested, with towering hills visible far to the left. Their slopes cloaked in verdant foliage and overgrown with wild grasses. The grasses reached well above his knees, suggesting that this place was seldom trodden by human feet. There was nothing remarkable about it. Turning around, Robin glanced back and noticed the black fish still lingering there, its large head protruding from the water, mouth agape, revealing a row of chilling teeth. The teeth were peculiar, resembling the fangs of a venomous snake. Robin's gaze lingered on the two fangs of summer and autumn, piquing his curiosity. What kind of fish is this? And why has it brought me to this deserted island? Fixing his gaze upon the black fish, he pointed towards the island, his voice laced with suspicion. Do you require my assistance in searching for something here? No, no, no. Summer and Autumn fervently shook his head. Is that not the case? Robin nodded, then suddenly comprehended the implications, fixing a penetrating stare upon Summer and Autumn. Can you understand my words? Indeed. Xia Qiu's head popped up vigorously, expressing disbelief. Robin observed the other person's movement with a hint of surprise, and then, to confirm, said, If you can understand my words, please shake your head. Xia Qiu immediately shook his head left and right. It was truly capable of comprehension. A look of disbelief crossed Robin's face. For not only could it understand, but it could also respond. This indicated that it fully grasped the words he had spoken. Robin stared blankly at the black fish and said, If you can understand me, then swim around in the water. Upon hearing these words, Xia Qiu immediately turned around, swirling in the water before returning to Robin's side, raising its head. Robin, seated on the riverbank, found the situation rather astonishing. A fish capable of comprehending human language. Having lived for 24 years, this was the first time he had encountered such a creature. This was no trivial matter. The fish's ability to understand language and grasp the meaning of multiple sentences, some of which it altered slightly, indicated that it was not merely responding to specific sounds, but had indeed mastered language. This revelation carried three significant implications. First, it suggested a remarkable capacity for memory. Only by retaining the structure and sequence of language could one truly grasp it. Second, it implied a level of comprehension, as language necessitates a fundamental understanding. Third, it hinted at intelligence. The ability to master language denotes a considerable intellectual capacity. Fourth, it was evident that this creature had undoubtedly interacted with humans before. Once Robin realized that he was not in immediate peril, his curiosity about the fish piqued. If you can understand my words, might we engage in conversation? Robin inquired, standing at the water's edge. As summer and autumn fervently intertwine. An exhilarating sense of excitement fills my heart. At long last, I have the opportunity to engage in conversation after 6